Chapter 1451, Grade 9 Treasure Pill. Chapter 1451, Grade 9 Treasure Pill. Rumble. A frightening energy storm wildly raged in the sky. Everything within a 10,000-foot radius turned black at this moment. Space itself had collapsed because of this frightening clash. The expressions of most individuals changed when they saw the black space in the sky. Even though they had lived for many years, it was still extremely rare for them to see a clash of this magnitude. All of them understood that with their strengths, they would not be able to endure for even a short moment if they were to be struck by that energy storm. Even their souls would be shattered by it. That Xiao Yan dares to fight against the black demon lightning. The few elders on the stone stage involuntarily muttered in stunned voices after seeing Xiao Yan throw a punch. That Xiao Yan is an initial 1-star Dou Qi. It should not be too difficult for him to deal with a black demon lightning. The linen-clothed first elder glanced at the sky and spoke in a faint voice. This black demon lightning might not be as numerous as a tier 9 pill lightning, but its strength is extremely terrifying. Even an elite Ban Shang would not dare to carelessly receive that strike from earlier. 1-star Dou Qi? The 6 old men felt their hearts tremble after hearing the linen-clothed man's words. Although they had already inferred Xiao Yan's strength, their hearts were involuntarily shocked when they heard the first elder verify it. They had trained for many years before finally reaching the Ban Shang class after much difficulty, yet this Xiao Yan had surpasses them at such a young age. They really had no choice but to admit he was superior. It looks like Xiao Yan is going to be victorious in this selection, an elder side. If this happens, they will have the advantage regarding the matter of the alliance, but the alliance might be against the Pill Tower's rules, but one must do what is necessary at the appropriate time. The Hall of Souls is powerful, and there is the Hun clan behind it. Searching for allies is a plausible solution for the Pill Tower to survive. The first elder was quiet for a moment before speaking. Tower rules, there will only be rules if the tower exists. If even the tower disappears, what was the point of talking about any rules? Everyone looked at each other after hearing the first elder's softened voice. They could only slowly shake their heads. The raging energy storm in the sky continued for over 10 minutes before slowly scattering. Following the scattering of the storm, the space that had collapsed began to gradually heal itself. Warm sunlight once again scattered down from the sky onto this mountain. Many pairs of eyes returned to the sky after the storm scattered. They saw a young man standing there. That frightening energy storm from earlier was unable to cause him even the least amount of harm. Xiao Yan's tensed body slowly relaxed as he sensed the disappearing storm in the sky. He clenched his fist. A numb feeling spread from it. The strength of the black demon lightning had somewhat exceeded his expectations. From his contact with it earlier, Xiao Yan understood that his fate would not have been any better than the 5 sky demon puppets had he not advanced to the Ban Shang class. Is this the pill lightning that is attracted by a tier 9 treasure pill? It is indeed powerful. Xiao Yan inwardly praised. However, this black demon lightning did not exist in large quantities despite its shocking strength. Hence, the thick layer of black clouds in the sky slowly disappeared after a couple of black thunderbolts erupted from it. Roar! The fire dragon below suddenly roared at the sky the moment the black clouds scattered. A glaring light suddenly exploded from its enormous body. A shocking energy wave erupted from its body. Bang! This energy fluctuation became wild and violent. In the end, the fire dragon let out a roar. Its enormous body burst apart in front of many stunned pairs of eyes. A ray of light suddenly surged out of the fire dragon's body once it burst apart. This ray of light flew toward the sky, escaping the flames that had trapped it. Trying to escape? However, Xiao Yan loudly laughed the moment this light rushed out. His body flashed and appeared in front of that ray of light in a ghost-like fashion. His large hand grabbed at the light. Roar! That light ray rapidly swelled as Xiao Yan attempted to grab it. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an extremely large ferocious beast. Its huge claw was accompanied by a sharp wind as it slammed toward Xiao Yan. Bang! The large ferocious beast let out a miserable roar following the clash. Its huge body quickly flew back. Xiao Yan smiled after sending that huge beast flying back. He then chased after it again. An intense light once again erupted from the body of the huge beast when it saw Xiao Yan hurrying over. Its body quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it took on a human shape. The light disappeared and Xiao Yan quickly became stunned because another Xiao Yan had appeared in the sky. Interesting, is this a tier 9 treasure pill? It can actually transform into a human shape. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled and shook his head after seeing this human shape. If this tier 9 treasure pill was allowed to flee, it might really end up becoming a strange and mysterious thing. Of course, another more likely scenario was that some other expert would sense its uniqueness and subsequently capture and consume it. Although a Tier 9 treasure pill possessed some intelligence, its strength could not fight with an expert like Xiao Yan. Roar. The Tier 9 treasure pill that had turned into Xiao Yan clearly did not know the human language. Hence, it could only roar at Xiao Yan. This unexpected change also attracted many strange gazes. Even the alchemist grandmasters present had difficulty coming across a Tier 9 treasure pill. Hence, they felt a little amazed when they saw the medicinal pill transform into a human form. Haha, this little fellow has actually successfully refined it, but I wonder what kind of medicinal pill it is. It is impossible to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill without any medicinal formulae. Xian Kongzi laughed. Yao Lao shook his head. He did not recognize this medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had refined. The only thing that he could pick up was the hint of the scent of the bodhisattva pill within this medicinal pill. However, this medicinal pill was many times stronger than the bodhisattva pill. Xiao Yan did not get entangled with the Tier 9 treasure pill in the sky. He found an opportunity to clench his hand and lock the medicinal pill in place. After which, he swiftly hurried forward and pressed his hand on its forehead. The body of the Tier 9 treasure pill swiftly trembled. Its body quickly shrank before it turned into a round emerald dragon-eye-sized medicinal pill. The medicinal pill stayed suspended within Xiao Yan's palm. Layer after layer of pill fog spread from the medicinal pill before filling the surroundings. At a glance, it boasted an exceptionally mysterious appearance. Xiao Yan began to slowly descend from the sky after restraining the Tier 9 medicinal pill. His eyes glanced at old Demon Ho's volatile face of fury. At this moment, Demon Ho held a fiery red medicinal pill in his hand. He had undoubtedly lost to Xiao Yan. Will the both of you please introduce the medicinal pill that you have refined? An elder laughed after seeing Xiao Yan land on the ground. Flame Demon Quiet Mysterious Pill, a 9-colored Tier 8 medicinal pill. If a person practicing fire affinity Dou Qi consumes it, there is a chance for one's Dou Qi to undergo a transformation and increase one's fighting strength. Old Demon Ho lifted the medicinal pill in his hand. His tone involuntarily contained some pride. Regardless of whether he won or lost, being able to refine the Flame Demon Quiet Mysterious Pill proved his ability. A medicinal pill that could transform one's Dou Qi was not something that everyone could refine. Xiao Yan, what about you? Xiao Yan gently lifted that emerald medicinal pill. He smiled and began to explain, Great Bodhisattva Return Pill, a Tier 9 treasure pill. Its effect is similar to that of a bodhisattva pill. However, it merely increases the chance that a bodhisattva pill provides in breaking through to the Bansheng class by twice as much. 2 times as much? How is that possible? Xiao Yan's explanation immediately attracted many exclamations. Oh? After hearing Xiao Yan's words, even the face of that first elder slightly changed. Breaking through to the Dou Shang class was a well-known and extremely difficult obstacle for an elite Dou Zun. A countless number of top experts remained stuck at this step. They would fail to step to the next level even at the end of their lives. It was precisely because of this inability to advance that those peak Dou Zuns would go crazy for a bodhisattva pill. The original bodhisattva pill possessed close to a 20% chance of success. Now that the chance of success had increased by 2 times as much, the success rate had raised to over 50%. In other words, just a single Great Bodhisattva Return pill would provide a peak Dou Zun with a 50% success rate. If word of this were to spread, many peak Dou Zun's eyes would turn red. They would stake their entire fortune to get to the Falling Star Pavilion and beg for this pill. This Great Bodhisattva Return pill was considered an upgraded version of the Bodhisattva pill. It was a medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had comprehended after an unimaginable number of trials during his 100 reincarnations within the Bodhisattva tree. This medicinal pill could only be refined by Xiao Yan since he possessed a heavenly flame and had experienced being strengthened by the Bodhisattva heart. Even if someone else learned this medicinal formula, it would be impossible to increase the effect of the Bodhisattva pill by such a frightening extent. The only unfortunate aspect was that this Great Bodhisattva Return pill needed to be refined with a Bodhisattva seed as the main ingredient. Xiao Yan had less than 10 of these natural mysterious objects in his hands. Xiao Yan, you ought to know that any false claims at this moment will lead to you being disqualified. An elder hesitated for a moment before notifying Xiao Yan. Elder, you can rest assured that Xiao Yan will bear the consequences of any false claims. Xiao Yan laughed in a faint voice. Those few elders exchanged gazes with each other after hearing his reply. In the end, they could only slowly nod their heads. In that case, the linen-clothed first elder glanced at Xiao Yan as he finally spoke. The tier of the Great Bodhisattva Return pill has surpassed that of the Fire Demon Quiet Mysterious pill. The final victor of this selection is Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1452, Alliance. Chapter 1452, Alliance. Old Demon Ho's face was a mixture of green and red after hearing the final announcement. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Yao Lao after their decades-long rivalry, but cruel reality taught him that even Yao Lao's disciple could easily defeat him in terms of medicinal refinement skills. Haha, congratulations, old Yao. Xian Kongzi cupped his hands together and smiled as he congratulated Yao Lao. Old fellow, you have taught an incredible disciple. This Xiao Yan has likely already surpassed you, right? The smile on Yao Lao's face stretched from ear to ear as he heard the many congratulations from around him. Xiao Yan's performance today had made him feel much prouder than if he had personally obtained victory. Once one reached someone of his age, one's competitive character would weaken. One would feel happier grooming disciples as one passed on all of one's abilities to them. Upon seeing one's disciple obtain such an achievement, one would naturally feel extremely satisfied as the teacher. Humph. Old Demon Ho felt dejected when he saw Yao Lao's smiling face. He violently swung his sleeves before turning around to leave. The first elder looked at Xiao Yan from the stone stage. His old face revealed a faint smile. Although Xiao Yan was much younger than him, one's age was not really important within the Central Plains. What was important was one's strength. Regardless of whether it was in terms of Dou Qi or alchemy, Xiao Yan was qualified to be treated as an equal by him. Xiao Yan, you will be an elder of the small pill tower in the future. Both you and Yao Chen should follow me. We need to discuss the matter you brought to us. Xiao Yan rejoiced in his heart after hearing the first elder's words. He hurriedly cupped his hands together as he nodded. The reason they had come to the small pill tower was because of the alliance. If not for the crucial vote, he would not have been interested in competing with these old people. The first elder turned around and slowly walked down the stone stage after uttering his words. The few elders behind him followed. Let's go. Yao Lao and Xian Kongzi's group approached Xiao Yan with faces full of smiles. They looked at the backs of first elders group before one of them spoke. The subsequent matters would be much simpler. The alliance was likely to succeed. The 10 elders, including Xian Kongzi and the other 2 tower heads, were seated separated in a small meeting room within the small pill tower. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao also found seats by the side and sat down. After which, their eyes landed on the first elder sitting in the leader's seat. The pill tower has always been neutral. It does not side with any faction. This can be considered a rule of the pill tower. The first elder's calm voice slowly filled the large hall. Many elders have expressed their opposition to this alliance. Although the pill tower and the Hall of Souls are hostile, forming an alliance will break a rule of the pill tower. First elder, one cannot put it this way. The Hall of Souls has captured a countless number of alchemists over the years. Although they have done it in relative secrecy, a lot of information has spread. Being the holy ground in the hearts of many alchemists, the pill tower has the duty to protect them, but the pill tower has not reacted strongly to the uncontrolled and reckless behavior of the Hall of Souls. If this continues for much longer, some alchemists will inevitably feel dissatisfied, and the pill tower will lose its high regard. At that time, this holy ground would only exist in name. Xiao Yan shook his head before he replied. Moreover, once the pill tower loses its status as the holy ground in the hearts of all alchemists, what difference would there be between the pill tower and an ordinary faction? Xiao Yan's words were not overly courteous, nor did they give everyone present any face. They were extremely blunt as he stated the current situation of the pill tower. He needed to use this somewhat serious situation to shatter the pedantic ways of these elders as they tried to preserve the rules. It must be said that these words did have quite an impact. The expressions of some elders might have appeared ugly, but they had also understood the seriousness of the situation, which was revealed by their tight frowns. The rate at which the Hall of Souls was collecting souls had grown faster during these past few years. At times, they did not even hide, undoubtedly causing many alchemists to panic, but the pill tower still did not take any precautions. These alchemists might endure the terror in the beginning, but their hearts would definitely cool as time dragged on. Once they discovered that this pill tower, which is considered as a holy ground in their hearts, could not provide them with any protection, why would any of them regard the pill tower as a holy ground that could not be infringed upon? The first elder in the leader's seat had become quiet because of Xiao Yan's words. Only then did he softly sigh and say, Yao Chen, this disciple of yours is not only excellent in terms of Dou Qi and medicinal refinement, even his words are sharp. Haha, a young person tends to be a little arrogant. First elder, please forgive him if he has offended you in any way. Yao Lao fondled his beard and laughed. He seemed quite pleased. Even if he is arrogant, he has the strength to back his words up. The first elder shook his head. He immediately looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Currently, you can be considered an elder of the small pill tower. In that case, there is a majority voting in support of the alliance. Although I am the first elder, I must abide by these rules. Therefore, you have succeeded this time around. Thank you, first elder." Even with Xiao Yan's calmness, his face still revealed a joy that had difficulty being suppressed after hearing these words. He cupped both of his hands together as he replied. The pill tower was the most important part of the alliance. If they failed to get the pill tower to participate, the alliance would only be half as strong even if it formed. Hence, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao had put in a great amount of effort to get the alliance to succeed. Fortunately, this effort was ultimately rewarded. The Hall of Souls is indeed the common enemy of all alchemists. Due to their strength, we have not been able to decisively engage in a bloody war with them. The losses that we would suffer would be even greater if we do. First elder sighed. However, this compromise has clearly allowed the Hall of Souls to become more arrogant. It is possible for us to use this alliance to deter the Hall of Souls. If the Hall of Souls does not know how to hold back, both the Pill Tower and I can only fight with them until the end like the last time around. First elder, you can rest assured that the Pill Tower will not be the only one fighting when that time comes. Xiao Yan reassured him in a deep voice. A smile surfaced on the first elder's face after hearing Xiao Yan's comforting words. He nodded slowly and asked, "When will the alliance begin?" First elder, please come to the Falling Star Pavilion in 3 days' time. The Falling Star Pavilion, the Burning Flame Valley, and the Flower Sect will formally form an alliance. Xiao Yan replied. Oh? Even the Flower Sect and the Burning Flame Valley have agreed to join the alliance? Haha, it seems that you have really planned something quite grand. All the elders revealed a slight change to their expressions after hearing these names. They could sense just how great this alliance would be if it succeeded. At that time, even the Hall of Souls would not dare to underestimate it. I will personally head to the Falling Star Pavilion in 3 days' time to complete the formalities of the alliance. The first elder smiled as he looked at the grin that covered Xiao Yan's face. He felt the blood in his body, which had been cold for many years, had unknowingly become a little warmer. Hall of Souls, will our grudge from back then be completely resolved? Xiao Yan and Yao Lao stayed for another day after resolving the issue of the small pill tower. Subsequently, they left and hurried non-stop back to the Falling Star Pavilion. As the host, the Falling Star Pavilion had much to do to prepare for this alliance. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye while the Falling Star Pavilion was busy with the matters of the alliance. The Falling Star Pavilion's defenses had become extremely tight after 2 days. Countless pairs of eyes from the Falling Star Pavilion covered a 500-kilometer radius around the Star Realm. Any slight movement would be captured by the spies of the Falling Star Pavilion. Clouds lingered over the mountain where the Falling Star Pavilion received its guests. Yao Lao, Xiao Yan, Kai Lin, and the rest of the group had already arrived here ahead of time. The doors to the Star Realm had been opened to receive guests. A bright sun gradually climbed above their heads with the flow of time. Swoosh! The rushing sound of wind suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were the first to detect the sound. Their heads swung to look at the entrance of the Star Realm. A cluster of lights rushed toward them. They appeared above this mountain after a couple of flashes. The light finally disappeared, revealing a group of beautiful figures. The members of the Flower Sect were the first to hurry over. Xiao Yan's eyes paused on Yun Yun near the front of this group from the Flower Sect before shifting to the spot at the front. There were 2 women standing there. 2 extremely powerful auras vaguely seeped out of them. An intermediate Ban Shang and a high-level Ban Shang, the strength that the Flower Sect hides is indeed powerful. Ha, Fairy Cheng and Fairy Hua, it has been many years since we last met. How are you? Yao Lao smiled and loudly greeted these 2 women. The group in the sky gradually descended before landing a short distance in front of Xiao Yan's group. The beautiful woman in green palace robes looked at Yao Lao with complicated eyes as she softly said, "You have ended up turning into an old man after having not visited for so many years." Yao Lao was involuntarily a little embarrassed after hearing her words. Xiao Yan was slightly startled after seeing the somewhat complicated eyes of the pretty woman. He was not unfamiliar with this gaze. Xianyi looked like this each time she looked at Yao Lao. It seems the teacher was handsome and attractive back then. He has left behind relationships everywhere. This is the Falling Star Pavilion? It does boast the atmosphere of a big sect. It is a little better than what I had imagined. A hot wild wind suddenly blew into the Star Realm while Xiao Yan was quietly laughing in his heart. A bright red light immediately appeared within the square on this mountain. The light scattered before revealing a group of people. The old man leading them had red hair that appeared extremely glaring. Moreover, a frightening aura that caused even Xiao Yan's brows to twitch spread like monstrous waves the moment this old man appeared. Ancestor Hou Yun, this old demon is still living. Yao Lao smiled as he looked at the red-haired old man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1453, Sky Mansion Alliance. Chapter 1453, Sky Mansion Alliance. This person is likely that ancestor Hou Yun from the Burning Flame Valley. He is indeed very powerful. Xiao Yan's expression was a little grave as he glanced at the red-haired old man. Through his senses, he could tell that the strength of this old man had reached the level of a one-star Dou Shang. Moreover, this person was a little stronger than him. An intermediate level 1-star Dou Shang. The Burning Flame Valley was at the level of the Three Valleys after all these years despite possessing a genuine Dou Shang. With the strength that it possessed, it was obvious that it was comparable to the old Profound Sky sect or the Flower sect. However, it was clear that they did not reveal their strength. Old Yao, it is unexpected that you, an old fellow, are still alive. Ancestor Hou Yun loudly laughed in the sky. He led Tang Jin and Tang Ho Er as they slowly descended. Subsequently, he looked at Yao Lao and loudly laughed. Old fellow, you have actually reached the Dou Shang class. Yao Lao laughed. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he was acquainted with ancestor Hou Yun. Che, this ancestor nearly died while breaking through to the Dou Shang class. I am really a person with a terrible life compared to that lad behind you. Ancestor Hun Yun curled his lips. His eyes swung to Xiao Yan as he spoke. This junior, Xiao Yan, greets ancestor Hou Yun and Valley Chief Tang. Xiao Yan smiled, cupped his hands as greeted the guests. You are that Xiao Yan? What an outstanding person. You are very suitable for my Hou Er, ancestor Hou Yun's eyes observed Xiao Yan before nodding in satisfaction. You? Tang Ho Er's face reddened after she heard her ancestor, Hou Yun, suddenly utter such words in public, but she could only clench her teeth due to the need to give this old man face. Her eyes ferociously glared at his back. Xiao Yan was a little embarrassed by ancestor Hou Yun's words. All he could do was bitterly smile and shake his head, but he did not issue a reply. The party from the Pill Tower is also arriving. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly moved after feeling a little helpless because of ancestor Hou Yun's words. His eyes slid to the entrance of the Star Realm as the space at that spot shook before a couple of figures strangely appeared on the top of the mountain. These figures were the first elder in Xian Kongzi's group. Ha! Old Demon Lin, even you, an old undying fellow, have come here? Surprise immediately flashed across ancestor Hou Yun's face when he saw the first elder of the Pill Tower appear. Why? Old Demon Hou Yun, don't tell me that only you are allowed to come? The first elder faintly laughed after hearing this question. Haha, since everyone is present, please proceed into the hall to discuss the alliance. Yao Lao spoke with a smile after seeing that everyone had arrived. He turned around and flew into the Falling Star Pavilion's main pavilion. Everyone behind him followed. Everyone took their seats within a large hall inside the main pavilion. They briefly chatted before gradually approaching the main topic. Everyone, thank you for giving us face by personally arriving at our Falling Star Pavilion. Everyone should be aware of the matter today. Yao Lao's eyes swept over the large hall. His voice was calm as he slowly said, I'm certain that everyone is aware of the actions of Hall of Souls. The Pill Tower has suffered the greatest losses since many alchemists have died by the Hall of Souls' hands. The Profound Sky sect's encroachment on the Flower sect over these years possesses the shadow of the Hall of Souls behind it. Back then, ancestor Hou Yun formed hostilities with the Hall of Souls, but had only ended up enduring them because he was afraid of the strength of the Hall of Souls. Yao Lao was well aware of the grudges that these three factions had formed with the Hall of Souls. Even Xiao Yan had not heard of some of the old grudges. Sometime earlier, the Profound Sky sect gathered a couple of factions and established the Profound River Alliance to destroy my Falling Star Pavilion. The shadow of the Hall of Souls was also present there. Additionally, both Xiao Yan and I are at complete odds with the Hall of Souls. Hence, this alliance is because all of us have a common enemy. Everyone present nodded without realizing it when they heard Yao Lao's words. They all agreed with Yao Lao. This alliance will work, but I don't think that interfering in the internal affairs of another faction should happen after joining the alliance, will it? Ancestor Hou Yun rotated two fireballs that he had formed in his hand and slowly asked. The alliance will be formed on equal terms. Every party is equal. Naturally, no one will have the authority to interfere in the affairs of another faction. Yao Lao replied in a solemn fashion. Everyone's expressions relaxed after hearing his words. The most worrying aspect of an alliance was the occurrence of such incidents. Not only would they fail to become allies because of such incidents, they would end up becoming distant as a result. This alliance will not be created with overly harsh restrictions, but one of those restrictions will be that our few factions will attack and defend together. Everyone will reinforce any party in trouble. Not one of us will be able to fight the Hall of Souls with our individual strengths. Hence, we must form an alliance. Xiao Yan clearly understood what everyone was thinking after observing their expressions. He immediately spoke in a deep voice. This alliance can work. The first elder of the small pill tower slowly nodded as he spoke. Since this is an alliance, there must be an alliance chief. Otherwise, it is impossible for everyone to come to a united decision. Who will take this position as the alliance chief? The pretty woman in green palace clothes called Fairy Qing from the flower sect asked in a faint voice. The large hall was silence after hearing these words. This question was a little sensitive and important. Due to the alliance being suggested by me, asking me to select an alliance chief will only cause some unnecessary gossip. Hence, your three parties should select the alliance chief. We will agree as long as it is a suitable person. Yao Lao mused before speaking. The other three parties were slightly startled after hearing Yao Lao abandon any thoughts of taking that position. They quickly felt a little embarrassed, especially Fairy Qing. Her face revealed an apology. It was not her intention to get Yao Lao to clarify anything. Haha, everyone need not be worried. Other than an alliance chief, the other three parties will occupy 3 deputy alliance chief positions. If the opinions of these 3 deputy alliance chiefs are unanimous, they can reverse the decision of the alliance chief. No one needs to worry about the alliance chief forcefully issuing orders. Xiao Yan laughed. The position of the chief must be a person with great strength and a reputation that everyone respects. I am not suitable for this position. Additionally, Ancestor Hou Yun might be powerful, but his temper is a little too hot. He would inevitably be impulsive. Hence, he is also not suitable to be the alliance chief. Fairy Qing hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Ancestor Hou Yun immediately rolled his eyes after hearing her words, but he did not object. The thing he hated most were management roles. If he didn't hate them, he would not have forced the Burning Flame Valley to be managed by others a long time ago. Hence, the 2 most suitable people are old Mr. Lin from the Pill Tower and Yao Chun. The 2 of them are powerful and also possess a great reputation and an ability to gather people within the Central Plains. Hence, we should choose the position of alliance chief from these 2 people. Fairy Qing continued. The first elder from the small pill tower was stunned after hearing he was in the running. He quickly smiled and shook his head. With a soft sigh, he said, I am far too old. My blood is already extremely cold. It would be fine if this alliance merely needed to stick to a certain area, but this alliance clearly requires liveliness. If my elderly self ends up being the alliance chief, I will likely end up making it lifeless. Yao Chen should take this alliance chief position. Fairy Qing smiled. She quickly shifted her eyes back to Yao Lao as she said, since this is the case, you cannot escape this responsibility. Yao Lao bitterly smiled after hearing this decision. He hesitated for a moment, but he did not put up any resistance as he said, since everyone trusts me, I will temporarily take over this alliance chief position. I will hand it over if someone more suitable appears. Xiao Yan smiled after hearing that the position of alliance chief still ended up in Yao Lao's hands. He softly said, since the alliance chief has been selected, we should decide on a name for this alliance. An alliance must ultimately have a name. Only then will everyone feel a sense of belonging. What name do you think is suitable for this alliance? If one wishes to choose a name, one must naturally choose a grand and mighty one. A petty little name will only end up as a joke. Ancestor Hou Yun seemed to be interested in selecting a name. He immediately said, why don't we call it Ultimate Righteous Hall? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched upon hearing this name. This name. Our opponent will be the Hall of Souls. Since they use the soul as a hall, we should surpass them and use the heaven as a mansion. Let's call it Heaven Mansion, first elder dryly coughed. He mused for a moment before coming up with a suggestion. Using the soul as a hall, the heaven as a mansion, this heaven mansion can work, Xiao Yan smiled before continuing. However, the sky is the heaven. Let's simplify this. We will call our alliance the Sky Mansion. What do you say? Sky Mansion, using the sky as a mansion, this is indeed grand. Ancestor Hou Yun fondled his beard. He felt that this name seemed a little better than his Ultimate Righteous Hall. Haha, that name will also work, the first elder nodded and laughed. Yao Lao grinned upon hearing that everyone was in agreement. Since no one has voiced an objection, our alliance shall be called the Sky Mansion. Using the sky as a mansion is definitely more overbearing than the Hall of Souls. The alliance has been formed. Next, let's drink in honor of this newly formed Sky Mansion alliance. Xiao Yan lifted the wine cup on the table, but his expression suddenly turned dark and chilly before he could utter everything he wanted to say. His dangerous eyes shot toward the middle of the hall. The space at that spot had suddenly become distorted. A dense black fog seeped out. At the same time, an indifferent and emotionless voice reverberated through the hall. Sky Mansion? It might sound a little domineering, but this hall chief really wishes to know whether all of you will have the life to enjoy it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1454, Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Soul. Chapter 1454, Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Soul. This Hall Chief? Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly shrank after hearing the indifferent voice being transmitted from distorted space. The Hall of Souls was clearly intervening by sending this person. Moreover, this person called himself Hall Chief. Could it be that he was that extremely mysterious Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls? Black fog continuously seeped out of the distorted space. It slowly formed into a human figure completely covered in black fog in front of everyone. Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls, ... The eyes of the first elder from the small pill tower shot to the human figure in black fog. His slightly hunched body leaned forward. The space around him began to slowly fluctuate at this moment. Perhaps addressing me as Deputy Hall Chief is better. That black fog fluctuated slightly while a faint laugh was emitted. Looks like you, the Deputy Hall Chief, is not bold enough. Since you dare to barge into my falling star pavilion, you should use your actual body. An illusory figure, could it be that you are timid? A cold smile lifted onto the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. With his eyesight, he naturally sensed that the human figure in the black fog in front of him was merely a shadow and not the actual body. Xiao Yan, you are the first person in many years to call this chief timid. A strange laugh was emitted from the human figure in the black fog. However, your current achievements have surprised this chief. If I had known this would happen, I would have exterminated the Xiao clan back then. Those from your Hall of Souls have said these words many times. Xiao Yan's eyes were icy cold as he slowly said. However, if you are only here to utter nonsense using your status as the Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls, then there is no need for this illusory figure to continue existing. Xiao Yan began to slowly lift his hand as he spoke. He aimed it at that illusory figure. The space around the figure began to fluctuate. The reason this chief is here is naturally because of the Dou Qi ancient god jade in your hands. The person in the black fog faintly smiled. Black fog surged in front of him before it turned into a black mirror. The mirror rippled and an image appeared. The image was of a huge and dark prison. One of the cells had black color chains wrapped around it like a spider web. A haggard-looking figure sat in the middle of the chains. The many chains were like poisonous snakes restricted his limbs. Xiao Yan's face appeared ferocious as he looked at this figure. His body suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, spreading in all directions. The tables and chairs beside him were turned into dust almost instantly. A monstrous murderous desire caused the entire hall to turn cool. Father! Xiao Yan tightly clenched his hand. His nails pierced his palm while his body trembled. That haggard figure was someone he was extremely familiar with. It was his father, Xiao Zhen. Even though he had not seen his father for many years, Xiao Yan immediately sensed a familiar feeling that came from their connected bloodline. Hand the Dou Qi ancient god jade over to me. Otherwise, with just a thought, this very day next year will be the anniversary of your father's death. The person in the black fog seemed to be totally unconcerned about Xiao Yan's monstrous murderous intent as he coldly cried out. Creak, ... Xiao Yan's expression was so dark that it was terrifying. His fist emitted a cracking sound. At this moment, he was like a wild beast. He was losing his rational mind. Both of his eyes were bright red. An insane murderous desire swelled in his mind. It roared, demanding that he tear this person in front of him into tens of thousands of pieces. Xiao Yan, calm down. A somewhat icy cool smooth hand gently grabbed his arm while the desire to kill surged in his mind. A worried soft cry was transmitted into his ear. Xiao Yan's heart shook slightly after hearing this cry. Only then did he regain his rational thoughts. He deeply inhaled a couple of breaths and suppressed the murderous desire in his heart. His ferocious face slowly regained its usual calm. Hand over the Dou Qi ancient god jade. The fog around that black fog figure fluctuated after seeing Xiao Yan gradually calm down. He let out a cold cry in the process. I'm afraid that if I really hand the Dou Qi ancient god jade to you, my father will only end up dying even quicker. Xiao Yan's eyes were terrifyingly dark as they stared at the figure in the black fog. He said, this trick is useless against me. Bring my father to me if you wish to obtain the Dou Qi ancient god jade. Otherwise, I will only end up ignoring all of your threats. The ancient jade in my hand can sense if my father's alive. Should it lose contact, I will hand it to the Gu clan. At that time, you will never obtain it. You are going to ignore the death of your father because of the ancient jade? That human figure in the black fog coldly laughed upon hearing these words. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. His face once again recovered its usual calm. He didn't know why the Hall of Souls was so anxious to obtain the Dou Qi ancient god jade. Regardless of the actual reason, the ancient jade was the talisman that protected his father's life. The Hall of Souls would not dare to truly take his father's life as long as the ancient jade was around. Hence, he could not hand over the ancient jade before he could guarantee Xiao Zhan's safety. There was a high chance that the Hall of Souls would truly take his father's life the moment he handed it over. What a ruthless person. It is indeed as First Tianzuan mentioned. Such methods will not work against you. As Xiao Yan regained his composure, the human figure in the black fog understood that this scheme did not have much of an effect. Xiao Yan was expressionless. He said, if you do not dare to reveal your actual body, you can get lost now. Xiao Yan, you should cease acting arrogantly in front of this chief. Do you really think that you can fight my Hall of Souls by just establishing this so-called Sky Mansion alliance? TSK, just wait. Once all of you become aware of the strength of my Hall of Souls, you will naturally give up all hope. That human figure in the black fog strangely laughed. As for the pill tower, our Hall of Souls would normally give you some face, but you have given this up, so do not blame my Hall of Souls for being vicious. Coincidentally, we have been eyeing the alchemists in your pill tower for a long time. I will also advise the flower sect in the Burning Flame Valley to not randomly get involved in this mess. Otherwise, it will be too late to rethink things when your faction is destroyed. Whether you can swallow my pill tower will depend on how hard your teeth are. The first elder coldly laughed. Fairy Qing and ancestor Hou Yun narrowed their eyes, but they merely looked from the side with cold eyes and did not utter a word. Xiao Yan's eyes were dark and cold as he stared at the human figure in the black fog. He was too lazy to argue with the latter. He slowly clenched his hand. Inform everyone after you return that I will kill every single bastard from the Hall of Souls in the Hun clan in the future. The space around that person in the black fog immediately collapsed with a bang the moment Xiao Yan clenched his hand. A frightening strength cracked space itself. At the same time, that person in black fog instantly turned into nothing. TSK, what an arrogant brat. Who do you think you are? Even someone as strong as Xiao Xian was defeated by the hands of my Hun clan. You, a mere one-star Dou Shang, really do not know your limits. Haha, this chief will wait for that day to come. As long as you dare to come, I will personally kill you. A strange laughter echoed within the large hall after the human figure in the black fog disappeared. The laughter continued for a long time. Looks like our alliance was discovered by the Hall of Souls a long time ago. Otherwise, this person would not have shown himself in an attempt to deter everyone present and hinder the alliance. Yao Lao slowly spoke as he watched the hall gradually become quiet. This alliance has definitely caused the Hall of Souls to feel a little fear. Otherwise, they would not do such a thing given their characters. Xiao Yan spoke in a faint voice. Has anyone heard of that deputy hall chief from the Hall of Souls earlier? I've never heard of him. There are many experts within the Hun clan. This deputy hall chief is probably an expert from within the Hun clan. Ancestor Hou Yun frowned and coldly laughed. However, the strength of this person is at the very most a 3-star Dou Shang. Otherwise, it would not be a shadow arriving today. Instead, it would have been an actual person. He only hid himself because he is not confident he can defeat all of us. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. The deputy hall chief from earlier was clearly afraid of their lineup. Everyone, the matter of the alliance has already been settled. Does anyone have any final inquiries? Xiao Yan's eyes swept over everyone as he continued. The Hall of Souls is this alliance's powerful enemy. Once this alliance is publicly announced, the Hall of Souls will definitely not stay calm. At that time, we will have to join hands and fight our enemy. The first elder of the Pill Tower, Ancestor Hou Yun, Fairy Qing, and the rest looked at each other. Finally, they slowly shook their heads. None of them were ordinary. It was impossible for them to be frightened to the point of changing their minds because the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls threatened them. Since this is the case, we will announce this matter in a couple of days. At that time, I hope everyone will act to build a wormhole between each faction in order to reinforce any party as fast as possible. Xiao Yan uttered in a deep voice. Aye. Everyone nodded upon hearing his words. The alliance was formed. It was likely that the Hall of Souls would make a formal response to this alliance. Their futures would not be peaceful. Let's not delay any longer. We will now head back and build wormholes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded as he watched Ancestor Hou Yun and the rest stand up to leave. He stood up with Yao Lao's group and sent them off. His eyes looked at their swiftly disappearing figures. After which, he exchanged glances with those present. All of them felt a storm approaching. The Central Plains, which had been relatively calm for many years, was likely going to be lively again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1455, 9 Serene Spring. Chapter 1455, 9 Serene Spring. After the Falling Star Pavilion, the Pill Tower, the Flower Sect, and the Burning Flame Valley announced the formation of the Sky Mansion Alliance, the entire Central Plains was blasted apart by this extremely huge bomb. Chaos instantly erupted across the land. The four big factions possessed extremely renowned reputations within the Central Plains. Any one of them could be considered a giant. A faction like the Pill Tower could no longer be described as a simple giant. This faction possessed an extremely frightening ability to gather people. It might have appeared extremely gentle over the years, but as long as one was not a fool, one would be able to detect the frightening strength hidden beneath this lazy appearance. The lineup from the formation of this alliance between four powerful factions was many times stronger than the Profound River Alliance before. Compared to this newly formed Sky Mansion Alliance, the Profound River Alliance was an extremely ordinary shrimp. Just a random finger of the Sky Mansion Alliance could destroy the Profound River Alliance. Everyone could imagine how much the strength of this alliance, formed by the four factions, would swell. If this large alliance were to face the extremely large Hall of Souls, it would no longer need to feel the least bit afraid. A new super faction that could match the strength of the Hall of Souls was born within the Central Plains. While the Central Plains was in an uproar over this explosive news, many sects and factions began to think. Everyone in the world thought of grabbing this giant support to gain good prospects. The strength of this Sky Mansion Alliance could only be described as shocking. In the future, few factions in this world could compare with them. If a faction or an individual was able to enjoy their protection, it would end up bringing them many benefits. Hence, on the third day after this news was released, the Falling Star Pavilion had suddenly become extremely lively. The leaders of tons of factions had hurried over a great distance to reach the Falling Star Pavilion. They were all requesting to join this alliance. Yao Lao and Xiao Yan did not accept all of these requests that came from everywhere. This alliance was their only capital to fight the Hall of Souls. Naturally, they viewed it with great importance. Most of these factions were fence-sitters. They had only come to them because the alliance was strong. Should the alliance end up losing its power, these people would immediately leave. At that time, it would be a blow to the alliance's morale. Hence, they did not accept these factions, which were like rat feces. However, there was little need for Xiao Yan to worry about such matters. Due to this being a busy period of time, Feng Zunjia, who had been managing the tasks in the other territories of the Falling Star Pavilion, had been summoned back by Yao Lao. During these years, Feng Zunjia and Yao Lao had managed the external matters and internal matters of the Falling Star Pavilion. This was a key reason for the rapid development of the Falling Star Pavilion. Although Feng Zunjia's reputation and strength were both inferior to Yao Lao, he was better at Yao Lao when it came to management. Hence, Yao Lao hurriedly dispatched some other elders to take over Feng Zunjia's previous tasks once the alliance was successful. Then Feng Zunjia hurried back and resolved all these troublesome tasks. There was clearly no need to doubt Feng Zunjia's ability to manage. Soon after returning to the Falling Star Pavilion, he had begun to settle various tasks. After numerous tasks were settled in an orderly fashion by Feng Zunjia, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao ended up feeling a little ashamed. Following the flow of time, some factions passed the strict selection process and successfully joined the Sky Mansion Alliance. This allowed this alliance's reputation to continue rising a little at a time. If this positive cycle continued, the potential of the Sky Mansion Alliance would undoubtedly be a little frightening with the help of the Pill Tower. The four big factions had made full use this period of time to build the wormholes. Now, they would be able to rapidly hurry to each other's aid. Only then could they be considered an alliance that attacked and defended together. However, Xiao Yan found it a little surprising that the Hall of Souls did not do anything while the alliance was busy. It was as though they need not care about this alliance that could threaten them. Regardless of what the Hall of Souls did, Xiao Yan's group had decided to establish a specialized information hall after some discussions. The aim of this information hall was to investigate all of the branches the Hall of Souls had created across the Central Plains. One should always know one's enemy as well as one knows oneself. The Hall of Souls was their greatest enemy. Hence, the alliance needed to be aware of their locations. Once the time was ripe, they might even be able to shift from being passive to being active. It must be said that the cooperation of the four big factions after the formation of the alliance was extremely great. Within half a month, 2 of the branch halls of the Hall of Souls had been discovered. Although they had suffered some losses during the search, they still ended up gaining a lot. Xiao Yan felt the impulse to eliminate these branch halls personally, but he suppressed this impulse after calming down. Although the strength of the alliance had been increased, they would end up in a situation where no one would win if they were to fight to the death with the Hall of Souls now. This ending was not what Xiao Yan desired because there was still the even more frightening Hun clan behind the Hall of Souls. The alliance might be a sharp weapon used to fight the Hall of Souls, but it was also a powerful strength to deter the Hall of Souls. It must possess a powerful strength at all times. Otherwise, this alliance would ultimately end up in the same situation as ancestor Xiao Xian. This alliance was only in its infancy. Once everything stabilized in the future, the influence and the abilities of the Pill Tower might even attract some Banshang or even some Doushang old demons who were living in isolation. If it was possible to absorb them into the alliance, they would truly benefit the alliance. Hence, the current Sky Mansion alliance could not be arrogant just because of the recent increase in strength. They would only succeed in dealing with the Hall of Souls and the Hun clan if they accumulated strength slowly and were always well prepared. They would quietly gather strength and wait for the proper time to unleash it. While the Alliance was searching for the locations of the Hall of Souls, the Alliance also selected some extremely powerful experts to form some small teams. These teams were created to prevent the Hall of Souls from continuing to capture the souls of the Alliance's alchemists. These small teams would roam the territories of the Alliance. They would hurry over at the fastest speed if they discovered any Alliance signal that requested help. This special protection undoubtedly pleased the alchemists from the Pill Tower. Some of the alchemists, who had been displeased about the Pill Tower giving up its neutral stance, gradually accepted the protection and the benefits that this alliance provided them with. 1 month quietly passed while this alliance was bustling with activity and unleashing a shocking potential. Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, Kai Lin, the little fairy doctor, and some others were seated in a quiet courtyard within the Falling Star Pavilion. It was a rare opportunity for them to gather together. This busy period had made it impossible for all of them to free themselves. There has still been no reaction from the Hall of Souls. If I have guessed correctly, they should be waiting for the purifying demonic lotus flame that will appear in 9 months. Yao Lao lifted his teacup. He sipped from it before slowly revealing his thoughts. How could they know any information regarding the purifying demonic lotus flame? Xiao Yan knit his brows. This news was something that he had learned after spending over a decade collecting all the map fragments. How was it possible for the Hun clan to know of it? The things that the Hun clan know far exceed what you can imagine, Yao Lao smiled faintly and said. This is also not the first time the purifying demonic lotus flame has appeared. They have been around for many years, and probably have records of it. Xiao Yan was a little speechless after hearing this explanation. His hand rubbed his forehead without realizing it. If the mysterious light inside of his head was useless, it was really a waste to search for all the map fragments. There are still 9 months before the purifying demonic lotus flame will appear. You should also make preparations. The Hall of Souls will definitely dispatch truly strong individuals to snatch it. Hence, we must try our best to raise our strength as much as possible. Yao Lao spoke. It is not easy to advance even a little within the Dou Sheng class. In another 3 months, I should be able to reach the 1-star Dou Sheng intermediate level. At this rate, I will only, at the very most, be at the peak 1-star Kashang class after 9 months, Xiao Yan helplessly uttered. I am not talking about you. I am talking about Kai Lin. She is a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. As long as she is provided with enough energy, she will quickly advance to the Banshang class. The heaven-swallowing python's physical body is strong. She will be able to fight against a genuine Doushang. If she can advance to the Banshang class, she will be of great help to you. Yao Lao laughed. That little girlfriend of yours in the Gu clan is rumored to have undertaken a retreat after leaving the ancient wasteland region. Once she exits her retreat, the Gu clan will have gained an additional elite Doushang. At that time, if we call her to join us, she will definitely also be of great help. Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile after hearing Yao Lao's words. Kai Lin and Xun Er both possessed unusually great potential. One of them was a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, an existence even rarer than the ancient void dragon, while the other possessed the legendary divine bloodline. They would be able to obtain double the results with half the effort while training. Xiao Yan appeared ordinary when compared to them, but there was ultimately a lot of unfairness in this world. If Xiao Yan were to focus on this unfairness, he would not have been able to attain his current achievements. Although a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python will be able to advance as long as it has the energy to do so, the energy required is extremely frightening. Where can we go and find such a terrifying treasure ground? Xiao Yan softly sighed. There is a spot in this world that could help Kai Lin temper her physical body. Moreover, she is in possession of an extremely rare 9-colored essence stone. If she is very lucky, she might even be able to evolve into an existence comparable to an ancient heaven snake king, a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. Yao Lao narrowed his eyes. He smiled slightly as he spoke. Where? Both Xiao Yan's and Kai Lin's eyes swiftly gathered on Yao Lao. The 9 serene deep-ground python tribe's 9 serene spring. Yao Lao laughed. His eyes suddenly looked at Xiao Yan as he said, if you wish to subdue the purifying lotus demon flame, this 9 serene spring is a place you must visit. Place this part in previous paragraph to improve flow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1456, 9 in Yellow Spring Pill. Chapter 1456, 9 in Yellow Spring Pill. Why? Xiao Yan was slightly startled after hearing Yao Lao's words. Don't tell me that you think that nothing will go wrong while subduing the purifying demonic lotus flame just because you have reached the Dou Qi class, do you? Yao Lao's eyes were a little strange as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. You can't even do this? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. Swallowing a heavenly flame that was ranked near the end would no longer significantly raise his strength, yet Yao Lao was currently saying that this strength was still insufficient. Want this a little too shocking? Ugh, there is only one of each of the top 3 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. How could it be so easy to subdue this type of divine object that has terrified all beings? Yao Lao shook his head and softly sighed. I have read some ancient texts while you were in your retreat. The texts briefly mention some information related to the purifying demonic lotus flame. The demon flame appears once every 1,000 years, but no one has been able to subdue it even now. You should be able to understand a little more from this. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He tilted his in agreement. The birth of the purifying demonic lotus flame would attract the peak experts of this world, but no one successfully tamed it even with its many appearances. This alone was enough to prove just how frightening it was. Since those peak experts had ended up failing, Xiao Yan would not be able to subdue it with his 1-star initial level Dou Qi strength. You must prepare to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame. Yao Lao's expression was grave as he spoke. Xiao Yan already boasted the strength of a Dou Qi. If he were given an ordinary heavenly flame to swallow, his strength wouldn't rise much, so if he wished to significantly raise his strength again, he would need to search for the top 3 heavenly flames. Does that 9 serene spring have anything we need? Xiao Yan asked. Aye. Yao Lao slowly nodded. He clenched his hand, and an ancient dark red scroll appeared in it. A wave of cold ripples spread the moment the scroll appeared. These ripples filled the surrounding air. It was as though a cold sea of clouds had appeared. This scroll was quite mysterious. This is a tier 9 medicinal formula that I spent a lot price to obtain. It is called the 9 in Yellow Spring Pill. While you are subduing the purifying demonic lotus flame, you can insert it into the purifying demonic lotus flame's body. The extreme force will weaken the demon flame, increasing the chances of successfully subduing it. Yao Lao rubbed this ancient scroll. He had paid a large price for this medicinal formula in order to take it from the hands of an alchemist guru. However, you need a key ingredient in order to refine this 9 in Yellow Spring Pill. That ingredient is the spring blood crystal. This spring blood crystal only forms at the bottom of the spring. Hence, you must make a trip to the 9 serene spring within these 9 months. There you need to obtain a spring blood crystal and then find time to refine a 9 in Yellow Spring Pill. Only by doing this will you have a higher chance of subduing the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at the ancient dark red scroll. He slowly nodded a moment later. The purifying demonic lotus flame was really too important to him. Therefore, he needed to obtain it regardless of what happened. If he failed this time around, waiting another 1,000 years for the demon flame to appear again would be extremely difficult for him. It has been many years since I have prepared something in order to swallow a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan softly sighed after receiving the ancient dark red scroll. He had only refined some medicinal pills to swallow a heavenly flame when he had swallowed the green lotus core flame and the falling heart flame. Since then, he had simply swallowed the other heavenly flames he found. There was no need to prepare anything. It was unexpected that he needed to perform these old steps again. There is no other way. The purifying demonic lotus flame is not something the 3000 burning flame can compare with. Just imagine what kind of great being the purifying demonic lotus saint was. It was rumored that his death was because of a backlash from the purifying demonic lotus flame. Yao Lao explained. Oh? Xiao Yan's heart quivered after hearing this rumor. His face revealed a solemn expression. That purifying demonic lotus saint was at least a 9-star Doshang. Even such an expert ended up dying to the purifying demonic lotus flame. His 1-star Doshang strength was really insufficient. Looks like I must prepare this 9-in spring pill. Xiao Yan slowly nodded. He immediately said, "Is the 9 serene spring managed by the 9 serene deep ground python?" Aye, the 9 serene spring is located deep underground. That place is the territory of the 9 serene deep ground python. They view that place as a holy ground. Any 9 serene deep ground python that is about to advance in rank will soak inside it. Soaking will smooth their breakthrough. However, the spring water in the 9 serene deep ground python has a dark and cold affinity. It is a mysterious training ground for snake magical beasts that are of this affinity. However, even I do not dare to venture deep into it because the 9 serene spring is too dark and cold. Yao Lao spoke in a solemn voice. Fortunately, you possess 4 types of heavenly flames. With the heavenly flames protecting your body, you should be able to reach the deepest part of the 9 serene spring to obtain the spring blood crystals. That place can be also considered a sacred ground to Kai Lin. A 7-colored heaven-swallowing python is a divine snake species, while the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python is an existence comparable to the ancient heaven python king. If Kai Lin is able to successfully evolve within the 9 serene spring, her strength will undoubtedly soar. Yao Lao smiled and said, "If she evolves into a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, the snake form that she can transform will be able to devour an entire mountain range. It will even be able to devour the sky itself." Xiao Yan nodded. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python was by itself rare, but the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python was even rarer. Even during ancient times, it had sparingly appeared. He would not doubt Kai Lin's strength after she successfully evolved. Since the 9 serene spring is managed by the 9 serene deep ground python, they will naturally stop us from entering. Xiao Yan voiced his thoughts. The 9 serene deep ground python was also one of the 3 great tribes within the magical beast world. Their strength could not be underestimated. There would definitely be true peak experts present. It was likely that this trip would not be relaxing. With your current strength, there are extremely few in the 9 serene deep ground python tribe that can defeat you. Those old demons that hide themselves will not appear often. Of course, should that really happen, you can tear the spatial token. I will frequently be with Ancestor Ho Yun during this period of time. We will hurry over if we are summoned. With the current strength of our Sky Mansion alliance, we have nothing to fear from them, Yao Lao laughed. Xiao Yan smiled after hearing Yao Lao's words. The Falling Star Pavilion might not be comparable to the 9 serene deep ground python tribe, but the alliance had formed. With the alliance's strength, there was no longer a need for them to be afraid of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. In that case, we should leave tomorrow since we are pressed for time. Xiao Yan also understood that they were a little tight in terms of time. They were approaching the time when the purifying demonic lotus flame would appear. He needed to refine the 9-in spring pill before that event happened. Otherwise, if he ended up failing to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame, he would not even be able to regret failing. You can rest assured that I will ensure that the matters of the alliance are taken care of. Yao Lao smiled and nodded. The moment the sky turned bright the next morning, Xiao Yan led Kai Lin, the little fairy doctor, and Qing Tan out of the Falling Star Pavilion. They hurried to the Beast region. This was not the first time Xiao Yan had headed to the Beast region, so he was quite familiar with the route. His strength had soared. Naturally, his speed was many times faster. The journey, which would have taken a couple of days in the past, was made in half a day. Xiao Yan's group did not stay in one place for long after having entered the Beast region. They headed to the region where the 9 serene deep ground python tribe was. The true settlement of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe was deep underground, even though they had many branches on the surface. The numbers that this tribe boasted could be ranked at the top of the 3 large clans, but its large numbers resulted in its bloodline becoming impure. Based on the estimation of the elders of the 9 serene deep ground python, the ancient bloodline of all the tribe members of the 9 serene deep ground python would be exhausted within 100 years if this continued. At that time, the 9 serene deep ground python would end up in a situation where they were similar to an ordinary magical beast. Many arguments happened within the 9 serene deep ground python tribe because of this matter. However, without the supplement of an ancient bloodline, it was only a matter of time for that day to come at the rate they bred. The 9 serene ground abyss was a key tunnel that led into the underground world. It was also occupied by the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. Hence, the defenses were quite tight, but these tight defenses were something that only deterred ordinary experts. With Xiao Yan's current strength, such a defenses would not even be able to detect his figure. Xiao Yan's group appeared on top of a mountain a short distance away from the deep abyss. Xiao Yan glanced at the tight defenses, only to shake his head. He was just about to activate the spatial strength to bring everyone into the deep abyss when the rushing sound of wind was suddenly emitted a short distance away. A couple of figures flashed and hurried over from the horizon. They appeared above the deep abyss within a couple of flashes. These people, they seems to be members of the ancient void dragon tribe? Xiao Yan looked at the few figures as surprise flashed across his face. There was a tendril of dragon phoenix bloodline inside his body. Naturally, he had a special ability to sense the blood of an ancient void dragon, but he was surprised to find that he would meet members of the ancient void dragon tribe in this place. Could it be that Xi Yan has sent them? However, she should be out resolving the matters of the other three great dragon kings. Why would she dispatch people to the 9 serene deep ground python tribe since they have no relation with them? Xiao Yan frowned. A thought quickly passed through his heart as a fluctuation spread from his body. This fluctuation swiftly spread apart. Soon after this fluctuation spread, a halting voice was transmitted into his ear through the air. Dragon King, dispatch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1457, The Situation of the Dragon Tribe. Chapter 1457, The Situation of the Dragon Tribe. Dragon King? Xiao Yan's expression changed after hearing this term. He naturally understood that the ancient void dragon tribe had been divided into 4 factions. Other than the eastern dragon island that Xi Yan occupied, the other 3 large dragon islands were all being controlled by 3 great dragon kings. This title, Dragon King, was only used to address those 3 island chiefs since they possessed great power. They are not people sent by Xi Yan. Instead, they are from the other 3 large dragon islands. Xiao Yan frowned. He had not received any news related to the ancient void dragon tribe after having left the eastern dragon island back then. The island was located within the empty space. Regardless of how intense the battle that erupted between them was, it would not be able to reach the central plains. It was likely that no one other than the ancient void dragon tribe themselves knew that they were in a civil war. I wonder which dragon king has sent these people. They have left empty space to come to the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. It is likely that they are up to something. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. Xi Yan should have successfully exited her retreat after so many years. After she exited her retreat, she would definitely need to resolve the civil war of the ancient dragon tribe. However, if she wished to unite the ancient dragon tribe, she needed to first finish off the 3 great dragon kings. Although Xiao Yan did not know how strong the 3 great dragon kings were, they were definitely genuine Doushangs. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan did not know just how many stars they had reached. It looks like I need to find time to enter the empty realm and investigate. Xi Yan's strength might have soared after her retreat with the help of the dragon phoenix bloodline, but those 3 great dragon kings are also quite extraordinary. I must head over and lend her a hand. Xiao Yan muttered to himself within his heart. Moreover, if the ancient void dragon tribe was successfully united again, its strength would definitely soar. With his relationship with Xi Yan, he would be able to pull the ancient void dragon into the alliance. At that time, forget about the Hall of Souls, even the Hun clan would not dare to underestimate them. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at those few figures from afar. The few of them chatted with some leaders at the deep abyss before the leaders of the abyss opened a path and allowed this group to enter. The ancient void dragon tribe usually looks down on the other magical beast tribe. I wonder why this dragon king has dispatched people here. Xiao Yan frowned. He immediately waved his sleeve. A rich spatial force spread and wrapped around Kai Lin's group. After which, space shook as everyone disappeared. A couple of figures were rapidly rushing toward the dark underground. These few figures were quite strong. Moreover, their physical bodies also appeared extremely powerful. They did not unleash any Dou Qi. Their bodies were like falling stars that flew underground. The sound of whistling wind continued to appear. Commander Qin, I wonder if we will get a reply from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe this time around. If they are willing to lend a hand, we will be able to completely defeat the Eastern Dragon Island and be victorious in this war. A man turned his head while descending. He asked a large man, who was a short distance in front of him, a question. This person was clearly quite powerful. Even though the sound of the wind was extremely loud, his voice still managed to be transmitted into the large man's ear. We should be able to succeed. Our northern dragon island once possessed the essence blood left behind by the ancient heaven serpent. These 9 serene deep ground pythons are going crazy while searching for things that possess their ancient bloodline. Additionally, we have agreed to provide them with all sorts of benefits. They will definitely not be able to reject us. The large man in front had a square face and extremely thick eyebrows. He vaguely emitted a pressure. Clearly, he was someone who was usually in a position of authority. However, there is a true dragon emperor on the Eastern Dragon Island. A man hesitated for a moment before speaking. The royal bloodline within the ancient Void Dragon tribe pressed upon an ordinary warrior. Just thinking about their enemy being an ancient dragon that possessed a genuine royal bloodline would cause the hearts of ordinary ancient dragon warriors to feel a little unnatural. It is pointless to say all of this. Moreover, who knows if it is the truth? The Dragon King is someone with a genuine royal bloodline. We only need to listen to his orders. That large man knit his brows as he replied in a deep voice. Understood. Those people from earlier could only submissively agree upon hearing the large man's words. Humph, that large man called Commander Qin coldly snorted in his heart. His huge hand was waved. He was just about to increase his speed when he saw a couple of figures in the air a short distance below. His indifferent eyes slowly swept over them. These are not members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Be careful. That large man was a cautious person. He cried out in a deep voice after seeing those few figures. His muscles began to tense up at the same time as he prepared to enter the battle-ready condition. Those in front, get lost. Commander Qin clenched his fist as he cried out in a cold voice. Stay here. I have some things to ask. A skinny figure from that group slowly lifted his head when he heard the cold cry. That person was Xiao Yan. At this moment, he had lifted his hand and clenched it in Commander Qin's direction. Attack! Commander Qin's expression became cold after seeing Xiao Yan lift his hand. A majestic Dou Qi immediately surged out of his body. However, this Dou Qi had just surged when he was stunned to discover that the surrounding space had completely solidified. They were just like puppets being controlled by another and had lost all ability to resist. They slowly descended and stopped in front of the skinny figure. Who are you? We are members of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. A great storm rose within Commander Qin's heart after seeing that Xiao Yan's random attack could restrain all of them. He was a 5-star Dou Zun no matter how one put it. However, this strength did not pose the slightest resistance to the hands of the person in front of him. Are you people from the Northern Dragon Island, Southern Dragon Island, or Western Dragon Island? Xiao Yan glanced at Commander Qin and asked in a faint voice. Commander Qin's eyes immediately shrank after hearing this question. Only the clan members were aware that the ancient Void Dragon tribe had split into 4 islands. How did this human, who had suddenly appeared, know such a secret? I do not know what you are talking about. Commander Qin did not reveal anything despite feeling shocked in his heart. Instead, he simply cried out in a stern voice. Xiao Yan was expressionless. His finger gently pressed on Commander Qin. A bloody hole appeared on his body with a bang. Blood immediately flowed from it. Commander Qin's blood was like a small stream as dripped into the abyss. You! Commander Qin's body trembled after suffering this attack. His eyes furiously glared at Xiao Yan. Bang bang bang! Xiao Yan's expression did not fluctuate because of Commander Qin's unyielding attitude. Xiao Yan continuously pressed down with his finger. One bloody hole after another blasted apart Commander Qin's body. In an instant, fresh blood covered Commander Qin's body. That appearance caused a couple of people's scalp to turn numb. The body of an ancient void dragon was extremely strong, but this strong physical body seemed just like the weakest bean curd in the hands of this young man. Every finger could create a hole in it. According to the rate of the blood flowing out of your body, you will completely lose all the blood within your body within 5 minutes. You should be aware of the final fate of an ancient void dragon who has completely exhausted its blood, right? Xiao Yan indifferently explained the situation. Commander Qin coldly trembled after hearing this explanation. The strength of the ancient void dragon was similar to other ancient magical beasts. All of their strength originated from their bloodline. If their blood was exhausted, they would become vulnerable. Even if one were able to regain one's strength in the future, one's strength would still gradually weaken. This was something that ancient dragon warriors, who desired strength, were unable to endure. We are from the Northern Dragon Island. Who exactly are you? Our Northern Dragon Island has never offended a strong person like you. Commander Qin inhaled a deep breath of air and finally replied in a hoarse voice. What is the current situation of the ancient void dragon like? Xiao Yan slowly asked. At this moment, the ancient dragon tribe has already descended into a civil war. The 3 great dragon islands have jointly attacked the Eastern Dragon Island. However, it has ended up in a stalemate because a new dragon emperor has appeared on the Eastern Dragon Island. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor has summoned back those ancient dragon elders who were training in the Empty Realm. Their strength has soared. Commander Qin hesitated for a moment, but he finally replied honestly after experiencing Xiao Yan's methods. Has it finally begun? Xiao Yan frowned slightly and sighed quietly in his heart. Yan was not having an easy time at this moment. What is your aim in coming to the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe? Xiao Yan asked. To form an alliance with the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe to deal with the Eastern Dragon Island together. Commander Qin clenched his teeth as he answered. All of you have abandoned the pride of the ancient void dragons. You are planning on seeking external reinforcement to deal with your internal conflict? Xiao Yan's expression changed as he cried out. This is the decision of the 3 great dragon kings. It is not something that we can control. Moreover, the matter of the alliance has already been discussed with the 9 Serene Deep Dragon tribe a long time ago. We are only here to receive their reply this time around. Even if you capture us, there will be others who will come. What other reinforcements has the 3 great dragon kings seeked out other than the 9 Serene Deep Dragon tribe? Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment before suddenly asking. Commander Qin's body immediately tensed upon hearing this question. Speak. Xiao Yan pressed his finger forward, sensing Commander Qin tense up. A deep cry was emitted. They have invited the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has already agreed to lend a hand, but they want the 3 great dragon kings to agree to capture and hand the new dragon emperor to them. Commander Qin's heart felt cold after sensing the desire to kill from Xiao Yan's voice. He hurriedly replied. Bastard! Xiao Yan's expression turned gloomy after those words sounded. He had not expected the 3 dragon kings to act this shameless. Not only did they break the rules of the tribe and get other tribes involved in an internal conflict, but they had even promised to hand the dragon emperor of the tribe to their formal enemies, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. These 3 bastards. Xiao Yan's eyes were dark and dense. He clearly understood that if the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python were to form an alliance with the 3 great dragon islands, Yan's Eastern Dragon Island would really face imminent danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1458, Underground Serene Snake Network. Chapter 1458, Underground Serene Snake Network. Commander Qin's body trembled after seeing Xiao Yan become furious. He hurriedly shut his mouth. It looks like Yan is in a bad situation. Kailin hurried forward and spoke with knit brows. Shall we hurry to the empty realm and help them? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He shook his head a moment later and said, there is no hurry now. As long as the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe do not head to the empty realm, Yan should be able to hold on. We need to delay the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python. Kailin gently nodded and ceased speaking upon hearing this plan. After making up his mind within his heart, Xiao Yan once again got some information from Commander Qin's mouth. He was only willing to let the matter rest after Commander Qin no longer had anything to say. Can you now let us off? I have already told you all that you wish to know. Commander Qin weakly spoke. Most of the blood within his body had already been lost. He would really become a cripple if this continued. Xiao Yan indifferently swept his eyes over Commander Qin. His fingers pressed against the air and instantly sealed the Dou Qi within the bodies of those few individuals. He waved his sleeve and threw them into a dark gap in the deep abyss. There was a countless number of tunnels in this abyss. Even the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was unable to clearly tell where every tunnel led. These people were thrown inside with their Dou Qi sealed. Whether they survived would depend on their luck. Let's go. We will head to the 9 Serene Spring. Xiao Yan did not remain any longer after dealing with those few people. He waved his hand and took the lead as he rushed deeper underground. Kailin, the little fairy doctor, and Kailin followed close behind. The terrain of the underground world was extremely complicated, but Xiao Yan's group was already well prepared for their trip. They had procured a detailed map. Hence, within an hour, they had reached the underground world. They traveled around a couple of snake people tribes and finally reached the main area of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python within half an hour or so, the Underground Serene Snake Network. The Underground Serene Snake Network was where the headquarters of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python was located. It was a holy site in the hearts of many of the snake tribes. Being a holy site, this Underground Serene Snake Network was naturally well guarded. Even an ordinary snake person would not be able to enter. It is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 big tribes of the magical beast world. There are really many experts within this mountain range. Xiao Yan's group appeared on a hill near the Underground Serene Snake Network. Their eyes looked at the mountain range in the distance as they muttered to themselves. It is unexpected that I am able to see the snake people tribe in this place. Moreover, this size is many times larger than my tribe. Kai Lin was also a little surprised as she looked at the crowded snake people tribes on the plains and exclaimed. I once read the genealogy of the tribe. My tribe moved to the vast Tager Desert a long time ago, but I do not know if we came from this beast region. Xiao Yan smiled. High eyes slid over the deeper parts of the underground network as he said, the 9 Serene Spring should be in the deepest part of the underground network, but there are many hidden experts present in that place. There are even some Banshang class experts. It would be a little troublesome if we disturb them, so all of you should hide your auras. Understood. Kai Lin's group nodded after hearing Xiao Yan's orders. The 9 Serene Deep Ground Python was quite strong. Their group had ventured into the other party's territory. Even though Xiao Yan possessed a Doushang strength, he would probably not have an easy time if they were discovered. Swish! Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The space around him quickly became distorted before firmly wrapping around everyone. The space fluctuated and everyone strangely disappeared. The current Xiao Yan had already advanced into a peak-level existence in this world. He could use spatial strength with great proficiency now. He could even walk within the empty realm. Although Xiao Yan was bringing 3 people with him, it did not exhaust him too much. Hence, he shuttled through space and hurried toward the underground Serene Snake Network. They did not attract any special attention along the way. While Xiao Yan approached the deepest parts of the underground Serene Snake Network, he sensed the auras of the experts inside becoming stronger. There were even some spiritual perceptions that possessed some doubt when they swept over the space where he hid. It was likely that they had sensed something. Fortunately, these simple sweeps did not expose Xiao Yan's group. With the help of Xiao Yan's spatial abilities, their group narrowly dodged the detection of many experts along the way. They quietly entered the deepest parts of the underground Serene Snake Network. There was an enormous black abyss in the deepest parts of the underground Serene Snake Network. This abyss was 1,000 feet wide and appeared bottomless. A shockingly dark and cold aura continued to whiz up from deep below like a gale. An ordinary expert would feel one's blood and Dou Qi freeze if one stood at this spot. The bottom of this deep abyss hid the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python's holy pool, the 9 Serene Spring. It was also the destination of Xiao Yan's group. There were few defenses within the deep abyss because everyone understood that the dark and cold gales that continuously blew from the deep abyss were natural guards. Even Dou Zone class experts would not dare to easily venture deep into it. Xie! The air above this place suddenly distorted while a dark and cold wind blew. A couple of figures appeared. They were naturally Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan glanced at the deep abyss after appearing. He smiled but did not linger. His sleeve was waved once again, and a dense spatial force wrapped around the group. It forcefully broke through the extremely cold gale and rushed to the bottom of that black abyss. The abyss was extremely deep. Even with Xiao Yan's speed, he only managed to see the ground of the abyss after around 10 minutes or so. An extremely huge lake appeared in his eyes as he approached the ground. A dark and chilly aura that could freeze the Dou Qi within one's body spread from it. The lake was extremely huge. The water in it was deep yellow. There seemed to be traces of a fresh blood-like luster flowing within this deep yellow color. Wisps of pale yellow vapor mixed with the faint blood and then seeped out of it. Finally, the vapor rose and whizzed to the sky. This is the legendary 9 Serene Spring. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after looking at the yellow lake. He slowly approached it. He was able to sense an obscure dark and cold energy entering his body the closer he got to the 9 Serene Spring. This place is too dark and chilly. Even 9 Serene Deep Ground Pythons will not be able to endure this for long. Hence, no one will come to this place unless there is a special circumstance. This gives us sufficient time. Little fairy doctor softly spoke. She was a great distance from the lake. The dark and cold force in this place caused even her to feel extremely terrible. Xiao Yan nodded. He finally stopped beside the 9 Serene Spring and bent down. His hand touched the lake, only to immediately hear a sizzling sound. A deep yellow icy crystal began to swiftly climb up his arm. It is indeed strong. No wonder even teacher has said that he is unable to reach the bottom of this spring. Xiao Yan was slightly startled after sensing how terrifying the dark and cold force of this 9 Serene Spring was. His heavenly flame began to circulate within his body. It finally seeped out and quickly melted the ice layer. Kai Lin, I will enter the bottom of the spring and obtain the spring blood crystal. You should enter the spring once I succeed. I will help guard you. Xiao Yan swung his fist, turned his head, and spoke to Kai Lin beside him. Only Xiao Yan and Kai Lin were able to approach this spring among their group. Xiao Yan was able to approach it because of his strength and the heavenly flame, while Kai Lin could naturally approach it because of her constitution. You should be careful. Just pull back if you cannot do it. Kailin slightly nodded and worried about him in a grave voice. The dark and cold force of this 9 serene spring was too frightening. It was difficult to imagine that such an extreme cold could exist in this world. She had initially doubted Yao Lao when she heard him say that this place could allow her to advance to a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. However, now she understood that this was a real possibility. Xiao Yan nodded. He was currently a genuine Dou Shang, with 4 types of heavenly flame guarding him. He did not believe that he would not be able to resist the 9 serene spring's dark and chilly force. All of you should hide yourselves while I am in the 9 serene spring to avoid being discovered by others. Xiao Yan once again spoke to the little fairy doctors group behind him. Without wasting any time, a rich heavenly flame began to swiftly seep out of a countless number of pores on his body. A frightening high temperature made contact with the cold vapor, and a white fog began to erupt in all directions. Splash! Xiao Yan softly sighed with a grave expression after summoning the heavenly flame. His body moved, and he charged into the 9 serene spring. After which, he rushed to the bottom of the spring with lightning-like speed. Sizzle sizzle! A white smoke rose after Xiao Yan leaped into the 9 serene spring. Gurgling bubbles continued to appear. Clearly, this was a result of the heavenly flame. Kailin beckoned with her hand and scattered that white smoke pillar. She only sighed in relief after the smoke ceased appearing. Her pretty eyes landed on the little fairy doctor in Qinglin as she said, "We should hide ourselves first and discuss what to do after Xiao Yan comes out." Aye. The little fairy doctor in Qinglin nodded after hearing his words. Both of their bodies flashed as they hurried into the surrounding darkness. Their auras were also suppressed. Kailin also withdrew into the darkness by the side after seeing the little fairy doctor in Qinglin hide. The area around the 9 serene yellow spring once again became completely silent. The occasional sound of rushing wind appeared in the sky far above. Fortunately, no one ventured into the deep abyss to probe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1459. Chapter 1459. Qi. A figure flashed through the muddled yellow lake with lightning-like speed. Flames lingered around the figure. Each time a flame made contact with the surrounding water, it would emit a series of sizzling sound. It is indeed worthy of being the 9 serene spring. The dark and cold force that it contains is frightening. Xiao Yan's body swiftly rushed toward the bottom of the spring. A solemn expression gradually surfaced on his face at the same time. The dark and cold force contained within the 9 serene spring seemed as though it could freeze Dou Qi. Xiao Yan still felt his limbs go numb even with his heavenly flame protecting him. The churning Dou Qi circulating around his body began to show signs of becoming sluggish. Looks like I need to increase my speed. This is not a place I can stay for long. Using the heavenly flame to resist the dark and cold force exhausted Xiao Yan's Dou Qi. Although Xiao Yan had advanced to the Dou Shang class and was able to control natural energy, the dark and cold force that filled this spring was unimaginable. Moreover, Xiao Yan was unable to control or absorb this energy. Xiao Yan's body moved faster after this thought flashed across his heart. His speed soared once again as a deep water trail was created behind as he swam. The water only began to surge and refill after he passed, covering the trail he had made in the process. The heavenly flame wildly leaped as Xiao Yan ventured deeper into the 9 serene spring. While he ventured deeper, the dark and cold force grew a couple of times over. In the end, Xiao Yan had to use all of his strength to circulate his Dou Qi and scatter the cold Qi that had invaded his body. I wonder just how deep this 9 serene spring is. If this continues on, I can only turn around and head back. Xiao Yan looked at the bottom of the lake, which was completely dark. He slightly knit his brow. He needed to make sure he had enough Dou Qi for the journey back. The dark and cold force within this 9 serene spring seemed to possess a special Dou Qi erosion effect. If he was not isolated by the heavenly flame, it would have been difficult for Xiao Yan to reach the spot. Hiss hiss. A faint yet unusual sound was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear while he was feeling troubled by this 9 serene spring. He suddenly sensed the water behind him rapidly compress. Bang! Xiao Yan suddenly threw a punch behind him when the flow of water increased. The frightening force on his fist used a special method to penetrate the water flow and ruthlessly smash into a black figure, blasting the figure apart in the process. It is unexpected that there are living creatures in this 9 serene spring. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he glanced at the living creature. It had been blasted into a cluster of blood. The dark and cold force in this lake was such that even a 9 serene deep-ground python could not endure for long, much less live in it for a prolonged period of time. Hiss hiss. Before Xiao Yan could dive again after blasting apart that black figure, he suddenly sensed more water had begun to fluctuate. A black fog quickly filled the edges of his sight. Xiao Yan's expression drastically changed upon seeing this black fog. It was not a true black fog. Instead, this black fog was made up of a countless number of strange black snakes with unusual scales. The hissing sound was being emitted from these strange snakes. Chi chi. These strange snakes widened their ferocious mouths while they were still a great distance away from Xiao Yan. Many deep black water arrows shot out of their mouths. The lake water split apart when these water arrows touched it, causing the speed of the water arrows to increase. The buzzing sound of arrows rushing forward shook the surrounding lake water until it emitted a deep explosive sound. What a dark and chilly energy! Xiao Yan glanced at the dark black water arrows and frowned. These water arrows were similar to the dark and chilly force of the 9 serene spring, but they possessed an even greater destructive force. A strange place will ultimately form some strange things. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled the magma world under the Jianan Academy as this thought flashed through his heart. That underground world was populated by mysterious creature that no one in the outside world knew about. Moreover, there was an extremely frightening number of those creatures. I must not get entangled with these strange things. Otherwise, I will exhaust too much Dou Qi. Xiao Yan's body moved. His speed suddenly rose as he turned into lightning that tore through the lake. It quickly rushed to the bottom of the 9 serene spring, but those strange black snakes swiftly turned as Xiao Yan made escape. They gave chase from all directions. Xie. Xiao Yan swiftly unleashed his strength to the limit. Even though he was deep underwater, his frightening speed still created afterimages along the way. These afterimages were then penetrated by the tons of water arrows being shot over from behind. What troublesome things! These strange snakes continued to follow Xiao Yan like maggots in his bones regardless of how he increased his speed. Finally, his expression became chilly. He glanced behind before clenching his hand. A cluster of flames appeared in it. He then tossed the flames back before they soared. The flames turned into a fire cloud that spread apart. Hiss hiss. The fire cloud then spread into a sea of fire. Even though the dark and cold force could not be destroyed, those strange snakes still ended up colliding with the sea of fire due to them failing to stop in time. The high temperature incinerated all of the strange snakes that collided with it in an instant. Hiss hiss. Those strange snakes began to reveal a horror when they sensed this frightening fire. After a large group of them died, they finally stopped and did not dare to advance. They stayed back and continuously shot black water arrows from a distance to slowly extinguish the sea of flames. While these strange snakes were trying their best to extinguish the flames, Xiao Yan moved and hurried down. Finally, he shook them off. This 9 serene spring is indeed not an ordinary place. Those strange snakes are not very powerful, but their dark and cold water arrows are too ferocious. Even an elite Ban Shang would feel terrible if struck by one. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after escaping those troublesome things. His eyes swept the area below, only to discover that a glow had appeared. He braced his attention and increased his speed. A moment later, he finally appeared at the glowing spot. Is this the bottom of the 9 serene spring? An extremely large sandy surface appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Countless fist-sized rock fragments lay on the ground. A luster was flickering from these rock fragments. The glow being given off was the reason why the bottom of the lake appeared relatively bright. The 9 serene spring should extend deep underground. If I venture deep into it, even I will turn into ice. Xiao Yan scanned the area as he slowed down. He began to search for the so-called spring blood crystal, but he was surprised to learn that he wasn't able to find any spring blood crystal no matter where he looked. There are no spring blood crystals here. Could they have all been taken by the 9 serene deep ground python? Xiao Yan's expression became a little ugly after his long search came to naught. He had spent a great amount of effort in order to arrive at this place. Would he have to return empty-handed? Ah, rescue me. An extremely faint moan suddenly pierced through the water and entered Xiao Yan's ears just as he was frowning. Who? Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed after hearing this faint voice. Dou Qi erupted from his body with a bang. His eyes cautiously roamed around his surroundings. There was someone else down here? Why was it that he had not sensed anything? However, that voice completely disappeared when Xiao Yan focused his mind and waited for it. It was as though everything he had heard earlier was an illusion. Could it be that I misheard? Xiao Yan slightly frowned. However, his heart understood that it was impossible to mishear things at his level. He lowered his head slowly and landed on the sand. After briefly hesitating, he suddenly clenched his hand in front of him. Clash! A palm print formed on the sandy ground after Xiao Yan reached out with his hand. A 1,000-foot large metal chain was suddenly exposed to Xiao Yan's eyes while the sandy rocks rolled. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes after seeing this extremely large metal chain appear. He grabbed with his hand and the metal chain was slowly pulled out. After which, the ground also began to shake before another 3 metal chains rose from the ground. These metal chains were connected to a mountain-like outcropping. It was impossible to move it with a tug. Xiao Yan's eyes was unconcerned about where the metal chains connected to. His eyes stared at the middle of the 4 chains. There was a large cluster of black mud there. Xiao Yan waved his hand as he studied the cluster of mud. The mud was scattered in the process. The thing inside was exposed after the mud scattered. It was a person. A person whose body was dry and shriveled like a skeleton. What a powerful aura this person has. It is likely an elite Dou Qi whose strength has reached the 3rd star. Why was he locked in this place? Xiao Yan muttered. Shock flashed across his eyes as he looked at the skeleton-like human figure. Save me, save me, save me, and I will get the entire 9 serene deep ground python tribe to be your subordinate. The shriveled human figure suddenly opened both of his eyes while Xiao Yan was looking over him. Those eyes were a little crazy as they stared at Xiao Yan. A hoarse roar rippled across the bottom of this spring. It appeared like the cry of a ghost, chilling one's heart in the process. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1460, Yao Ming. Chapter 1460, Yao Ming. Xiao Yan frowned as he studied the shriveled human figure. The figure struggled within the restraints of the metal chains. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan asked, "Who are you? Why have you been trapped here?" Who? The skeleton-like human figure had exhausted a great amount of strength during the struggle earlier and had begun to pant. Xiao Yan could sense an extremely dark and cold energy being emitted from those 4 large metal chains, exhausting the figure's Dou Qi. This caused the figure to remain in an extremely weak state, but it would not hurt his life. All this figure could do was lie on the edge of his last breath amid this everlasting exhaustion. Whoever trapped this fellow was really ruthless. This is even more vicious than directly killing him. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. It was unexpected that he had stumbled across such a mysterious thing at the bottom of the 9 serene spring. I am the tribe chief of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe, Yao Ming. That skeleton-like human figure caught his breath for a moment before finally replying to Xiao Yan's question. His voice was extremely hoarse. It was like a rock was scratching glass, an extremely ear-piercing noise. Rescue me. As long as you rescue me, I will agree to any condition you propose. The person who called himself Yao Ming stared at Xiao Yan with pleading eyes as he pleaded aloud. The tribe chief of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe? Xiao Yan frowned but remained unaffected by the plea. He replied in a faint voice, "From what I know, the tribe chief of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe should be someone called Yao Xiatane, right? That bastard. He is the one who used an evil scheme to snatch my position and sealed me at the bottom of this 9 serene spring. Ah! That bastard. He has made me suffer simmering in this dark and cold force for centuries. If I am lucky to see the sky again, I, Yao Ming, will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Yao Ming's eyes immediately turned blood red after the name Yao Xiaotian entered his ears. An endless hatred surged within his eyes. His crazy roar continued to reverberate around the bottom of the spring. Xiao Yan was quietly speechless upon hearing this cry. This fellow had been sealed in this place for centuries. This fate was indeed quite pitiful. The dark and cold force of the 9 serene spring was just like sharp blades as it invaded one's body. That piercing pain was something that an ordinary person could not endure, yet this person in front of him had suffered this bitterness for centuries. Even Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head after learning this information. "Can you tell me about the relationship between you and that Yao Xiaotian?" Xiao Yan spread his hands and asked. "I am Yao Xiaotian's elder brother by blood." Yao Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking in a hoarse tone. "I should have been the true successor as the tribe chief of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. Many of the elders in the tribe favored me. It would normally have been impossible for Yao Xiaotian to be the tribe chief. He also understood this in his heart. Hence, he was usually extremely respectful to me, but he was secretly brewing an evil plot. He first poisoned me and then attacked me when my strength declined. Finally, he sealed me at the bottom of this 9 serene spring. Why did he not simply just kill you? That would save him a lot of trouble." Xiao Yan asked. "That is because he does not even wish for my death to be easy. This brother of mine really treats me unusually well." Yao Ming could not help but break into a hoarse laughter after reaching this last sentence. His laughter was filled with his misery and his fury. Xiao Yan was quiet. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect him. Hence, he couldn't even imagine how these two, who were brothers, ended up hating each other so much. You wish for me to rescue you? You should understand that Yao Xiaotian is currently the clan head of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. He will definitely be able to maneuver many elders. Your fate will probably not be good once you appear. Xiao Yan remarked. I have the 9 Serene Profound Stick. This is a keepsake of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe's chief. Only the true tribe chief can hold it. Once I escape and finish off Yao Xiaotian, I will be the new tribe chief. The other elders will not dare to attack me. Yao Ming hurriedly explained. What is your strength like? How strong is that Yao Xiaotian? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and asked. I was merely an intermediate level Ban Shang when I was sealed here. Simmering in the spring for centuries might have caused me to suffer an endless bitterness, but it has also allowed my strength to soar. I have reached the 2nd star of the Dou Shang class. If I am allowed to see sky again, the Dou Qi within my body will quickly recover and reach its peak state, Yao Ming said. Moreover, Yao Xiaotian was merely at the peak of the Dou Zun class while I was a Ban Shang back then. With his talent, he has likely reached a 1-star Dou Shang strength after so many years, but he has a trusted aide. It is the first elder of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. According to my guesses, this elder should also possess the strength of a 1-star Dou Shang by now. Back then, this old dog had also aided Yao Xiaotian in seriously injuring and sealing me. 2 1-star Dou Shangs? Xiao Yan's heart felt slightly shocked upon hearing this strength. This 9 Serene Deep Ground Python really did possess a strong foundation. It was possible to name 2 genuine elite Dou Shangs in the tribe. If one were to add this Yao Ming to the mix, there was a total of 3 of Dou Shangs. Such strength was indeed worthy of being present in one of the 3 largest tribes in the magical beast world. The thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that this Yao Ming was not as powerful as he had expected. This was perhaps due to his physical body. A magical beast was ultimately a little different from a human. My greatest obstruction are these 2 people. The 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe will be controlled by me once they are eradicated. Young friend, you will be my savior. I, Yao Ming, might not be a kind and friendly person, but I keep my word. Once I control the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, I will try my best to help fulfill any request you make. Yao Ming's eyes glittered as he looked at Xiao Yan and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan clenched his fist under his sleeve, but he did not immediately reply. His eyes flashed. He had been thinking of a method to break the alliance of the 3 Dragon Islands and had also thought about finding some external parties to help Ziyan ever since he heard what had happened. However, he had not come up with a good idea no matter how hard he thought. After all, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was not a faction that the Profound Sky sect could compare with. This tribe possessed a great strength. He might be able to fight with this tribe if he called some experts over from the alliance, but it would undoubtedly be a little difficult if Xiao Yan tried to handle this by himself. Xiao Yan had also heard about Yao Xiaotian. This person had indeed used all sorts of schemes to achieve his aims. He was also cold and ruthless. He was only concerned about what he could gain. Given his character, he would definitely agree to an alliance with the 3 Dragon Islands to fight against Ziyan's Eastern Dragon Island, but only if he gained a lot. At that time, Ziyan would face many opponents. Even though she had an extremely rare Dragon Phoenix constitution, she would not be able to handle all of them. However, if this Yao Ming could really gain control of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, it would undoubtedly ruin the schemes of the 3 Great Dragon Islands. Losing such reinforcement would undoubtedly be a great blow to them. I cannot trust you. This thought flashed within Xiao Yan's mind for a moment before he finally lifted his head. He looked at Yao Ming and slowly shook his head. He knew too little about this Yao Ming. He was unable to comprehend Yao Ming's character. If this person had become an ungrateful fellow after being rescued and ended up biting him, he would really end up feeling a great injustice. Hearing Xiao Yan utter these words, Yao Ming widened his mouth, but he was unable to say anything. He would not be able to get Xiao Yan to trust him after they had just met. However, there is still a way to get me to rescue you. I can even help you snatch back your position as tribe chief after rescuing you. However, there is a condition. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He stared intently at Yao Ming as he uttered his proposition. You will release your soul and allow me to place a spiritual imprint in it. If you lie to me, I will detonate the spiritual seal. At that time, you will definitely be seriously injured even if you are an elite Dou Shang. Your strength will remain stagnant. Yao Ming's expression changed slightly after hearing this idea. This was equivalent to handing his life to another. I can only trust you if you do this. If you refuse, I will simply turn around and leave immediately. Honestly speaking, I really do not wish to get involved in this mess. Xiao Yan explained in a deep voice. Yao Ming tightly clenched his teeth. His eyes continuously flickered. His character was such that he did not wish to be restrained by another, but the fury and hatred in his heart swelled the moment he thought of the bitterness he had suffered over the hundreds of years. He quickly clenched his teeth and let out a low roar. "All right, we will do as you say. I can no longer endure the hatred in my heart. I must tear that bastard into thousands of pieces." "All right," Xiao Yan joyously cried out after hearing that Yao Ming had actually agreed to his proposal. "Who?" Yao Ming inhaled a deep breath of air. A flicker flashed over his brow and an invisible spiritual strength surged out. Finally, it formed a large black snake in front of him. Xiao Yan smiled after watching Yao Ming take the initiative to summon his soul. His mind moved and a hint of a heated soul swiftly shot forth before it quickly invaded the forehead of that black giant snake. The snake's body violently trembled the moment that spiritual imprint entered. The snake quickly scattered and returned to Yao Ming's brow. Xiao Yan could sense Yao Ming's spiritual fluctuation the moment his soul returned to his brow. All Xiao Yan needed was a thought, and the spiritual imprint, which contained the strength of a heavenly flame, would explode and shatter Yao Ming's soul into pieces. "That's right, I have come to this 9 serene spring to find a spring blood crystal. Do you know where that thing is?" Xiao Yan smiled and asked after resolving this trouble. The spring blood crystal is very rare even in the 9 serene spring. Normally speaking, it requires 1,000 years before a palm-sized piece will form. I have swallowed these things during these few hundred years. Yao Ming hesitated for a moment after hearing this question. He suddenly widened his mouth and a bloodlight rushed out. Finally, this bloodlight stopped in front of Xiao Yan. The light was a palm-sized blood-colored crystal. The middle of the crystal seemed to possess an endless flowing blood, giving it an exceptionally strange appearance. "Is this the spring blood crystal?" Xiao Yan softly muttered as he studied the blood crystal with its strangeness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1461, Yao Xiaotian. Chapter 1461, Yao Xiaotian. Xiao Yan extended his hand and received the blood-colored crystal body suspended in front of him. A frighteningly dark and cold force spread from his hand. It immediately began to freeze one of Xiao Yan's hands. It is indeed the spring blood crystal. This dark and cold force is really frightening. Xiao Yan nodded joyously after seeing this crystal. He shook his hand and the ice crystal cracked. After which, he put the blood crystals into his storage ring. He looked at that Yao Ming and asked, "How can I rescue you? Do I destroy these 4 metal chains?" "There is no need for that. These metal chains are not the things that restrain me. Instead, it is the yellow springing rock attached to the ends of the chains. There is an endless dark and cold force surging from it that exhausts the Dou Qi within my body, causing me to remain in a weak state. There is an elaborate switch hidden between the metal chain and the mountain body. Once you shatter it, these metal chains will no longer be able to trap me despite being made of a unique material." Yao Ming shook his head and replied. "Oh?" Xiao Yan slightly lifted his eyebrows. He moved and appeared at the end of a metal chain. He saw that the metal chain was indeed deeply inserted into a dark black mountain-like outcropping. This mountain shape was not large. It was only over 100 feet in size, but the dark and cold force contained within it caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily shudder despite having the protection of a heavenly flame. "Is this the yellow springing rock?" Xiao Yan clenched his fist as he looked at the dark black mountain. A vast and mighty Dou Qi surged and ruthlessly smashed into the mountain body. Bang! An enormous water wave spread with a rumble from the spot where Xiao Yan's fist landed. However, that dark black mountain merely trembled. Xiao Yan's punch, which could seriously injure an elite Ban Shang, failed to even leave behind a slight imprint on this rock. The yellow springing rock has been refined by the dark and cold force in the spring for an uncountable number of years. It is extremely hard, possibly even indestructible. Even if I recover my strength, it would still be extremely difficult for me to destroy it. Yao Ming spoke in a hoarse voice after seeing the commotion that Xiao Yan stirred. Xiao Yan slightly knit his brows. He suddenly grabbed a metal chain with his hand and a sizzling white fog was emitted. He quickly removed his hand. A thick white frost had already spread across his palm. The interior of this metal chain seemed to be a void that was filled with a dark and cold force. Only now did he understand why this Yao Ming had been locked in this place for centuries. Yao Ming's shriveled face revealed some disappointment after seeing that Xiao Yan's many attempts were futile. "The things in this 9 serene spring are indeed extraordinary." Xiao Yan shook his head. He ceased doing anything pointless. He curled 2 fingers and an extremely pressurized wisp of his heavenly flame rose. It acted like a needle as it was gently inserted into the point where the metal chain had been inserted into the mountain body. A long while later, he finally touched an unusually hard circular object. He increased the force from his finger and the fire needle was ruthlessly inserted into that hard pellet-like object. Crack! The moment the fire needle pierced the pellet, Xiao Yan quickly sensed an unusual ripple that was emitted from the outcropping. That enormous metal chain actually broke apart. He has actually succeeded? Yao Ming, who was feeling a little disappointed in his heart, lifted his head. He looked at Xiao Yan with eyes that were filled with wild joy. While Xiao Yan was breaking Yao Ming's seal, it was extremely lively within a magnificent palace in the underground Serene Snake Network. The leaders of the many snake people tribes had gathered there as their laughter echoed through the large hall. A black-clothed man was seated on the throne within the palace. He appeared quite handsome, but there was a dark chillness, which could not be hidden, on his brow. Both of his eyes were slightly shut. A glint flickered in them. His eyes appeared like poisonous snakes that could kill a person in an instant, leaving a chill in one's heart. Two ladies with enchanting figures carefully massaged the man's body as his large hand continuously roamed over the soft lovely bodies of the two ladies, causing their eyes to appear a little lost. The both of them appeared unusually enchanting. Ha! The shut eyes of the black-clothed man were suddenly opened. A shocked expression was present in his eyes. The seal has been broken? Tribe chief, what is it? An old man with a completely bright red poisonous snake on his shoulders frowned and asked a question. The seal suppressing Yao Ming has been broken. The black-clothed man suddenly stood up. His expression was dark and cold as a faint voice was transmitted into the elder's ear. What? How is that possible? That elder's face drastically changed after hearing this news. He hurriedly withdrew the emotions on his face as glanced at those elders and leaders of the various tribes within the large hall. After which, he softly said, "You should head over quickly. It will be over for the both of us if Yao Ming manages to escape. I will stabilize the situation here before hurrying over to support you. Relax, he will not be able to rise again." The black-clothed old man sinisterly smiled. After which, his body moved, and he disappeared from the throne. Haha, there is an elder who wishes to report something. The tribe chief has gone over to meet him. Everyone, please continue. That elder stood up and smiled. He calmed everyone in the large hall when they saw the black-clothed man disappear. Clang! Xiao Yan broke the final metal chain seal. After which, he dispersed the fire needle. He waved his sleeve and a gentle force supported Yao Ming, who was about to fall. You have only just managed to escape and the Dou Qi within your body is completely exhausted. At this moment, even an expert Dou zone can kill you. Haha, it is unexpected that I, Yao Ming, can really endure until this day. Young friend, may I know your name? Yao Ming's body was extremely weak. Clearly, he was extremely excited. His eyes landed on Xiao Yan as he laughed. Xiao Yan. Young friend Xiao Yan, I, Yao Ming, will never forget how you have rescued me. As long as I am able to get my revenge, I will use the strength of the entire 9 serene deep ground python tribe to help fulfill any request you make. Yao Ming's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan smiled upon hearing this offer. He could sense the extremely dense gratitude in Yao Ming's words. Although this gratitude was a result of his hatred for Yao Xiaotian, this person was not the type who would harm someone who had helped him. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after determining this person's character. He flicked his finger and a medicinal bottle flew toward Yao Ming. He said, "Consume some medicinal pills to recover your Dou Qi first. We cannot remain for too long here. Let's quickly leave this 9 serene spring. We will go and find trouble with Yao Xiaotian after you regain your strength." Young friend Xiao Yan is right. Yao Ming nodded and unceremoniously swallowed the bottle of medicinal pills into his stomach. He understood that it was impossible for him to be a match for Yao Xiaotian in his current condition. Let's go. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve after having rescued Yao Ming. After which, both of them turned into 2 water arrows that shot up with lightning-like speed. Since Xiao Yan had stayed within the 9 serene spring for quite a long while, he had exhausted a significant part of the Dou Qi within his body. Hence, he swiftly took out a couple of medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth as a precaution while he hurried out of the spring. Xiao Yan ended up meeting those endless number of strange snakes on the way back. Fortunately, Yao Ming seemed to possess a method to control them. All of the strange snakes fled into the distance after he emitted a strange sound, and Xiao Yan avoided the trouble of fighting with these strange snakes. Xiao Yan and Yao Ming's speed increased significantly in the absence of any obstruction. Within less than 10 minutes, he saw some light in the distance and sighed in relief. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve and suddenly sped up. We are about to exit. Xiao Yan smiled as he traveled closer to the surface of the lake. His body shook as he grabbed Yao Ming. They broke through the surface of the water and landed on the lake. Bang! A muffled sound was suddenly emitted from the air above after Xiao Yan stabilized his body. A figure fell from the sky as the sharp sound of rushing wind continuously appeared. Kai Lin? Xiao Yan's expression changed after seeing that figure. He waved his sleeve and a gentle force surged out. This force received her before Xiao Yan grabbed with his hand and pulled Kai Lin beside him. You have finally come out. Kai Lin sighed in relief after landing beside Xiao Yan. Her hand hurriedly rubbed away the blood on the corner of her mouth. Xiao Yan's eyes became cold after seeing the trace of blood on the corner of Kai Lin's mouth. He did not open his mouth to ask anything. Instead, he slowly lifted his head. There was a black-clothed person suspended in the air. The black-clothed person was looking at Xiao Yan with an unusually dark and vicious pair of eyes. This person suddenly arrived and dragged the three of us out. Qing Lin and the little fairy doctor have been wounded by him. Kai Lin clenched her teeth as she spoke. Xiao Yan looked at a spot a short distance from the spring. Both Qing Lin's and the little fairy doctor's auras were a little chaotic. They had both suffered a serious injury. His eyes became even icy. That black-clothed man in the sky looked at Xiao Yan and the skeleton like Yao Ming with an extremely dense eyes. A vicious smile surfaced on his face. Little bastard, since you dare to spoil my plans, this king shall bury you in this spring regardless of where you come from. This king will help you take care of these three beauties. This is the price that you will have to pay for your recklessness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1462, Violent Beating. Chapter 1462, Violent Beating. Yao Xiaotian, you old bastard. Today, I will tear you into tens of thousands of pieces and throw you into the 10,000 snake cave. Yao Ming's eyes turned blood red as he glared at the black-clothed person in the sky. An endless viciousness shot of his eyes as his roar reverberated through this deep abyss. TSK, my good big brother. It is unexpected that you have survived. However, the current you cannot even block one strike from me. You can rest assured that I will not give you a chance to struggle this time around. The man in the sky laughed in a wicked manner after hearing Yao Ming's vicious roar. Xiao Yan was expressionless after hearing the conversation between the two brothers. That Yao Xiaotian should be an intermediate level 1-star Dou Shang. He was a little stronger than Xiao Yan. There was no need to doubt the strength of this Yao Xiaotian since he was able to become the tribal chief of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Brat, regardless of how you managed to sneak into my underground Serene Snake network, this underground world is the territory of my 9 Serene Deep Ground Python. You have nearly ruined my plans. Hence, this king will throw you and that cripple into the 10,000 snake cave. Yao Xiaotian's eyes were extremely ruthless as he stared at Xiao Yan. If he had not left a spiritual imprint within the seal, Xiao Yan would have successfully rescued Yao Ming in secret. Once Yao Ming recovered his strength, he would definitely snatch the position of the tribal chief. At that time, there would be another round of trouble. You should try to recover your Dou Qi as soon as possible. Leave this fellow to me. Xiao Yan did not react much as he looked at Yao Xiaotian's sinister eyes. He waved his sleeve and a gentle force delivered Yao Ming to the side of the lake while he spoke in a faint voice. Be careful. This fellow currently possesses the strength of an intermediate level 1-star Dou Shang. Moreover, he has also practiced many of the ultimate skills of my 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. It is not easy to deal with him. Yao Ming warned. Currently, the most important thing that he needed to do was to quickly recover his Dou Qi. Yao Xiaotian was afraid of Yao Ming, so he would not turn this into a big matter. However, he had definitely accumulated his own supporters after all these years. Even though other elders might not dare to intervene because of Yao Ming's identity, Yao Xiaotian's cronies would without a doubt obey his orders. Xiao Yan nodded. He took out 2 jade bottles and tossed them to Yao Ming and Kai Lin. He stepped on the surface of the lake and a circular ripple was formed. His body appeared a short distance in front of Yao Xiaotian. After which, he looked at Yao Xingtian and said, "This is the first time that I have fought against an elite Dou Shang of the same level after having advanced to the Dou Shang class. Relax, this 9 Serene Spring can be considered a good place. Consider yourself fortunate to die here." Yao Xiaotian laughed in a strange manner. It is likely that you are quite talented to reach the Dou Shang class at such a young age. However, you should never have gotten involved with this cripple. Since you have done so, no one will be able to rescue you today. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. This king does not wish to know your name. Today, you can peacefully die here. The smile on Yao Xiaotian's face slowly disappeared. His eyes were vile as they stared at Xiao Yan like poisonous snakes. His body shook abruptly as a monstrous wicked aura suddenly surged out of his body. The entire cave trembled. An energy lightning formed a 10,000-foot large palm in the air above him from all directions. An extremely dark and cold force was contained within this large palm. Die. That large hand suddenly fell after this word sounded. A frightening force shook the space around Xiao Yan until it crumbled. You have really overestimated yourself. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He looked at the palm, which was rapidly being magnified in his eyes, and smiled. He swung his sleeve and a hot flame surged into all directions, turning the space around him into a sea of fire in an instant. This flame lingered around the large hand, and its frightening temperature swiftly caused the hand to emit a dense, white fog. Heavenly flame? Yao Xiaotian slightly knit his brows after seeing the sea of flames vaporize his energy palm. He let out a cold snort and both of his hands formed many complicated hand seals with lightning-like speed. The energy above the lake once again gathered after those hand seals had formed. Yellow spring finger. The energy gathered in a mighty manner. It swiftly gathered into a deep yellow finger that was a couple thousand feet long. The finger was under Yap Xiaotian's control. The surface of this finger was extremely rough, but it was filled with a faint destructive force. It looked just like a sky-supporting pillar that stood between the sky and the land if one saw it from a distance. A yellow spring finger deciding life and death. Yao Xiaotian coldly laughed as he looked at Xiao Yan below. He suddenly pressed his finger down. That enormous yellow spring finger in the sky rumbled and rushed down as well. The entire ceiling crumbled as the surrounding walls of the deep abyss were blasted apart, forming an enormous crack. This attack shook the land and mountains, appearing as though an earthquake had occurred. Tian class Dou skill, huh? Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he felt the pressure from this yellow spring finger. The Tian class Dou skill unleashed by an elite Dou Shine could easily destroy an entire city. How arrogant. You do not have that ability. Xiao Yan's foot stepped forward as a vast and mighty Dou Qi swiftly gathered on his right hand. A black light erupted almost instantly. Within a couple of blinks, it had turned into a couple thousand-foot large black light sphere. This was the first time Xiao Yan had used the Great Heaven Creation Palm after advancing to the Dou Sheng class. Its might and aura had undoubtedly soared 100 times from before. Buzz buzz. The black light sphere formed and unleashed a frightening suction force. The surrounding abyss cracked apart. Large rocks continued to fall before they were absorbed by the light sphere and disappeared. Great Heaven Creation Palm, destroy it. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He flicked his finger and the enormous black light sphere rushed up. It swiftly appeared where the yellow spring finger was located before it suddenly began to wildly rotate. Crack crack. The yellow finger pressed against the black-colored light sphere. A frightening energy swept across the abyss like a storm. Rumble. Black light wildly rotated as wave after wave of destructive forces spread apart. That yellow spring finger was dragged into the black light 10 feet at a time. Finally, yellow spring finger was swallowed by the black light sphere in front of Yao Xiaotian's shocked and furious eyes. Brat, I have underestimated you. A grave expression flashed across Yao Xiaotian's eyes after seeing the yellow spring finger break. His body swayed and a cold Dou Qi surged out of his body in all directions. His body also began to suddenly swell at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 10,000-foot-long black snake. A monstrous ferocity radiated from the snake's body. He appeared just like an evil god that had descended. Sealing skill, Yellow Spring Great Seal. Yao Xiaotian furiously roared at the ceiling after transforming into his actual snake form. A frightening dark and cold force suddenly erupted from the 9 serene spring below as he roared. Under Yao Tianxiao's control, this dark and cold force along with his own monstrous Dou Qi formed a black mountain-like seal. That seal was covered with numerous mysterious symbols. Xiao Yan, be careful. That is one of the key Dou skills of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. It is a Tian class middle level Dou skill. If you are suppressed by it, you will be sealed within the 9 serene spring. Back then, I was struck by this skill and ended up suffering for hundreds of years. Yao Ming's warning sounded beside Xiao Yan's ear after this giant seal appeared. Brat, go and die. Yao Xiaotian loudly laughed after seeing this giant seal form. He swung his huge tail and the black giant seal suddenly turned. It shot toward Xiao Yan, and a strength that was indescribably dark and cold caused the surrounding space to become vicious. Suppress. The black giant seal trembled as this cry sounded. The seal penetrated space and arrived above Xiao Yan's head in a flash. Finally, it abruptly fell and ruthlessly smashed into the 9 serene spring. Bang bang. The black giant seal landed on the surface of the lake and many large water pillars shot out as a frightening circular ripple spread. Any object within this deep abyss was flattened in an instant. Ha ha. The giant snake that Xiao Yan had transformed into suddenly laughed after seeing this destruction. With the help of the dark and cold force within the 9 serene spring, his seal would immediately restrict the Dou Qi within the target's body even if the other party was also an intermediate level 1-star Dou Shang. Even less needed to be said for Xiao Yan, who was a little weaker than him. This is bad. Yao Ming, who was recovering his Dou Qi, felt his heart sink after seeing the seal form. Bang! However, Xiaotian's laughter had just appeared when the giant black seal pressing against the 9 serene spring violently trembled. A loud sound appeared a moment later. That giant seal was shaken until it flew backwards. What? Xiaotian was immediately shocked upon seeing the seal get knocked back. You are not qualified to suppress me. Bam! The 9 serene spring was suddenly blasted apart after this thunder-like laugh was emitted. A bright golden light erupted like a sun. In a flash, it appeared above Xiaotian's head. The large golden hand contained a 4-colored fire lotus rotating above it. After which, the hand furiously slammed down and mercilessly struck the head of that enormous snake. Boom! The fire lotus exploded upon contact. That destructive force was slammed into Xiaotian's body by the frightening strength of the golden hand. Xiaotian's huge body appeared as though it had swallowed a countless number of thunderbolts as a rumbling sound continuously appeared. Blood that contained some heat exploded out of his body. Bang! Then Xiaotian's body flew back and finally crashed into a mountain wall. He shattered it into dust. A, B, C. Che. A golden light flickered as giant golden figure descended and ruthlessly stepped on Xiaotian's enormous snake body. It swung its giant fist and ruthlessly smashed it down. The heavenly flame strength surrounding the fist caused Xiaotian to emit a miserable cry. Bastard, you dare to behave atrociously in this my 9 serene deep ground python's territory. Serene snake guards, capture this person. A furious roar suddenly sounded in the sky while Xiao Yan was preparing to smash this fellow to death. A countless number of sounds of rushing wind were emitted from the entire mountain range. Wave after wave of powerful auras erupted. Clearly, the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiaotian had attracted the attention of the entire 9 serene deep ground python tribe. How the fuck is there a mountain in an abyss? Isn't a tunnel above the abyss as well? Can I just change mountain into wall? B, okay, let's change that. C, I think the author forgot that they were in the abyss and how he had described it. Later on it appears to just be a hole in the ground that opens to outside world even though he first described it as an underground network of tunnels that led to the spring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1463, 9 Serene Profound Scepter. Chapter 1463, 9 Serene Profound Scepter. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his fist after hearing the furious roar that resounded from above, but both of his feet continued to ruthlessly step on Xiaotian's body. Heavenly flame spread over his feet as they were coincidentally pressed on a spot around 7 inches from the middle of the snake's body. This was the fatal spot of the snake clan. If it was struck, even an elite Dou Shang would end up suffering. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He looked at the sky, only to find that the sky was currently filled with many experts from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. These people were glaring at him with furious eyes. Regardless of how one put it, the 9 serene deep ground python tribe was one of the 3 largest tribes in the magical beast world. At this moment, this person had not only snuck into their territory, he had even beaten up their chief. No one would be able to endure this humiliation. Brat, who are you? You actually dare to act wildly within the territory of my 9 serene deep ground python tribe. An old man with a completely bright red poisonous snake on his shoulder stood in the sky. His eyes were ruthlessly staring at Xiao Yan as he cried out. He glanced at the giant black snake under the golden giant, Xiao Yan, after letting out a cold cry. His heart shook slightly. It was unexpected that Xiaotian would be suppressed to such an extent by this unknown person despite his strength. We must restrain him today, regardless of who he is. Otherwise, how will our 9 serene deep ground python tribe survive in the magical beast world if this matter spreads? A gray-haired old man beside the elder furiously cried out. Serene snake guards, listen up. Capture this person. The gray-haired old man angrily ordered them to act. Understood. An orderly response was emitted after the old man's furious cry was heard. The sound of wind splitting could be heard. Numerous figures with snake-shape armor rushed out of the various mountains. They appeared around Xiao Yan within a couple of flashes. The many auras all locked onto him. The foundation of this 9 serene deep ground python is indeed quite strong. These serene snake guards all possess an extremely powerful aura. Moreover, their movement seems to suggest a perfect cooperation. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the 100 serene snake guards and a surprise flashed across his heart. This elite army was something that the Sky Mansion Alliance did not possess. Bang! A force suddenly erupted from Yao Xiaotian's body under Xiao Yan's feet while Xiao Yan's heart was feeling surprised. Yao Xiaotian forcefully escaped Xiao Yan's restraints and hurried to the sky in a somewhat miserable manner. Both of his eyes were blood red as he looked at Xiao Yan and roared, "All elders, listen up, create the 10,000 snake grand formation. Kill this fellow." The many elders in the sky were slightly startled after hearing Yao Xiaotian's roar, but they quickly voiced their acknowledgement in respectful tones. The sound of rushing wind appeared. These elders with great strength spread apart in the sky. They formed a mysterious formation that trapped Xiao Yan inside. Xiao Yan frowned slightly after seeing these elders intervene. Even a hero would not be able to fight against so many alone. This was the headquarters of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. It would be a little difficult for him to block these continuous attacks. After all, that Yao Xiaotian and the elder with a bright red snake on his shoulder were all genuine Doushangs. The leaders from the various tribes, please head back. Allow me to resolve this matter personally. Yao Xiaotian's eyes flickered after trapping Xiao Yan. He suddenly turned his head and spoke in a deep voice to the leaders of the various tribes a short distance away. The leaders from the various tribes hesitated for a moment after hearing these words, but they slowly nodded, not daring to disobey the orders of the tribal chief. Yao Xiaotian, are you planning to get rid of me without anyone knowing after chasing these leaders of the various tribes away? However, a cold laugh suddenly sounded after Yao Xiaotian cried out. A figure rushed out and appeared in the air. The figure that had appeared was naturally Yao Ming, who had been rescued from the 9 Serene Spring by Xiao Yan. However, his body was no longer shriveled. Instead, it had become much larger. His face was a little dark as a sinister aura spread while his eyes flickered. The many members of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe were stunned after seeing Yao Ming's face, which was a little similar to Yao Xiaotian's face. Some of the elders finally cried out in disbelief a moment later. Tribal Chief Yao Ming? How is it possible? Didn't you die after your training went wrong? Tribal Chief Yao Ming? It seems like he is Tribal Chief Xiaotian's brother, the previous Tribal Chief, but Tribal Chief Xiaotian had said that he had died after something went wrong with his training. He has already been missing for hundreds of years. How can he appear again? Yao Xiaotian's face twitched after hearing the many conversations that popped up all over. His eyes shifted to that elder with a bright red snake on his shoulder. Suddenly, he cried out in a cold voice, "Be quiet. Do not be deceived by this person. This person is definitely that other fellow's accomplice. He has purposefully disguised himself as my big brother in order to cause unrest in our tribe. All elders, why aren't you activating the formation? Kill him." Those elders were startled after hearing Yao Xiaotian's command, but they were a little hesitant to attack. Haha, Yao Xiaotian, are you so anxious to silence me? Yao Ming laughed at the sky. After which, his eyes swept over a couple of elders, Elder Xian, Elder Ming, Elder Lu, the 3 of you were closest to me back then. Don't tell me that even you cannot recognize me? Those 3 white-haired elders swept their eyes over Yao Ming after hearing his laugh. Some excitement rose on their faces as they said, he really seems to be Tribal Chief Yao Ming. The 3 of us are quite familiar with his aura. Ming Song, the 3 of you should not cause confusion within the tribe. Currently, the Tribal Chief of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe is Yao Xiaotian. Are you attempting to betray the tribe? The elder with a bright red snake on his shoulder glared at the 3 of them with sinister eyes as he coldly questioned them. First elder, this is really Tribal Chief Yao Ming. Is there some misunderstanding here? The 3 elders hurriedly replied. There is no misunderstanding. Back then, the reason I disappeared was precisely because of this good brother of mine and the first elder. They had joined hands to poison and injure me. They even sealed me at the bottom of the 9 Serene Spring. If I had not been rescued this time around, I would have spent my entire life sealed under the 9 Serene Spring. They found out that I escaped today and naturally need to quickly silence me, Yao Ming faintly laughed. What? Yao Ming's words were undoubtedly like thunder as they exploded in everyone's ears. All pairs of eyes gathered on Yao Xiaotian and the first elder. First elder, is what Tribal Chief Yao Ming said true? Some of the elders immediately cried out. This person is a fake. Can you trust his words? The gray-robed first elder replied in a sinister voice. He quickly waved his sleeve and continued in a dense voice, in that case, this elderly self shall personally capture him. I will get him to speak the truth and hold him accountable to everyone. The first elder's body suddenly disappeared after his words rang out. He was already in front of Yao Ming when he appeared. His shriveled hands had become incomparably black as an intense stench spread from them. Withered leaf great poison palm. First Elder, you are really quick in your attempt to silence him. Wind had just risen from the First Elder's palm when a loud laugh sounded from below and a golden light surged. The enormous golden human figure appeared in between Yao Ming and the First Elder. The golden light surged and violently collided with the First Elder. Clang! An energy hurricane swept out as the two collided. The energy shook the large mountains below until they began to crack apart. The First Elder took 2 steps back after this collision. His eyes were gloomy as he glared at the golden human figure in front of Yao Ming. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Brat, you are seeking death. Humph, First Elder, you seem to be even more anxious. Yao Ming took a step forward. His eyes were dark and cold as he glared at the First Elder. He suddenly widened his mouth. A black light shot out and turned into a 5-foot-long scepter. This scepter was completely black with 2 lifelike poisonous snakes twisting at the top. A fist-sized black bead was present between the 2 snakes. It emitted a faint cold glow. All elders, do you still recognize this thing? The 9 serene profound scepter? It is actually the 9 serene profound scepter that has been lost for hundreds of years. It is the keepsake of the tribal chief. The expressions of all the elders in the sky drastically changed after seeing that black scepter appear. A wild heat surged within their eyes. They could feel a pressure from within their blood that originated from the scepter. It was rumored that the snake bead on the 9 serene profound scepter possessed an extremely pure 9 serene king tribe bloodline. If the current 9 serene deep ground serpent tribe could obtain this bloodline, it would undoubtedly allow them to greatly extend the rate at which their blood was thinning. No wonder I was unable to find the 9 serene profound scepter no matter where I searched. It had been swallowed into your stomach. Yao Xiaotian's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at Yao Ming. His fists were tightly clenched. All elders, we must not only hear one side of the story. Everyone is aware of how the 9 serene deep ground python tribe is under the leadership of tribal chief Xiaotian. Even though Yao Ming is the previous tribal chief, he was appointed in the past. If he is willing to hand over the 9 serene profound scepter, he will have a place in this 9 serene deep ground python tribe in the future. The First Elder ruthlessly glared at Xiao Yan as he opened his mouth and cried out. That's right, tribal chief Yao Ming, you should hand over the 9 serene profound scepter to tribal chief Xiaotian. Some of the elders also opened their mouths and spoke at this moment. They were Yao Xiaotian's cronies. Naturally, they understood who they should help at this moment. Yao Ming coldly smiled upon hearing these elders' words. First Elder is wrong. Whoever possesses the 9 serene profound scepter is the tribal chief of our 9 serene deep ground python tribe. This has been the rule of our tribe across every generations. When we allowed Yao Xiaotian to be the tribal chief back then, we agreed that it was only temporarily. Moreover, all of you also agreed that you would return the position of the tribal chief to tribal chief Yao Ming if he returns. Those 3 elders, who had been named by Yao Ming earlier, faced each other before speaking at the same time. None of them were ordinary people. They could guess the truth of the matter. The 3 elders are right. There were clearly many people supporting Yao Ming among these elders. Hence, some voices of agreement appeared. Bastard, go and die. Yao Xiaotian's and the First Elder's expression turned slightly cold after hearing these words. They exchanged glances and the 2 of them rushed out at the same time. They appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a flash. A frightening wind swept apart as they ruthlessly attacked Xiao Yan. It seemed that they wished to use a blitzkrieg tactic to finish off Xiao Yan and Yao Ming. Only then would they be able to stabilize the situation. The 2 Doushangs attacked at the same time. That momentum could be called earth-shaking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1464, all had been decided. Chapter 1464, all had been decided. A solemn feeling flashed across Xiaoyan's heart when he saw Yao Xiaotian and the First Elder attack at the same time. One of these people was an intermediate 1-star Doushang while the other was an advanced 1-star Doushang. They were terrifyingly strong after joining hands. Xiao Yan would end up finding himself facing a life-threatening danger if he underestimated their strengths. You 2 are really anxious. It is likely that everyone present knows just what the both of you are planning to do. Xiao Yan's body shook. He unleashed the King Kong glass body to its limit. His originally large body once again swelled until it reached a 99-foot peak. A bright golden light lingered over the surface of his body before gradually turning into a dark golden color. His golden skin shook as a faint thunderous roar shot out of his pores. Plan to appear. Xiao Yan was dissatisfied despite having unleashed the King Kong glass body to its peak. His hands formed a seal and a mysterious clan tattoo swiftly appeared on his forehead. The moment the clan tattoo formed, Xiao Yan's aura wildly soared in front of the astounded eyes of Yao Xiaotian and the First Elder. In the blink of an eye, he had become an advanced one-star Dou Shang. His aura was even a little stronger than that First Elder. What kind of secret technique has this fellow used? He is actually able to strengthen himself by 2 levels. Even some ordinary Tian-class secret techniques are unable to do this. The hearts of those two were like a stormy sea. There was an enormous gap between each level within the Dou Shang class, yet Xiao Yan was able to instantly leap from the initial level to the advanced level. Such a powerful secret technique was extremely rare. Haha, allow me to test just how powerful 2 Dou Shang are when combined. Xiao Yan laughed at the sky after sensing this vast and mighty strength that could control the world. His laughter was like thunder that reverberated across the sky. The blood within some of the weaker individuals churned after hearing this laughter. They quickly stepped back. Their blood was already churning despite the fact that Xiao Yan did not want to attack them. If Xiao Yan felt a murderous desire, just his laughter alone would be able to shatter the meridians of any Dou Zone class expert. This might was truly something that only belonged to elite Dou Shangs. Just a laugh alone could shatter one's soul. Arrogant. The First Elder furiously laughed. His hand turned completely black as a rich stench pounced over. Just a touch from the lethal poison on his hands would cause even an elite Ban Shang to suffer. Rumble. Xiao Yan did not withdraw. He faced the combined attacks of the First Elder and Yao Xiaotian. Both of his hands were waved and a frightening wind was formed like a storm. His fists collided violently with the 2 individuals, 2 fists against 4 palms. Space itself collapsed each time they made contact. A frightening ripple shook the mountains within a 50-kilometer radius until they collapsed. Many 10,000-foot-wide pits also appeared on the ground. The destructive force from a fight between elite Dou Shangs was mind-numbing. The elders and members from the 9 Serene Deep-Ground Python tribe hurriedly pulled back after seeing the terrifying battle in the sky. Should we intervene? From the looks of it, that golden light person seems to be extremely powerful. Even the First Elder and Tribal Chief Xiaotian combined cannot gain an advantage against him. Do not be anxious. That person seems to be helping Tribal Chief Yao Ming. During these years, Yao Xiaotian has basically turned the tribe into a dictatorship. He is far too forceful and cannot compare with Tribal Chief Yao Ming. It might be good for us if Tribal Chief Yao Ming returns to being the Tribal Chief. However, Tribal Chief Yao Xiaotian has groomed many close aides during these years. Look at those fellows. They are already planning on secretly attacking Tribal Chief Yao Ming. Stop them. A group of extremely old elders gathered together and engaged in a private conversation. A moment later, many pairs of eyes were suddenly thrown toward a group that appeared slightly younger. Immediately, Dou Qi surged out of their bodies. They whisked forward in a flash and blocked that group that was ready to create trouble. Elder Ming, what are you planning to do? The tribal chief is in trouble. It is fine if you do not go and rescue him, yet you dare to stop us. What is your motive? A group of individuals from the younger generation actually dares to scream in front of this elderly self. Capture them. Yellow Spring Finger. Quiet Ghost Poison Claw. A huge energy finger once again descended from the sky. It was accompanied by an extremely dark and cold energy as it ruthlessly pressed toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, that first elder also swiftly approached. His hand claw had formed a black viscous liquid. Even the air itself had been corroded into nothing as the liquid fell. Great Heaven Creation Palm. God Seal Skill, 5 seals combined. Xiao Yan's expression was unusually grave as these 2 wild attacks approached. His right hand was curled as an enormous black light sphere was formed above it. His left hand also formed numerous seals with lightning-like speed before 5 energy palms were swiftly formed. They merged together and turned into a crystallized palm. God Seal Skill, 5 seals combined, was the first time Xiao Yan had merged all 5 seals together. Its strength was not weaker than the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Bang bang! Xiao Yan's right hand created the Great Heaven Creation Palm while his left hand created the 5 seals combined. The both of them were unleashed together and collided with the enormous energy finger and the first elder's ghost claw. The entire area was silent as the collision occurred. An energy storm was suddenly formed all from the collision. The space within a 10,000-foot radius completely collapsed at this moment. All the mountain peaks were shattered into dust. Bam bam! Xiao Yan, the golden light figure, staggered back in the sky while Yao Xiaotian and the first elder were both pushed back. The blood within their bodies churned as they looked at Xiao Yan with some shock in their eyes. They were really unable to believe that Xiao Yan was able to fight equally in a head-on collision with the 2 of them using just his initial 1-star Dou Sheng strength. Damn it, just where did Yao Ming find such a helper? He is ridiculously powerful. Yao Xiaotian's expression was extremely gloomy. His heart felt a vague unease. Xiao Yan's powerful strength had finally caused him to feel that the situation had become a little troublesome. The matter today would likely not be resolved as easily as he had imagined. Elder Ming, you bastards dared to attack the members of the tribe? Yao Xiaotian shifted his eyes. Suddenly he saw Elder Ming's group, which had stopped all of his close aides. He immediately became extremely furious. Tribal Chief Xiaotian, this matter has not been fully investigated. Naturally, we cannot allow others to capture Tribal Chief Yao Ming. Elder Ming cried out. Bastard! Yao Xiaotian was so furious that his body began to tremble. He had not expected these old fellows to turn against him. Not only did they not lend him a hand, they had also become a hindrance. First Elder, what should we do now? Yao Xiaotian returned his eyes to the First Elder as he asked in a dark voice. Back then, I had told you to get rid of all those old fellows, yet you insisted on keeping them. Now, you have allowed an enemy to grow. The First Elder chided Yao Xiaotian. He also realized that saying this would not help the situation. He clenched his teeth and said, I will block this brat. You should find an opportunity to attack Yao Ming. These old fellows will not dare to do anything as long as we kill him. Yao Xiaotian had just nodded after hearing this when a dangerous laugh suddenly echoed. There is no need to find an opportunity. You can do it now. Yao Ming's clothes fluttered as he stood behind Xiao Yan. His eyes were like sharp blades as they shot at Yao Xiaotian and the First Elder. He ceased hiding at this moment. He lifted his foot and slowly walked forward. As he stepped forward, an aura that was even more powerful and frightening than anyone present surged out. Two-star Dou Shang? Yao Xiaotian and the First Elder's expression immediately turned pale after sensing the strength of this aura. Neither of them had expected Yao Ming to stronger instead of deteriorating since he had been suppressed for so many years. He had actually soared from the Ban Shang class back then to a two-star Dou Shang. He is indeed worthy of being Tribal Chief Yao Ming. This talent is many times greater than Yao Xiaotian. Elder Ming's group also revealed a wild joy in their eyes. They were magical beasts. Their training speed might not be comparable to a human, but they possessed extremely long lifespans. Within the magical beast world, spending a couple of 100 years to advance from the Ban Shang class to a two-star Dou Shang was already quite fast. Brother Xiao Yan, Yao Ming will remember this favor of yours. Once I finish off this bastard, I will even be willing to share the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe with you in the future. Yao Ming's eyes landed on Xiao Yan before he suddenly bowed to him. His deep voice contained a great amount of gratitude. If Xiao Yan had not rescued him from the spring, provided him with medicinal pills, and blocked these two for such a long time, he would likely have ended up dying with hatred today. How much of your strength have you recovered? Xiao Yan smiled and inquired. 60%. However, it is more than enough to finish off Yao Xiaotian. Yao Ming loudly laughed. In that case, leave the First Elder to me. You should properly settle the debt between the both of you, Xiao Yan faintly laughed. Yao Ming nodded. He did not say anything unnecessary as he turned around. His dark and vicious eyes locked onto the pale-looking Yao Xiaotian. He stepped through the air and slowly walked toward Yao Xiaotian. My good brother, today, allow me to return all the bitterness I have felt these hundreds of years to you. Yao Ming appeared in front of Yao Xiaotian within a couple of flashes. A ferocious expression slowly rose onto his face. Xiao Yan's body moved, and he appeared in front of that First Elder after Yao Ming acted. He grinned at the First Elder, but the First Elder felt his entire body turn cold when he noticed that smile. He understood that everything had already been decided. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1465, Demonic Saint, Sheng, Huangquan. Chapter 1465, Demonic Saint, Sheng, Huangquan. Bang, dot. Xiao Yan's punch collided with the smelly dense black Dou Qi palm wind of the First Elder. A hot fire seedling suddenly leaped forward and vaporized the lethal poisonous wisp. The powerful force also caused the First Elder to stagger back. The blood within his body even began to churn. The heavenly flame's strength caused him to feel a little terrible. First Elder, you should just surrender. You cannot defeat me. Yao Xiaotian will definitely be defeated by Yao Ming within 10 exchanges. Once he becomes free, your fate will likely be quite terrible. The golden light giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into looked down at the First Elder a short distance away and laughed. The First Elder's face twitched upon hearing this suggestion. His peripheral vision swept over Yao Xiaotian's battleground. His heart slightly sank. At this moment, Yao Xiaotian had been suppressed by Yao Ming until he did not have the ability to retaliate. From the looks of this miserable fight, it was obvious that Yao Xiaotian would not be able to last for long. Bastard, all these years of effort have come to naught. The first elder felt a fury and dissatisfaction within his heart. He had originally thought that they had already suppressed the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe until it was under their control. However, the harsh reality told them that this control was an illusion. Once they met with danger, this so-called control became a joke. My good brother, you have made so little progress after so many years. You have really disappointed me. A cold laugh suddenly sounded from a short distance away while this furious thought lingered within the first elder's heart. A shockingly loud sound appeared, and soon after, Yao Xiaotian screamed. Has he been defeated? The first elder's heart pounded after this miserable screech sounded. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see that Yao Xiaotian was lying on the top of a mountain like a dead dog. Over half of the towering mountain had collapsed. The fight between elite Dou Shangs had easily turned an entire mountain into dust. Bang! Yao Ming violently stomped on Yao Xiaotian's body. A frightening wind erupted from his foot, blasting the huge rocks around into dust. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out of Yao Xiaotian. Fresh blood and some shattered internal organs were spat out of his mouth again. The eyes of many members of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe twitched upon seeing this brutal attack. The fight between the two was far too ferocious. Yao Xiaotian appeared extremely miserable, but Yao Ming's body was also covered in blood. Many bloody wounds were present on his body. Blood dripped down from his head, causing his face to appear extremely ferocious. During the fight with Yao Xiaotian, Xiao Ming truly exemplified what it meant to not hold back in a fight. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat impossible for him to finish off a 1-star Dou Sheng this quickly. Looks like this Yao Ming does indeed feel a monstrous hatred for Yao Xiaotian. All of his strikes were extremely ruthless. Xiao Yan was a little speechless after seeing Yao Ming's and Yao Xiaotian's blood-covered bodies. This was really an all-out battle. Big brother, please let me off. Back then, I was tempted by the first elder in committing those beast-like actions. Yao Xiaotian sharily cried out. His vicious face revealed a horrified expression as his heart was being stepped on by Yao Ming. Are you only aware that I am your elder brother now? The bitterness I have suffered during these few hundred years has all been thanks to you. Yao Ming's voice was dense. He slowly lowered his body and his hand rubbed Yao Xiaotian's head. That blood-covered face suddenly revealed a gentleness. Back then, I truly regarded you as a brother. If you had not betrayed me, the position of tribal chief would have been yours sooner or later. You got to enjoy all the good things since you were young. You can forget about having a good life if you kill me. Yao Xiaotian trembled as he sensed Yao Ming's touch. He could sense the murderous desire in Yao Ming's heart. Soon a savage expression flashed over Yao Xiaotian's eyes. Yao Ming's eyes turned dark and cold as Yao Xiaotian was about to circulate his Dou Qi to explode his body. Yao Ming's hand was like a sharp blade as it was ruthlessly inserted into Yao Xiaotian's head. Fresh blood came spluttering out along with Yao Xiaotian's brain. Bang! Yao Ming was without expression as his hand was inserted into Yao Xiaotian's head. After which, he slowly withdrew it. There was a round black fist-sized bead in his hands. The bead was smooth as a black fog vaguely flowed within it. It agglomerated into a screeching face, which resembled Yao Xiaotian. All the 9 serene deep-ground pythons in the area looked at that mountain. They could sense Yao Xiaotian's aura and the ripple from his blood completely vanish from this world. The expressions of those who were fighting some of the older elders also paled at this moment. Their bodies trembled. None of them dared to move. Grief flashed across Yao Ming's eyes as he held that black bead. His heart did not feel much joy despite having taken his revenge. Brothers killing each other was perhaps the most tragic scene in the world. Gulp! The first elder in the sky slowly swallowed his saliva. He had not expected Yao Ming to be this ruthless. Yao Ming did not give Yao Xiaotian a chance to survive. Even Yao Xiaotian's monster core was forcefully extracted by Yao Ming. Clearly, Yao Ming did not wish to give Yao Xiaotian a chance to make a comeback. Xiao Yan looked at Yao Ming, who was standing still beside Yao Xiaotian's corpse. He did not say anything to disturb Yao Ming. Xiao Yan also had brothers. Hence, he also understood just what kind of pain he would end up feeling in his heart if he had to attack Xiao Ding or Xiao Li. Although Yao Xiaotian was the first to betray Yao Ming, the both of them still shared the same blood. First elder, it is your turn next. Yao Ming let out a long sigh as he looked at the sky. He waved his sleeve and stored away Yao Xiaotian's corpse. After which, he lifted his head with a ferocious expression, looked at the first elder, and spoke in a dense voice. The first elder trembled after seeing Yao Ming's extremely ferocious eyes. He understood that his fate would undoubtedly be many times more miserable than Yao Zisocian if he landed in Yao Ming's hands. Demon Snake Sky Explosion. The gaze of the first elder swiftly swept over Yao Ming and Xiao Yan. He suddenly clenched his teeth. Both of his hands rapidly formed a strong hand seal. Then, his body swelled and his skin rapidly wiggled. It seemed as though something was about to break out of his body. Xiao Yan knit his brow upon seeing this. He quickly stepped back, feeling somewhat uneasy. He actually dares to self-destruct. Yao Ming was also startled by the first elder's decisive decision. His body also quickly pulled back. Bang! The body of the first elder finally exploded in an earth-shaking manner while Xiao Yan and Yao Ming were hurrying away. A frightening energy instantly flattened the mountains within a 10,000-foot radius. Chi. Numerous black energy snakes rushed out in all directions when this assault of energy was unleashed. These black snakes swiftly vanished upon contact with the ground. He did not self-destruct. This old fellow was really cunning. He abandoned his physical body and hid his monster core in an avatar. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's heart as he observed these snakes. This old man was really decisive. Having lost his physical body, his strength would greatly decline. There was no telling how long it would take for him to recover to his peak. This old ghost has been let off too easy. The energy assault slowly disappeared. Yao Ming's body flashed and appeared beside Xiao Yan. He issued a command to the members of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Conduct a search within 5,000 kilometers. We must find that old ghost. Understood. Some elders hurriedly and respectfully replied after hearing this command. Yao Ming had boasted a strong prestige within the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Although he had been missing for hundreds of years, his ferocity and might when killing Yao Xiaotian earlier was sufficient to frighten all the members of the tribe. Congratulations to Tribal Chief in regaining your position. We will definitely pledge our loyalty until we die. Those extremely senior elders swiftly stepped forward and respectfully pledged themselves to Yao Ming. All elders, thank you for your hard work. The matters within the tribe will be handled by all of you. There is no need to leave those who ought not to remain, Yao Ming spoke in a faint voice. If he wished to regain authority, he needed to purge Yao Xiaotian's cronies. Otherwise, they bring trouble sooner or later. Understood. Those elders respectfully replied upon hearing these orders. Xiao Yan watched Yao Ming settle the matters within the tribe in an orderly fashion, causing him to nod. Although this person had been sealed for many years, his demeanor had not faltered. The tribe would become powerful if given time to develop. Swoosh! Kai Lin's group flew out of the deep abyss as Xiao Yan ceased activating the King Kong blast body. Finally, they floated beside him. They had not been able to intervene in the battle earlier. Hence, they did not reveal themselves. Brother Xiao Yan, thank you for lending a hand this time around. Yao Ming turned around. Jie cupped his hands to Xiao Yan and respectfully thanked him after issuing some instructions. Xiao Yan grinned and waved his hand. Brother Xiao Yan, there is no way for me to repay this great favor of yours. Nevertheless, I must still repay you. Haha, do not rush to reject my offer. I think that you will be interested in the reward I speak of. Yao Ming mused for a moment before he laughed and spoke. Oh? Xiao Yan lifted his brows slightly. I wonder if Brother Xiao Yan has heard of the demon saint, Shang, Huangquan, Spring? Yao Ming smiled and asked. Demon Saint Huangquan? Xiao Yan was startled. His expression finally varied. That demon Saint Huangquan who once had half a foot in the Dou Qi class during ancient times. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1466, Yellow Spring, Huangquan, Divine Anger. Chapter 1466, Yellow Spring, Huangquan, Divine Anger. Demon Saint Huangquan. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at Yao Ming. A moment later, he suddenly smiled and asked, why? Could it be that this legendary demon Saint Huangquan is related to your 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe? Haha, the demon Saint Huangquan is naturally not a member of my tribe, but he did have quite a deep relationship with my tribe. After this ultimate expert fell back then, the inheritance that he had left behind had vanished with the flow of time. Yao Ming laughed. He softly continued, there is a Huangquan stone tablet in my 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. It has been inherited since ancient times. All the knowledge of the demon Saint Huangquan is recorded in this stone tablet. It is even rumored that the essence blood of demon Saint Huangquan still remains deep within the stone tablet. Essence blood? Xiao Yan's hand trembled without leaving a trace. It was rumored that demon Saint Huangquan had half a foot in the Dou Qi class. His strength had almost reached the pinnacle. The blood of an expert who had almost reached the Dou Qi class would gradually begin to transform. If he had been able to successfully step into that level, his future generations would be able to enjoy his bloodline strength and be protected for 100 generations. Another ancient clan would thus be formed. Of course, Demon Saint Huang Quan had failed to make the last step until the day he died. Hence, his descendants did not enjoy such a blessing. Although his bloodline strength cannot reach his descendants, the essence blood of Demon Saint Huang Quan was a great attraction to an elite Dou Shang. If one obtained it, it would undoubtedly raise one's strength. Since that Huang Quan stone tablet hides such a big secret, why is it that your 9 serene deep ground python tribe has not extracted it until now? The allure of the essence blood of Demon Saint Huang Quan caused Xiao Yan's heart fill with excitement. However, he quickly regained his cool as he asked a question. Haha, brother Xiao Yan is as cautious as ever. The Huang Quan stone tablet is a key treasure of my 9 serene deep ground python tribe. There are 3 Dou skills inscribed on it. The yellow spring finger and the yellow spring palm are respectively a Tian class low level and a Tian class middle level. They are extremely powerful. However, only the tribal chief and a few elders can practice them. Yao Ming laughed and replied. Huang Quan finger, Huang Quan palm, what about the last Dou skill? Xiao Yan nodded. He did not appear to desire either of these skills. A Tian class Dou skill might boast extraordinary might, but it did not cause him to feel an extremely great temptation. After all, he possessed quite a number of Tian class Dou skills. Yellow Spring Divine Anger, Yao Ming grinned and replied. Yellow Spring Divine Anger? Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head. Yellow Spring Finger, deciding life and death, Yellow Spring Anger, shatters one's soul? The Dou skill that Demon Saint Huang Quan used, Yellow Spring Divine Anger? Xiao Yan's heart was finally a little shaken at this moment. Huang Quan Divine Anger was, more accurately speaking, a kind of sonic Dou skill. Moreover, it was a Tian class high-level sonic Dou skill. It was recorded in ancient texts that the Huang Quan Divine Anger was something that caused the expressions of even some elite Dou Shangs to change. At least 9 out of 10 top experts who had died fighting the Demon Saint Huang Quan had their souls forcefully shattered by the Huang Quan Divine Anger. Tian class high-level Dou skill. It was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen a Dou skill of this level. Based on what he knew, even the angry Buddha reincarnation that he had comprehended was unable to match the Huang Quan Divine Anger. Of course, if Xiao Yan were able to successfully swallow and refine the purifying demonic lotus flame, the strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame would likely not be weaker than the Huang Quan Divine Anger. In terms of actual destructive strength, the Huang Quan Divine Anger might be inferior to the angry Buddha lotus flame, but it was still considered a lethal weapon. Even experts of the same level would suffer a serious blow to their souls if they were careless. It should be known that one's soul was the very foundation of that person. If one's soul was damaged, the resulting sequelae would be many times worse than a physical injury. In other words, if Xiao Yan successfully mastered the Yellow Spring Divine Anger, even a 3-star Dou Shang would end up suffering if that Dou Shang was caught off guard. It is the Dou skill that Demon Saint Huang Quan is renowned for, Huang Quan Divine Anger. Yao Ming laughed, feeling extremely satisfied with Xiao Yan's surprise. According to what you have said, that Yao Shaotian and First Elder should have practiced the Yellow Spring Divine Anger, right? If they had used this Dou skill, we would not have been able to block them. Xiao Yan replied. If Yao Shaotian and the First Elder had successfully mastered the Yellow Spring Divine Anger, it would have been a completely different situation. A Tian class high-level Dou skill was relatively rare even during ancient times. It was naturally even rarer now. It isn't so easy. No one in our tribe has ever practiced the Yellow Spring Divine Anger because the Dou skill is hidden deep within the stone tablet. We are unable to obtain the method to practice it. Moreover, no one dares to forcefully break the stone tablet since we are afraid of damaging the Demon Saint's essence blood inside. Yao Ming laughed in response. In that case, what is Brother Yao's intention by telling me this? Even the many generations of experts from the 9 serene deep ground python tribe were unable to obtain the method to practice this Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Even less needs to be said for us. Xiao Yan shook his head as he responded. Others might not be able to do it, but it will likely not be a problem for Brother Xiao Yan. Yao Ming replied with a smile. Oh? Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. He quickly crossed his fingers, grinned, and asked, Heavenly Flame? The only unique aspect of him seemed to be his heavenly flame. The heavenly flame might be powerful, but this Huang Quan stone tablet has nothing to do with it. What we require is an extremely powerful spiritual strength. There is a remnant spirit of the Demon Saint Huang Quan standing guard within the stone tablet. The method to practice the Yellow Spring Divine Anger is located inside. Yao Ming laughed. Us magical beasts do not pay much attention to spiritual strength. Even with my strength, my spiritual strength is only similar to that of a tier 7 alchemist, but I am unable to subdue that remnant spirit at this level. After probing for 1,000 years, we have discovered that a soul that has at least reached the heavenly state will be able to successfully enter the stone tablet, but a soul of this state is usually only possessed by some true grandmaster alchemists. In the past, the tribe discussed hiring an alchemist guru, but this idea was tossed out because we were worried that exposing the Huangquan stone tablet might end up bringing some unnecessary trouble. After all, the essence blood of demon Saint Yasheng is also hidden inside the tablet. If news of this spread, even some elite Dou Shangs might get involved. Even some tribe members only know about the existence of the Huangquan stone tablet, but they do not know the secret that it hides. Xiao Yan smiled. He looked at Yao Ming and said, "You trust me enough to tell me such an important secret? Brother Xiao Yan, these random guesses of yours are unnecessary. The reason I have revealed this secret to you is partly because I wish to repay your favor. After all, I am not an ungrateful person. Another reason is because I wish to borrow your strength to open the stone tablet and allow me to grow stronger in order to completely control the 9 serene deep ground python tribe." Yao Ming seemed to be aware of Xiao Yan's thoughts as he spoke with a grave expression. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at Yao Ming. Yao Ming met his eyes without turning away. Xiao Yan slowly shifted his gaze after they looked at each other for a while. He mused for a moment and said, "In that case, let me attempt and see if I can deal with the demon saint remnant soul inside the stone tablet. Haha, in that case, I will thank Brother Xiao Yan for your help." Yao Ming rejoiced and laughed after hearing Xiao Yan's reply. However, there is no rush. Brother Xiao Yan has experienced a big battle today. All of you should rest for a night while I settle the various matters within the tribe. I will lead all of you to the Huangquan stone tablet tomorrow morning. All right. The 9 serene deep ground python had experienced a drastic change. There would naturally be some bloody incidents during the night, but Xiao Yan's group was unconcerned about these bloody matters. After all, this was an internal matter related to someone else's tribe. It was not their place to intervene. A night of chaos continued until dawn before it gradually calmed down. Yao Ming had already appeared at Xiao Yan's group residence when the sun scattered down from the sky. After which, he called the rest of the group, and they headed to the back of a mountain. Xiao Yan's group did not pause along the way. Within a short 10+ minutes, they had landed near an ancient altar behind Yao Ming. This altar was extremely majestic. It had been with large green rocks. One overlooked the surrounding mountains while one stood near the altar. Xiao Yan's group slowly landed next to the altar. At middle of the square was a 1,000-foot large pale yellow stone tablet. It stood at that spot by itself while an ancient aura spread from it, causing it to appear as though it had existed forever. Is this the legendary Huangquan stone tablet? Xiao Yan raised his head and studied the enormous stone tablet. Many mysterious symbols had been engraved on it while an unusual light vaguely flickered. The stone tablet had an enormous 5-foot deep handprint carved into it. A mysterious information spread from within the handprint. It was likely that this should be the so-called Yellow Spring Fingers and Yellow Spring Palms training method. Yao Ming bowed low to this stone tablet. After which, he slowly stepped back. His eyes looked at Xiao Yan as he said, "This is the Huangquan stone tablet of my 9 serene deep ground python tribe. The Yellow Spring Divine Anger and the Demon Saint Essence Blood are hidden within it. Whether we can obtain them will depend on Brother Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan quietly nodded. His eyes were grave as they swept over the stone tablet. He could sense an extremely powerful spiritual pressure within it. Just a remnant from his soul already possesses such a powerful pressure. I really wonder just what kind of ultimate expert the demon Saint Huangquan was. Wanna leave it as this name here instead of Yellow Spring? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1467, Soul Battle. Chapter 1467, Soul Battle. Back then, I had once tried to obtain the Yellow Spring Divine Anger training method and the Demon Saint Essence Blood within the stone tablet. However, my spiritual strength had only just entered the stone tablet when it was struck and I coughed up blood in defeat. I had to recuperate for half a year in order to recover. Yao Ming softly sighed after seeing Xiao Yan's grave expression. His eyes wandered over the stone tablet with some fear as he said, "Even though my current strength is many times greater than back then, I have a feeling that my fate would not be any better even if I made another attempt now." The stone tablet does indeed contain an extremely powerful spiritual strength. That spiritual strength also seems to possess a kind of mysterious pressure. If I guess correctly, the attainments of that demon Saint Huangquan in the training of his soul had likely reached a relatively frightening level. Xiao Yan nodded slightly and replied, "How can someone half a step in the Dou Qi class be a simple person?" Yao Ming bitterly laughed. He immediately asked, "How is it?" "Brother Xiao Yan, are you confident?" "I am not confident, but I can make an attempt." Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the stone tablet only to shake his head and reply. Although the gap between he and Demon Saint Huanquan was like the sky versus a stream, there was only the spiritual remains of the Demon Saint Huanquan within the stone tablet. It was difficult to predict the victor if they were to clash. Since this is the case, I will have to rely on Brother Xiao Yan. Yao Ming rejoiced after hearing this reply. You should leave as soon as possible if you discover anything wrong. Xiao Yan gently nodded. His body moved before he appeared on a stone seat in front of the stone tablet. He slowly sat down while the soul beneath his brows began to move. Do not allow anyone to disturb me during this period of time. Xiao Yan softly spoke. His body shook a little before a somewhat illusory figure stepped out of his brow. Finally, it was stopped in front of the stone tablet. Yao Ming quietly praised Xiao Yan after seeing that his soul take a human form similar to his actual body. The matters of the soul were far too illusory and ethereal. Dou Qi had ended up dominating the continent. There were very few experts who would place much emphasis on the training of one's soul. Although the soul was the foundation of a person, it couldn't obtain a dominating effect when fighting with others without a special method, which was disproportional to the effort and time required to practice it. Hence, most experts' spiritual strength could merely be called an ordinary level. It was impossible for them to turn their illusory soul into an actual body of substance like Xiao Yan could. Xiao Yan's spiritual body was suspended in front of the stone tablet. His eyes scanned the tablet. It was a long while later before he took a step forward in front of Kai Lin's group. The somewhat illusory body collided with the stone tablet. Xie. The surface of the ancient tablet seemed to form a circular ripple like a liquid the moment the two collided. Xiao Yan's soul also appeared as though it had been devoured and strangely disappeared in front of the stone talisman. Rumble. Thunderbolts roared like a storm in the air, containing an ancient aura. The loud sound shook the square until it trembled. Is this the hidden space within the stone tablet? Xiao Yan's body floated in air. He glanced around this unusual space and surprise flashed across his eyes. After which, he looked into the distant to what appeared to be the edge of this space. This demon Saint Huangquan really lives up to his reputation by being able to create a realm in the stone tablet. Xiao Yan softly sighed and gently stepped on air. He slowly walked deeper into the created space. The thunderbolts in the sky appeared as though they were being stirred while his legs moved. They suddenly struck him from all directions, but Xiao Yan's expression did not change as this attack came. His footsteps did not falter. Any bolt of lightning that reached a 50-foot radius around his body suddenly shattered by an invisible force. It was as though he was within a protective barrier. Bang! Those thunderbolts seemed to be aware that there was nothing they could do to stop Xiao Yan as he continued to venture deeper. Hence, they gradually came to a halt. A deep yellow cloud layer suddenly surfaced in the sky above Xiao Yan when the final thunderbolt vanished. Soon after, an extremely powerful gale suddenly tore through the air and violently pressed down on him. Yellow spring finger. Xiao Yan's feet slowly paused. He lifted his head and looked at the enormous finger, tearing through the sky from the layer of clouds. A slight ripple appeared in his eyes as he gently waved his sleeve. A vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out. It turned into a huge finger that finally smashed into that yellow spring finger with a rumbling sound. Bam! The space fluctuated as the two collided, but there was no energy explosion. The two collapsed upon contact and were both annihilated. Bang! The yellow spring finger had only just shattered when the ground under his feet suddenly cracked apart. A huge yellow hand rushed out with lightning-like speed. It appeared below Xiao Yan in a flash. The hand was clenched and firmly grasped Xiao Yan. Shatter! A calm voice was slowly emitted from within the large hand. A powerful spiritual storm swept out in an instant, shaking the hand until it broke apart. Demon Saint Huangquan, reveal yourself. These techniques will not be able to defeat me. Xiao Yan once again appeared after the huge yellow palm was destroyed. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. His faint voice was just like thunder as it spread through the realm. Rumble! A mountain broke through the ground not far in front of Xiao Yan soon after his voice was emitted. It pulled the ground up as it rose. Finally, it stood above in a towering fashion. There was an enormous throne on the top of the mountain. A human figure in yellow clothes sat upright on it while an aura that caused even the world to tremble slowly spread. Young fellow, this is not a place that you should have come to. Go back. The faint voice contained a pressure that seemed to originate from one's very soul as it was slowly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear. Numerous ripples spread from Xiao Yan's body when he heard this voice. Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the figure on the throne. A moment later, a smile danced on his lips as he said, "Although you were once a peak-level expert in this world, you are now a stubborn thought of a remnant soul left behind. Thief, you actually dared to behave rudely in front of me." The human figure seated on the throne suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. An extremely strong spiritual strength surged with lightning-like speed. It ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan like a blade. Useless little tricks. Xiao Yan smiled after seeing this attack. His body advanced instead of pulling back. He waved his sleeve. A majestic spiritual fluctuation spread and blocked Demon Saint Huang Quan's spiritual attack. "I will leave immediately if you hand over the training method for the Yellow Spring Diving Anger and the Demon Saint Essence Blood. You should defeat me before thinking of getting your hands on the Yellow Spring Divine Anger and Essence Blood." Demon Saint Huang Quan suddenly stood up. The area surrounding the mountain collapsed the moment he got up. Advanced Heavenly State Soul. You are the strongest person that I have met in so many years. Unfortunately, you still have a large ways to go to the perfect heavenly state. My soul has already surpassed the perfect heavenly state and has reached the D state. You actually dare to fight me? D state? Xiao Yan's violently heart pounded upon hearing these two words. Some shock surfaced in his eyes. This was the first time that he had heard of someone attain a spiritual strength at the D state. Hardly anyone within the current Dou Qi continent would able to reach this state. The Demon Saint Huang Quan did indeed live up to his reputation. I really would not dare to fight you if you were Demon Saint Huang Quan. However, you are currently a mere remnant spirit. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a breath of air. His foot suddenly stepped in front of him as his body swelled thousands of feet in an instant. It was just like a giant that stood between the sky and the earth. The giant looked down on Demon Saint Huang Quan before clenching his large fist and violently throwing a punch. What rudeness! Demon Saint Huang Quan suddenly lifted his head and let out a furious roar. Both of his palms suddenly pressed against the ground. The land of this realm immediately trembled before it split apart. Numerous large hands broke free from the ground. They violently smashed into the spiritual giant's body that Xiao Yan had formed. Destroy! The powerful attack caused Xiao Yan's spirit to emit an intense ripple. Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate his opponent, so he widened his mouth and a spiritual strength, which contained a strange heat, erupted. After which, it ruthlessly charged down. The countless numbers of large hands were shattered upon contact. Even the shaking ground ended up being suppressed. Your spiritual strength actually possesses the power of a heavenly flame. The expression of Demon Saint Huang Quan changed after contact was made. A strange hand seal formed with lightning-like speed. After which, he placed the hand seal beside his mouth. An unusually frightening fluctuation rose. Space itself crumbled as this fluctuation appeared. It appeared as though doomsday was arriving. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Xiao Yan's expression became unusually grave when he sensed that fluctuation, which caused him to feel a little frightened. A fight between souls was even riskier than a fight between Dou Qi. If one was careless, one's very soul would be shattered. If one's soul was destroyed, one's very life would vanish from this world. Demon Saint Huang Quan's attack caused even Xiao Yan to feel a dangerous aura. The stories told about the Yellow Spring Divine Anger frightening many elite Dou Shangs was not just a mere rumors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1468, Demon Saint Essence Blood. Chapter 1468, Demon Saint Essence Blood. The entire realm violently shook. Even the space itself fluctuated. One could see the remnant soul of Demon Saint Huang Quan suddenly rippling in a strange fashion amid this fluctuation. These strange ripples vaguely intertwined into a 10,000-foot-tall formless figure. If one were to carefully study this figure, one would discover that this figure was the same as Demon Saint Huang Quan, but this figure gave Xiao Yan the frightening feeling of facing the entire world. This feeling let Xiao Yan sense what being insignificant and weak meant. This is the true form of the Demon Saint Huang Quan. Xiao Yan inhaled a breath of cold air. He did not expect this remnant spirit could unleash a sonic wave that gathered the true form of the Demon Saint Huang Quan. The invisible Demon Saint body, which had been transformed because of the sonic wave, slowly lowered his head. His indifferent eyes locked onto Xiao Yan in the distance. After which, he slowly widened his mouth. A sonic wave that contained an ancient tone appeared just like a lightning dragon that had penetrated thunderclouds and suddenly displayed its towering might. Moo! That invisible Demon Saint's body suddenly collapsed after a word escaped his mouth, but this realm collapsed with it. Xiao Yan's naked eye clearly watched space collapse an inch at a time as the sonic wave spread. An exterminating sonic wave erupted at a speed faster than light. This was the first time Xiao Yan had encountered such a fast attack. There was basically no time for him to form the slightest defense because of this terrifying speed. Bang bang bang, dot. The force of this exterminating sonic wave descended on Xiao Yan, who was in the form of an enormous soul giant, the moment the ancient sound was emitted from the demon saint mouth. Xiao Yan's body immediately showed signs of crumbling. Countless of deep explosions spread across the surface of his body. That large body began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye before turning illusory. The attack was too quick. Moreover, it was a destruction as simple as a weed being crushed. This totally caught him off guard. The sonic wave was like a storm as it swept over the realm. Everything was turned into nothing under the collision of this sonic wave. Dark black light covered the ground. Only a lonely mountain stood in this dark and empty land. Demon Saint Huan Quan sat back down on his throne on that mountain. His originally illusory body had become a lot more transparent. Clearly, that attack earlier had exhausted too much of his strength. Demon Saint Huan Quan lifted his head. He looked at the black empty space and slowly said, "Consider yourself fortunate to be able to die to the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. It is indeed worthy of being the Dou skill that Demon Saint Huan Quan is renowned for. It possesses such a strength despite being used by a spirit fragment. It is really difficult to imagine just how overwhelmingly destructive it was when the Demon Saint Huan Quan had used it back then." A cluster of flames suddenly appeared within the empty space after Demon Saint Huan Quan's words sounded. That flame quickly roared to life before once again turning into an illusory figure. It was surprisingly Xiao Yan, who seemed to have been destroyed by the Yellow Spring Divine Anger earlier. Flames danced around Xiao Yan's body. He stepped through empty air and slowly walked to the edge of the mountain. Next, he looked at the Demon Saint Huan Quan remnant soul and slightly smiled. "Heavenly flame, no wonder you were able to survive, dot." Demon Saint Huan Quan was a little surprised when he looked at the flame around Xiao Yan. He said, "Even though you have the protection of the heavenly flame, it is likely that your soul has suffered a lot of damage, right? I do need to rest for over 10 days before I can recover." Xiao Yan smiled, but he did not try to act tough. His heart had already been shaken by the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. If the heavenly flame had not protected him today, he would have suffered a serious blow to the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Moreover, the most frightening thing was the speed of the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. It was impossible to defend against that speed. "You are the first person to have endured my Yellow Spring Divine Anger after all these years." Demon Saint Huan Quan's remnant soul observed Xiao Yan. A moment later, he revealed a rare smile on his face. His body slowly leaned against his throne while he spoke in a somewhat lost tone, "This day has finally arrived, but Elder, I am only after the Yellow Spring Divine Anger's training method and the Demon Saint Essence blood. I have not formed any thoughts against you." Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. "Since you have endured the Yellow Spring Divine Anger, I will naturally give you what you want." Demon Saint Huan Quan spoke in a non-committal manner. He flicked his finger and a spiritual fluctuation appeared. It floated in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment after sensing that spiritual fluctuation, but he then cautiously placed his hand inside it. That fluctuation turned into information the moment it touched his hand. It swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's mind before a complete training method appeared in his head. The characters containing an ancient aura caused a joy to rise within Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan shut his eyes and sensed this information. He only opened them a moment later. The joy on his face became even greater. Not only did he find the training method for the Yellow Spring Divine Anger, it also contained the training methods for the Yellow Spring Finger and Yellow Spring Palm. "Thank you, Elder Huan Quan." Xiao Yan suppressed the joy within his heart as he hurriedly cupped his hands to Demon Saint Huan Quan and thanked him. "My mission has been to wait for someone who could defeat me and then pass on all of my skills to that person. Your spiritual strength has already reached the state required to practice the Yellow Spring Divine Anger." Demon Saint Huan Quan smiled. He spread his palm. After which, tendrils of a pale golden flow suddenly appeared within his illusory body. This slight flow gathered into his palm. It turned into a golden liquid body in the blink of an eye. The appearance of this ball created from the golden liquid caused Xiao Yan to feel the bloodline strength hidden within his heart violently circulated. "Is this the essence blood of Demon Saint Huan Quan?" Xiao Yan's eyes studied the golden liquid. He could sense the strange energy contained within it. No wonder this remnant spirit can summon the true body of the Demon Saint Huan Quan. The essence blood has been hidden within his body. Xiao Yan glanced at Demon Saint Huan Quan's spiritual fragment as he thought to himself. "Ugh, I have trained for thousands of years in order to advance my soul to the legendary D state. However, I was still unable to take that final step." Demon Saint Huan Quan gently rubbed that golden liquid. His voice contained an endless melancholy and all the dissatisfaction he had once felt. Elder has attained an incredible strength. If a drastic change had not befallen you, you would definitely have been able to advance to the Dou Qi class. Xiao Yan praised him. He was not stingy when it came to bootlicking at this moment. Haha, Dou Qi, how can it be so easy? It is likely that a Dou Qi will never appear in this world again. Demon Saint Huangquan shook his head and suddenly remarked. Why? Xiao Yan hurriedly asked. He was startled upon hearing this statement. The number of elite Dou Qi had diminished since ancient times. Now, that level only existed in legends. Other than the final Dou Qi ancient god, it seemed that no other elite Dou Qi had appeared on the continent. This matter had always been a mystery in the hearts of many people. Xiao Yan's question also caused Demon Saint Huangquan to frown. He appeared to be recalling something. It was a long while later before he lifted his head and looked across the endless empty space. A distant voice sounded, there seems to be something lacking in the current world. What is the current world lacking? Xiao Yan's face trembled. He was unable to comprehend what Demon Saint Huangquan was talking about. Although Demon Saint Huangquan's words were simple, they appeared like a puzzle. One couldn't comprehend them. I am not very certain either. The current me is a mere soul fragment. I have lost too many of my memories. Moreover, I have existed for too long. Demon Saint Huangquan shook his head. His voice contained an extremely ancient and experienced feeling. He looked at the golden liquid in his hand before finally sighing. With a wave of his hand, that liquid drifted to Xiao Yan. You being able to come to this place is also fate. You being able to receive the Yellow Spring Divine Anger is because of your ability. The Yellow Spring Divine Anger will not be passed on to a mediocre person. You, however, are not mediocre. The golden blood slowly landed in Xiao Yan's palm. The vast and mighty energy fluctuation caused the blood in Xiao Yan's body to become much hotter. Thank you, Elder Huangquan. Xiao Yan carefully stored the Demon Saint Essence blood. Subsequently, he lifted his head, only to see the mountain was collapsing. The throne on it was also cracking. The body of Demon Saint Huangquan, who was seated on it, had also become more illusory. My mission has been completed. Hopefully, my ultimate skills will not lose their glory and reputation along with my death. Elder, please leave in peace. Xiao Yan solemnly bowed to Demon Saint Huangquan. From the looks of it, the reason this remnant spirit was able to survive for so many years was because of the Demon Saint Essence blood. Now that the Essence blood had left his body, that spirit fragment had finally reached the end of its life and had started to vanish from the world. Ha ha! Demon Saint Huangquan softly laughed and nodded. His body also completely disappeared at that instant. The mountain and throne emitted a crashing sound as they collapsed with his disappearance. Finally, they turned into nothing and disappeared. Xiao Yan softly sighed after seeing this space become dark and empty in an instant. His illusory body shook before slowly disappeared from this realm. The space of this realm emitted a puff and vanished following disappearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1469, Finding Helpers. Chapter 1469, Finding Helpers. Kai Lin's group stood near the altar and stared at Xiao Yan, who had sat for an entire afternoon on the stone chair. Kai Lin involuntarily pressed her eyebrows together. This stone tablet appeared extraordinary. The strength contained within it was at a level that even an expert like Yao Ming did not dare to underestimate. Although they were always confident in Xiao Yan, their hearts were involuntarily a little worried at this moment. Tribal Chief Yao Ming, have the experts from your tribe stayed such a long time when entering this stone tablet? Kai Lin finally frowned and asked after waiting a while. Yao Ming hesitated for a moment after hearing her question. He shook his head and replied, when the experts from my tribe entered the stone tablet in the past, none of them ever endured for over half an hour. However, Brother Xiao Yan's spiritual strength is unusually powerful. There should not be an accident. The frown on Kai Lin's brow deepened when she heard Yao Ming's words, but she could only suppress the worry within her heart. She calmed down and waited for Xiao Yan to exit. Another half an hour passed in the blink of an eye as they waited. Kai Lin's group could not continue waiting any longer when an intense glow was suddenly emitted from the stone talisman. A soul flew out amid this light and returned to the human figure seated on the stone chair in front of Kai Lin's group's joyous eyes. Cough. Xiao Yan, who had been seated on the stone chair, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. His expression instantly paled as intense coughs racked his body, revealing a frailty. The injuries from receiving the Yellow Spring Divine Anger had finally been exposed at this moment. Xiao Yan, are you all right? Kai Lin and the other two ladies hurriedly asked after seeing Xiao Yan's expression. I'm fine. The demon Saint Huangquan's soul fragment was indeed unusually terrifying. Xiao Yan slowly caught his breath. He waved his hand and softly sighed. Brother Xiao Yan, even you cannot deal with that lingering soul fragment? Yao Ming exclaimed. His expression changed upon hearing this news. I was lucky enough to barely be victorious. However, the soul fragment inside the stone tablet has disappeared, Xiao Yan softly replied without hiding anything. Bang! The stone tablet in front suddenly emitted a deep sound after Xiao Yan's reply. Everyone could see a mouth shape slowly appear above the finger and palm. A mysterious fluctuation was emitted from that mouth. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Yao Ming was startled after seeing this mouth shape form. He immediately revealed an expression of wild joy as he hurriedly sat down. His spiritual strength quickly spread and touched that mouth shape, but before he could take the information within the mouth, an extremely powerful spiritual assault violently clashed with his soul. Grug! This fierce and violent attack caused Yao Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood and shoot backwards. Finally, he fell from the towering steps in a miserable fashion. A moment later, he flew up with a miserable-looking body and a somewhat pale face before he landed in front of the strange gazes from Xiao Yan's group. What a frightening spiritual assault! It seems that I have yet to meet the conditions to practice the Yellow Spring Divine Anger, but... Yao Ming bitterly laughed because of Xiao Yan's group's strange gazes. He wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and regretfully sighed. This Huangquan stone tablet is indeed strange. The demon saint's soul fragment within it has disappeared, yet it still possesses such a might. No one can compare with the ability of demon Saint Huangquan back then. Xiao Yan took out a medicinal pill that healed one's soul from his storage ring. He then stuffed it into his mouth before commenting on the stone. However, there is no need for you to be anxious. The training method for the Yellow Spring Divine Anger is carved onto the stone tablet. You can practice it once you reach what it requires in the future. I am currently an advanced 2-star Dou Shang. If I am unable to practice it with this strength, I do not know just how long it will be before I reach the set requirements. It looks like I do not have any affinity with this Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Yao Ming sighed and had somewhat abandoned his hopes, but he quickly looked at Xiao Yan with excited eyes. He rubbed his hands together and dryly laughed. Brother Xiao Yan, since you have successfully defeated the soul fragment inside the stone tablet, it is likely that you have obtained the demon Saint Essence blood, right? Relax. The stone tablet belongs to your 9 serene deep ground python tribe. I will not simply take everything for myself. Xiao Yan faintly smiled as he answered. What is Brother Xiao Yan saying? After all, this is something you risked your life to obtain. I am already satisfied if you shared a little with me, Yao Ming replied in embarrassment. Xiao Yan smiled. He clenched his hand and the golden liquid appeared in his palm. The vast and mighty energy that spread from the blood caused the surrounding air to show signs of boiling. Tribal Chief Yao Ming, all observers ought to get a share. Kai Lin and the other 2 ladies were also present. You do not have any objections in giving them 3 shares, do you? Xiao Yan held the golden blood and smiled as he asked. The 3 ladies were all 9-star Dozuns. Even though they possessed extraordinary talent, it was still not an easy task to reach the Ban Shang class. If they were able to obtain the essence blood of Demon Saint Huangquan, who had half a foot in the Dou Qi class, they would save a lot of training time. This opportunity was something that even Xiao Yan had not come across in the past. After all, even Yao Lao did not have the ability to obtain such a mysterious object. Haha, Brother Xiao Yan can distribute it as he wishes. Yao Ming appeared quite generous. He understood that he would not have been able to get this small share without Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled. He flicked his finger and the ball of golden blood in his hand immediately turned into 4 rays of golden light that shot to Yao Ming, Kai Lin, and the other 2. They quickly grabbed the blood in a firm and somewhat anxious grip. If word of such a thing spread, even an elite Dou Shang would come to snatch it. The ball of blood in Xiao Yan's palm was merely the size of a thumb after the 4 golden lights separated. However, the energy it contained was still quite terrifying. Xiao Yan merely smiled as he studied this drop of golden blood. Other than this droplet, there was still another droplet of Demon Saint Essence blood within his storage ring. This was something he had prepared for Yao Lao. Currently, Yao Lao was a high-level Ban Shang. It would not be difficult for him to become a 1-star Dou Shang once he had gained enough energy. This drop of Demon Saint Essence blood would undoubtedly provide the best opportunity to advance. The gains he managed to obtain this time around had far exceeded his expectations. Haha, with this drop of Demon Saint Essence blood, I have the confidence to charge into the 3-star Dou Shang class within 3 years. Yao Ming happily stored away this Demon Saint Essence blood as he spoke with joy. Xiao Yan smiled after hearing Yao Ming's joy. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, Tribal Chief Yao Ming. I actually have a request to make during this trip to the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Oh? Brother Xiao Yan, please feel free to speak. You are my savior and you have helped me obtain the demon Saint Essence blood. Forget about a request, I will agree even if you wish to become the deputy tribal chief of my 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Yao Ming waved his hand and laughed. Haha, we can forget about me becoming a deputy tribal chief, Xiao Yan laughed. His expression quickly became a lot more grave as he briefly explained the matter regarding the ancient Void Dragon tribe. A civil war among the ancient Void Dragon? This is not unexpected. I knew that this would happen sooner or later, although Yao Ming was a little surprised by what Xiao Yan said, he was not extremely shocked. He continued, if the 3 Dragon Islands were to give a sufficient reward, Yao Xiaotian will definitely get the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python to aid them given his character. Now that the tribal chief has changed, there will naturally be a change in the situation. Brother Xiao Yan can feel reassured about this matter. The 9 Serene Deep Ground Python will not help the 3 Dragon Islands. Yao Ming patted his chest as he spoke in an extremely decisive voice. Yao Xiaotian was only concerned about benefits, but Yao Ming saw further than Yao Xiaotian. It was still alright if the 3 Dragon Islands were victorious in this war. If they lost, the ancient Void Dragon tribe would definitely drag the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe into the matter, given their character. Although they were one of the 3 great tribes, Yao Ming clearly understood in his heart that the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was no match for the ancient Void Dragons. The ancient Void Dragon tribe had entered a stalemate. However, the Eastern Dragon Island possessed the legendary Dragon Phoenix bloodline. No one could predict the achievements of such an existence. Hence, Yao Ming did not hesitate when he heard Xiao Yan's request. Yao Xiaotian might think that the 3 Dragon Islands would emerge victorious, but Yao Ming did not share this opinion. However, even if the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe does not intervene, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will definitely dispatch their experts to aid the 3 Dragon Kings. Yao Ming looked at Xiao Yan as he revealed his thoughts. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. The reason he was able to resolve the problem of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was completely because of luck. He did not hope that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would simply stand idle by the side and watch. If they insist on interfering, I can only take some other actions. Xiao Yan softly replied. He had an extremely good relationship with Zi Yin. Hence, he would not simply watch her be defeated by the 3 Dragon Islands. Haha, why? Has Brother Xiao Yan prepared a surprise? Yao Ming asked with a smile. His face trembled slightly after hearing those words. Since they wish to dispatch experts to lend a hand, I can only kill all those they have dispatched while they are traveling, Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes glanced to Yao Ming as he said, however, I'm afraid that I will require Tribal Chief Yao Ming's help in this matter. What do you say? Yao Ming revealed an expression contemplation as he pondered some thoughts. He understood that he would be opposing the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe if he agreed. If we can really resolve this matter, I will use my life to guarantee that the ancient Void Dragon tribe and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe will be the staunchest allies in the future. At that time, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will definitely be eliminated from among the 3 great tribes. Xiao Yan softly proclaimed. Yao Ming's face of contemplation slowly changed upon hearing these words. No could doubt how strong the ancient Void Dragon tribe was. Even though the tribe had fragmented, the strength of any island would not be weaker than his entire tribe. If it was unified in the future, its strength would be even more terrifying. By being able to become allies with those haughty fellows, the position of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python in the magical beast world would never be shaken. Yao Ming was quiet for a moment before he finally lifted his head. He looked at Xiao Yan and committed himself in a deep voice. If Brother Xiao Yan's guarantee is effective, I, Yao Ming, will confidently accompany all of you in this craziness. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes softly gloated in his eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1470, Absorbing the Demon Saint Essence Blood. Chapter 1470, Absorbing the Demon Saint Essence Blood. Tribal Chief Yao Ming, I would not dare to speak with such confidence if I could not back up my claim. Xiao Yan laughed. The situation of the Eastern Dragon Island was undoubtedly serious. At this moment, the Eastern Dragon Island would clearly understand how to choose between annihilation and putting aside their pride. I will dispatch some experts from the tribe to observe the actions of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe during this period of time. I will inform Brother Xiao Yan the moment their experts move. Yao Ming immediately spoke. He was also an extremely decisive person. Since he had made up his mind, he would not be indecisive in whatever he did. In that case, I will trouble Tribal Chief Yao Ming. We will be remaining in the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe during this period of time. Additionally, we might perhaps have to borrow the 9 Serene Spring. Xiao Yan glanced at Kai Lin after mentioning the 9 Serene Spring. He was planning on using the strength of the 9 Serene Spring to help Kai Lin complete the tempering of her body. Haha, it's a small matter. However, the energy within the 9 Serene Spring is unusually dark and cold. Brother Xiao Yan should be careful. Yao Ming laughed before reminding Xiao Yan about the power of the spring. Since the matter of the stone tablet has been resolved, we should return to the tribe first. One will require some preparations in order to deal with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Yao Ming waved his large hand. His body moved as he flew toward the underground network. Xiao Yan's group slowly followed behind him. Yao Ming hurriedly made some preparations after returning to the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. He had only just regained his position. It was likely not going to be easy for him to do something this big immediately, but given his character, he would quickly be able to resolve these matters perfectly. While Yao Ming was preparing to deal with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Xiao Yan's group rested for an entire day. They once again appeared beside the 9 Serene Spring on the next day. The dark and cold energy contained within the 9 Serene Spring is lethal to an ordinary expert. However, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python boasts an extremely dense, dark and cold aura. It is likely that only you can fearlessly absorb the energy inside. Xiao Yan turned his head to Kai Lin. He smiled and spoke to her after glancing at the 9 Serene Spring with a cold air floating above it. The dark and cold force within the 9 Serene Spring is extraordinary. Even an expert from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe would not dare to venture deep into it. However, this is not much of a problem for me. Kai Lin faintly smiled. Her tone appeared to be quite proud. Being the only 7-colored heaven-swallowing python in the present world, she was qualified to look down on all snake magical beasts. Xiao Yan smiled. He clenched his hand and a jade bottle appeared in it. A pill cloud lingered within that jade bottle. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation was emitted from the bottle. This is the Great Bodhisattva Return Pill, a Tier 9 treasure pill. It can greatly raise your chances of advancing to the Ban Shang class. You should consume it at a critical moment. It might help you a lot at that time. Xiao Yan handed the jade bottle to Kai Lin as he spoke. Kai Lin slightly nodded. She did not reject him. Instead, she extended her hand and received that jade bottle, which contained some warmth. This training will not be smooth. The amount of time it will require will likely be long. I will instruct Yao Ming to send some people to guard you if I have to leave and attend to some matters. Kai Lin played with the jade bottle in her hand. She was aware that Xiao Yan's group might have to head out to kill the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe very soon. Hence, she did not make any comments. She rotated her head and suddenly lifted her narrow and long eyes, which contained a bewitching expression. She slowly stepped forward and gently pressed her red lips against Xiao Yan's lips. Xiao Yan felt absent-minded the moment he sensed the sudden softness. His arm reflexively hugged Kai Lin's soft, narrow, seemingly boneless waist. That was a true temptation. That enchanting snake waist contained a charm that bewitched all life as it gently shook. The beauty in his embrace gently turned her head after Xiao Yan had become absent-minded because of that gentleness. A soft voice was transmitted into his ear. Be careful. Remember, your life belongs to this queen. Xiao Yan was startled after once again hearing these words that had once been imprinted deep within his soul. He turned his head, only to see the corner of Kai Lin's mouth suddenly lift into an enchanting arc. This arc appeared like the final stroke of a masterpiece. It caused the originally gentle woman to suddenly appear cold and strong. In an instant, Kai Lin, who had been acting gentle in front of Xiao Yan for so many years, seemed to have become the cold and ruthless Medusa of the past once again. At that time, she had shaken the entire Jiama Empire and frightened Xiao Yan into worrying all the time. Xiao Yan was stunned as Kai Lin seemed to turn into a different person. She suddenly smiled more just as he was about to speak. Her lovely body swayed, and she turned into an unusually large 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. This python swung its large tail and charged into the 9 Serene Yellow Spring without turning her head once. A great wave surged. Bubble. The lake water immediately appeared to boil after Kai Lin entered the 9 Serene Yellow Spring. It formed countless bubbles. Xiao Yan could sense the energy of the 9 Serene Spring stir at this moment. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment as he stood beside the 9 Serene Spring. Finally, he bitterly smiled and recovered. He rubbed his lips as his eyes wandered over the surface of the lake with a somewhat complicated expression. Ever since she had given birth to little Xiao Xiao, Kai Lin's character seemed to have become much gentler. She had chosen to obey all of Xiao Yan's request. However, Xiao Yan finally understood that the cold and proud Queen Medusa still existed deep within Kai Lin's bones. She had forced herself to become a good wife and mother because of him and little Xiao Xiao. Compared to you being a good wife and mother, I prefer you to reveal your original character. Xiao Yan looked at the surface of the lake and softly sighed. His body moved, and he appeared on a protruding rock above the deep abyss. After which, he sat down on it. He needed to advance of his strength before heading out to block the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Yellow Spring Finger, Yellow Spring Palm, Yellow Spring Divine Anger. These 3 Yellow Spring ultimate skills have been inserted into my soul by the Demon Saint's soul fragment. The various things the Demon Saint comprehended while studying these 3 Dou skills was included in the information I was given. This kind of blessing is far from what the Dou skill on the stone tablet being learned by Yao Ming and the others can compare with. Xiao Yan shut his eyes, but these thoughts swiftly flashed over his heart in the process. Although the current Xiao Yan had just obtained these 3 great Dou skills, Xiao Yan was absolutely confident that the Yellow Spring Dou skills he could unleash would be many times mightier than Yao Ming's Yellow Spring Finger or Yellow Spring Palm. The knowledge that Demon Saint Huan Quan had accumulated throughout his life was not some useless thing. Regardless of how others comprehended the Dou skills, it would be very difficult for others to surpass the understanding of the Creator. The Demon Saint Essence blood contains the strength of the Demon Saint Huan Quan. If I am able to absorb it, my strength will soar. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as a drop of golden blood appeared in his palm. The appearance of this drop of blood caused the surrounding area to visibly tremble. Xiao Yan clearly sensed all the energy in a 1,000-foot radius had begun to escape. It is indeed worthy of being the Demon Saint's essence blood since it this overbearing. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled after sensing his surroundings. This was the first time that he had obtained such an overbearing energy. Even the natural energy around it had been expelled. I will refine it before speaking. Xiao Yan glanced at the 9 serene spring below. He sighed in relief after seeing that nothing unusual was happening. He opened his mouth and exhaled. A flame was spat out, and it wrapped around the drop of golden blood. Although this essence blood could be absorbed under normal circumstances, it was not a bad thing to be cautious at times. The golden blood burned within the heavenly flame for 3 full hours, but not the slightest fluctuation was emitted. It appeared as though the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame did not exist. This refinement continued for around 4 hours before Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes. He widened his mouth and the flame rushed into his mouth with lightning-like speed along with the golden blood. Bang! The clothes on Xiao Yan's body shattered to dust the moment the golden blood entered his body. A frightening energy fluctuation spread from his body, shaking the surrounding abyss rocks until many crack lines formed. Xiao Yan did not have any time to deal with the situation in the outside world. That drop of blood had turned into waves of violent energy that wildly rushed in all directions like an untamed horse. The blood began to go on a crazy rampage within his body. That destructive force was created by an overflowing energy. The energy within the blood was far more violent than Xiao Yan had imagined. This fierce and uncontrolled energy could cause an expert 5-star Dou Zun's body to explode. Fortunately, however, the current Xiao Yan had far exceeded that level. The change within his body might have caught him off guard, but he quickly calmed his mind down. After which, he began to steadily absorb the energy. Under this perfect control of his, the wild horse-like violent energy also began to once again come under his control. It slowly became gentle under the burning heavenly flame. Finally, traces of it seeped into every part of Lin Dong's body. Who? Xiao Yan sat on the protruding rock. A rich breath of energy was emitted from his nostrils, giving him the appearance of a furious dragon. This energy finally entwined with the air curled and rose before disappearing from this world. Missed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1471, Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix. Chapter 1471, Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix. This fellow, all of his trainings take such a long time. The little fairy doctor stood at the top of abyss as she looked at the protruding rock where Xiao Yan sat. She helplessly sighed in a soft voice. It had already been half a month since Xiao Yan had entered his training state. During this half a month, he did not show any signs of awakening. A frighteningly pure energy rippled around him like a cloud. If one were to grab it, it would appear as viscous as water. The little fairy doctor and Qing Lin were naturally able to tell that Xiao Yan was in a critical stage of his training. Hence, they did not speak loudly in order to not disturb Xiao Yan despite uttering words from their mouths. Elder sister Kai Lin has also not revealed any activity. Qing Lin's eyes looked at the bottom of the deep abyss as she stated. The continuously boiling lake surface had calmed down a couple of days ago. The entire 9 serene spring had regained its old calm. Kai Lin, who was within it, had shown no signs of movement either. Kai Lin should be alright. Being a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, she is just like a fish that has found water in this 9 serene spring. The little fairy doctor grinned. She could sense the frighteningly dark and cold energy, which had agglomerated within the Nine Serene Spring for countless of years, gathered to the deepest parts of the lake. The energy was being absorbed into Kai Lin's body. Looks like we can only continue waiting. According to what tribal chief Yao Ming said, it seems that the heaven demon phoenix has begun to show signs of moving, Qing Lin remarked. Xiao Yan should be finishing up soon, the little fairy doctor nodded. Her pretty eyes landed on Xiao Yan, who was seated in a lingering cloud. Xiao Yan was gradually withdrawing his aura. It was likely that he was about to succeed. Qing Lin nodded. She also sat down on a boulder and quietly waited for Xiao Yan's training to finish. Yao Ming had already issued an order to seal the area within 10,000 feet from the deep abyss. Other than the two women, no one would come in and disturb the two who were training. Another 2 days quietly passed amid this wait. The viscous cloud that had formed around Xiao Yan suddenly emitted an intense fluctuation as the morning of the third day gradually enveloped the land. The surrounding natural energy seemed to have been dragged by something as it surged out in all directions. Finally, it gathered into an enormous energy storm in the air above Xiao Yan. The edge of this storm was connected to the top of Xiao Yan's head. This unexpected change also woke the little fairy doctor and Qing Lin from their training states. Some surprise flashed across their faces as they observed this unusual phenomenon form. It looks like his training is almost over, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes within the cloud were suddenly opened after the little fairy doctor uttered those words. An energy light shot out and penetrated into the wall in front of him, forming two black holes of unknown depth. He lifted his head, widened his mouth and violently sucked in. Bang! The 1,000-foot-large energy storm poured down as Xiao Yan sucked. It flowed through his throat and entered his body. Ka. As more energy was devoured by Xiao Yan's body, hints of an energy fluctuation began to seep out. The energy cracked the hard stone walls around him, forming countless numbers of huge cracks. Giant rocks were accompanied by a loud rumbling sound as they fell down. Finally, they landed in the deep abyss below. Swoosh! This activity that erupted from the deep abyss naturally attracted the attention of many experts from the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Their faces were startled, but they could only remain 10,000 feet away from the abyss. They were unable to get closer to watch the unusual phenomenon due to the orders Yao Ming had issued. A couple rays of light came flashing over from the distance. They appeared above the deep abyss. Yao Ming and a couple of very experienced Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe elders were revealed. At this moment, their eyes revealed a shock as they watched Xiao Yan swallow the surrounding energy. What a powerful aura! It is likely that the current Mr. Xiao Yan is fast approaching a second star Doshang, right? An elder exclaimed. Yao Ming shook his head upon hearing guess. He said, the demon Saint Essence blood might be powerful, but it is not so easy to rise within the Doshang class. Being able to reach an advanced 1-star Doshang is not bad. Being an advanced 2-star Doshang, he clearly understood how difficult it was to rise through each small level. However, being able to soar from an initial 1-star Doshang to an advanced, this has already exceeded my expectations. Yao Ming exclaimed. If he could obtain all of the demon Saint Essence blood, he would feel confident that he could swiftly raise his strength to the 3rd star of the Doshang class. However, if it was only a drop, he was only confident he would be able to break through within 3 years. Bang! While Yao Ming was conversing with the few elders in the sky, that enormous energy storm was completely swallowed into Xiao Yan's body. After the final trace of energy entered his body, the entire area began to gradually become quiet. Hu! A breath that contained a rich energy was slowly exhaled from Xiao Yan's throat. It agglomerated into a liquid that scattered down. This liquid was landed on some huge rocks. Those rocks slowly crystallized and appeared like jade. Haha, congratulations on advancing to the advanced 1-star Doshang class, brother Xiao Yan. Breaking through to the 2-star Doshang class is only a matter of time. Yao Ming quickly descended from the sky after seeing Xiao Yan cease his training. He cupped his hands together and loudly laughed. Xiao Yan politely smiled when he heard Yao Ming's congratulating him. He clenched his fist and felt quite satisfied. A drop of the demon Saint's essence blood had nearly allowed him to step into the 2nd star of the Doshang class. This was difficult to imagine. If he had completely devoured all of the essence blood by himself, he could have caught up to Yao Ming. Being in possession of a heavenly flame, it refined and helped him absorb most of the energy in the demon Saint Essence blood. The energy within his body automatically turned into clothes on the surface of his body to replace his shattered clothes after he stood up in the fog. At his level, it was possible for Dou Qi to transform into anything with just a mere thought. It looks like Kai Lin is still training. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the 9 Serene Spring below. From his perception, he was naturally able to sense the endless dark and cold energy within the 9 Serene Spring surge to a large creature. That large creature was the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python that Kailin had transformed into. Tribal Chief Yao Ming, has there been any news of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? Xiao Yan asked with a smile as his eyes landed on Yao Ming. Aye. The smile on Yao Ming's face was withdrawn upon hearing this question. He slowly nodded before catching Xiao Yan up to speed in a deep voice. Based on the information that I have obtained, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has dispatched some experts to the Empty Realm to aid the three Great Dragon Islands during these few days. They have indeed choose to intervene, huh? Xiao Yan faintly smiled. He was unsurprised by this news. Those from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe possessed evil intentions. They would use any tricks available in order to obtain the Dragon Phoenix blood. Those three Great Dragon Islands really ignored everything in order to be victorious. They even invited their enemies into their territory. How many experts has the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe dispatched this time around? Most of those dispatched by the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe this time around are at the Dou Qi class. Of course, there are not many people that we need to worry about. There are only three that we care about. These three are all Grand Elders in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. They have an extremely ferocious reputation within the magical beast world. Yao Ming spoke with a somewhat grave expression. Oh? Who are these three? What is their strength like? Xiao Yan lifted his brow. These three Grand Elders are known as the Heaven Demon Three Phoenix, Feng Huang, Kuan Huang, Ying Huang. Yao Ming stated, among them, Feng Huang is an intermediate 2-star Doushang, Kuan Huang is an advanced 1-star Doushang, and Ying Huang is an intermediate 1-star Doushang. 3 Doushangs. Xiao Yan's expression slightly changed. It was unexpected that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would actually dispatch such a powerful force. From this, one could tell the great strength of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. These fellows had kept a low profile and accumulated quite a lot of strength. Other than the ancient Void Dragon, this Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was undoubtedly the second ruler of these three tribes in the magical beast world. These three are extremely powerful. If they combine their strength, they can even fight against a 3-star Doushang. The Eastern Dragon Island will likely be threatened if they are allowed to help the three Dragon Islands. Yao Ming said. Xiao Yan quietly nodded. Regardless of what the case was, they could not allow the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to intervene. Otherwise, Xi'an's Eastern Dragon Island would not be able to fight against the three large Dragon Islands. When will they move? Xiao Yan slowly exhaled as he inquired in a low voice. Although the lineup of 3 Doushangs was powerful, it was not frightening to the extent that Xiao Yan did not dare intervene. Yao Ming's eyes twitched upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. His heart was also shocked because of Xiao Yan's boldness. Xiao Yan dared to intervene even when facing 3 Doushangs. They will likely move out to head to the Empty Realm in 3 days' time. Xiao Yan gently nodded. His eyes landed on Yao Ming as he smiled and asked, does Tribal Chief Yao Ming dare to attack and significantly cripple the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? Yao Ming mused for a moment. Finally he laughed and nodded. This was a choice. He needed to choose between the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and Xi'an's Eastern Dragon Island. Yao Xiaotian had chosen the 3 Great Dragon Islands while Yao Ming had chosen the Eastern Dragon Island. In that case, we will get moving tomorrow and head to the Empty Realm. We will kill those from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe 3 days later. Xiao Yan faintly smiled upon seeing Yao Ming agree. A murderous desire spread from his voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1472, Ambush. Chapter 1472, Ambush. The next morning. Xiao Yan stood beside the abyss. Both of his hands were placed behind his back. His eyes roamed over the 9 serene spring. Today, they were about to move and head to the Empty Realm to stop the reinforcements of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Xiao Yan, it is about time. We should get moving. The little fairy doctor flew over and landed a short distance away from Xiao Yan before speaking. Aye. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He waved his sleeve and a majestic spiritual strength spread apart. It turned into a spatial formation that covered the 9 serene spring. He had placed a detection barrier here. It not only protected the 9 serene spring, he would also immediately sense any activity within the barrier. Kailin, you can just relax and train. This place is the headquarters of the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. Yao Ming has already designated this area to be a forbidden ground and has dispatched experts to guard it. You should not be disturbed. You should return to the Falling Star Pavilion after coming out of your retreat. Xiao Yan's mouth moved. A soft sound that was wrapped by Dou Qi was transmitted into the 9 serene spring. He ceased hesitating as he turned around and rushed into the distance. Splash, dot. The splashing sound of water was emitted from within the 9 serene spring soon after Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor left. That enormous figure deep inside the spring moved slightly. A huge pair of 7-colored eyes were slowly opened. The snake first lowered her head to look in the direction of the deepest part of the 9 serene spring. There was a special flint flickering in those snake eyes. She had vaguely sensed a vague beckoning ever since she had entered this 9 serene spring. After sensing this for over half a month, she was finally able to confirm that this beckoning was emitted from the bottom of the 9 serene spring. That bottom was not the place where Yao Ming was sealed. Instead, it was somewhere even deeper, but even Xiao Yan, who had the protection of the heavenly flame, did not dare to go that far. Although the feeling of being protected is quite nice, I still prefer being stronger than you. This might be a little difficult now, but I must, at the very least, do my best. The 7-colored snake eyes slowly blinked as Kai Lin immediately swung her tail. Her enormous body was accompanied by waves of water as she swiftly hurried to the bottom of the 9 serene spring. Brother Xiao Yan, those people from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will definitely tear a spatial hole from the location of their tribe to enter the empty realm. We can enter it beforehand and sense any spatial fluctuations. Then we will be able to quickly detect their path. Yao Ming smiled as he suggested an idea to Xiao Yan while he stood in front of a large hall. Xiao Yan nodded. I will be personally accompanying you this time around. There will also be 6 other elders. Although our numbers are far inferior to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, we will be able to stop them from fulfilling their mission as long as we can defeat the Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix. Yao Ming pointed at the 6 elders behind him as he spoke. Xiao Yan's eyes looked over. There was only one white-haired old man among them who could meet his high standards, but this man was merely an intermediate Ban Shang. The remaining 5 were only around the 9th change peak of the Dou Qi class. At a glance, it was obvious that this lineup was inferior to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's lineup. Brother Xiao Yan should not blame me. Yao Xiaotian and the first elder ground our 9 serene deep ground python tribe into such a miserable state. Yao Ming sighed and spoke in a somewhat deep voice. If Yao Xiaotian and the first elder had supported him without any wild ambitions, there was no telling just how strong the 9 serene deep ground python tribe would be. At the very least, they would not be so much weaker than the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Haha, what is Tribal Chief Yao Ming saying? It is already good that you are willing to lend a hand. Xiao Yan laughed and shook his head. He glanced at the little fairy doctor and Qing Lin by the side. There might still be a great gap between the 2 ladies in the Ban Shang class despite their training during this period of time, but if they were to cooperate, no one in the Dou Qi class would be a match for them. They would even be able to barely hold out while facing a Ban Shang expert. They could be considered a lot of help. It is about time, we should get moving. Yao Ming smiled. His hand suddenly waved at empty space before a dark black spatial crack appeared. After which, he pulled with both of his hands and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of everyone. Let's go. Xiao Yan did not hesitate after seeing space be ripped open. He took the lead to immediately step into the crack. The little fairy doctor and Qin Lin followed close behind. All remaining elders, I will leave the 9 serene deep ground python to all of you during this period of time that I am away. Yao Ming spoke to a few others beside him in a deep voice. Understood. The few elders quickly responded in a respectful tone after hearing this information. We should also get going. Yao Ming nodded after hearing them reply. He waved his sleeve and took a stride into the spatial crack. Those 6 elders followed him. That spatial crack finally began to slowly disappear after the last person entered it. Finally, it vanished from sight. The empty realm was completely quiet. An extremely intense spatial fluctuation was occasionally being emitted from the black space. Many cracks surfaced like ferocious large mouths. Chie. A crack surfaced from the quiet emptiness. Many human figures penetrated through the crack and finally appeared with this dark black space. How far is this place from the entry point of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? Xiao Yan turned his head. He looked at Yao Ming as Yao Ming charged out from the spatial crack before asking. Haha, relax, the spy that I placed in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has a spatial imprint on him. Therefore, I am able to sense the position of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in this space. If they travel from their tribe, they will definitely appear in that area. Ugh. Yao Ming smiled. After which, he shut his eyes and sensed for a moment. Finally, he reopened them and looked to the north. Let's go. Yao Ming's body took the lead to move after his words sounded. He stepped through empty space and swiftly rushed forward. The wild and violent chaotic spatial flow automatically disappeared upon entering within 100 feet from him. Upon reaching the Dou Qi class, the frightening chaotic flow within this empty space no longer posed much of a threat. Follow. Xiao Yan waved his hand. He led everyone and swiftly followed Yao Ming. This place is close to the space where the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is. We will definitely sense it if they tear through the space and enter. Yao Ming finally came to a halt after shuttling through the empty realm for half an hour. He looked into the distant black darkness as he informed everyone. Xiao Yan looked around him and nodded slightly. He said, the chaos flow within this space is a little denser. It will be able to hide us. Ha, in that case, we should wait for our prey to appear. Yao Ming laughed. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He sat down. Xing Lin and the little fairy doctor also did the same beside him. All that they needed to do was wait until the big fish known as the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe barged into the net they had prepared. The concept of time was extremely blurry within this empty realm. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye in this unusually dark environment. Soon after that, the space at a spot a great distance from Xiao Yan's group suddenly fluctuated. Many powerful figures slowly stepped through the spatial crack line before appearing in this empty realm. The crack line slowly disappeared as the last person stepped out. 3 people stood at the leader's spot of this group of 20+ people. The remaining gazes that were looking at these leaders' backs were all filled with respect. This operation is unusually important. It concerns whether or not our Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will be able to completely surpass the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Hence, no one should make a mistake. Otherwise, you will face the rules of the tribe. A red-clothed woman spoke among the 3 individuals. Her tone was icy cold and filled with a majestic aura. This woman was in a red dress. She appeared to be in her 30s, but her aura was so powerful that it was frightening. A pair of somewhat delicate eyebrows bunched together. An evil aura surged from her, causing the 2 elders beside to take a step away without anyone noticing. We will obey Grand Elder's orders. Those members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe behind her, who were extremely powerful individuals, did not dare to interrupt this person's cold cry. All of them hurriedly responded in a respectful tone. There were 2 familiar faces among these people. One was naturally Xun Er, who had formed many grudges with Xiao Yan, while the other was Jiu Feng, who had exchanged blows with Xiao Yan. He was also known as a potential successor to the tribal chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The 2 of them possess a high status in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, but they appeared extremely respectful in front that red-robed woman's fierce aura. They did not dare to slight her. Ancient Void Dragon, it is unexpected that this day has actually come. My Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will end up prospering once your civil war ends. At that time, I will completely eliminate your tribe from this world. The red-robed woman laughed with a somewhat sharp, wicked voice. She immediately waved her sleeve. A wind surged and her body turned into a ray of light that rushed into the distance like a meteorite. The many experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe hurriedly followed behind her. Xiao Yan, who was seated within the chaotic spatial flow in a far location, suddenly opened his eyes the moment that red-robed woman hurried forward. Yao Ming on the other side also opened his eyes. They exchanged glances as a faint smile lifted onto their faces. Prepare yourselves. Those from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe are about to arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1473, Fighting 2 Saints Alone. Chapter 1473, Fighting 2 Saints Alone. The empty realm was completely silent. Chaotic spatial flow surged, hiding a fatal danger. Swoosh! The deafening sound of rushing wind was suddenly transmitted amid the silence. A large cluster of light surfaced from the darkness in the distance. After which, it arrived with a swift speed. The wild and violent wind it stirred caused even the chaotic spatial flow to be torn apart. Big sister, the 3 great dragon islands have attacked the eastern dragon island. If they gain our help, they should be able to defeat the eastern dragon island. A black-robed elder beside the leading red-robed woman slowly opened his mouth. His voice was extremely hoarse as a kind of suction force suddenly spread from his mouth. This person was called Koan Huang. Many of his opponents had been devoured by him after being captured. His ferocious reputation was extremely well known. Many experts would tremble in fear upon hearing his name. There is no need to be in such a hurry. We'll let them fight with each other a little longer. The more deaths the better. The eyes of the red-robed woman flickered as she indifferently spoke. The 3 great dragon islands requesting our help is something really unexpected. The other elder with a somewhat shady face also laughed in a strange manner. He was Ying Huang of the Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix. Once we have finished off the eastern dragon island and obtained the dragon phoenix bloodline, it will only be a matter of time before the 3 great dragon islands are eliminated by us. The red-robed woman faintly laughed. She waved her sleeve and was just about to speed up when a sense of danger suddenly rumbled within her heart. Before she could react, wave after wave of extremely powerful Dou Qi pillars suddenly erupted from the chaotic spatial flow. These pillars were extremely sharp. They shot into the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's group in an instant, causing miserable screeches to erupt. Who are you cowardly beings? You actually dare to ambush our Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? You are seeking death. The red-robed woman suddenly recovered at this moment. She immediately became furious after seeing the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe suffer severe losses in an instant. Her hands suddenly grabbed at the chaotic spatial flow below. The space at that spot became distorted. A bang sounded as the extremely chaotic spatial flow exploded because of her. Ha, if we are cowards, why would we intercept your Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? A loud laugh suddenly resounded as the chaotic spatial flow suddenly parted. Immediately, a figure rushed out of it. Finally, it appeared in front of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Both of his hands were waved as a monstrous aura spread. Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix. It has been hundreds of years since we have last met. How are you, Dot? Who are you? Feng Huang's eyes contained ill intent as they stared at Yao Ming, who had appeared in front of her. She frowned and her eyes immediately turned dark and solemn. Yao Ming, you are still alive? It is actually that old demon? Didn't he lose control while training and died? Koan Huang and Ing Huang were startled upon hearing Feng Huang's words. Even you three old demons have yet to die. Why would I die so easily? Yao Ming laughed. Regardless of the reason for being alive, you are really becoming bolder. Looks like the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe has been too comfortable during these years. Could it be that you really think that you can step over my tribe just because we are ranked at the same level? Feng Huang stared at Yao Ming with a dark and cold expression. Her tone was extremely sinister. Haha, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is really acting in a grand fashion. A faint laugh was suddenly emitted from behind Yao Ming. The space beside him slightly fluctuated as a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? Feng Huang's expression was slightly different after seeing the human figure appear beside Yao Ming. She could sense that this human figure was actually an advanced 1-star Dou Shang. Xiao Yan? Feng Er and Jiu Feng behind involuntarily cried out with shocked faces after Feng Huang's words escaped her mouth. Xiao Yan? You are that main culprit that prevented our Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe from obtaining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Xiao Yan? Feng Huang's expression became completely gloomy after hearing these exclamations. She looked at Xiao Yan, grit her teeth, and asked a question. Looks like I am quite well known within the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Xiao Yan smiled. He randomly glanced at Jiu Feng and Feng Er. Those two trembled slightly as he did so. It had been 2 years since they had last met. The strength of Feng Er had remained stagnant. It was likely that this was the sequelae from the sore in her strength after changing bones. Jiu Feng, on the other hand, had reached the 9th change peak of the Dou Zun class. There was only a step between him and the Ban Shang class. Clearly, this future tribal chief of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe possessed a great talent. Who? Feng Huang inhaled a deep breath of air before slowly exhaling. Her eyes were dark and solemn as they stared at Xiao Yan and Yao Ming's group. From the looks of the situation, it was obvious that they had come with ill intent. Yao Ming, are you seeking to start an all-out war between the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? Feng Huang cried out in an icy-cold voice. I have no choice. I have also been invited to help, but instead of helping the 3 Great Dragon Islands, I am helping the Eastern Dragon Island. Yao Ming spread his hands and laughed. He was not an ordinary person. It was impossible for him to be frightened by Feng Huang. Her ferocious reputation did not pose much of a threat to him. You 3, we will not attack if you choose to lead your people and turn around now. Xiao Yan smiled as he gave them a choice. Who do you think you are? You dare to demand that we turn around? Moreover, even if we really return, do you really think that nothing will happen to the Eastern Dragon Island? The 3 Great Dragon Islands have likely already surrounded the Eastern Dragon Island. By the time you hurry over, you might only end up finding a wasteland. That shady-faced Feng Huang spoke in a dark and cold voice. Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his fist under his sleeve after hearing this claim. It was unexpected that the 3 large dragon islands were so anxious. They were already attacking. You should get out of this empty realm now. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Xiao Yan frowned. He ceased saying any unnecessary words to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. He lifted his head and threatened them in a calm voice. Feng Er's and Jiufeng's twitched upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. This fellow had become arrogant in the 2 years that they had not met. It should be known that there was a total of 3 Grand Elders on this trip. All of them possessed a genuine Dou Qi strength. They were peak existences of this world. Young fellow, your mother was not even born while this elderly self was dominating the Dou Qi continent. A ferocious glint flashed across Ying Huang's eyes after hearing Xiao Yan's unceremonious words. A monstrous Dou Qi instantly erupted from his body like a storm. Kill. Feng Huang's face was ice cold. A voice that was filled with murderous desire was spat from her mouth. Although she could sense that Yao Ming's strength had somewhat surpassed her, there were still 3 elite Dou Shangs on their side. On the other hand, the other party merely had 2 Dou Shangs. They held the advantage in this lineup. How could they simply withdraw just because someone told them to? Haha, alright, this king shall test whether your Sky Demon 3 Phoenix has improved during these many years. Yao Ming lifted his head and loudly laughed. His body moved as he rushed out. I will fight you myself. Zhu Yi, Koan Huang, the both of you should deal with that brat. Ying Huang, lead the others to kill off the remaining people. Feng Huang coldly laughed. Her body rushed forward and violently collided with Yao Ming without giving in. Immediately, wave after wave of an energy storm that caused one's heart to tremble began to sweep apart. Just one of you will not be able to block me. 2 of you should fight together. Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His body moved and he appeared in front of Koan Huang. A golden light surged and his body suddenly swelled. A fist that contained an extermination wind was mercilessly thrown, devouring the world. Koan Huang's expression changed when he sensed Xiao Yan's powerful attack. He widened his mouth and black vapor surged out. In an instant, it turned into a 1,000-foot-large ferocious mouth that attempted to swallow Xiao Yan's fist. Your appetite is really big. Be careful of being bloated. Xiao Yan coldly laughed after seeing this mouth form. His arm violently shook as the huge black vapor mouth was forcefully shattered. The remaining force poured into Koan Huang's body. Groan. Koan Huang let out a soft groan after being struck by Xiao Yan's fist. He staggered back over 100 meters before coming to a halt. His face was a little shocked as he looked at Xiao Yan. They were both advanced 1-star Dou Shangs, but Xiao Yan's fighting strength was exceptionally powerful. Second brother, Ying Huang, who was planning on dealing with the little fairy doctors group, was greatly startled after seeing Koan Huang be sent flying back by Xiao Yan's punch. He hesitated for a moment before moving. Finally, he appeared beside Koan Huang. His eyes were cautious and dark as they looked at Xiao Yan. He spoke in a deep voice, there is something strange about this fellow. We should join hands and quickly finish him off. Koan Huang hesitated a little after hearing this suggestion. In the end, he clenched his teeth and nodded. After the exchange earlier, he understood that his strength could not match Xiao Yan alone. This had caused him to feel a little stifled. Xun Er and Jiu Feng had somewhat pale expressions as they watched the scene from afar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at the golden figure. Dou Shang, moreover, he is a Dou Shang who is stronger than Elder Koan Huang. How is this possible? How is it possible that this fellow has been able to improve so much within 2 years? While they were trying their best to surpass Xiao Yan, they had suddenly realized that they were no longer even able to see his back. This was a big blow to the 2 of them, who were quite proud. Ayo! 2 earth-shaking phoenix cries suddenly reverberated around the empty realm. Koan Huang's and Ying Huang's bodies instantly swelled. They turned into a half-human half-beast form in the blink of an eye. Waves of extremely wild and violent fluctuations shot out of their bodies like mini-storms. They forcefully scattered the chaotic flow within a 100,000-foot radius. Haha, so what if there are 2 Dou Shangs? Today, I shall see just what 2 Dou Shangs can do to me. Xiao Yan lifted his head and loudly laughed toward the sky. His laughter was just like thunder. The golden giant stepped through the empty air with an overbearing demeanor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1474, Absolute Suppression. Chapter 1474, Absolute Suppression. Young fellow, you are seeking death. Ying Huang's face twitched after hearing Xiao Yan's loudly laugh. He ended up laughing in extreme anger. The 2 of them had roamed unchallenged over the Dou Qi continent for many years. Everyone knew of their ferocious reputations. It was unexpected that a young fellow would actually think of stepping on their heads. This was something that their pride could not accept. Second brother, let's attack together and kill him. Ying Huang extended an arm from his sleeve and formed a sinister dark black eagle claw with it. His claw was 5 feet long and appeared like a sharp longsword. There was a slight curl to it as a frightening force quietly gathered on the edge. Koan Huang by the side nodded with a gloomy expression after hearing these words. Black vapor surged around him, forming a strange swirl. This was their unique ultimate skill, the devouring spiral. With these swirls protecting their bodies, they would not receive even the slightest damage. It was considered a true absolute defense. Great splitting demon claw. Ying Huang's body moved. A pair of wings that were dozens of feet wide were extended behind him. In a flash, he appeared above Xiao Yan. His large black claws suddenly pressed down. The sharp winds sealed the air around Xiao Yan. After which, he violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. Kuan Huang blood stomach. Kuan Huang also unleashed a powerful Dou skill while Ying Huang was attacking. Black vapor surged out of his body. It swiftly formed a strange black blob that was a couple thousand feet wide under Xiao Yan. At a glance, it appeared like an enormous stomach. A large hole was opened at the top of the stomach, appearing like a large ferocious mouth that wildly bit at Xiao Yan. It seemed as though the stomach was planning to swallow Xiao Yan. The two of them cooperated in an outstanding fashion the moment they attacked. One struck from above while the other attacked from below. They completely sealed off all of Xiao Yan's escape route. Moreover, their attacks were both lethal. They did not even give Xiao Yan the slightest opportunity to retaliate. The renowned ferocity of the two was completely exposed at this moment. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly swept over the two of them. He did not appear to panic because of these two well-coordinated attacks from Dou Shang's. Instead, he extended his hand and suddenly pressed it violently toward the wing claw that was flying above him. Yellow spring finger. The energy within the surrounding space suddenly became wild and violent after the finger was pressed into the air. A huge deep yellow figure appeared from nowhere. After which, the rumbling space was accompanied by a frightening momentum as it violently collided with the claw made of wind. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Xiao Yan did not stop after pressing forward. His right palm suddenly slammed down. An enormous black light spread with lightning-like speed. It surrounded the large black stomach as a powerful suction force erupted and forcefully dragged the stomach in. Bang! The claw wind and the giant black stomach were shattered by Xiao Yan's sharp retaliation. Being the source of the attacks, both Ying Huang and Kuan Huang were implicated. The blood within their bodies churned. The Dou skills that this brat has practiced are all Tian class Dou skills. Moreover, he has unleashed them with such familiarity. Xiao Yan's immediate retaliation finally caused Kuan Huang's and Ying Huang's expressions to change. Their eyes swiftly swept over the battle between Feng Huang and Yao Ming. Their hearts began to sink after noticing that Feng Huang was at a slight disadvantage. Elder Ming, you should lead the remaining people to finish off that group from the Heaven Phoenix tribe. Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice after forcing Kuan Huang and Ying Huang back with a finger and a palm. This voice sounded beside the ear of the intermediate Ban Shang elder from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Elder Ming did not dare to slight the order upon hearing this. The might that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier caused his heart to tremble. Although he was an expert Ban Shang, he understood that he would not last 5 exchanges against Xiao Yan if Xiao Yan wished to attack him. Everyone, follow me. Today, we will show the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe the strength of our 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Elder Ming loudly cried out. He took the lead to charge toward the group of experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Currently, there was no longer any Ban Shang experts present in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's lineup. The strongest was Jiu Feng, who was at the peak of the Dou Zun class, but the gap between a peak Dou Zun and a Ban Shang was extremely great. Hence, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe might have a numerical superiority, but they still ended up being defeated by Elder Ming's ferocious charge. Bastard! How dare you! Deaths had occurred among the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe after brief contact. Kuan Huang and Ying Huang were immediately furious. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them just as they took a step forward. Get lost! Xiao Yan's expression was icy cold as he looked at those two. He spread his palm and the Dou Qi within his body began to gather there like a storm. A frightening fluctuation began to rapidly spread. Yellow spring palm. Dou Qi spread apart like waves of the ocean. Xiao Yan remained expressionless as his right hand suddenly slammed toward those two. The empty realm began to fluctuate after Xiao Yan's palm came down. His large handprint appeared just like the sky as it gathered above Kuan Huang's and Ying Huang's heads. After which, it was accompanied by a monstrous destructive momentum as it came smashing down. It penetrated through the air, collapsing the air itself an inch at a time. The sonic boom reverberated with a bang. The huge palm came pressing down like a mountain. Kuan Huang's and Ying Huang's expressions became completely grave upon sensing the destructive strength that it contained. Ayo! A loud and clear phoenix cry echoed through the empty realm. Kuan Huang and Ying Huang's bodies both suddenly swelled. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two 10,000-foot large heaven demon phoenix. They flapped their enormous wings and 2,000-foot wide light pillars shot out of their mouths and violently struck that enormous handprint. Boom! That collision was just like two meteorites colliding with each other. That frightening collision force whistled and spread like a tsunami. Suppress them! Xiao Yan's eyes became cold after seeing these two join together to block the yellow spring palm. The clan tattoo slowly surfaced on his brow. His aura also instantly soared. Within a couple of blinks, he had soared from an advanced 1-star Dou Sheng to the 2nd star of the Dou Sheng class. This is bad, that brat's aura has suddenly soared. Xiao Yan's transformation was also detected by Kuan Huang and Ying Huang. Their expressions immediately changed. Before they could flee, the enormous handprint above their heads suddenly pressed down. Those 2,000-foot wide light pillars shattered apart. Die! Xiao Yan's eyes were densely cold. The yellow spring palm came smashing down. It ruthlessly surrounded the enormous bodies of the two fighting. A frightening flame shot out as the seal landed. Hiss! After suffering this terrifying attack, their heaven demon phoenix flesh immediately split apart. Fresh blood came streaming out, continuously erupting from their bodies. Deep explosive sound rippled over their bodies. Half of their dense white bones were even exposed. This firm palm turned the two of them into cripples. The two Grand Elders have actually lost to Xiao Yan. Kuan Huang and Ying Huang's miserable defeat was sensed by the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe's experts, who were bitterly blocking Elder Ming and the Little Fairy Doctors group. Their faces turned completely pale. Jiu Feng and Feng Qing'er revealed stunned eyes. Neither of them had expected Xiao Yan to be this powerful. Seal them, Xiao Yan stepped through the empty realm. He appeared above the heads of Kuan Huang and the other elder in a ghost-like fashion. His hands rapidly formed various seals. Finally, two mysterious light pillars shot into the two Heaven Demon Phoenixes' heads. Their bodies rapidly shrank before they returned to their human forms in the blink of an eye. However, there was an additional mysterious symbol on their foreheads. This sealing method could only succeed when the other party was unable to put up any resistance. Xiao Yan's icy cold eyes shifted to the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe after successfully sealing Kuan Huang and Ying Huang. Those experts immediately began to shudder after seeing him look over. Even the two Grand Elders together were unable to block this person. What could they do? Flee. Everyone faced each other. A shock rose within their hearts. All of them moved at the same time as they fled in all directions. Trying to escape, Xiao Yan coldly laughed after seeing them try to flee. His hand aimed into the distance before it was clenched. That empty space immediately solidified into an invisible cage. With a wave of his sleeve, the cage itself began to rapidly shrink. Those Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe experts were all trapped within an invisible cage that was less than 100 feet in size. They were unable to do anything regardless of how they struggled. Those experts from the Nine Serene Deep Ground Python tribe quietly wiped off their cold sweat upon seeing this overwhelming scene. It was no different for Elder Ming. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed allowed him to understand the words absolute suppression. Xiao Yan slowly sighed in relief only after sealing Kuan Huang and Ying Huang and suppressing Heaven Demon Phoenix experts. He had used all of his strength in order to do this. Fighting two Dou Shengs alone had exhausted him. If there had been an additional person, even Xiao Yan would have been dragged into a long battle. Xiao Yan rested for a moment after performing all of this. Only then did he lift his head and glance at Feng Huang and Yao Ming's intense battle. He involuntarily laughed before crying out loud, "Feng Huang, both Kuan Huang and Ying Huang has been defeated. If you continue fighting, I will kill one person after every 10 counts." What? Feng Huang and Yao Ming, who were in an extremely intense battle, hurriedly turned after hearing Xiao Yan's cold cry. They hurriedly scanned the situation with their eyes. They were a little stunned to see Kuan Huang and Ying Huang had been captured by Xiao Yan's hands. At this moment, blood covered their bodies. Their faces were pale and their eyes were shut. No one knew if they were even still alive. How is this possible? Even with Feng Huang's calm demeanor, she could not help but feel a giddiness upon seeing this scene. Her face was filled with disbelief as she muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1475, Threatening with a Hostage. Chapter 1475, Threatening with a Hostage. Ha, good. Brother Xiao Yan is really domineering. You have actually managed to finish off these two old demons with such speed despite fighting against the two of them alone. I wonder just what kind of a commotion this will stir if this matter is transmitted back to the Beast region. Yao Ming was the first to recover and laugh. His heart began to think even more highly of Xiao Yan. Although Yao Ming was an advanced 2-star Doshang, he was not absolutely confident he could defeat Xiao Yan. Moreover, the longer Yao Ming had been in contact with Xiao Yan, the more he felt that Xiao Yan was unfathomable. Xiao Yan's strength was one of the key reasons why Yao Ming had swiftly chosen to help the Eastern Dragon Island instead of the 3 Great Dragon Islands. Xiao Yan's current strength might only be that of an advanced 1-star Doshang at this moment, but it was the first time that Yao Ming had met such a young 1-star Doshang. Who could understand the limit of this kind of monstrous talent? At his level, he not only needed to look at the current situation when befriending others, he needed to look at the other party's potential. From the way Yao Ming saw it, the potential that Xiao Yan possessed was definitely terrifying. Otherwise, he would have difficulty agreeing to attack the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe just after regaining his position. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was not a faction that was easy to deal with. Being part of the 3 great tribes, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was clearly aware of this. The ancient Void Dragon tribe had been in hiding during these years. Hence, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had undoubtedly become the true overlord of the magical beast world. Even the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe was a little weaker when compared to them. Xiao Yan, our Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will not rest until we kill you if you dare to kill them. Feng Huang slowly recovered from her shock. She inhaled a deep breath of air and ruthlessly stared at Xiao Yan as she cried out in a deep voice. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and I have already formed a grudge with each other. Would I dare to appear in front of you if I was really afraid? Xiao Yan faintly smiled upon hearing this threat. He immediately withdrew his smile as he coldly said, I do not wish to waste my breath on you now. Do not doubt my methods. If you are really stubborn, I do not mind being merciless and forcing your Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to lose a couple pieces of flesh. Feng Huang was startled upon seeing Xiao Yan's uncaring eyes. The curses that had reached her mouth were swallowed back into her stomach. Although she did not know Xiao Yan very well, she was able to sense the dense tone in his words. What are you planning to do? Feng Huang could only furiously cry out after being forced into a helpless situation. Every elite Doshang was an extremely precious treasure within the tribe, even to a super faction like the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Losing even one Doshang would undoubtedly cause the Heaven Demon Phoenix to feel the pain of its flesh being cut. If Xiao Yan were to really kill Kuan Huang and Ing Huang in anger, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would end up vomiting blood. I do not wish to do anything. I only hope that the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will not interfere in the matters of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Xiao Yan grinned and replied. Humph, even if we do not intervene, the Eastern Dragon Island will still not be able to fight the 3 Great Dragon Islands. Do you really think that the Eastern Dragon Island can fight with the combined strength of the 3 Great Dragon Kings by relying on a Dragon Phoenix that has yet to mature? Feng Huang coldly cried out. This is none of your concern. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at Feng Huang as he faintly replied. You have 2 choices now. Either you stay or leave. If you stay, I will join hands with Tribal Chief Yao Ming to capture you. After which, I will kill your so-called Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix. If you chose to leave, please do so immediately. Additionally, help me deliver a message back to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Tell them not to get involved in matters that do not relate to them. I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to do so. Kuan Huang and Ing Huang were merely at a disadvantage from having underestimated their opponent. That is why they were seriously injured by you. After which, you placed a seal on them before they could recover. Although I cannot defeat both you and Yao Ming, the both of you will also suffer if I self-destruct. Feng Huang immediately pressed her brows together after hearing Xiao Yan mention capturing her in such a causal fashion, but she was not an ordinary person either. She coldly laughed as she came up with a plan. You are indeed worthy of being the big sister of the Heaven Demon 3 Phoenix, Xiao Yan laughed. His palm slowly grabbed the heads of Ing Huang and Kuan Huang as he uttered, in that case, you should hurry up and make up your mind. I want to see whether it is faster to self-destruct or for me to shatter the monster cores of these 2. Feng Huang's expression changed after hearing this test. She clenched her teeth and stared at Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change because of her gaze. He slowly began to increase the grip of his hands. Alright, I will agree with you. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will no longer get involved in the matters related to the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Release them and I will bring them back. Feng Huang slumped after facing Xiao Yan for a moment. She finally clenched her teeth and spoke. Haha, how decisive. I can release the others but not Jiu Feng and these 2. Xiao Yan smiled. His hand reached at the locked space. The panicked Jiu Feng was grabbed by the space around him before being pulled to Xiao Yan's side. After which, Xiao Yan tapped Jiu Feng his hand and sealed the Dou Qi within Jiu Feng. It looks like you are not sincere in this transaction. Feng Huang spoke with an icy cool tone. Do you really treat me as a fool? If I hand them over to you, you will return to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and make preparations to dispatch even more experts. Xiao Yan coldly laughed as he said, these 3 people are hostages. If your Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe insists on participating in the matters of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, you can prepare to collect their corpse. However, if you really cease having such thoughts, I will naturally let them go once the ancient Void Dragon tribe's internal chaos is resolved. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is not an ordinary faction. I understand that I will form an enmity that can never be resolved with you if I kill them. Hence, as long as you do not eat your words, I will definitely keep mine. Whether you believe me or not is your problem. All you need to remember is that I am not having a discussion with you now. Instead, I am threatening you. Xiao Yan's grip on the heads of Ying Huang and Kuan Huang slowly emitted a cracking sound. His eyes were dark and cold as they stared at Feng Huang. Now, you should immediately get back to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and get your tribal chief to think through this matter carefully. Do you wish to keep this future tribal chief and these 2 grand elders, or do you wish to intervene in the matters of the ancient Void Dragon tribe? Feng Huang's body trembled in fury because of Xiao Yan's extremely rude tone. She boasted some status within the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe and the Central Plains. Since when had anyone dared to speak to her like this? However, regardless of how her anger gushed out of her heart, she also understood that the person in control was Xiao Yan. Moreover, if Xiao Yan was to really join hands with Yao Ming, she would likely end up in their hands unless she chose to self-destruct. The empty realm was completely quiet. Everyone had been violently shaken by Xiao Yan's words. Hand the people to me. I will carry your words back. Feng Huang inhaled a deep breath of air before she finally opened her mouth and spoke with a gloomy expression. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The distorted space cage immediately disappeared. A wind pushed all of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to Feng Huang's side. However, Jiu Feng, Kuan Huang, and Ying Huang were still in Xiao Yan's hands. Elder Feng Huang. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe elders stood beside Feng Huang in embarrassment. It was unexpected that they had become the hostages of another. Shut up, you pieces of trash. Feng Huang was extremely furious at this moment. She immediately cursed out loud, causing the faces of those elders to alternate between white and green, but none of them dared to say anything more. Xiao Yan, you are really bold. My Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will remember this. If anything happens to them, our Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will never rest until you are dead. Feng Huang's icy cold eyes landed on Xiao Yan as she cried out in a cold voice. Her heart felt stifled. This time around, she had gone through much difficulty to lead this group out, but it was unexpected that they had ended up meeting this nemesis soon after stepping into the empty realm. Not only had they lost some people, but the other party had taken 3 of them as hostages. She wondered just how many strange looks she would receive if she returned in defeat. Ha, Elder Feng Huang, you can rest assured that as long as the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe keeps its word, I will definitely guarantee their safety. Xiao Yan smiled. He immediately changed his tone as he said, I will constantly monitor the activities of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. If there is anything amiss, I will deliver a head to you. The corner of Feng Huang's mouth twitched. Fury shot out of her eyes, but she ultimately suppressed the fury in her heart. Her hand violently slid across the empty space in front of her and a spatial crack appeared. Her body entered the crack without any hesitation. The so-called elders of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe behind her hurriedly poured in like a school of fish. All of them were afraid of Xiao Yan striking them at this moment. The entire space became quiet after the final Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe expert disappeared into the spatial crack. Yao Ming blinked his eyes. He involuntarily laughed out loud a moment later. Brother Xiao Yan, I, Yao Ming, have seldom admired anyone, but I have no choice but to do so this time around. This Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe has suffered a great loss this time around. I wonder just how many people will quietly laugh at them if this matter spreads through the Beast region. Yao Ming lifted his thumb to Xiao Yan and laughed. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. He tossed the 3 people in his hands to the elders from the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. The elders hurriedly caught them. An elite Dou Shang is not someone that can simply be created at will. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's foundation will suffer a great blow if they lose these 2 old ghosts. This loss is something that they cannot accept. Xiao Yan smiled as he spoke. Hardly any faction on the continent could afford the price of 2 genuine Dou Shangs. Even the Sky Mansion would truly lose its limbs if it lost the first elder from the small pill tower or ancestor Hua Yun. What should we do now? Yao Ming grinned and asked. Head to the Eastern Dragon Island. Xiao Yan softly sighed. The smile on his face was slowly withdrawn. His eyes looked to the deepest part of the empty realm. Based on what Feng Huang had said earlier, the Eastern Dragon Island had been surrounded by the three Great Dragon Islands. Xi Yan might also be in danger. Let's not delay any longer and get moving. Xiao Yan began to frown slightly after thinking of her being surrounded. He waved his hand and ceased remaining any longer. His body moved, and he rushed to the deepest part of the empty realm at full speed. Yao Ming, the little fairy doctor, Qinglin, and the rest quickly followed behind. Xi Yan, nothing must happen to you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1476, Encounter. Chapter 1476, Encounter. A cluster of lights flashed across the empty realm. Its speed was as quick as lightning. In a flash, it appeared at the edge of the darkness before finally disappearing. Brother Xiao Yan, with our speed, we should be able to reach the Eastern Dragon Island in another 10+ minutes. Yao Ming lifted his eyes and looked in the distance where the flowing light was. He turned his head and spoke to Xiao Yan beside him. Aye, let's increase our speed. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. His eyes looked to the depths of the darkness as the fist in his sleeve was slowly clenched. He waved his sleeve and his speed once again soared. Yao Ming and the rest could only hurriedly follow him upon seeing him go even faster. Wait, there is a familiar aura. This flight continued for a couple of minutes before Xiao Yan's body suddenly stilled. He frowned as he looked to a part of the empty realm to his left. Bang! An intense energy explosion was emitted from within the empty space. Immediately, a figure spat out blood and pulled back, falling into a group of people. The figure's face was pale as his eyes furiously looked around him. Over 10 figures appeared in the surroundings a moment later. All of their auras were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all very strong, especially the two elders leading them. Their auras appeared ordinary, but there was a terrifying pressure spreading from them. They were surprisingly two peak experts who had reached the Ban Shang class. 3 Great Dragon Islands, you people are really bold to attack Her Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. There were around 7 to 8 figures surrounded by the 10 individuals, but most of them were seriously injured. There were 2 familiar faces among these people. If one were to carefully look at them, they were He Qing, who had helped Xiao Yan a couple of times, and Elder Zhu Li, whom Xiao Yan had met once before. Only these 2 within the group appeared to be in a slightly better state, but their faces were currently extremely gloomy. They had been out on patrol. Who would have expected them to learn of the 3 large Dragon Islands' attack on the Eastern Dragon Island upon returning from the patrol? Before they could hurry back with great speed, they ended up meeting this group from the 3 large Dragon Islands, which had sealed the Eastern Dragon Island. A big battle immediately erupted. The result was something that need not be mentioned. With 2 Ban Shangs, the other party had easily defeated them and had chased them here. Clearly, the other party was planning on eliminating all of them. Zhu Li, the 3 Great Dragon Kings are the true rulers. You people have found some fake from an unknown place in an attempt to unite the ancient Void Dragon. It is really too naive of you. A man wearing battle armor mockingly glanced at Zhu Li and laughed. He was one of the commanders of this unit and possessed the strength of an intermediate Ban Shang. You would know better than I do in your hearts whether it is a fake. It looks like you people have already forgotten the rules of our tribe under the rule of the 3 Great Dragon Kings. Zhu Li's expression was gloomy as he commented on the situation. That old armored man frowned slightly upon hearing these words. His expression was a little unnatural. Within the ancient Void Dragon tribe, the royal clan held absolute authority over the ordinary tribe members. The pressure that originated from within the bloodline caused an ordinary tribe member to be afraid of fighting against the royal clan. The 2 of them possessed a high status within the 3 Great Dragon Islands. Naturally, they also understood that the young Dragon Emperor on the Eastern Dragon Island did indeed possess an extremely pure royal bloodline, but they had been ruled by the 3 Dragon Kings for many years, so their way of thinking had been altered. They might not dare to directly attack that young Dragon Emperor, but they did not feel much fear while attacking the others. Shen Xian, do not waste your breath with this old fellow. Quickly finish them off. The resistance from the Eastern Dragon Island is more intense than we expected. We must return quickly. A red-faced old man impatiently waved his hand and cried out as he stood beside that old armored man. 2 old bastards, your 3 Great Dragon Island do not have the ability to destroy my Eastern Dragon Island. Once the Dragon Emperor becomes stronger, your 3 Great Dragon Islands will simply wait to die. He Qing furiously cursed. That is only if you can wait until that time comes, the red-faced old man coldly laughed. His eyes immediately turned cold as he threw a palm at He Qing across the empty space. A frightening wind tore through the air and swiftly smashed into He Qing's body with lightning-like speed. Grug! The current He Qing might have reached the 8th change peak of the Dou Qi class, But how could he compare with a high-level Ban Shang? The armor on his body immediately crumbled. A large mouthful of blood was spat out as his body collided with a few other tribe members behind him. "You old fellow who doesn't know his limit. How dare you roar at this elder?" That red-faced old man coldly laughed with disdain after causing He Qing to spit out blood and fly back with a palm. "You damn bastard." He Qing's eyes immediately turned red after suffering this heavy blow. His body suddenly swelled to twice its size. "Kill all of them. Do not allow anyone to live." The red-faced old man coldly smiled and shook his head upon seeing He Qing go mad. He simply waved his hand and gave a command. "How dare you?" Zhu Li became furious. A monstrous Dou Qi erupted as he threw a punch forward. A vast and mighty Dou Qi gathered into a 1,000-foot-large dragon that crazily charged toward the red-faced old man. Roar! The body of that old armored man swelled as Zhu Li attacked. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a half-man half-dragon combat state. He roared at the sky before shooting forward like a cannonball. With just a punch, he completely shattered the giant energy dragon. "Zhu Li, both of our strengths are similar. How will you fight me now that you are injured?" That elder, who had turned into a half-dragon, stepped through empty air. His body strangely appeared above Elder Zhu Li's head as a large dragon claw violently tore through the air. It was accompanied by an extremely sharp wind. Bang! Elder Zhu Li clenched his teeth as this extremely ferocious attack came down from above. An armor with dragon symbols on it appeared around his body. After which, the armor appeared like a furious dragon as it violently collided with that half-dragon elder. Bang bang! That red-faced elder coldly smiled and waved his sleeve as Elder Zhu Li engaged that half-man half-dragon elder in an intense battle. Each time he did so, a warrior from the eastern Dragon Island spit out blood and fall back. The armor on their bodies would also explode. Finally, the warriors from the 3 great dragon tribes would pounce on that warrior from the eastern Dragon Island. "I will fight with you until the end." A fierce fury immediately erupted within He Qing's eyes after seeing his tribe members being captured one after another. A crazy punch smashed into 2 figures heading his way, causing them to vomit blood and fly back. His foot stomped through the air as his body shot toward that red-faced elder with lightning-like speed. "An ant-like existence actually dares to challenge me?" The red-faced old man coldly laughed and shook his head upon seeing this attack. He clenched his fist and dense scales swiftly appeared. He quickly threw a punch as a deep sonic boom formed under his fist with a bang. After which, it collided with He Qing, who had explosively shot over. Bang! This hard collision caused the red-faced elder's body to barely tremble. He also took half a step back. On the other hand, He Qing's arm revealed a vein and emitted a puff sound as it shot out many blood arrows. The vague sound of bones cracking also appeared. His hand feebly fell as his body flew back a distance of 10,000 feet. Only then did he slowly come to a halt. He Qing remained suspended in the empty realm with blood covering his body. The strength in his body had been shattered by a punch from the red-faced old man. If his physical body wasn't extremely strong, that punch would likely have blasted his body apart. "Am I going to die?" He Qing's eyes gradually became blurry. At this moment, he had been seriously injured by that red-faced old man. Although he felt dissatisfied in his heart, he also understood that there was an extremely big gap between him and the other party. "Relax, I will throw you into the dragon tomb once you are dead. It can be considered a resting place for you." The space in front of He Qing fluctuated as the red-faced elder appeared. His eyes were cold and indifferent as they looked at He Qing. After which, he slowly lowered his body and placed his hand gently above He Qing's head. A cold glint surged within his somewhat turbid eyes. "Huazhan, the Dragon Emperor will not let you off if you dare to kill him." Elder Zhu Li, who was being dragged into distance, felt his body turn icy cold upon seeing He Qing's situation. His eyes were blood red as he roared. "He, the Dragon Emperor? That is only if she can survive the combined strength of the 3 Dragon Kings." The red-faced old man shook his head and ridiculed. He lowered his head and looked at He Qing, who was planning to gather his strength to unleash an attack. He continued with pity in his voice, "You are really an extremely hard character. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong side." He Qing shook his head somewhat impatiently after uttering those words. He grabbed the top of He Qing's head and slowly used his strength. "The victory this time around belongs to the 3 great Dragon Islands, but you can rest assured that many people will accompany you. At the very least, you will not feel lonely." A cruel smile surfaced on the red-faced old man's face. His sharp fingers gently pressed down and formed 5 bloody holes in He Qing's head, but he suddenly sensed a somewhat icy-cold hand quietly land on his head as he was about to shatter He Qing's head. At the same time, a soft voice was slowly transmitted into his ear. his body completely still like a statue. Tell me, do you think that you will be able to shatter his head faster than me doing the same to yours? Qing, who had already shut his eyes to await death, suddenly opened both of his eyes upon hearing the soft voice that did not contain any anger. A familiar skinny figure was appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yan? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1477, Resolve. Chapter 1477, Resolve. Qing's eyes were extremely stunned as he looked at the skinny figure, who had appeared beside him, especially when he saw that the figure's hand was gently pressing down on the red-faced old man's head. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. Who are you? I am Elder Huozhan from the Northern Dragon Island. The red-faced old man's body completely stilled at this moment. His body did not dare move even a bit. He could sense the frightening strength of the hand on his head. His heart clearly understood that his head would explode into a cluster of bloody fog if this hand gently shook. Just where has this monster come from? Why was I not able to sense his approach? The eyes of the red-faced old man continued to flicker. His expression was also rapidly changing. Release your hand, Xiao Yan indifferently glanced at the old man and gave him a command. The red-faced old man's expression changed. He quickly rotated his eyes. I will count to 3 and we will release together. What do you say? Xiao Yan, kill him. He is an elite Ban Shang from the Northern Dragon Island and has a much higher status than me. It is worthwhile to exchange my life for his. Qing's face turned purple as he softly roared. The red-faced old man's eyes turned cold. He immediately felt the desire to shatter Qing's head, but he could only suppress the murderous desire in his heart the moment he thought about this mysterious person, who was someone he had never met. He asked in a deep voice, what do you think? All right, Xiao Yan smiled. All right, 1, 2, 3. The red-faced elder rejoiced. 3 numbers were quickly uttered from his mouth. After the last number sounded, he felt that icy-cold hand above his head indeed shift. He hurriedly tossed Qing aside and flew away with lightning-like speed. May I know who this friend is? This matter is entirely a matter of our ancient void dragon tribe. Friend, I hope that you will not intervene. The dragon kings of the 3 great dragon islands are only a short distance away. If they are attracted here, I think that it will be extremely difficult for you to escape. The red-faced man managed to clearly see the person who had intervened earlier after flying away. He was immediately startled after seeing that this person was so young. His voice was deep as he spoke. Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear the red-faced man's cry. He lowered his body and helped Qing up. After which, he took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into Qing's mouth. He laughed, how is it? It isn't enough to kill me, Qing bitterly smiled and shook his head. He looked at the red-faced old man and regretfully said, you should have killed him earlier. This person is an elite Ban Shang. Killing him would have been equivalent to cutting off the flesh of the Northern Dragon Island. This kind of opportunity is not something that you can find all the time, but... Qing's voice contained a feeling of great disappointment. From the way he saw it, using his life in exchange for that of an elite Ban Shang was incredibly worthwhile. Huozhan, what happened? This unexpected change was also sensed by the half-dragon elder who was fighting with Elder Zhu Li. He frowned and cried out loud. His attacks remained extremely ruthless as he spoke. His dragon claws were swung and a sharp wind forced Elder Zhu Li into a somewhat miserable state. Elder Zhu Li had been injured to begin with, so he was unable to defeat the other party. A problem has occurred. The red-faced old man, who was called Huozhan, stared intently at Xiao Yan. He could sense a vague pressure from Xiao Yan. Hence, he did not dare to be careless as he replied in a deep voice. Bang! That half-dragon elder frowned upon hearing this. He suddenly threw a palm and forced Elder Zhu Li back. His eyes looked over and finally landed on Xiao Yan. Those eyes immediately narrowed as he cried out in a cold voice, friend, interfering in the matters of my ancient void dragon tribe in this empty realm is not a smart decision. Xiao Yan? Elder Zhu Li had also used this opportunity to sigh in relief. He looked at the human figure beside Qing and was also greatly surprised, but he appeared to have recalled something as his expression changed. His body moved and appeared beside Xiao Yan. He said, why have you come here? The matter here is not something that you can intervene with. Bring Qing and leave. I will protect you. Trying to escape? How can it be so easy? Friend, this is your last chance. The red-faced old man's eyes gradually revealed some unfriendliness as he stared at Xiao Yan and spoke. An intermediate Ban Shang actually dares to act arrogantly in front of me. Xiao Yan slightly frowned. He suddenly took a step forward, and his body disappeared in an instant. The expression of the red-faced old man drastically changed upon watching Xiao Yan disappear. His body turned into a ray of light that hurriedly pulled back, but his body had just moved when a large hand penetrated the space in front of him and landed above his head. At the same time, an ice-cold voice was transmitted through the air. "Move again and you will die." The red-faced old man's eyes were shocked as he looked at the figure that had slowly appeared from the empty space in front of him. A moment later, his somewhat hoarse voice slowly seeped out from between his teeth. You are an elite Dou Shang." The red-faced old man was not the only one who was stunned by Xiao Yan's attack. Even He Cheng and Elder Zhu Li were completely astounded as they watched Xiao Yan move. They were unable to recover. When Xiao Yan had left the Eastern Dragon Island back then, he had merely been a 5-star Dozun. In just a couple of years, he had leaped from a 5-star Dozun to a Dou Shang? How can he expect one to continue living? He Cheng muttered in stunned disbelief. He had trained for many years, but he had only managed to climb to the 8th change peak of the Dozun class. There was still a great distance to the Ban Sheng class. In the end, Xiao Yan, who had been weaker than him back then, had already advanced beyond him. Xiao Yan pressed his hand against the head of the red-faced old man. He glanced at the red face that was gradually turning pale. After which, his finger gently pressed on the old man's forehead. With the press of this finger, a bloody hole ended up forming on the forehead of the red-faced old man. The aura of the old man's body quickly became weak. Xiao Yan randomly touched the man's body with his hand and a symbol appeared on the red-faced old man's forehead, sealing his Dou Qi. Xiao Yan completed all of these actions before grabbing the red-faced old man to move. He appeared beside He Cheng and randomly tossed that old man over. He laughed. There is no need to sacrifice your life to capture him. He Cheng was a little dull as he received the red-faced old man, who was in an unknown condition. The powerful and untouchable elite Ban Sheng in his eyes had become this useless in Xiao Yan's hands. Within a couple of minutes, that person, who had been acting high and mighty earlier, was no different than a dead dog. Gulp. Elder Zhu Li by the side also quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even at his peak condition, he would have had to experience a bitter battle in order to defeat this person, yet in Xiao Yan's hands. This fellow, just how has he trained? He has reached this level within a short few years. No wonder he is a friend of the Dragon Emperor. He is indeed extraordinary. Withdraw. That half-dragon elder in the distance was stunned because of this scene. He recovered a moment later and a chill surged from his feet into his heart. A stern cry was decisively emitted from his mouth. Since the other party was able to capture Huozhan with such ease, that person was definitely a genuine Dou Shang. An expert of that level was not someone they could deal with. Remaining behind would only be sharing the same fate as Huozhan. The half-dragon elder was the first to pull back after his cry sounded. Within a couple of flashes, he had appeared at the edge of the darkness. He needed to report this matter as soon as possible. At that time, there would naturally be some experts from the island who would finish this brat off. Xiao Yan, do not allow them to escape. Otherwise, they may end up alerting the enemy. Elder Zhu Li hurriedly cried out while feeling startled. He had not expected that old fellow to simply just run away. Xiao Yan grinned and nodded, but he did not move. His eyes glanced in the direction of the fleeing group. Around 2 minutes or so later, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Many figures rushed over from that direction and appeared in front of everyone. It was surprisingly Yao Ming's group. At this moment, they were holding some people in their hands. That half-dragon elder, who had fled earlier, was also among them. This old fellow is really cunning, but what can he do with just the strength of a mere Ban Shang? Yao Ming threw the half-dragon elder, who had been beaten unconscious, to Xiao Yan and laughed. Xiao Yan received this elder and sealed his Dou Qi up. After which, he tossed this person to He Cheng. His eyes landed on Elder Zhu Li as he laughed. This is the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python Tribe's chief, Yao Ming. 9 Serene Deep Ground Python Tribe? Zhu Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. His eyes cautiously looked at Yao Ming as he said, "It is rumored that the 3 large dragon islands have dispatched people to ask for other tribes' cooperation to deal with our Eastern Dragon Island. This elder need not be worried. The one who agreed to cooperate with the 3 large dragon islands was that useless brother of mine. However, I have regained my tribal chief position from him," Yao Ming smiled and replied. "Now, I have been invited by brother Xiao Yan. If the Eastern Dragon Island does not despise this help, my 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe can lend you a hand." Oh? Elder Zhu Li was startled upon hearing this offer. His eyes landed on Xiao Yan. Only after seeing Xiao Yan nod with a smile did he reveal an expression of wild joy. Their Eastern Dragon Island desperately needed reinforcements. What is the situation of the Eastern Dragon Island like now? Xiao Yan asked. Elder Julie softly sighed and shook his head. His voice was low and deep, very bad. The three great dragon islands have poured all over this place. They have made up their minds to kill the Dragon Emperor before she can truly reach her peak. The Eastern Dragon Island is in complete chaos. The Dragon Emperor has been surrounded by the three great Dragon Kings. A grave expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face. The situation of the Eastern Dragon Island was worse than he had imagined. Go, let's head to the Eastern Dragon Island. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled. The fist under his sleeve was slowly tightened. Regardless of how strong the three great Dragon Kings were, it was impossible for him to simply ignore Xian's cur. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1478, Meeting Xian again. Chapter 1478, Meeting Xian again. Even light disappeared within the dark empty realm. This world was monotonous and lonely. At the same time, it was plagued with much danger. There would occasionally be some surging chaotic spatial flow that could forcefully shatter an expert Dou Qi. Hence, other than the ancient void dragons, which specialized in spatial strength, seldom would any humans or experts from other races enter the empty realm. Of course, this kind of place might be completely remote and deserted to others, but it was quite beneficial for the ancient void dragon tribe. The chaotic spatial flow in this place was not only able to train their control over spatial strength, but they were also able to use the tearing force of the chaotic flow to train their extremely strong physical bodies. Some light suddenly appeared from within the nothingness. If one were to look in the direction of the light, one would see an extremely huge island suspended in the emptiness. Bang bang, dot. Extremely intense energy explosions continued to be emitted from that enormous island. Wave after wave of wild and violent energy attacks began to sweep in all directions from the island like a storm. Everything within 100,000 feet from that island was completely destroyed. There were quite a number of people waiting gravely in the empty space around the island. Sharp eyes swept around the island. Anyone attempting to charge out of the island would be violently smashed down by the storm-like attacks. These troops had formed an airtight dragnet which completely surrounded the island. 20 people were lingering at a certain spot above the island. Their eyes continued to sweep over this group at the middle. A cold and stern-looking strong man was sitting down in the middle of the group. The aura of this person was quite strong. He was even a little stronger than He Qing. He was an expert who had reached the 9th change peak of the Dou Qi class. Swoosh, dot. This large man stared intently at the island below. Suddenly, his ears slightly moved as his eyes swung around the empty space in the distance. His body suddenly stood up as he let out a deep cry, "Be careful, someone is approaching." A cluster of light suddenly flashed and appeared from deep within the darkness after his last word sounded. It appeared a short distance from the group within a couple of flashes. Hey Chang? They are from the Eastern Dragon Island. Attack! The eyes of the large man were extremely sharp. He managed to identify He Qing from within the cluster of lights with a glance. His expression sank as he cried out in a cold voice. Understood. The many human figures cried out in an orderly fashion after hearing his shout. Many powerful energy light pillars shot out. Their combined attack gave them an extremely powerful momentum. Bang! However, a faint voice was emitted while these light pillars approached the cluster of lights. Everyone was horrified to watch those many light pillars explode with a bang. Soon after, a frightening strength that could not be resisted surged out of the empty space and violently struck their bodies. Grug! This attack was undoubtedly an exterminating force for the warriors from these three great dragon islands. The armors on those many warriors was shattered into dust. Other than the big man, who had reached the 9th change peak of the Dou Qi class, the remaining people fell to the dragon island below. Bastard, who exactly are you? The large man's eyes were shocked as he saw their defenses crumbling in the blink of an eye. He quickly let out a low roar. The flowing light slowly disappeared a short distance in front of the large man. Xiao Yan stepped out from within a light. His eyes did not pause on the large man in front of him. Instead, they swept over the dragon island below. At this moment, the Eastern Dragon Island was filled with holes. Extremely intense battles erupted all over the place. A wild and violent energy caused the entire island to become much dimmer. Although the Dragon Island was in a complete chaos, Xiao Yan could see that the defensive line of the Eastern Dragon Island had shrunk from the outer region to the central Dragon Hall. That location was the middle of the Eastern Dragon Island. In other words, other than the territory around the Dragon Hall, almost 2/3 of the Eastern Dragon Island had been captured by the three great Dragon Islands. This situation was quite bad. Where is Zi Yan? Xiao Yan's eyes swept around him, but he did not discover a hint of Zi Yan. He frowned and had just posed a question when an extremely frightening energy ripple was suddenly transmitted over. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly altered upon sensing this energy fluctuation. He lifted his head and looked for the source of this energy fluctuation. He found a bright sun-like light suspended at that spot. It was possible to vaguely see a couple of figures exchanging blows with lightning-like speed. After each exchange, waves of terrifying energy storm would sweep apart. If they weren't some distance from the Dragon Island, these remnant waves would have completely destroyed the eastern Dragon Island. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the circle of light. A flame slowly surged into both of his eyes, allowing his gaze to penetrate through the light and capture everything inside. A somewhat familiar back with long purple hair that emitted a faint enchantment was the first to be imprinted into his sight. Who else could that familiar demeanor belong to other than Zi Yan? However, her current appearance was no longer that of a little girl. Instead, she had become a great beauty. Her tall figure was wrapped within a dark golden form-fitting armor. The armor was not bulky. It pressed against her exquisite and well-proportioned body, outlining her beautiful and sexy curves. The faint temptation hit a bone-piercing chill. The little girl from back then had become such an alluring and bewitching lady. That exquisite face contained an additional cold aura because her eyebrows had been lifted slightly. Although she was still young, it was possible to see a faint aura of authority between her thin eyebrows. Once she fully matured, her demeanor of royalty as the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe would frighten anyone looking at her. On the opposite side of Zi Yan stood three figures. The three of them possessed middle-aged appearance. Each and every action they made was domineering, revealing their fierce and overbearing nature. Those are the three great dragon kings, huh? Xiao Yan's eyes locked onto the three figures. A grave expression flashed across his eyes. He could sense that those three possessed a strength that surpassed Yao Ming. In other words, those three fellows were, at the very least, three-star Doushangs. Zi Yan was holding a long dark golden spear that was taller than her body as she stood within the light sphere. The spear danced and emitted a glaring golden glitter. It had managed to prevent the three great dragon kings from gaining an advantage. Her fighting strength was completely unleashed. It seemed that her dragon phoenix constitution caused her strength to soar. Compared to Xiao Yan, it was likely that she could truly be described as having reached the peak in a single stride. Moreover, this peak was even higher than Xiao Yan. The dragon phoenix possessed the bloodline strength of the ancient void dragon and the heaven phoenix. It was the true ruler of the magical beast world. When a dragon phoenix truly reached the peak, this monstrous existence would not need to feel fear even when facing a legendary Dou Qi. However, that was in the future. It had only been a short period of time since Zi Yan had become dragon phoenix. Although her strength had soared during these few years, she still wasn't strong enough to face these three great dragon kings, who were a lot more experienced than her. It was obvious that this stubborn resistance could not last for long. Roar! While Xiao Yan had become absent-minded because of the battle in the distance, the large man from earlier suddenly emitted a dragon roar. You are seeking death. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold after being awoken by the dragon roar. He threw a palm forward. That large man, whose body was rapidly pulling back, erupted into a cluster of bloody fog. This fellow was sending a message. Many three great Dragon Island experts are hurrying over. Elder Julie spoke in a deep voice. Let's head to the Dragon Hall first. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He did indeed see many figures rushing in this direction. Without hesitating, he moved his body and led the way to the Dragon Hall. Yao Ming and the others hurriedly followed behind him. Block them, dot. The Dragon Island emitted many loud cries while Xiao Yan's group moved. There were many three great Dragon Island experts in front that were attempting to block Xiao Yan's group. Humph. Xiao Yan merely smiled as this obstruction formed. The Dou Qi within his body circulated to the limit. He widened his mouth and a sea of flames was spat out. Their frighteningly high temperature caused the expressions of some of the elite Ban Sheng to change. With Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength of his heavenly flame was many times stronger than in the past. A sea of flames had spread by just widening his mouth. If this was in the past, he would have difficulty creating such a great force even if he had drained all of the Dou Qi within his body. Xiao Yan waved his hand as the sea of flames blocked the attacks. A fire barrier surrounded his group before they swiftly charged through the sea of flames. They had appeared in the air above the Dragon Hall within a couple of flashes. Where have you bastards come from? You dare to intervene in the plans of our three great Dragon Islands? And thunder-like explosive cry sounded the moment Xiao Yan appeared above the Dragon Hall. Immediately, a large black-faced man with a giant ape-like body appeared. He had a ferocious expression as he threw a punch toward Xiao Yan. The frightening strength caused the air within 1,000 feet completely vanish in an instant. Xiao Yan, be careful. He is the first commander of the Western Dragon Island, Xian Mo. He has the strength of a 2-star Doushang. Julie's expression slightly changed upon seeing that large black-faced man. He hurriedly cried out in the process. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. A gentle force delivered everyone to the dragon hall below before he turned his body. His body suddenly swelled and turned into a golden giant that was not inferior to the other party in the blink of an eye. After which, he threw a punch and collided head-on with Xian Mo in front of many shocked pairs of eyes. Get lost! Xiao Yan's furious thunder-like roar of Xiao suddenly exploded over the sky the moment the clash occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1479, Eruption of a Big Battle. Chapter 1479, Eruption of a Big Battle. Clang! 2 strong demon godlike figures suddenly clashed in the sky. A sudden metallic sound was accompanied by a frightening storm as it suddenly swept across the sky. The experts from both parties within 1,000-foot radius were sent flying by the storm. The blood within their bodies violently flowed in the process. The wind erupted and that golden light giant, which Xiao Yan had transformed into, trembled slightly. He took a step back. That large man named Xian Mo on the other side staggered a couple of steps back. Each of his steps collapsed into many dark empty spaces. Brat, you do have some ability. Surprise flashed across Xian Mo's face after he failing to gain an advantage in this collision. His eyes were a little grave as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was a short distance away, and coldly smiled. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over Xian Mo. His brows were also slightly knit. The strength of the 3 great dragon islands was indeed powerful. Their subordinates also included such a powerful expert. If Xiao Yan had not relied on the King Kong glass body, his strong body that had been refined by many natural treasures, and the Heaven Phoenix essence blood, he would not have been able to gain the upper hand in the physical clash earlier. Brat, who exactly are you? Tell me your name. The matters of my ancient void dragon tribe are not something an ordinary person can interfere with. Xian Mo looked at Xiao Yan as he cried out in a cold voice. Xiao Yan completely ignored Xian Mo's cold cry. His eyes swept to the northwest. 2 figures were hurrying over from the distance with lightning-like speed. They appeared beside Xian Mo within a couple of flashes. At the same time, an icy cold voice was quickly emitted. Xian Mo, why are you still wasting your breath? Just attack and capture him. The 3 great dragon kings will likely be victorious soon. Nothing must go wrong before this. The 2 who had appeared in front of Xian Mo was an old man in a green robe and an old man in yellow robe. These 2 appeared extremely old, but their eyes possessed a surging chill. Clearly, they were not merciful people. Xiao Yan's eyes were grave as he studied these 2 old men. His eyelids involuntarily began to twitch. Based on his senses, he could tell that these 2 were a little stronger than Xian Mo. They were at the top of the intermediate 2-star Doushang class. Humph, are the 3 of you trying to bully our eastern Xian region because you think that we have no one? A furious cry was suddenly emitted from the dragon hall soon after the 2 old men appeared. Xiao Yan sensed the space around him fluctuate as 2 white-haired old men with unusually sharp eyes appeared. Xiao Yan, this is the 1st and 2nd elders of our eastern dragon island. Julie hurriedly came over and explained to Xiao Yan who these 2 white-haired old men were. Greetings to 2 elders. Xiao Yan grinned upon hearing this explanation. He cupped his hands together as he faced the 2 smiling old men. Little friend Xiao Yan need not be so polite. You are a friend of the Dragon Emperor. Naturally, you are an important guest of our Eastern Dragon Island. You have really helped us this time around. My Eastern Dragon Island will remember this favor. A white-haired old man holding a dragon-shaped walking stick glanced at Xiao Yan as a smile slowly surfaced on his face. His voice was also quite courteous. That green-robed man is the 1st elder of the Western Dragon Island. He is called Zhu Mu and is an intermediate 2-star Doushang. That yellow-robed old man is the 1st elder of the Southern Dragon Island. He is called Lai Shan and possesses a similar strength as Zhu Mu. Julie softly informed Xiao Yan. These 2 people, along with Xian Mo, can be considered the highest-ranking commanders of the 3 great dragon islands other than the 3 great dragon kings. The 3 of them are in charge of the offensive against the Eastern Dragon Island. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. His heart was a little shaken. 3 2-star Doushangs was a lineup that an ordinary faction could not take out. The ancient Void Dragon tribe was indeed worthy of being the strongest tribe in the magical beast world. Moreover, this was a situation where they had separated. If they ended up unifying, they would not be inferior to the Hun clan, the Gu clan, or the other super factions. Old man Qing Shan, are all of you going to continue this stubborn resistance after things have developed to this stage? You should be aware that by continuing to resist, the strength of the Eastern Dragon Island will be completely exhausted. That green-robed first elder from the Western Dragon Island looked at the old man holding a walking stick and coldly laughed. My Eastern Dragon Island will not allow you traitors, who have forgotten the rules of the tribe, to continue on, even if we have to exhaust our last man. The Eastern Dragon Island's first elder, who was addressed as Qing Shan, rolled his eyes and spoke in a faint voice. I will see just whether your tongue will remain this tough after the 3 Dragon Kings finish off your Dragon Emperor. The first elder Zhumu from the Western Dragon Island laughed and said, if we count the time, the reinforcements sent by the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will likely be arriving soon. At that time, the old me shall see just how you are going to resist. Shameless fellow. The ancient Void Dragon and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe are enemies. You have even forgotten such a hatred. You are unworthy of being a tribal member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Back then, the Dragon Emperor had spent effort grooming all of you. Your consciousness has all been eaten by dogs. The second elder from the Eastern Dragon Island grit his teeth and furiously cursed. The expressions of Xian Mo's group became slightly unnatural after hearing the second elder mention the Dragon Emperor. They finally replied a moment later, the Dragon Emperor has been missing for thousands of years. It is likely that he is no longer in this world. As for the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, we will finish them off once we unify. The ancient Void Dragon tribe has been separated for too long. It must be united as soon as possible, yet all of you are blocking the unification. What gibberish! The Dragon Emperor is the one who possesses the true royal bloodline. The 3 great Dragon Kings are partially related if that, yet you dare to proclaim the unification of the ancient Void Dragon tribe? It was because of their selfish desires that they separated the ancient Dragon clan back then. First Elder Chang Mu chided. Xiao Yan by the side gained an understanding of the situation after hearing this exchange between the two sides. All of the members of the ancient Void Dragon tribe wanted unification, but all of them had different ideas. Hence, this had eventually resulted in the eruption of this big war. You need not wait for the members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. I coincidentally met them along the way and sent them packing. Xiao Yan did not wish to understand the differences in opinion within the ancient Dragon tribe. The only thing that he understood was that he had an extremely deep relationship with Zi Yan. On the other hand, he did not have a good impression of the 3 great Dragon Kings. He would naturally choose Zi Yan. He grabbed the area below with his hand. A human figure appeared in it. It was the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's Qin Huang. What? Both parties were startled upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. They hurriedly shifted their eyes and caught sight of Qin Huang, who was in a sealed state. You bastard! How dare you ruin the plans of our 3 great islands? Xian Mo stared at Xiao Yan as he furiously cried out. You too, why are you still wasting your breath with him? Attack and flatten this dragon hall. Aye. The Western and Southern Dragon Islands' first elders nodded slowly upon hearing this order. Their mouths emitted a dragon roar. Soon after, hundreds of lights came rushing over from a short distance away. They stopped in the air above the dragon hall. The 10 people leading this group possessed an extremely frightening aura. They had all reached the Ban Sheng class. The remaining people were mostly above 5th star of the Dou Zun class. Roar! Many dragon roars were emitted from the dragon hall below after seeing the experts from the 3 great dragon islands gather together. Immediately, the rushing sound of wind appeared. Many figures appeared behind Xiao Yan in an orderly fashion. Their eyes ruthlessly looked at the large group of people in the distance. The Dou Qi within their bodies began to rapidly circulate. The atmosphere of the entire area became extremely tense as the experts from both parties stepped forward. Bang! Dot! A loud and clear energy explosion was suddenly emitted in the distant space while both parties were facing each other. This sudden explosion also shattered the face-off. Many powerful auras began to charge into the sky. Charge! The experts from both parties seemed to have become ferocious tigers that had descended the mountains with low and deep roars. All of them rushed forward. In an instant, the entire place turned into a complete chaos. An intense chaotic battle erupted. Bang bang bang! The battle that erupted caused one to feel dazzled. Although the number of experts from the 3 great dragon islands was much greater than the Eastern Dragon Island, it was clearly not easy to swiftly swallow the fighting strength of the Eastern Dragon Island. Hence, the battle descended into a seesaw-like stalemate after the battle erupted. Bang! Xiao Yan's palm struck an expert who had reached the peak of the Dou Zun class, forcing the expert to spit out blood and retreat. His body quickly moved as he appeared beside the expert Dou Qi. After which, he grabbed the Dou Qi's hand and used him as a weapon in front of many shocked eyes. He violently smashed this peaked Dou Qi into an elite Ban Shang. The frightening force caused the arm of this peaked Dou Qi class expert to explode. At the same time, the expert struck the elite Ban Shang until the Ban Shang spat out blood and flew backwards. Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head after sending that Ban Shang flying. His eyes looked to the empty space in the distance. The battleground there was the most important one. Its end result would determine the outcome of this ancient dragon tribe's war and would decide the final victor. However, the situation in that light cluster caused Xiao Yan's heart to sink. Xi Yan was tiring. She was being pushed back by the combined attacks of the three dragon kings. Two elders, tribal chief Yao Ming will help the both of you deal with Xian Mo and the other two. I will help Xi Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp as he exhaled a deep breath of air. His mouth emitted a stern howl. A pair of huge green-red bone wings spread apart. Block him. Xian Mo and the other two first elders were immediately startled upon seeing Xiao Yan move. Before they could give chase, Yao Ming and the first and second elders from the eastern dragon island hurried over and blocked them. Xiao Yan's bone wings were flapped the moment this clash occurred. A wind lightning sound appeared. His body rushed out of the eastern dragon island with lightning-like speed as he hurried towards the battleground in the empty space. Three great dragon kings, I wish to see just how frightening all of you are. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1480, Three Great Dragon Kings. Chapter 1480, Three Great Dragon Kings. Bang, dot. The long dark golden spear was just like a furious roaring dragon that cut a bright arc in the emptiness before it ruthlessly smashed into the hand of a middle-aged man with a crown over his head. His hand had transformed into a claw. The frightening force shattered a great amount of scales on the dragon claw. The moment that long spear left the delicate and beautiful figure, another figure began to approach in a ghost-like fashion. An extremely sharp palm wind unhesitatingly and mercilessly slammed toward the beautiful figure. Humph. The owner of that beautiful figure narrowed her eyes when she sensed this sneak attack. Her sharp nose emitted a low cold snort. With a shake of her arm, that long spear seemed to be connected to a chain as it was instantly swung in a soul-stirring arc, forming a semi-sphere that heavily struck the sharp palm wind. The powerful force erupted and the two were forced to stagger back before they finally stabilized their bodies. Haha, it is indeed worthy of being the Dragon Phoenix constitution. Its strength is actually this powerful. This failed surprise attack caused the man to involuntarily let out some praise. He laughed, Niece Xi Yan. Why do you need to continue this stubborn resistance? Although you possess the extremely rare Dragon Phoenix constitution, you have yet to mature. You are really being too naive if you are thinking of fighting the three of us alone. Western Dragon King, you should stop acting in front of me. The three of you had taken advantage of my father's disappearance to split the ancient Void Dragon tribe, resulting in the current state of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. It is not too much to say that the three of you are the sinners of this tribe. Xi Yan's face was dark as a chill spread from her pale purple eyes with a laugh. The three of us also possess the royal bloodline. It is only logical for us to proclaim ourselves kings. Since when can a young fellow like you reprimand us? A somewhat shady-looking middle-aged man coldly stated. Niece Xi Yan, the losses from the internal conflict within the ancient dragon tribe have been far too severe. Why can't you take a step back and avoid this battle? There was a man in royal robes among the trio. This person always had a smile hanging on his face, giving one a good impression since he always appeared extremely friendly. However, only those who were familiar with him were aware that this Northern Dragon King was the most frightening among the three great Dragon Kings. Not only did he scheme a ton, but he would also use all means to achieve his aims. The suggestion to work with the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had been made by him. Xi Yan glared at the Northern Dragon King with great dislike. This person was the person who would stab someone in the back. Back then, the other two Dragon Kings were tempted by him to separate from the ancient Dragon tribe. This eventually led to them carrying out the split that greatly damaged the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Do you think you are worthy of having the royal bloodline of the ancient dragon? The ancient Dragon tribe will really be finished if it ends up in your hands. Xi Yan knit her brows. Her entire being was filled with a dark aura as she coldly cried out. The Northern Dragon King smiled upon hearing her words. He softly said, since Niece Xi Yan is so stubborn, I can only capture you by force. Once you witness the prosperity of our ancient dragon tribe in the future, you will naturally understand what I am doing now is correct. We should attack. Do not continue to delay. The situation might end up changing. The Western Dragon King and Southern Dragon King hesitated for a moment after hearing the Northern Dragon King's voice. After which, they violently nodded. Do you think that I am afraid of you just because your numbers are greater? Not. Ziyan's face became gloomy after she saw the three of them were preparing to attack together again. Her body moved and she pulled back. A pair of 1,000-foot-large phoenix wings spread from her back. Those phoenix wings were flapped and a frightening strength rose from them. Attack! These wings caused the Northern Dragon King to frown. A cold cry sounded and his body took the lead in rushing forward. The Western and Southern Dragon Kings followed close behind him. Yellow Spring Finger. Yellow Spring Palm. Their bodies had just begun moving when an explosive cry suddenly resounded from empty space. A large finger and palm suddenly descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed toward the trio. Who are you, little thief? How dare you interfere in the matters of my ancient Void Dragon tribe? This sudden attack also caused the three Dragon Kings to be startled. They quickly waved their sleeves and a frightening force shot out with lightning-like speed before shattering the Yellow Spring Finger and the Yellow Spring Palm. The trio immediately turned their icy eyes after shattering the palm and finger. Their eyes finally paused on a skinny figure who was flapping a pair of green-red bone wings. This figure remained suspended in the air a short distance from them. Brat, are you asking to die? Upon seeing their attacker, a chill flashed across the Southern Dragon King's eyes as he cried out. Xiao Yan? Ziyan, who was flapping her 1,000-foot-large phoenix wings, was also startled because of this figure. Her pretty eyes slid over as a joy quickly flashed over them. Soon after, that joy changed into worry as she cried out loud, Xiao Yan, what are you doing here? You are no match for them. Withdraw now. With Ziyan's current strength, she was naturally able to see through Xiao Yan's strength at a glance, and advanced 1-star Dou Shang. Although this improvement speed was already quite shocking, the opponents this time around were the renowned three great Dragon Kings of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. How long do you need? Xiao Yan ignored Ziyan's cry. All he did was pose a question. He could tell that Ziyan was preparing a powerful strike. Clearly, this required a lot of time to prepare. Ziyan was startled upon hearing his question. She gently clenched her teeth before answering Xiao Yan. 10 minutes. Leave them to me. Xiao Yan gently exhaled and softly replied. You, Ziyan knit her brows. She looked at the somewhat skinny back. The three great Dragon Kings were the top experts on the continent. The Western and Southern Dragon Kings had all become advanced 3-star Dou Shangs. That Northern Dragon King was even stronger. He already had half a foot in the 4th star of the Dou Shang class. If the three of them were to cooperate, even an initial 4-star Dou Shang would not be able to fight with them. Even less needed to be said for Xiao Yan, who was an advanced 1-star Dou Shang. What arrogant words! The Western Dragon King coldly snorted. An advanced 1-star Dou Shang class expert might appear very strong in the eyes of others, but it was difficult for someone of this strength to stir any trouble in front of them. Xiao Yan was without expression. He completely ignored the other party's mockery. Both of his hands were swiftly placed together. After which, many extremely complicated hand seals were formed. At the same time, the spiritual strength on his brow began to stir. Do not drag things out with him. All three of us will attack together. The Northern Dragon King frowned. His naturally cautious self was unwilling to take a risk. Even though the other party was merely a 1-star Dou Shang, he still insisted that the three of them fight with all their strength and kill him before dealing with Ziyan. The Western and Southern Dragon Kings curled their mouths upon hearing these words. They felt some disdain for the cautiousness of the Northern Dragon King, but they did not utter anything or argue with him. Their three bodies rushed out at the same time. Sharp lethal attacks whistled toward Xiao Yan. Chi. The seals formed by Xiao Yan's hands changed with lightning-like speed. At the same time, his spiritual strength suddenly erupted from his brow. It turned into a 1,000-foot-large illusory figure that wrapped around his body. That illusory figure abruptly opened its huge mouth after the seals were formed. A strange and frightening ripple erupted from its mouth like a storm. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Mao. Xiao Yan was clearly aware of the vast difference in strength between him and the three great Dragon Kings. It was impossible for him to even endure 5 minutes in a head-on clash. Hence, he had unleashed the only Tian-class high-level Dou skill that he had practiced, the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. After the strange sound was emitted from the enormous illusory figure's mouth, the empty realm seemed to have instantly quietened down. A moment later, the expressions of the three great Dragon Kings began to gradually change. They had discovered the frightening sonic wave attack that came from all directions at this moment. Spiritual attack. Be careful. The face of the Northern Dragon King was covered with a grave expression. He had not expected Xiao Yan to unleash a spiritual attack. The physical bodies of the ancient Void Dragon tribe might be extremely powerful, but they were still magical beasts. Spiritual strength was the weakness of magical beasts. Fortunately, there were not many experts in the current Dou Qi continent who knew how to use spiritual strength to attack. However, not many did not mean that they did not exist. An example was Xiao Yan. Buzz. The empty realm began to tremble at this moment. Let's join hands. The Northern Dragon King immediately sensed a giddy feeling be emitted from his head after the sonic wave was transmitted into his ear. He explosively cried out and the three of them gathered together. That frightening sonic attack had arrived before they could completely circulate their Dou Qi. That frightening attacking speed had caused Xiao Yan to suffer a great loss before. This time around, he had caught the three Dragon Kings off guard. They did not have much time to defend against that frightening speed. Bang! The spiritual assault quickly arrived and disappeared just as quickly. The bodies of the three Dragon Kings emitted a deep muffled sound the moment the sonic wave penetrated their bodies. Grug! The three stiffened bodies solidified for a moment. Both the faces of the Western and Southern Dragon Kings immediately paled. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The intense pain of being sliced by a blade continued to be emitted from their minds, causing them to gain the impulse to tear off their heads. Little bastard, I will tear you apart while you're still alive. The Northern Dragon King's condition was slightly better, but his face was also a little pale. His eyes were extremely ferocious as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was a short distance away. His eyes were filled with a brutalness and a murderous intent. Xiao Yan's solemn face revealed a grin as he looked at the vicious eyes of those three individuals. The seal formed by his hands changed. He widened his mouth and a faint voice was slowly emitted, explode. The eyes of the Northern Dragon King shrank the moment his voice was emitted. It was as though he had detected something. He turned his head abruptly, only to see another Xiao Yan appearing a couple of meters behind. At this moment, there was a fire lotus consisting of 5 different colors in the hand of Xiao Yan. This fire lotus was slowly rotating. That Xiao Yan lifted his head the moment they turned theirs. He gave them a mysterious smile. That beautiful 5-colored fire lotus exploded like a beautiful fireworks in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1481, Fighting Desperately. Chapter 1481, Fighting Desperately. Bang! A 10,000-foot large firestorm swept over the sky at this instant. Its frightening temperature caused fierce flames to rise across the eastern Dragon Island despite it being extremely far away. Some of the weaker individuals were shocked to find that the blood in their bodies had begun to boil. What a terrifying firestorm! The extremely chaotic battles across the eastern Dragon Island became quiet when this earth-shaking storm appeared. Many pairs of eyes were filled with a rich shock as they stared at this firestorm that filled their sights. Even someone as strong as Xun Er ended up revealing a solemn expression when he sensed this annihilation force. It seems to be an attack unleashed by that brat. The expression of the first elder from the western Dragon Island suddenly changed. His voice contained great shock. What? Shenmo's and the other first elder's eyelids twitched upon hearing this news. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. If they were to get swept into such a terrifying attack, they would not survive, yet such an attack had originated from the hands of that advanced one-star Doshang? He is indeed worthy of being a friend of the Dragon Emperor. With his help, the Dragon Emperor might have an easier time. The group from the eastern Dragon Island exchanged glances. It was possible for them to see a joy on each other's faces. This was something they could feel excited about after having listened to a continuous string of bad news. Xiao Yan's figure rapidly pulled back within the empty realm. A jade bottle appeared in his hand while he was pulling back. He quickly stuffed the medicinal pills into his mouth. Having unleashed the yellow spring divine anger and the most frightening 5-colored lotus flame in a row had exhausted him. Moreover, he had also formed the 3000 lightning illusory body at the last moment and took advantage of the 3 Dragon Kings' inability to sense their surroundings after they had been struck by the yellow spring divine anger to quietly appear behind them. Finally, he exploded the angry Buddha lotus flame and completely engulfed the 3 Dragon Kings within the most destructive strength of the fire lotus. These few attacks that he had unleashed would cause even an expert 3-star Doshang to suffer a serious injury if they had been caught off guard. Xiao Yan was clearly aware of the might of the yellow spring divine anger and the angry Buddha lotus flame. One specialized in attacking the soul while the other boasted in exterminating destruction. The strength from the combination of the two could be described as terrifying. The storm was like a natural disaster in the empty realm as it emitted a frightening temperature and an annihilation-like wave. Even Xiao Yan did not dare to easily touch these assault waves. Although the Yellow Spring Divine Anger and the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame are extremely powerful, the body of an ancient void dragon is also unbelievably tough. Additionally, the three of them possess extraordinary abilities. It would be difficult to kill them. Xiao Yan's eyes rapidly flickered while he swiftly flew back. Roar! The enormous firestorm in the distance violently shook as this thought flashed through Xiao Yan's heart. Its rotating speed gradually slowed. Finally, a dragon roar that was filled with a wild murderous intent was emitted from the firestorm. They are indeed not dead. Xiao Yan's heart slightly sank upon hearing this dragon roar. It seemed that he was really dreaming if he wanted to kill the three dragon kings with one strike. Bang! Soon after the dragon roar was emitted, a dragon claw that was hundreds of feet in size was violently extended from the storm. Three dragons, which were tens of thousands of feet long, forcefully rushed out of the firestorm. Those large blood-red dragon eyes were incomparably vicious as they stared intently at Xiao Yan in the distance. These three extremely large dragons were the actual forms of the three great dragon kings, but their appearances were extremely miserable. Blood flowed out of their enormous dragon bodies like streams. Over half of their scales, which were as large as a human head, had been shattered. Deep wounds covered their bodies like gullies. It was even vaguely possible to see dense, white bones within the wounds. Even though the three of them had survived the Yellow Spring Divine Anger and the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame, they had paid a heavy price. Little bastard! This king will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Three huge dragons lingered in the empty space. An extremely dense dragon might spread apart. It appeared as though the entire world was trembling at this moment. Vicious roars rumbled over this empty realm like thunder before spreading into the distance. Xiao Yan appeared just like an insignificant ant as he stood in front of these three humongous dragons. His face involuntarily twitched a couple of times at this moment. The bone wings behind him were flapped and his body suddenly pulled back. The three large dragon kings had already gone crazy. He would likely end up dying if he were to fight with them. Bang! Xiao Yan's body had just pulled back when the three large dragon kings widened their ferocious large mouths. Three light pillars that were 1,000 feet wide shot out with a bang. The light pillar contained an extremely terrifying destructive force. It was likely that Xiao Yan would completely vanish if he was struck by them. Angry Buddha Reincarnation. The three large light pillars sealed off all of Xiao Yan's paths of retreat. His expression had become completely grave at this critical moment. For clusters of heavenly flames were spat out of his mouth. They rapidly swelled and turned into a 1,000-foot large plate created by a ring of fire. A mysterious energy slowly spread from within the plate. This was a unique Dou skill that Xiao Yan had comprehended while advancing to the Dou Shun class back then. The enormous fire plate had just been formed when the first light pillar came rushing over with lightning-like speed. Finally, they collided with each other. Bang! The entire world was quiet the moment the collision occurred. A strange force was emitted from within the circular fireplate before the light pillar emitted a swoosh sound as it shot backwards. Grug! Although the light pillar was reflected, the force that penetrated the fireplate still caused Xiao Yan to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bang bang! The other two light pillars quickly followed behind the first light pillar, but all of them were eventually reflected. Nevertheless, the fireplate also exploded with a bang after the last light pillar was reflected. Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out of Xiao Yan's mouth as his body flew back 10,000 feet. Boom boom, dot. Those three reflected light pillars were ruthlessly smashed into the enormous bodies of the three great dragon kings in front of their stunned eyes. This caused their originally miserable injuries to worsen. Kill him! This wild and violent roar reverberated around the empty realm. Even the most sinister northern dragon king had become furious at this moment. The combined attacks of the three of them, the three great dragon kings, not only failed to swiftly finish Xiao Yan off, they had instead allowed Xiao Yan to leave them worse off. They would lose all of their reputation if this matter were to spread. All of you will have to lose more bones if you wish to kill me. Xiao Yan once again forcefully stabilized his body. He lifted his somewhat pale face and wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His black eyes revealed some craziness. The three great dragon kings were cornering him to death. Xiao Yan spat out some blood as a madness rose within his eyes. Both of his hands formed a hand seal, and an enormous illusory figure once again covered his body. Mao! A giddiness spread through Xiao Yan's head as the illusory figure appeared, but he continued to clench his teeth. He once again activated his spiritual strength to unleash the Yellow Spring Divine Anger. The frightening spiritual strength assault surged once again and ruthlessly struck the three great dragon kings. At that moment, the giant blood-colored eyes of the three great dragon kings revealed a dimness. 2 continuous spiritual attacks posed great harm to them. Die. The Northern Dragon King was the first to recover from this spiritual assault. His large body suddenly swayed as it swiftly transformed into a human figure. With a flash, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His expression was ferocious as he threw a punch forward, which heavily landed on Xiao Yan's chest. Grug! A large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out of Xiao Yan's mouth. His expression was ferocious as he looked at the vicious face of the Northern Dragon King in front of him. A wild smile appeared on his face. A 4-colored fire lotus appeared with the flip of his hand and subsequently smashed into the body of the Northern Dragon King. Explode! Boom! A fire lotus erupted once again, and the Northern Dragon King was sent flying back 10,000 feet due to the explosion. Mouthful after mouthful of blood was madly spat out as though it cost nothing. He did not expect Xiao Yan to be even more ruthless than him. Xiao Yan had exchanged a punch for a punch. The interior of Xiao Yan's body was turned into a complete mess by the Northern Dragon King's palm after Xiao Yan had used his remaining strength to unleash a fire lotus that sent the Northern Dragon King flying. Even Xiao Yan's chest had slightly sunk in. Without his extremely strong body, it was likely that the palm from the Northern Dragon King would have caused his body to explode, resulting in his death. 2 light figures accompanied by an earth-shaking murderous desire came rushing over while Xiao Yan was struggling to catch his breath. They were the Southern and Western Dragon Kings. The eyes of those 2 were bright red, and they appeared quite mad. The 3 great Dragon Kings had been beaten into such a miserable state by someone from a member of the younger generation. Just thinking about it caused the rational thoughts of those 2 to be overcome by craziness. Little bastard, go and die. The expression of the Southern Dragon King was ferocious. His arm transformed into a huge claw that ruthlessly slammed toward Xiao Yan's head. If this palm were to strike Xiao Yan's head would have ended up exploding into a bloody fog. Looking at the rapidly magnified dragon claw in front of him, Xiao Yan's body began to tremble in the face of such a deadly threat. The heart in Xiao Yan's chest suddenly began to rapidly beat. The strange bloodline hidden in his chest had begun to quietly flow out. It swiftly entered the many blood vessels within his body. Bang! Bang, bang! After the feeling of that blood flowing into his blood vessels, Xiao Yan suddenly felt his strength, which he had completely exhausted, completely return in an instant. Moreover, it appeared even stronger than his previous peak condition. This sudden change caused Xiao Yan to be startled. He quickly recovered and was preparing to hurriedly dodge when an extremely bright golden light suddenly flashed past his eyes. Che! Xiao Yan's eyes were shocked as the golden light flashed past because he saw the arm of the Southern Dragon King be hacked off. The spot where the arm was broken was extremely smooth. The shock quickly disappeared. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head around, only to find a purple-haired figure slowly walking through the air. A liquid-like golden sword slowly flowed through her hands while a destructive force quietly spread from it. At the same time, a mysterious icy-cold voice spread with a pressure. This emperor will forever imprison you in the dragon prison if you dare touch him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1482, Dragon Slaying Sword. Chapter 1482, Dragon Slaying Sword. The long purple hair naturally belonged to Ziyan, but her body currently radiated a terrifying pressure that frightened Xiao Yan. This pressure originated from the liquid-like golden sword that she held in her hand. The Southern Dragon King looked at his missing arm with dull eyes. After having transformed into a dragon arm, the defenses of his body had already reached an extremely frightening level. Even if he were to receive a direct blow from a 5-star Doshang, it would be impossible for his arm to be cut off with such ease. However, Dragon Slaying Sword? Is it the Dragon Slaying Sword? You have summoned the Dragon Slaying Sword? This dull state continued for an instant before he felt the intense pain transmitted from his lost arm. The Southern Dragon King suddenly lifted his head. He looked at Ziyan walking through the air. Finally, his eyes paused onto the liquid-like golden sword that she held. His eyes shrank to the size of pinholes as a shocked exclamation containing great disbelief was roared from his mouth. The heart of the Western Dragon King by the side also wildly shook. Those bright red eyes revealed a shocked expression in them. His entire body trembled as he looked at the liquid-like golden sword in Ziyan's hand. A horrified expression finally appeared on his face. The dragon-slaying sword was not a weapon. Instead, it was an extremely powerful Dou skill owned by the ancient Void Dragon tribe. This Dou skill could only be unleashed by the ancient dragon that possessed the purest royal bloodline. Even the 3 great dragon kings were unable to use it, but none of them had ever expected the current Ziyan to be able to summon it. It should be known that even the last Dragon Emperor had to reach the strength of a 6-star Dou Shang before being able to barely summon the dragon-slaying sword. However, Xiao Yan was only at the initial 4-star Dou Shang class. The dragon-slaying sword, as its name suggests, was specifically used to slay dragons. This could be considered a technique that only belonged to the Dragon Emperor. Unless one's strength far surpassed the ancient dragon wielding the dragon-slaying sword, the ancient dragon would be as weak as being curd under the sword. Dragon-slaying sword. Everyone on the eastern Dragon Island froze at this moment. They raised their heads. All of their eyes contained a rich fear as they looked at the figure standing in empty space. Even an expert like Xun Er involuntarily felt his body tremble. They were all feeling a fear and terror that originated from their bloodline. The dragon-slaying sword was the thing that all ancient void dragon feared the most within their hearts. The Dragon Emperor has actually summoned the dragon-slaying sword. The many elders on the eastern Dragon Island trembled as they looked at the empty realm. They were so excited that tears rolled down their faces. A Dragon Emperor who could summon the dragon-slaying sword was a true Dragon Emperor. Hence, from this moment on, Xiao Yan finally possessed the authority to command the entire ancient dragon tribe. The dragon-slaying sword has already appeared. It is obvious who the Dragon Emperor is. All of you should stop being obstinate. Be careful of ending up in a terrible state when the dragon-slaying sword descends on your head in the future. The first elder from the eastern Dragon Island floated in the air and roared out loud while holding a dragon-shaped walking stick in his hand. The expressions of some of the warriors from the 3 Dragon Islands changed upon hearing this roar. Even Xianman and the other 2 elders did not dare to utter a single word at this moment. The pressure of the dragon-slaying sword radiated across the empty realm, causing them to feel extremely uneasy. They felt as though the thing that could slay a dragon as if it were slaughtering a chicken would suddenly descend and fall on their heads. Bang bang! Silence covered the eastern Dragon Island. A moment later, some warriors from the 3 islands could not endure this pressure that originated from their bloodline. They knelt down to the empty space in the distance. Soon after this first group of people knelt down, an increasing number of ancient dragons began to make a choice after struggling, and in the end, they chose to surrender. The expressions of Xun Er and the other powerful upper echelons of the 3 islands gradually paled upon seeing more warriors kneel. They were aware that the situation today had already been decided. In the future, the eastern Dragon Island would definitely far surpass the 3 Great Dragon Island. Hurry up and leave. The Western Dragon King forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart when the situation on the eastern Dragon Island situation drastically changed. A furious roar sounded and his body instantly pulled back. The Southern Dragon King was unconcerned about his broken arm. His face was filled with shock as he pulled back. Traitors! Dragon-slaying sword, execute! Xiao Yan's purple eyes stared at the 2 retreating figures with cold indifference. An icy bone-chilling voice was emitted from her mouth, and the dragon-slaying sword was slowly lifted and swung at the Western Dragon King. The sword swung down. A strange fluctuation rippled from the tip of the sword with lightning-like speed. The Western Dragon Island sensed something the moment the sword came swinging down. The terror in his eyes became even more intense as a low roar was emitted from his mouth. Layer after layer of dragon scales rose over his head, body, arms, and half of his body. These dragon scales contained a strange luster as though they were unbreakable. However, this extremely powerful defense crumbled in a short instant. That strange energy emitted from the dragon-slaying sword penetrated space itself and gently slashed across his body. Grug! The fluctuation passed by and the expression of the Western Dragon King paled immediately. A mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out as he lowered his head in shock. He could see a large savage-looking wound sliding down his shoulder as it headed toward his waist. The tough dragon scales covering his body split like bean curd. The slice was extremely smooth as fresh blood rolled down beneath the dragon scales. One was even vaguely able to see his moving internal organs inside. Just a slash was all it took to seriously injure the Western Dragon King. The might of the dragon-slaying sword could indeed be described as terrifying against an ancient void dragon. Ah! A miserable screech sounded from the Western Dragon King's mouth as an earth-shaking cry. An intense pain that penetrated deep into his bones caused his body to tremble. Wave after wave of dizziness continued to assault his mind. The Southern Dragon King, who was a short distance from the Western Dragon King, felt his limbs turn icy cold after seeing the slice form. He violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He ceased having any thoughts of rescuing others at this moment. The only thought he had was to hurry up and leave. The might of the dragon-slaying sword had almost caused him to collapse. Gulp! Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was full of shock. He had personally experienced just how frightening the defensive strength of those 3 were. Even his strongest extermination fire lotus had only injured them, but this gentle slash from Xi Yan's sword had nearly taken the life of the Western Dragon King. Hurry up and escape. The Southern Dragon King emitted a roar as his body swiftly retreated. That Western Dragon King also understood that he would simply end up dying if he remained behind. He grabbed the savage-looking wound on his chest, maneuvered the Dou Qi within his body, and crazily retreated. Xi. Xi Yan slowly walked past Xiao Yan. Her eyes were cold and indifferent as she watched those two flee. She once again lifted the dragon-slaying sword in her hand and gently slashed it down. The moment this sword slashed down, Xiao Yan saw a small lock of long purple hair belonging to Xi Yan turn into a grayish-white color. This dragon-slaying sword is exhausting Xi Yan's life force. Xiao Yan's heart shook violently the moment he witnessed her hair change. Since you wish to corner us to death, I will have an all-out fight with you. A feeling of imminent death immediately rose within the Western and Southern Dragon King's hearts as Xi Yan's sword slashed down. They had both seriously injured. They would likely be dead if this slash struck them. Moreover, their prior experience told them that they would not be able to escape the dragon-slaying sword. The both of them were forced into a state of madness as a large mouthful of pale golden blood was suddenly spat out of their mouths. Dragon Emperor Bell. The golden blood swiftly spread in front of the both of them and turned into a 100-foot-tall golden bell, which wrapped around the Western and Southern Dragon Kings. Clang! That strange fluctuation approached with lightning-like speed after the large golden bell was formed. Finally, it smashed with the large golden bell. Bang! That large golden bell emitted waves of circular ripples the moment the loud sound was emitted. Xi! The large golden bell exploded and the lingering ripple struck the Western and Southern Dragon Kings. One leg from each of them flew off. Within a short few minutes, the two great Dragon Kings had become crippled Dragon Kings. Do you think that traitors are worthy of unleashing the strength of a Dragon Emperor? A cold smile rose on Xi Yan's face as she looked at the extremely miserable duo. The dragon-slaying sword in her hand once again mercilessly slashed down. Grug. This sword was not successfully slashed down as Xi Yan's delicate figure trembled after she had just lifted it up. A mouthful of dark golden blood was spat out of her mouth as her expression paled. Although this slash was not completed, there was still a fluctuation emitted. It swiftly rushed toward the Southern and Western Dragon Kings. In their seriously wounded state, the two of them could only sense the ripple grow closer with shock and fear. Swoosh! However, a figure hurried over with lightning-like speed after the two were about to be struck by that ripple. It was the Northern Dragon King, who had yet to show himself. He grabbed the two of them by a shoulder and a mouthful of golden blood was spat out. Subsequently, he sped up and disappeared from the empty realm within a couple of flashes. Ah! A miserable screech was emitted from the direction they had fled soon after they had disappeared. Clearly, they did not escape the mysterious fluctuation. The three great Dragon Kings have been defeated. The bodies of Shin Mo's group on the eastern Dragon Island immediately turned icy cold after they watched the three miserable figures flee. Their bodies began to rise from the ground as they fled in all directions along with some of the three islands' elders. It would be suicidal for them to remain behind at this moment. What a terrifying sword! Xiao Yan looked to where the three Dragon Kings had disappeared before his eyes shifted to the seemingly liquid-like sword in Xi Yan's hand. He involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of cold air in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1483, End of the War. Chapter 1483, End of the War. Grug. Xi Yan's body did not move even as the three Dragon Kings escaped. Her purple eyes were filled with a cold intent as she stared in the direction the trio had vanished. A moment later, that seemingly liquid-like golden sword in her hand shook and scattered into nothing. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat from Xi Yan's mouth while the dragon-slaying sword vanished. Her body also began to slowly fall. Xiao Yan was startled upon seeing her fall. He hurriedly moved forward and caught her. His heart involuntarily ached after seeing her extremely pale face. It seemed that using the dragon-slaying sword greatly exhausted Xi Yan. Moreover, this kind of exhaustion did not appear to be simple Dou Qi exhaustion. I'm fine. Xi Yan's eyes looked at Xiao Yan as she lay in his embrace. A somewhat forceful smile surfaced on her face. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head upon hearing her response. He simply hugged Xi Yan and sat down in the air. The condition his body was in was also extremely terrible. If the bloodline strength that had been emitted from within his heart had not healed a lot of his damaged medians, it was likely that he would have been paralyzed and left a cripple. Even though he wasn't a cripple, the current Xiao Yan was also at his limits. The injuries he had received from fighting the three great dragon kings alone were too serious. Well, eat up. These are the danwon that you enjoy eating the most. Xiao Yan pulled out a jade bottle from his storage ring and poured a couple of round pills out. He waved them at Ziyan and laughed. Are you still treating me like a little girl? Ziyan involuntarily rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan after hearing his teasing words. She unceremoniously grabbed those pills and stuffed them into her mouth, but the way she ate these pills was undoubtedly more refined than before. She did not simply devour them like when she was a little girl. Dragon Emperor. The Eastern Dragon Island's first elders group swiftly flew over from below. After which, they halted a short distance from Ziyan and respectfully called out. They were quite tactful. All of them merely glanced at the two of them before hurriedly lowering their heads. First Elder, is the Eastern Dragon Island all right? A faint redness surfaced on Ziyan's pale face after seeing these elders lower their heads. She swiftly recovered her calmness and struggled to stand from Xiao Yan's embrace. Her somewhat weak voice regained a pressure to it. Reporting to your majesty, the Dragon Island is fine. Many members of the three great dragon islands have fled. However, there are quite a number of members from the ancient Void Dragon tribe who have chosen to remain on our Eastern Dragon Island. The first elder respectfully replied. The people he had mentioned were naturally those from the three islands who had knelt earlier. I temporarily accept them and keep an eye on them. There might be a spy from the three islands among them. Ziyan slightly nodded and replied. Understood. What about the three great dragon kings? The first elder nodded before asking a question in a hesitant manner. The three great dragon kings were the greatest obstacle to the reunification of the ancient dragon tribe. The western and southern dragon kings had their limbs severed by me. Even if they can recover in the future, their strength will definitely be diminished. Just the northern dragon king alone will not be able to achieve anything great. Once the eastern dragon island recuperates, we will launch a counterattack and complete the unification. A sharp expression flashed across Ziyan's purple eyes as she spoke in a faint voice. Perhaps it was because she had the constitution of a dragon phoenix, but there was a pressure flowing from her words when she spoke. In the face of this pressure, even Xiao Yan quietly felt a little speechless. It was difficult to imagine that extremely greedy little girl would become this fierce after growing up. Understood. The first elders group sighed in relief after hearing her response. They respectfully replied. None of them dared to remain any longer as they bowed and flew back to the Eastern Dragon Island. Ziyan, who had wielded the dragon-slaying sword earlier, caused them to feel fear within their hearts. Ziyan turned her head only after seeing the first elder and the others leave, only to see Xiao Yan's somewhat strange expression. She was startled as she asked, "What is it?" Ugh, the Dragon Emperor, this is a really big hat to wear. Xiao Yan shook his head inside. Compared to this Ziyan, he still preferred that innocent and lively little girl who liked to stay beside him all day for a meal. It is not as though I have put on airs in front of you. Why do you need to sigh? Ziyan glanced at Xiao Yan. She suddenly approached him. An evil smile appeared on her exquisite face as she said, "Don't you like this appearance? I frequently saw you placing your eyes on elder sister Kai Lin's body in the past." Cough, nonsense. Xiao Yan's face turned red as he glanced at Ziyan. That tone of hers like the greedy and heartless little from before. Hee. Ziyan covered her mouth and softly laughed. After which, she quickly stopped laughing, looked at Xiao Yan, and said, "Thank you very much this time around. If you had not held off the three dragon kings off for such a long time and seriously injured them, this immature dragon-slaying sword of mine would not have been able to create such a deterrence. It is not necessary to thank me. I have put in a lot of effort during this period because of you." Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. In order to help Ziyan resolve the trouble she faced, he had thought of many ways to pull the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe to her side. Moreover, he had even killed and captured the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe along the way. He threatened them with hostages in order to force them to retreat. After having hurried over, he had even engaged in a bloody all-out battle with the three great dragon kings. Had it not been because of his strong body, he might have really ended up dying. Of course, given Xiao Yan's character, he would naturally not mention what he had done for her. He waved his hand and rushed back to the Eastern Dragon Island. His body had only just moved when waves of intense pain from his twitching meridians was emitted. His face twitched as he gently inhaled a breath of cool air. It has been so many years, but you still like to put on a strong front. You should recuperate on the Eastern Dragon Island during this period of time. A fragrance was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan as he inhaled a deep breath. He sensed his arm was lifted up. After which, it made contact with smooth and soft skin. He turned his head, only to find Ziyan supporting him. She moved her body and flew toward the dragon island in the distance. Xiao Yan's hair danced as she flew. Pieces of it gently swept over Xiao Yan's face and appeared entirely free of worry. The big fight on the Eastern Dragon Island had finally come to an end, with the Eastern Dragon Island obtaining a major victory. The strength of the Eastern Dragon Island would undoubtedly soar after this battle. It would far surpass the 3 Great Dragon Islands. On the other hand, the 3 Great Dragon Islands would show signs of declining. The dragon-slaying sword was the symbol of the Dragon Emperor. In the past, many of the warriors from the 3 islands did not believe Xiao Yan was the Dragon Emperor. However, this doubt would undoubtedly vanish following the incident today. Summoning the dragon-slaying sword by the true Dragon Emperor created a pressure that originated from within their bloodlines and would cause those from the 3 Great Dragon Islands to make a choice after some considerations. In the future, the 3 Great Dragon Islands would no longer have the opportunity to attack the Eastern Dragon Island. They would change from being in control of the situation to only being able to respond. All they could do was helplessly wait for the Eastern Dragon Island to gather its strength before it finally eliminated the 3 islands to complete the unification of the ancient dragon tribe. Of course, quite a bit of time was still required before getting to that stage. The Eastern Dragon Island fell into a busy atmosphere after the defeat of the 3 Great Dragon Kings. There were many things to resolve after the battle, especially since the Eastern Dragon Island had gained many new residents. While the entire Eastern Dragon Island fell into a busy atmosphere after the big battle, Xiao Yan had found a hidden room and announced that he was taking a retreat. The injuries that he had suffered this time around had really been too serious. He had even nearly ended up dead. Hence, he needed to adjust the condition of his body to avoid a sequela that would impede his advancement. Otherwise, his losses would really be unbearable. A faint sandalwood fragrance lingered within a quiet room. Xiao Yan sat down on a stone platform that was made from cold jade. Both of his eyes were shut. A rich energy surged around his body. It followed his breathing cycle as it slowly entered his body. It had been 10 days since Xiao Yan had entered this chamber. The extremely serious injuries within his body had gradually recovered. Despite the improvements of his injuries, Xiao Yan did not show any signs of waking. His body seemed to have turned into a stone statue. He had been maintaining this unmoving stance since he had entered. However, no one was aware that the calm mountain-like expression on the surface did not mirror the true situation within his body like one would imagine. Bang bang! The heart within Xiao Yan's body slowly pounded. A tendril of purple-red blood would appear each time it pounded. This blood would slowly seep out of his heart before finally spreading in all directions. This string of purple-red blood seemed to possess an extremely terrifying temperature. The meridians and muscles it flowed through would suddenly boil. This kind of boiling did not cause Xiao Yan to feel any intense pain. Instead, it vaguely carried the mysterious feeling of being reborn. Xiao Yan did not know why this was happening. Soon after this retreat of his began, that newly formed bloodline strength that had been hidden deep within his heart had automatically flowed out at this moment. This strand of bloodline strength might appear a little weak, but it possessed an extremely mysterious effect. The reason the serious injuries in his body were healed within 10 days was mostly because of this purple-red blood. Although Xiao Yan did not understand why this purple-red blood was acting opposite of its usual quietness, he did not purposefully control it. He let it do its thing. Of course, the reason why he allowed it to act as it pleased was because he gradually sensed his strength slightly increase each time the purple-red blood circulated around his body. The purple-red blood seemed to be continuously tempering and refining his body. This refinement was undoubtedly good for Xiao Yan. Hence, he did not obstruct the process. With the flow of time, he gradually entered a slumber-like state. His heart continued to beat slowly in a rhythmic fashion as he descended into a slumber. Wisps of purple-red blood flowed out and tirelessly refined Xiao Yan's meridians and flesh. Of course, with this temperament, Xiao Yan's aura slowly rose while he was deep in his slumber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1484, 2-star Dozun. Chapter 1484, 2-star Dozun. The concept of time became extremely blurry within the completely quiet room as a sandalwood fragrance slowly drifted. It was filled with a scent that braced one's attention. Time quietly flowed by amid this atmosphere of leisure. 3 months. Xiao Yan sat in his retreat for 3 full months. Even he himself would not have expected it to take so long, but he had completely forgotten about time in his slumber. He had been submerged in the beautiful feeling of tempering his physical body. Xiao Yan quietly sat on the cold jade bed within the quiet room. His skin was revealing a faint purple color. It was vaguely possible to see a faint purple-red color under his skin. An extremely powerful fluctuation spread from this purple-red flow. The glow flickered. At this moment, this glow was spreading around Xiao Yan's body. Circular purple-red glows spread from his heart and reached every single corner of his body. This glow continued to flow around his body for 3 months. The 3 months of tempering dyed Xiao Yan's originally pale skin a purple-red color. Even his black hair had vaguely turned a little red. He appeared like demon with just a glance. Of course, it was not only Xiao Yan's outer appearance that had changed. His aura had also reached the true peak of an advanced 1-star Dou Shang. A little more and he would be able to break through to the 2nd star of the Dou Shang class. Having his body tempered by the bloodline was really benefiting Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not wake from his state of slumber after his aura reached the peak of an advanced 1-star Dou Shang. Time slowly flowed by as Xiao Yan remained in this state of slumber. 91 days, 93 days, 97 days, 99 days. 100 days. Time passed by 1 day at a time. The moment the 100th day arrived, a strange rumbling sound suddenly appeared within the quiet room. This sound appeared like flowing water. If one's eyes searched for the origin of the sound, one would surprisingly find that it was being emitted from Xiao Yan, who was seated on the cold jade bed. The space around Xiao Yan violently fluctuated after the rumbling sound appeared. Waves of substance-like energies began to agglomerate into many clusters of wind that lingered around Xiao Yan and emitted a howling sound. The spinning wind increased its rotating speed. In the end, an increasing amount of energy poured into the quiet room and was absorbed by the vortex. The size of this vortex rapidly swelled. Bang! The hard quiet room was torn apart by that large wind at this moment. Glaring light shone in from outside. What is it? What happened? The energy vortex that had suddenly appeared on the eastern Dragon Island was immediately detected by many experts. Many figures rushed forward. They appeared outside of the quiet room where Xiao Yan was at within a couple of flashes. Their eyes were filled with shock as they watched the energy storm that was wildly spinning. Do not panic. Everyone should return to their posts. A faint voice was emitted from the Dragon Hall while everyone was feeling surprised. A couple of figures hurried over and appeared in the sky. Those figures were Xi Yan and the little fairy doctors group. The members of the ancient Void Dragon clan hurriedly bowed upon seeing Xi Yan. All of them began to slowly withdraw by some distance. I was wondering why he needed such a long time to recuperate. He is actually intending to break through. Xi Yan floated in the sky. She looked down at Xiao Yan, who was within the vortex, and laughed. The little fairy doctor and Xinglin by the side also quietly sighed in relief. They had been extremely worried in their hearts during these 3 months. If Xi Yan had not guaranteed that nothing would happen, they would not have been able to stop themselves from forcefully barging into the room. After all, the injuries that Xiao Yan had suffered this time around were too severe. Everyone had been worried that something untoward might have happened to him. Fortunately, the worst thing that they had imagined did not occur. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had ended up being blessed by this disaster. He had borrowed the bloodline strength within his body to make an attempt at reaching the 2nd star of the Dou Shang class. Brother Xiao Yan is indeed an extraordinary person. He was merely an initial Dou Shang a couple of months ago. Now, he is experiencing an opportunity to break through to the 2nd star. Yao Ming by the side also let out heartfelt praise. Although he would occasionally return to the 9 serene deep ground python tribe during this period of time, had spent most of his time on the eastern Dragon Island. It had been difficult for him to find an opportunity to grab onto a big support like the ancient Void Dragon. Naturally, he would attempt to find as many opportunities as he could, especially now that the eastern Dragon Island was showing signs of reunifying the ancient Void Dragon tribe. While everyone in the sky was discussing Xiao Yan's transformation, the energy that poured into the vortex from the surroundings became even more terrifying. In the end, the vortex even became viscous. Drops of energy could vaguely be seen floating around the vortex. They gradually emitted a frightening fluctuation that altered the expressions of others while the vortex rotated. As an increasing amount of energy gathered into energy droplets, the energy vortex appeared to turn into an energy whirlpool. Within a short few minutes, the final bit of energy also agglomerated into a droplet of liquid and merged with the enormous whirlpool. Bang! The entire whirlpool began to violently tremble the moment the vortex transformed into a whirlpool. Soon after, Xiao Yan, who had descended into a 100-day slumber, suddenly opened both of his eyes. 2 shocking purple red lights shot out of them. The 2 purple red lights shot toward the sky. Many of the members from the ancient dragon tribe on the eastern Dragon Island felt a strange pressure from this purple red light. The pressure originated from their bloodline. This is the pressure of the Dragon Emperor bloodline? Why would it appear in his body? The many members of the ancient dragon tribe were stunned because of this pressure. Surprise flashed over Xi Yan's face as she stood in the sky. She could sense a familiar feeling from within the light. It is the Dragon Phoenix bloodline strength. Moreover, it is mixed with some other energy. They were naturally unaware that Xiao Yan's bloodline strength was the merger of the Xiao clan's bloodline, the Gu clan's bloodline, and the Dragon Phoenix's bloodline. Thus, there would be a Dragon Phoenix sent to it. Xiao Yan widened his mouth abruptly while many exclamations sounded on the eastern Dragon Island. Everyone quickly saw that enormous energy whirlpool turn into a water pillar that was devoured by Xiao Yan. Bang! The cold jade bed that Xiao Yan had been sitting on blasted into pieces after the final drops of the energy liquid were sucked into Xiao Yan's body. An unusually frightening aura slowly spread out of his body and covered the entire island. Success! Ziyan's group slowly sighed in relief within their hearts after sensing the frightening aura. Their eyes were filled with joy. Xiao Yan lifted his head and slowly exhaled a mouthful of viscous air. This air agglomerated together and turned into a drop of liquid that fell onto the cold jade dust below. A light flashed and those cold jade pieces of dust regathered into a stone platform. Moreover, there was an extremely shocking energy fluctuation being vaguely emitted from the platform. Xiao Yan stood up after letting out a long breath. He clenched his hand and an extremely powerful force spread from every cell within his body with lightning-like speed. What a strong physical body! Xiao Yan briefly sensed the condition of his body and a joy flashed across his eyes. After being tempered by his blood during these 3 months, the strength of his physical body would likely not be inferior to that of an ancient void dragon. I have really gained a blessing from disaster this time around. Xiao Yan's hand gently touched his chest. If he had not experienced a life and death battle this time around, the bloodline in his heart would not have activated, and he would have been unable to break through to the second star of the Dou Qi class with such speed. His physical body would also not have been strengthened to such an extent. Moreover, Xiao Yan sensed that there was still some tendrils of purple-red blood flowing out of his heart and refining his body despite him not being in a slumber. Although the effect was much weaker, it was superior in terms of its longevity. This continuous temperament would likely end up quite terrifying as it accumulated. Haha, brother Xiao Yan, congratulations. You have once again made a breakthrough after a short few months. This kind of training speed really causes me to feel ashamed. A hearty laugh was transmitted from the sky while Xiao Yan was feeling slightly joyous about the changes in his body. Yao Ming's group descended from the sky and landed a short distance from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan cupped his hands to Yao Ming. After which, his eyes shifted to Ziyan. His heart sighed in relief after seeing that she had recovered. It seemed that Ziyan had also recovered from her weak state back then. How long did this retreat of mine last? Over 3 months. It has just reached 100 days. The little fairy doctor smiled and replied. 100 days, huh? Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes upon hearing this news. He suddenly asked, has the Alliance sent any news? Yes, some news was delivered a couple of days back. It was from Yao Lao. He requests that you hurry back to the Falling Star Pavilion as soon as possible. The little fairy doctor's face revealed a grave expression. She looked at Xiao Yan and softly said, the purifying demonic lotus flame is about to be born. It seems that the Hall of Souls has begun to act. Looks like they are planning to target the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan slowly nodded. It was close to the time when the purifying demonic lotus flame would be born. Xiao Yan was already aware that the Hall of Souls would be unwilling to simply remain quiet. They would definitely try to snatch a mysterious natural object like the purifying demonic lotus flame. Since this is the case, we will head back to the Falling Star Pavilion today. We also need to discuss the matters regarding the demon flame. Xiao Yan's voice was a little deep. He had put in a lot of effort for this purifying demonic lotus flame. He would need to put in more since he would have to deal with the experts from the Hun clan. He needed to obtain the demon flame regardless of what happens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1485, Activity of the Hall of Soul. Chapter 1485, Activity of the Hall of Soul. Are all of you planning to return to the Central Plains? I will also accompany all of you. Ziyan by the side smiled and informed everyone after hearing the conversation of Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan was slightly startled after hearing this news. He asked, you are also leaving? The Eastern Dragon Island just experienced a big battle. Is it a good time for you to leave now? Xiao Yan was naturally aware that Ziyan was intending to aid him in obtaining the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan's chances of success would undoubtedly rise if he was able to obtain the help of an expert who had reached the 4th star of the Dou Qi class, but the current Eastern Dragon Island. It's fine. The 3 great Dragon Kings have suffered serious injuries this time around, and the Western and Southern Dragon Kings were crippled. There is no telling just how long they will need before they can recover their strength. The elders will resolve the matters of the Eastern Dragon Island appropriately. Xian blinked at Xiao Yan and smiled as she replied, "You evaded me too much this time around. I must at least try to return the favor, right?" Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment after hearing Xian's insistence. He finally nodded. The fight for the purifying demonic lotus flame would definitely involve the Hall of Souls. Moreover, the Hall of Souls would cease underestimating him. Hence, the experts they would dispatch would definitely be quite strong. It would be a lot safer if an expert of Xian's strength accompanied them. "When are we going to leave?" Xian's eyes revealed some excitement after Xiao Yan had relented. Her tone seemed to suggest that she could not wait to head out. Xiao Yan looked at her with a somewhat strange expression. Could it be that this girl had become irritated by having to stay on this Eastern Dragon Island and was using this opportunity to head out and relax? Since there is no longer any issues to deal with, we should leave now. Additionally, Tribal Chief Yao Ming, please help me watch over Kai Lin when you return to the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe. Among the 3 hostages of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, we will first release Jiu Feng. Otherwise, they might do something drastic in their anxiety. Koan Feng and Ing Feng will continue to be detained on the Eastern Dragon Island. 2 Dou Shangs are still able to restrain them. Additionally, the 3 Great Dragon Islands have suffered a miserable defeat. Even the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will likely not dare to try to rescue them. Xiao Yan turned his head and smiled as he spoke to Yao Ming. Although Yao Ming was quite strong, he had only recently regained the tribal chief position. Moreover, he had even offended the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Naturally, he could not be away for too long. Hence, Xiao Yan did not request his help. Yao Ming smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands while facing Xiao Yan as he said, "In that case, I hope that your journey will be smooth." Xiao Yan grinned. He ceased speaking as he waved his sleeve. A spatial tunnel formed beside him. After which, he took the lead to slowly step into it. The others swiftly followed behind. Xian swiftly gave some instructions before flying into the spatial tunnel in front of the helpless eyes of the first elder from the Eastern Dragon Island. Clouds lazily floated in the azure sky. Warm sunlight scattered down from the horizon, causing everything to fill with a laziness. Swoosh! Circular ripples suddenly appeared in the quiet sky as a spatial crack was also slowly being torn open. Many human figures slowly walked out of it. "I've finally left that damn island. Why in the world did those people shift to that kind of damn place in the past?" Xian inhaled a deep breath of fresh air after exiting the spatial crack. She spread her arms. Her beautiful face appeared somewhat intoxicated. Xiao Yan's group faced each other after witnessing Xian turn from the extremely imposing Dragon Emperor into someone with the characteristics of a little girl. They could only helplessly shake their heads. Despite becoming the Dragon Emperor, this girl still hid her character from back then within her. "Let's go. This area is already within the territory of the Alliance. We should be able to arrive at the Falling Star Pavilion soon." Xiao Yan's eyes looked around him. After obtaining his bearings, he waved his hand and swiftly led the way to the Falling Star Pavilion. The current speed of Xiao Yan's group could be described as terrifying. Within a short few minutes, many cities had begun flashing below them. However, Xiao Yan ended up frowning after seeing that many of these cities had been damaged. Clearly, they looked as though they had experienced many battles. Looks like it has not been peaceful within the Alliance during this period of time. This thought flashed through Xiao Yan's heart after capturing the situation along the way. His speed suddenly quickened as his body vanished into the horizon with a flash. Yao Lao, Ancestor Ho Yun, the first elder from the Pill Tower, and some others were all gathered within a large hall in the main building of the Falling Star Pavilion. Their expressions were a little gloomy. Clearly, their moods were bad. During this period of time, around half of the 300+ important cities within the Alliance have been attacked. Although these attacks might appear to be from various factions, there are experts from the Hall of Souls mixed among them. Yao Lao's eyes swept over the hall as he slowly stated. His eyes contained some fury while he continued, "The Pill Tower has also delivered a message. There has been an increase in the number of sneak attacks recently. Many alchemists have ended up disappearing after the sneak attacks. All of us should be clearly aware of who was behind this. These people from Hall of Souls are becoming increasingly arrogant." Ancestor Ho Yun's 2 fiery red eyebrows moved as he ruthlessly spoke. The first elder from the Pill Tower by the side also nodded with a grave expression. Even someone as calm as him had become a little furious by the Hall of Souls' despicable methods. Fortunately, the Alliance has already established patrolling guards. This has ended up preventing a lot of trouble from occurring. However, everyone in the outside world knows that the Hall of Souls has turned our Sky Mansion alliance into a complete mess and filled us with fatigue. Some of the neutral factions that were planning to join the alliance have been shaken by the methods of the Hall of Souls until they have begun to hesitate. This is bad for our reputation if this continues. Yao Lao commented on the situation. What do you have in mind? The first elder from the Pill Tower slowly asked. We will do to them as they have done to us. They have attacked our cities. In that case, we will attack their branch halls. A chill flashed across Yao Lao's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Oh? The first elder from the Pill Tower and ancestor Hui Yun were slightly startled upon hearing this. Although the Sky Mansion alliance was quite strong, there was still a gap between them and the Hall of Souls, yet Yao Lao was planning on launching an attack. It had been many years since someone had attacked a branch hall of the Hall of Souls. After all, that was no different from pulling the tail of a tiger. Everyone was hurrying to hide from the Hall of Souls, given their fierce reputation. Who would dare head to their territory and fall into the other party's hands? Although the Hall of Souls is extremely powerful, many of their experts are located at their headquarters. Their branch halls are not as frightening as one might imagine. We will not need to be afraid of not dealing with them as long as we gather our strength, Yao Lao faintly smiled as he spoke. Currently, the Sky Mansion alliance was indeed weaker than the Hall of Souls, but this gap was not extremely great. Although there was the Hun clan behind the Hall of Souls, there were also other ancient clans constantly monitoring them. Hence, there wasn't a need to worry about the Hun clan launching a big campaign to destroy the Sky Mansion alliance. Xiao Yan possessed the Dou Qi ancient jade in his hands, and the Gu clan would definitely not simply idly watch the ancient jade fall into the hands of the Hun clan. Hence, the Gu clan would definitely not sit there if the Hun clan dared to attack. Haha, teacher's words are correct. It is not polite to not reciprocate the visit from another party. The Hall of Souls is too arrogant. Now is the time to suppress them a little. A clear laugh suddenly sounded within the large hall while everyone was pondering the plan. A gentle breeze blew as a couple of figures appeared in the hall. They were surprisingly Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan? Everyone was startled upon seeing this person before they revealed surprised expressions. You are finally back, huh, your aura? Ancestor Ho Yun laughed and chided. He was just about to stand up when he suddenly appeared to have discovered something. His expression was slightly startled as he stared at Xiao Yan and exclaimed. 2-star Do Shang. The first elder from the Pill Tower also swept his eyes over Xiao Yan. A moment later, he sighed and bitterly laughed. Within half a year, you have directly leaped from the initial 1-star Do Shang class to the 2nd star. Are you purposefully trying to cause me to be too ashamed to show myself through this speed? Yao Lao was a little stunned. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Yan's strength to soar after having been away for half a year or so. However, he quickly turned his head and joyously fondled his beard. His eyes shifted slightly before they suddenly paused on Ziyan, who was beside Xiao Yan. His expression finally became grave. He might only be a high-level Ban Shang, but his spiritual strength was unusually powerful. He was able to sense just how terrifying Ziyan was. Who is this? Yao Lao stood up. He appeared quite grave as he cupped his hands to Ziyan and inquired in a courteous manner. Ancestor Hui Yun by the side and the first elder of the Pill Tower seemed to have also detected this frightening person after Yao Lao treated Ziyan with a polite posture. A shocked expression surged within their eyes. How did Xiao Yan bring back such a powerful existence after leaving on a trip? Ziyan was involuntarily a little embarrassed after seeing Yao Lao being so polite. She had met Yao Lao in the past, but back then, she still possessed the appearance of a little girl. Teacher, she is Ziyan. You have met her before, Xiao Yan smiled and said, however, she is the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. She is here to aid me in obtaining the purifying demonic lotus flame. The Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe? The ancestor Ho Yun's and the first elder of the Pill Tower's hearts pounded violently upon hearing this title. Their eyes revealed some disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan. They could not believe that he could befriend such a frightening existence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1486, Tiangang Hall. Chapter 1486, Tiangang Hall. An existence like the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe was an extremely mysterious existence in the eyes of many people. Of course, even an ordinary ancient Dragon tribe member was legendary to some people. After all, the ancient Void Dragon tribe rarely came to the Central Plains. The ancient Void Dragon tribe was as mysterious and powerful as those ancient clans in the hearts of many people. The Dragon Emperor within the tribe was an existence like the clan head of the Gu clan or the Hun clan. This expert was someone even people as strong as Ancestor Hou Yun and the first elder of the Pill Tower had never met. Hence, they could not hide the shock that surged onto their faces after they heard that Xi Yan was actually the legendary Dragon Emperor. Haha, it is unexpected that Lady Xi Yan holds such an identity. This elderly self was indeed a little blind back then. Yao Lao was startled by Xiao Yan's words. He only recovered a moment later before he solemnly cupped his hands and laughed. Xi Yan felt a little unnatural by Yao Lao's politeness. She was aware that Xiao Yan viewed Yao Lao like a father. She didn't want to display the so-called Dragon Emperor airs in front of him. Teacher, there is no need to be overly polite. You can simply treat her like the little girl in the past. Xiao Yan was also aware of Xi Yan's thoughts. He smiled and continued, since teacher has made this suggestion earlier, I think that you have already chosen a branch hall to attack, right? Yao Lao's expression was a little grave upon returning to this topic. He said, after starting our full-scale investigation of the Hall of Souls, we have managed to gather a lot of information. The Hall of Souls has many branch halls in the Central Plains. There are 24 of them that are more important. The Hall of Souls calls them the Disha Halls. The branch hall that I had been imprisoned in back then was one of these Disha Halls. Disha Halls, Xiao Yan slightly nodded. This was something he had never heard about. Above the Disha Halls are the Tiangang Halls. These halls are more important to the Hall of Souls, Yao Lao slowly said. The Tiangang Halls are divided into Heaven, Earth, and Man. The Heaven Hall is the headquarters of the Hall of Souls. We are currently unaware of its location. This time around, our target is the Man Hall among the Tiangang Halls. Man Hall, Xiao Yan muttered and asked. What is the strength of the Man Hall like? The Earth Hall is managed by the Deputy Hall Chief while the Man Hall is managed by the 1st and 2nd Tianzuan. Of course, we must not eliminate the possibility that the Hall of Souls has strengthened its defenses. Yao Lao replied. That 3rd Tianzuan died in my hands back then. The 2nd Tianzuan, Saint Guyu, is only a high-level Ban Shang. I will not need to fear him if we meet again. Looks like we can take down this Man Hall, Xiao Yan faintly smiled. His smile was a little dark and dense. He truly hated the Hall of Souls. He had nearly died to these bastards many times over the years, but he had grown now. Perhaps, he should take the initiative to collect a little of the old debt. Leave this matter of destroying the Man Hall to me. The Alliance still need experts to guard it to protect against any attempt by the Hall of Souls to do the same to us. Hence, I hope that Ancestor Hou Yun and the rest will guard this place. Xiao Yan's eyes shifted to Ancestor Hou Yun and the first elder from the Pill Tower as he spoke. I shall accompany you. The location of the Man Hall is quite secretive. It would be difficult to find even if one has a map. Yao Lao hesitated before he added. Alright, Xiao Yan hesitated upon hearing Yao Lao's statement before nodding. He had Xi Yan, a 4-star Dou Qi, beside him. There were not many experts within the Central Plains who could threaten them. Even the Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls would not be able to easily defeat Xi Yan and take all of their lives. In that case, all of you should rest for a few days. After that, we will head to the Man Hall. Yao Lao fondled his beard. A fierce glint flashed through his eyes. He and Xiao Yan had to hide when they had been pursued by the Hall of Souls. Now, they were determined to cease hiding. How could their hearts feel comfortable if they did not take revenge 100 times over? Daddy! Xiao Yan looked at little Xiao Xiao, who was stepping through the air as she joyously ran toward him. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged the little figure who had come flying over. A faint warmth spread from his heart. Daddy, where is Mummy? Little Xiao Xiao's large black eyes looked behind Xiao Yan. She looked in all directions in an attempt to find Kai Lin. Haha, Mummy is still training. She will return to little Xiao Xiao once she completes her training. Xiao Yan explained with a smile. He hugged little Xiao Xiao while an exclamation was suddenly emitted from his mouth. He discovered that the vast and mighty energy that had randomly been flowing within little Xiao Xiao's body had calmed down. The energy also vaguely flowed and changed according to her desire. Xiao Xiao's training talent is extremely great. Within half a year, she is already able to control the energy within her body. She can be considered a genuine elite Dozong. Yao Lao by the side smiled and remarked. Dozong. Xiao Yan rubbed Xiao Xiao's small head. He involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. Back then, he had to train and experience many difficulties just to reach the Dozong class. In the end, Xiao Xiao did not need to do anything as she easily stepped to this level. Thinking about this really caused one to sigh. Moreover, she is extremely interested in pill refinement. I am planning to wait for her to become a little older before teaching her the flame mantra. After which, I will help her look for a heavenly flame and slowly familiarize her with it. the gaze that Yao Lao used to look at Xiao Xiao was extremely doting as he laughed. You really dote on her too much. Xiao Yan was helpless. He handed Xiao Xiao in his embrace to the curious Zi Yan behind him. They stared at each other while Xiao Yan clenched his hand and a jade bottle appeared in it. There was a drop of golden liquid floating inside the bottle. An extremely frightening ripple was vaguely emitted from it. What is this? Yao Lao's expression was slightly altered upon seeing the blood within the jade bottle. He could sense the terrifying strength within it. The essence blood left behind by an expert with half a step in the Dou Qi class. Xiao Yan smiled. He glanced at Yao Lao and said, if teacher consumes it, it should be possible for you to swiftly reach the first star of the Dou Sheng class. Yao Lao carefully received the jade bottle. He flipped the jade bottle around and observed it for a long time. He was a little hesitant. This thing was far too precious, and it would benefit Xiao Yan more. I have already consumed it. It will not do much if I consume it again. Teacher should train for the next few days. We will head to the man hall after you complete your training, and then we will eliminate it from the central plains. Xiao Yan smiled. He turned around and pulled both Zi Yan and Xiao Xiao out of the hall before Yao Lao could utter another word. Yao Lao stared at Xiao Yan's back. He let out a bitter laugh a moment later. After which, he clenched the jade bottle in his hand. A warmth filled his heart. Xiao Yan remained in the Falling Star Pavilion the next few days. Having nothing to do, he began to pass on some of his Dou skills to Xiao Xiao. The shocking talent that she displayed caused Xiao Yan to feel completely astounded for the first time. It was likely that only she could be described as a true genius. His so-called young genius title back in Wu-Tan City was insignificant when compared to the current Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yan properly enjoyed the feeling of being a father for 5 days. That feeling would cause him to occasionally feel like he truly matured. His current self was no longer that reckless tender youth from back then. Instead, he was a true giant-like existence. Yao Lao, who had been in a retreat, finally appeared in front of Xiao Yan on the 6th day. Yao Lao's overflowing aura let Xiao Yan know that he had broken through to the first star of the Dou Sheng class. Xiao Yan was not surprised by Yao Lao's breakthrough. Yao Lao boasted a good foundation. With his accumulated strength and the demon saint essence blood, it was only natural for him to reach the first star of the Dou Sheng class. Xiao Yan's group quietly disappeared from the Falling Star Pavilion on the 2nd day after Yao Lao's had broken through. Only a small group of upper echelons were aware that the Sky Mansion Alliance was retaliating against the Hall of Souls. The Burial Mountain Range was located at the intersection between the western and southern regions of the Central Plains. Due to its terrain, this place contained an extremely dense, dangerous aura. That dark aura was mixed with a rich corpse scent because most of the people within a 500-kilometer radius were buried in this place. Hence, this Burial Mountain Range was a strange mountain range that was built with tombs. It was difficult to find any human figures under normal circumstances. No one would be willing to stay in a place covered in a ghostly aura. Swoosh! The rushing sound of some wind suddenly appeared in the Burial Mountain Range's quiet sky. Rays of light flashed above as a couple of figures appeared in a flash on the top of a mountain deep within the mountain range. Their eyes were locked on the deepest part of the mountain range. There was a distortion in space hidden behind a large gray-colored tree. The man hall of the Tiangang Halls is in the deepest part of the Burial Mountain Range. However, they placed a spatial barrier here. They will detect it the moment someone enters. Yao Lao pointed at the deep region as he explained. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He glanced at Zi Yan. She smiled and gently waved her sleeve. The space around the distortion suddenly fluctuated before it turned into an enormous spatial barrier that completely covered the area. This time around, there is no need to leave any survivors. Xiao Yan slightly raised his head. A dense expression appeared on his face. Hall of Souls, this revenge has finally come over a decade later. It isn't too late, is it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1487, Exterminating the Man Hall. Chapter 1487, Exterminating the Man Hall. Behind the somewhat distorted space was an enormous black piece of land. Some dense whiteness occasionally broke the surface of the ground. They were broken bones that revealed a strange chill. In the middle of this large area stood a quiet black hall. It seemed like an ancient ferocious beast as it crept across the ground. An extremely dark and terrifying feeling slowly fluctuated over this sealed space. There were countless, extremely large, and rough black chains extending from the large black hall. These chains were inserted deep into the ground. There was a cluster of black fog lingering over these chains. The fog vaguely formed a human shape. Some lusters occasionally flickered over the chains. Finally, they rushed into the black fog and caused the black fog to appear as though it possessed a form. This entire area appeared unusually quiet. A strange atmosphere covered it, giving one goosebumps. Crash! Such silence continued for an unknown period of time before 10 clusters of black fog stood up from the chains. The black fog shrank before turning into 10 cold-looking human figures. These people exchanged looks with one another before they moved and gathered together. Let's go. It is time for us to execute our mission. Hopefully, we will be able to bring back enough souls this time around. A human figure, who appeared to be the leader of this group, spoke in a hoarse voice. TSK, Old Demon Lu's group launched a sneak attack against a couple of cities belonging to the Sky Mansion earlier. Not only did they manage to bring back enough souls, they were even heavily rewarded by the first Tianzuan. This time around, we will also turn a couple of Sky Mansion cities into a bloodbath. One of people laughed in a sinister manner. Remember not to leave any survivors. That leader smiled. He slowly nodded and waved his hand. A dozen plus figures turned into black fog that hurried away from the hall with lightning-like speed. Bang! This group of black fog was about to charge out of the spatial barrier when the space around them suddenly stilled. It then violently collapsed. The dozen plus figures did not even manage to emit a miserable cry before they were crushed by the frightening spatial strength into nothing. Tear! The spatial barrier was slowly split apart as a big hole formed after this group of people were annihilated. A couple of figures slowly walked in from outside and stepped across the black soil. Toot! A sharp sound was emitted from the large hall the moment Xiao Yan's group stepped through the barrier. The black fog above those chains revealed many pairs of sinister eyes that observed Xiao Yan's group. How dare you barge into the territory of my Hall of Souls? You are asking to die. Sinister stern cries suddenly broke the silence. Many human figures stood up from the chains. Without waiting for any instructions, they turned into black lights that were accompanied by a dark wind as they charged toward Xiao Yan's group from all directions. A bunch of cannon fodder seems to happily be running around. Xiao Yan smiled after seeing them charge forward. He widened his mouth before a heated sea of fire shot out of his mouth. All of the black figures that entered within 100 feet of the sea of fire would vanish after 3 breaths. Those weaker individuals did not even manage to let out a miserable scream. The sea of fire spread. Those black figures hurrying over from behind finally froze their bodies in shock. Only then did they understand that this group was not here to kill themselves. Instead, it had truly come prepared. Bastard, how dare you act wildly in the territory of my Hall of Souls? You must be tired of living. All Tianzans, capture them. A somewhat familiar cry was suddenly emitted from the hall as the sea of fire spread across the sky. Immediately, a dozen plus figures rushed out of the hall with lightning-like speed. Finally, they floated on the horizon. Their eyes were dark as they looked at Xiao Yan's group behind the sea of fire. Haha, you actually dare to bring out some mere dozuns? Old Ghost Guyu, it is better for you to personally step forward. Xiao Yan loudly laughed. His laughter was like thunder as it rumbled and spread through the hall. He took a step forward as he laughed and stepped across the 1,000-foot-wide sea of fire. He appeared in the air while his hand aimed at a group of Hall of Souls Tianzans before abruptly clenching it. The space stilled as his hand was clenched again. Bang! After Xiao Yan clenched his hand, the bodies of the dozen-plus Tianzans blasted into pools of blood. Even their souls had been shattered by that terrifying spatial pressure. With Xiao Yan's current 2-star Dou Qi strength, it was impossible for some Dou Zun experts to obstruct him by even a little. Ha! See Heart Flame? Xiao Yan suddenly let out an exclamation after he clenched his hand. There was a figure remaining in that collapsed space. Moreover, this person contained an azure blue flame. Xiao Yan took a glance and recognized the origin of this flame. You are Old Man Mugu? A teasing smile was lifted on Xiao Yan's face. He waved his hand and an invisible force pulled that human figure over. He threw a palm and shattered the blue flame lingering on that figure. A familiar figure appeared from within. Surprisingly, that figure belonged to Old Man Mugu, who had repeatedly found trouble with Xiao Yan back then and had nearly snatched the pill-gathering champion spot. Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's heart was surprised. Old Man Mugu, on the other hand, was shocked to the point where he felt the impulse to wet himself. Ever since he had failed to snatch the 3,000 burning flame, he had been dispatched to the Man Hall. He had been collecting souls from outside of the Central Plains during this period of time. Although he had occasionally heard about Xiao Yan's soaring strength during this period of time, he did not probe for more information. After meeting Xiao Yan again, he finally understood that so-called soaring strength was much more frightening. Dou Shang, you have actually advanced to the Dou Shun class? Old man Mugu looked at the young face and felt his voice tremble. Within a short few years, that member of the younger generation, who could only flee when he had been chased by him, had actually become this strong. Haha, it has been many years since I have met you and I have been feeling some regret. The sea heart flame is also a heavenly flame. It is really a waste of a natural resource to leave it with you. Since I have met you again, please hand it over. Xiao Yan laughed without being polite. His hand on old man Mugu's head. A strange suction force erupted from his hand. He actually intended to forcefully pull the sea heart flame out of old man Gucha's body. Xiao Yan, you dare to barge into my Hall of Souls? You are really charging into hell to seek death. A furious roar was emitted from the hall while Xiao Yan was planning to forcefully extract the sea heart flame. A black figure rushed forward. 1,000-foot large dark black chain penetrated air like a black poisonous dragon as it hurried to Xiao Yan. A mere Ban Shang dares to embarrass himself? Old Ghost Guyu, you really think too highly of yourself. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly as that chain came. He flicked his finger and a low sonic boom formed from it. That enormous chain seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as it suddenly pulled back. Finally, it collided with the large hall. Come out. Xiao Yan flicked aside St. Guyu's attack with a finger. He grabbed with his hand and a cluster of blue flame was forcefully extracted from old man Mugu's body. His aura had also become a little weaker at this moment. Clearly, he had received a fatal blow. Xiao Yan, I shall engage in an all-out fight with you. Old man Cha Gu's eyes turned blood red after the sea heart flame was forcefully removed. His body began to swell. He clearly intended to self-destruct. The current you does not even possess the qualifications to self-destruct in front of me. Xiao Yan glanced at him with a cold and indifferent expression. He randomly waved his hand. A wave of indescribably frightening wind violently smashed into old man Mugu before shattering his body into a bloody fog the next moment. This Hall of Souls Zunjia, who had turned Xiao Yan into a miserable state back then, was not even given the chance to self-destruct at this moment. Xiao Yan glanced at the sea heart flame in his hand after shattering old man Cha Gh's body. He opened his mouth and swallowed the flame. With his current strength, swallowing the sea heart flame would no longer result in an increase in strength, but it was necessary to unleash the angry Buddha lotus flame. Although the life-transforming flame was powerful, it was still a fake heavenly flame. Only after possessing this sea heart flame would Xiao Yan be able to truly unleash a five-colored extermination fire lotus. Xiao Yan, this place will definitely be where you die today. St. Guyu flashed and appeared in the air after Xiao Yan swallowed the sea heart flame. He cried out in a dark and dense voice at the same time. I'm sorry. I plan to turn this place into a bloodbath today. Xiao Yan lifted his head and smiled at St. Guyu. Ziyan had already disrupted any spatial fluctuations that occurred in this place. Even if these people possessed a spatial jade to summon the experts from the Hun clan, they would not be able to use them. Because of a young fellow like you? St. Guyu ended up laughing in extreme anger after hearing those words. Xiao Yan was the first person in many years who dared to mention turning the Hall of Souls into a bloodbath. Of course, I am aware that you are not the one in charge here. Xiao Yan ignored St. Guyu. His eyes shifted to the large black hall as he said in a faint voice, that so-called First Tianzuan, there is no need to continue hiding. I, Xiao Yan, will definitely turn this place into a bloodbath today. Humph, what arrogant words. Do you really think that you can act as you like after reaching the Dou Qi class? It is an extremely easy matter for my Hun clan to kill you. An icy cold snort was emitted from deep within the large hall after Xiao Yan's voice sounded. A dense, black fog erupted from within the hall. A skinny skeleton-like elderly figure slowly walked out with a dark, dense aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1488, First Tianzuan. Chapter 1488, First Tianzuan. A small skeleton-like figure slowly appeared in Xiao Yan's sight as the black fog surged. He was wearing black robes, and his face appeared extremely shriveled. Both of his eyes were deep as two clusters of ghost flames danced within them. They emitted traces of an unusual aura. The legendary First Tianzuan of the Hall of Souls, you are finally willing to show yourself. Xiao Yan looked at the elderly figure before smiling and speaking in a soft voice. The First Tianzuan slowly lifted his head. His shriveled face appeared exceptionally terrifying under the light as ghost flames danced within his eyes. A hoarse voice that gave one goosebumps quietly sounded. Xiao Yan, it is unexpected that you dare to deliver yourself to us. Originally, the clan had decided to let you live a little longer, but now that you have delivered yourself to us, I will help take this life of yours. It is still unknown just who will be the one taking the life of the other. Xiao Yan laughed. His eyes were unusually dark and cold as he looked at that shriveled old man. This old ghost was the one who had quietly intervened and rescued Saint Guyu back then. Xiao Yan might not be able to defeat him had he revealed himself back then, but it was completely different now. Given Xiao Yan's current eyesight, he was naturally able to see through the strength of the first Tianzuan. He was an intermediate 2-star Dou Shang. Thus, he was a little stronger than Xiao Yan even after Xiao Yan's strength soared. However, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to make up for such a gap. Big brother, why do you need to utter so much nonsense to this young fellow? Just kill him and extract his soul. TSK, a Dou Shang soul can match the souls that this branch hall has collected over 100 years. Saint Guyu's eyes flickered. Back then, he had suffered a great lose by Xiao Yan's hands, and he had formed a grudge because of that humiliation. Due to the other party's strength, he did not dare to get back at Xiao Yan, yet Xiao Yan dared to barge into the Hall of Souls at this moment. He needed to force him pay a great price no matter what. Haha, old ghost Guyu, you really speak too many unnecessary words. Allow me to block him. Saint Guyu's words had just sounded when the space in front of him became distorted. Yao Lao's body slowly appeared. He smiled as he looked at Guyu. There was some ill intent within his eyes. Yao Chun. Guyu's face sank as he saw Yao Lao appear in front of him. He was just about coldly ridicule Yao Lao when he suddenly sensed the faint pressure being emitted from Yao Lao's body. His expression immediately became ugly. You have actually broken through to the Dou Shun class? Yao Lao smiled slightly as he looked at Guyu's somewhat distorted expression. He said, I was merely lucky. You launched a sneak attack against me the last time. This time, I shall return that debt to you. Humph, do not think that I am afraid of you just because you have reached the Dou Shang class. I am only a step away from being a Dou Shang. Guyu let out a cold snort, but he did not appear to be overly afraid. This place was the Hall of Souls territory. His fighting strength would be strengthened here. He pressed both his palms down. Monstrous black chi surged out of his body as the many large chains around the hall began to tremble at this moment. Wave after wave of black Dou Qi surged out before finally entering his body. Yao Chen, I will see what right you possess to come to my Hall of Souls to collect debt. My Hall of Souls was able to capture you the last time around. This time, I will definitely capture and imprison you again. A black vapor surged. Guyu seemed like a demon god that had descended to this plane. He lifted his head and roared at the sky. After which, a clang-clang sound could be heard. The black fog contained numerous black chains. They were accompanied by sharp cries as they rushed toward Yao Lao. That momentum appeared extremely frightening. Yao Lao faintly laughed upon seeing this attack, but he did not pull back. Dou Qi erupted and he transformed into a bolt of lightning that collided with Guyu. Xiao Yan also ceased uttering any unnecessary words to the first Tianzuan while Yao Lao was exchanging blows with Guyu. His eyes swept over the experts from the Hall of Souls around him before he turned his head to the little fairy doctors group a short distance away. He laughed, I'll leave the others to you. Although this man hall was tightly guarded with many Tianzans present, the little fairy doctor and Qing Lin could fight an expert Ban Shang at their current strength. Naturally, they were unafraid of the numerical superiority of the other party. If one included Qing Lin's triple jade green snakeflower pupils, it was difficult to predict just who would gain the advantage of numerical superiority during the fight. Humph. The expression of the first Tianzuan turned slightly cold upon seeing these battles erupt. The hands under his sleeves began to swiftly form a seal. Chi. The space around Xiao Yan fluctuated after the seal was formed. Many white figures flashed into Xiao Yan's eyes. The surrounding space had suddenly been filled by many sharp white bones that were piercing toward him with lightning-like speed. Mere child's play. Xiao Yan merely grinned when he saw the lightning speed of the piercing bones. He gently waved his sleeve as a powerful flame erupted from his body. A terrifying temperature melted those piercing bones in an instant. Bone Emperor piercing sky. The piercing bones scattered and an unusually cold cry suddenly sounded. The space above Xiao Yan's head hurriedly fluctuated. An enormous bone blade that contained a strange aura broke through the empty space. It shook as it hacked down at Xiao Yan. Swoosh! An unusual fluctuation scattered after this strange bone blade was swung down. It flew toward Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. This is spiritual attack. Xiao Yan was slightly startled upon sensing this mysterious fluctuation. It was unexpected that the first Tianzuan actually knew how to use a spiritual attack. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had never been afraid of anyone when it came to a clash in terms of spiritual attack. Shatter! Xiao Yan's fist was clenched. His expression was calm as he threw a punch forward. There were no fancy movements nor fluctuations of Dou Qi. Instead, spiritual strength erupted from Xiao Yan's brow when he threw his fist forward. Boom! An invisible spiritual palm wind rushed away from Xiao Yan's palm. It collided with that bone blade fluctuation in the air. The both of them annihilated each other. The first Tianzuan's body flashed after seeing Xiao Yan easily shatter that spiritual fluctuation. He appeared under the 1,000-foot-large bone blade in the sky. Black fog surged from his hands before the fog turned into a giant hand that grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a cold cry, the bone blade tore through space itself. It was accompanied by an extremely frightening sharp fluctuation as it was slashed down in fury. That bone blade is a little strange. It seems to be able to injure one's soul. The enormous bone blade rapidly grew in Xiao Yan's eyes. His hand suddenly pressed against empty air as the ground below quickly protruded. Nearly 100 lava pillars suddenly shot out and violently collided with the bone blade from all directions. Humph! The first Tianzuan let out a cold snort after his attack was blocked. The enormous bone blade gently cut and the 100+ enormous magma pillars actually began to explode. Even the violent fire energy underground was forcefully suppressed by the blade. Xiao Yan, this bone blade of this old man has been created from the bones of tens of thousands of people. There are many unknown spiritual blades contained within it. Once this blade invades one's body, one will suffer the bitterness of being devoured by tens of thousands of souls. The bone blade in First Tianzuan's hand slashed horizontally as he spoke in a sinister voice. I think highly of you by using this to take your life. Unorthodox actions. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He maintained the heavenly flame to guard his body. The whatever blade aura that could injure his soul was blocked. He immediately waved his hand as 5 clusters of flames appeared in front of him. Including the sea heart flame, which he had refined earlier, he had a total of 5 types of genuine heavenly flames. Since you place so much confidence in this broken bone blade of yours, I shall shatter it. Xiao Yan's hand seals changed with lightning-like speed. Following his changing hand seals, the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in front of him began to swell. Within a short instant, they turned into a wolf, leopard, dragon, etc., enormous fire spirits. They floated in the sky and connected with each other. After which, they quickly formed an enormous flame formation. The 5-ring flame expelling technique. If 4 of the 5 spirits were formed by heavenly flames, its might could be comparable to a Tian-class Dou skills. Currently, Xiao Yan had used a heavenly flame to form them all. The 5 types of heavenly flames had unleashed the 5-ring flame expelling technique to its limit. Buzz buzz. 5 types of fire spirits swiftly merged together. They turned into a 1,000-foot-large fire ring in the blink of an eye. The fire ring wildly rotated. Even space itself had completely collapsed at this moment, appearing like ferocious large black mouth. How arrogant. The first Tianzuan smiled in a dense manner. Black qi surged from within before turning into many ferocious-looking souls. Sharp miserable screeches continued to charge into the bone blade. As these numerous souls surged into it, bright red blood began to gradually appear on the dense, white surface of the bone blade. It appeared like a dark line of blood. Soul destruction slash. Following the strange trace of blood that appeared on the bone blade, a grave expression began to rise on the first Tianzuan's face. He suddenly waved his hand and an enormous bone blade violently hacked toward the fire ring suspended in the sky. Break it! A flushed red expression surfaced on the first Tianzuan's face. Space collapsed wherever the bone blade passed. The ground that was tens of thousands of feet under them was cut, forming a deep 1,000-foot-wide gully. Rotate! Xiao Yan's hand seal changed as he sensed the ferocity of the first Tianzuan's blade attack. The fire ring was wildly rotated. It appeared like a toothed plate that covered the sky. It emitted a buzzing sound and rushed forward with extreme speed. Finally, it violently collided with that huge bone blade without giving in. Clang! An earth-shaking sound immediately erupted over the space that had been sealed. Monstrous energy storms swept apart with uncontrollable speed. That black large hall completely collapsed at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1489, Defeat. Chapter 1489, Defeat. Clang. A terrifying energy fluctuation crazily spread to the sky. Even the spatial barrier that covered this area had been shaken to the point where an intense ripple appeared. A faint crack line began to vaguely spread. Boom! The storm wildly shook at the point where the two attacks collided. The enormous ring of fire was pushed back as it became more faint, but it still rotated with great speed. In the end, it completely disappeared. A large bone blade flew backwards from the storm the moment the ring of fire had disappeared. It finally landed on a mountain. A frightening force instantly shattered the mountain into complete ruins. The bone blade weakly lay on the shattered stone. It was clear that both parties were unable to obtain much from this head-on collision. Both suffered some injuries. This bone blade is indeed a little mysterious. The large fire array above Xiao Yan's head slowly disappeared. It returned to 5 clusters of flames that were swallowed by him. His eyes were a little startled as he looked at the dense, white bone blade. He was able to sense a quiet and strange fluctuation being emitted from the bone blade upon contact. This kind of ripple was extremely harmful to one's soul. If his heavenly flame wasn't guarding his soul, he would have ended up suffering. You are indeed worthy of being someone who has caused my Hall of Souls to repeatedly fail to capture you. You do possess some ability. The first Tianzuan's eyes vaguely gained an additional solemnness as he looked at Xiao Yan. You have advanced from a 1-star Dou Shang to a 2-star Dou Shang within a short year. Even I have to praise you for that. If you are willing to join my Hall of Souls, your position will definitely not be inferior to me. Xiao Yan revealed a strange smile upon hearing these words. The relationship between him and the Hall of Souls had reached a point where neither would rest until the other perished, yet this old fellow actually trying to recruit him? Xiao Yan's strange expression was caught by the first Tianzuan's eyes. This caused the first Tianzuan to feel a little furious in his heart. He coldly laughed, "You arrogant fellow. In the future, you will understand just how powerful the Han clan is across this continent. Someone like you is merely an ant-like existence. It is only too easy for my Han clan to kill you." Is that so? Xiao Yan was non-committal. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a faint arc as he said, "Before this, however, I will first finish you off." With just you? A strange night owl-like laughter was emitted from his mouth. His hand grabbed the mess below and an enormous bone blade flew up. It was stopped in front of the first Tianzuan. His body moved before standing on the bone blade. Numerous ripples surfaced on the bone blade. The first Tianzuan's body slowly merged into the bone blade. Man and blade merger. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his brow upon seeing this merger. Xiao Yan, I have bitterly trained for a couple of 100 years in order to merge my body with the Bone Emperor blade. This is the first time I will use it against an opponent. You will be used as a sacrifice for the blade. The enormous Bone Emperor blade floated in the air. The first Tianzuan's face appeared on its dense, white body. Countless tiny blood scars slowly spread over the blade, appearing as though they were densely packed blood vessels. Swoosh! The first Tianzuan's voice had just sounded when the Bone Emperor blade shook. Its existence quickly vanished. What great speed! Shock rose within Xiao Yan's heart the moment the bone blade disappeared. His body pulled back in reflex. The space in front of Xiao Yan fluctuated the moment he did so. A sharp blade suddenly slashed down. The blade was half a foot from Xiao Yan's head. Your reaction is indeed quite quick. A strange laughter was emitted from the Bone Emperor blade after the slash missed. The blade shook and an unusual cry was suddenly emitted. Countless blade shadows appeared in a flash. They wrapped around Xiao Yan in the next moment before the sharp blade glows aimed at the lethal spots around Xiao Yan. 6-joint body flowing ruler. Xiao Yan's expression became solemn as the sharp attacks from the Bone Emperor blade pressed down on him. He clenched his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in it. The ruler shook as many ruler shadows formed a defensive net that wrapped around his body. Clang clang. Numerous sharp blade shadows poured onto the ruler figures like a storm, causing waves of sparks to erupt. The surrounding space would split and form a dark black crack each time the ruler shadows and the blade shadows clashed. Sizzle 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 sizzle. The Bone Emperor blade's attacks began to soar as it faced Xiao Yan's tortoiseshell-like defense. This extremely frightening attacking speed caused a grave expression to flash across Xiao Yan's eyes. Just this attack alone would enable the first Tianzuan to fight against advanced 2-star Dou Sheng experts. Even Yao Ming would have difficulty defeating him. The so-called blade and man merger was indeed quite mysterious. Bang! Xiao Yan focused his mind as he built his defense. A sense of danger suddenly rose within his heart at a certain instant as his head was suddenly turned. Boom! A glaring blade light forcefully tore through the ruler shadows around Xiao Yan the moment his head turned. A sharp cold ray of light slashed Xiao Yan's shoulder. The ray of light emitted a wave of light the moment it made contact with his body. That sharp blade light was hindered. Soon after, the light was forcefully parted by a blade as the Bone Emperor blade mercilessly hacked into Xiao Yan's shoulder. Clang! Sparks shot out the moment Xiao Yan was struck, but fresh blood did not flow from him. A couple of broken scale fragments shot out. Those scale fragments came from the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor hidden under his skin that had been summoned by him at this critical moment. Ding, dot. The heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hands was suddenly swung after the Bone Emperor blade struck him. It ruthlessly smashed into the Bone Emperor blade and sent the blade flying. He turned his head and looked at the faint bloody mark on his shoulder. His expression became slightly gloomy. It was the first time that his defensive formation had been forcefully broken after he had used the six-joint body-flowing ruler. From this, one could tell just how frightening the offensive speed of the first Tianzuan was after both man and blade merged. What a tough body. The first Tianzuan's body once again appeared on the Bone Emperor blade that had been sent flying. He strangely laughed as he looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Your speed is too slow. It is unable to catch up with me after I have merged with the blade." Xiao Yan was without expression. He nodded slowly but did not deny the strength of this first Tianzuan. Just this attack could challenge an advanced 2-star Dou Shang. This point alone allowed the first Tianzuan to be proud. Who? A long breath of air was slowly emitted from within Xiao Yan's mouth. His expression gradually became grave as both of his hands were placed together. After which, they swiftly changed and formed numerous complicated hand seals. Following the change in these hand seals, the spiritual strength on his brow suddenly broke from his body. It transformed into a huge illusionary figure that covered his body. "Since you are fast, I shall be faster than you." Xiao Yan's hand slowly stilled. A cold smile was lifted on his face, Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Mao! Xiao Yan's mind moved as the large illusionary figure slowly widened its huge mouth. A terrifying spiritual attack suddenly swept out like a storm. Boom! This terrifying sonic spiritual attack disseminated through the air. The bodies of nearly 70% of the Hall of Souls experts in this area suddenly stiffened at this moment. A bang sounded as their bodies vanished. Both their souls and their physical bodies had been destroyed by this spiritual assault. Clang! The powerful spiritual attack was detected by the first Tianzuan. Before he could do anything after just detecting it, that spiritual attack struck his body. The enormous Bone Emperor blade was sent flying at this moment. An elderly figure also flew out of the blade the moment this spiritual attack landed. A mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out. The first Tianzuan was sent flying from the Bone Emperor blade by Xiao Yan. Yellow Spring Finger. Xiao Yan suddenly pressed with his finger after watching the first Tianzuan get forcefully thrown out of the Bone Emperor blade. An enormous energy hand then appeared before it ruthlessly pressed onto the body of the first Tianzuan. A frightening strength caused the first Tianzuan's body to explode almost instantly. His arm turned into a bloody fog. Yellow Spring Palm, dot. A roar and a finger turned the situation around, but Xiao Yan did not show any mercy. He once again slammed his palm forward as an enormous energy palm formed. It struck the first Tianzuan SN body. The first Tianzuan's body was like a cannonball as it shot down from the sky and ruthlessly pierced the ground. A frightening wave forcefully rose from the land, forming a pit a couple of thousand of feet deep. In 3 strikes, the demon Saint Hongquan's 3 ultimate skills were unleashed by Xiao Yan with extreme familiarity. The Yellow Spring Divine Anger would harm one's soul, while the Yellow Spring Finger and the Yellow Spring Palm would destroy one's body. Their combined might could only be described as terrifying. Xiao Yan floated in the sky. He slowly exhaled a breath of air as his eyes looked at the deep pit with some indifference. There was a little aura lingering at that spot. Clearly, the first Tianzuan still had a couple of breaths remaining. Die, dot. Xiao Yan's eyes were cold and indifferent. His finger aimed at the bottom of the deep pit from a great distance. He suddenly clenched his hand as the large hall suddenly emitted an extremely powerful energy ripple. The space in front of Xiao Yan became distorted. A figure slowly appeared. At the same time, an unusually powerful aura also swept over the sealed space. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Xiao Yan grinned after hearing the low and deep sound. He looked at the ghost-like figure. It seemed as though he did not feel that it was strange for this human figure to suddenly appear. His voice was calm as he said, "Deputy Chief of the Hall of Souls, are you finally unable to hold back any longer after hiding for such a long time? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1490, Bloodbath. Chapter 1490, Bloodbath. The human figure that had appeared in front of Xiao Yan was completely wrapped within a black fog. 2 unusually dark and dense eyes shot out of the fog, causing one's heart to feel a lingering fear. This mysterious person was surprisingly the Deputy Chief of the Hall of Souls, who had intervened when the Sky Mansion Alliance was formed back then. "Xiao Yan, you are forcing my Hall of Souls to hand you the corpse of Xiaozhan." The black fog slowly rippled as an unusually pale face was revealed. That face did not appear old. Instead, it appeared like a youth, but the tone that this youth used was unusually sinister. This allowed one to understand that this person's age was definitely not what he revealed on the surface. I have said that if anything happens to my father, I will hand the Dou Qi ancient god jade to the Gu clan. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. He did not feel the slightest fear. If one were to reveal even the slightest weakness to these people from the Hall of Souls, these people would grab onto it and one would never be able to recover. Even though he was constantly worried about Xiao Zhan's safety in his mind, he did not reveal such thoughts through his actions. Otherwise, the ones who would end up suffering would be his father and him. There is no need for it. You will perhaps not be given such an opportunity. I will personally bring you back to the Hun clan this time around and allow the both of you to be reunited. A cold and indifferent smile surfaced on the face of the deputy hall chief. Originally, the clan was planning to allow you to live a little longer. However, it seems you do not treasure such an opportunity. Xiao Yan was non-committal. He was too lazy to utter such nonsense to this deputy chief. With a wave of his hand, a hot flame suddenly shot toward the large pit below. He was planning on beating a dog when it was down, so he would finish off the first Tianzuan in this place. The eyes of the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls immediately turned cold after he saw Xiao Yan attack to kill in front of him. He flicked his finger and a black vapor rolled out. The black vapor turned into a black dragon that swallowed the flame. After which, his large hand reached for Xiao Yan. Black fog shot out of his fingers in all directions. These black fogs transformed into 5 large chains that rushed toward Xiao Yan with a crashing sound. Do not think that you can act arrogantly just because you have broken through to the 2nd star of the Dou Sheng class. You are not even worth mentioning in front of me. A ferocity surfaced on the deputy hall chief's face. His strength was an advanced 3-star Dou Sheng, and he was only a little weaker compared to the 3 great dragon kings from the 3 dragon islands. This kind of strength could completely destroy Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan's expression continued to remain calm as the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls' sharp attack came. Xiao Yan did not intend to deal with this attack. Instead, he grabbed at the large pit below from a great distance. A large fire hand appeared in the sky and reached for the large pit below. You are seeking death. The eyes of the deputy hall chief turned gloomy when he saw Xiao Yan completely ignore him. He gave a dense smile as the black chains encircled Xiao Yan before suddenly tightening. Clang clang. The space around Xiao Yan suddenly fluctuated when the black chains were about to entwine around him. An extremely wild and violent chaotic spatial flow spread. A terrifying tearing force shattered those chains. Who is it? The sudden intervention caused the deputy hall chief to feel startled. His eyes hurriedly swept around as he cried out in a cold voice. You are also not worth mentioning in the eyes of this emperor. A cold voice slowly sounded after the deputy hall chief uttered those words. The deputy hall chief then saw a lovely well-proportioned figure suddenly appear in front of Xiao Yan. He could sense a relatively dense pressure emanating from this figure. Who are you? This is a matter of my Hall of Souls. Outsiders should not intervene lest you get implicated. The deputy hall chief's eyes were grave as he stared at the purple-haired figure and demanded in a deep voice. Is the Hall of Souls very great? Zi Yan curled her lips upon hearing this. She appeared to hold great disdain. During the powerful and prosperous times of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, they were not even afraid of the Hun clan. Even less needed to be said about a subordinate faction of the Hun clan, such as the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan has said that he will turn this place into a bloodbath today. Zi Yan's pretty eyes swept over this deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls. She faintly smiled and said, wouldn't it have been fine if you simply continued to hide inside? Why do you need to come out and seek death? How arrogant! I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to kill me. The deputy hall chief's expression was extremely ugly as he cried out in a cold voice. This was the first time in many years that he had heard such an obvious threat and felt looked down upon. Although he could sense that Zi Yan was an expert who had reached the 4th star of the Dou Sheng class, he might not end up dead if they were to really fight. Xiao Yan glanced at this deputy hall chief before completely ignoring him. He maneuvered his hand, causing the large flame hand to pull the first Tianzuan from the large and deep pit. At this moment, the first Tianzuan's arm had exploded into a bloody fog as fresh blood covered his body. Even his soul had been wounded by the yellow spring divine anger from earlier. His sight had even become a little blurry since his physical body and even his soul had suffered severe damage. Xiao Yan's eyes calmly observed the first Tianzuan, who seemed to be so badly wounded that he was unable to retaliate. His large fire hand pulled the first Tianzuan over, but that dull old face suddenly revealed a renewed ferocity when the first Tianzuan was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan. His body started to swell. Boom! The swelling body was only midway done when Xiao Yan clenched his fist without expression. The large fire hand mercilessly crushed the first Tianzuan. This frightening force caused the first Tianzuan's physical body to burst apart. Swoosh! A black light suddenly shot away after the first Tianzuan's physical body had exploded. It wildly shot toward the deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls. Trying to escape? Xiao Yan let out a cold snort after noticing that the soul of the first Tianzuan was planning to flee. When it came to such an expert, it was possible to change to another physical body and be reborn as long as one's soul was not destroyed. At that time, he would become a big threat again. Naturally, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to simply allow such a threat to escape, so he flicked his finger and the large fire hand turned into a fire web that wrapped around the first Tianzuan's soul. How dare you! The expression of the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls sank upon seeing Xiao Yan's attempt to capture the first Tianzuan. He lifted his hand and a black fog erupted from his sleeve in all directions. The black fog blotted out the sun and permeated the air as it swept toward Xiao Yan. You will not be able to attack in front of this emperor, but... Ziyan coldly laughed when this deputy hall chief attacked. Her hands formed a seal with lightning-like speed and a dark golden luster erupted from her body. In the blink of an eye, this luster formed a huge golden dragon. The dragon widened its mouth and acted like a large whale that was swallowing water. Within a couple of inhalations, the dragon had devoured the black fog even with the fog's extremely powerful erosion properties. The ancient void dragon tribe? The deputy chief of the Hall of Souls exclaimed after seeing the large golden dragon that Ziyan had summoned. Come back! Xiao Yan reached out with his hand after Ziyan blocked the deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls. The fire web wrapped around the first Tianzuan's soul. The high temperature radiating from the web caused the first Tianzuan to let out a miserable screech. Soon after, the soul flew back and landed in Xiao Yan's hands. Xiao Yan looked at the cluster of black fog in the fire web in his hand. The black fog churned before gathering into the face of first Tianzuan. There was an incomparable viciousness filling that face. Xiao Yan ignored the hatred of the first Tianzuan. He shrank the fire barrier and formed a fire jade bottle. After which, he placed a spiritual seal onto it and tossed it into his storage ring. Since that fellow was the first Tianzuan of the Hall of Souls, he would definitely be aware of many secrets. It might be possible to gain some information about the Hall of Souls' motive for gathering souls from his mouth. It is unexpected that you are even able to request the ancient void dragon tribe to help you. The deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls involuntarily laughed in extreme anger after watching Xiao Yan seal the soul of the first Tianzuan. A 4-star Dou Shang could be considered a top expert even within the Han clan. He had not expected Xiao Yan to be able to invite such an expert this time around. However, my Hall of Souls is not a place that a young fellow like you can turn into a bloodbath just because you wish to. The deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls suddenly pulled back. At the same time, a silver jade token appeared in his hand. He shattered the token and an extremely dense spatial fluctuation began to rapidly spread, but he was stunned to find that a spatial tunnel did not appear after the spatial token was broken. The spatial energy fluctuated for a moment before slowly disappearing. I have already used the chaotic spatial flow to surround the space in this area. No spatial ripple can be emitted. Hence, you will not be able to summon any reinforcements even if you use a spatial jade token. Ziyan spoke with a smile as she mocked the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls, whose expression gradually became ugly. The deputy hall chief's face twitched. His heart finally sank. This time around, Xiao Yan's group had really come prepared. The Hall of Souls has been chasing after both my teacher and me for so many years. It is now time to repay that debt. Relax, I will tear down the heaven, earth, and man halls one at a time. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with a dense promise as he looked at the deputy chief of the Hall of Souls and spoke. Xiao Yan, the only mistake that my Hall of Souls has made during these years is failing to kill you early on. This has allowed you to gain strength, but you should not be happy. Although my Han clan cannot attack you because of the agreement between the ancient clans, it will not be long before the agreement will not be able to restrain my Han clan. At that time, you will discover that my Han clan far exceeds your imagination. The deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls inhaled a deep breath of air. He looked at this devastated space. Even half of the large black hall had collapsed. A large number of the experts from the Hall of Souls had been lost during the energy wave that had been emitted from the earlier battle. This time around, the losses of the Man Hall were incomparably miserable. At that time, your Xiao clan and the Sky Manian Alliance will be completely eliminated. The deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls laughed a dense laugh as his body suddenly exploded. Black fog spread and forcefully tore the chaotic spatial flow apart. His body moved, shot into the tier, and disappeared. This person had abandoned everyone within the Man Hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1491, Soul Light Cluster. Chapter 1491, Soul Light Cluster. The retreat of the Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls before a fight had clearly exceeded the expectations of Xiao Yan's group. Hence, he was allowed to tear space and flee before anyone could react. This fellow is really quick to run. Xiao Yan stared at the spot where the Deputy Hall Chief had fled and frowned, but that frown quickly relaxed. The Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls was not an ordinary person. He had the strength of an advanced 3-star Dou Qi. If Xi Yan wasn't accompanying them today, an extremely miserable battle would definitely have broken out. Moreover, even after experiencing such a battle, Xiao Yan was not confident he could truly kill the Deputy Hall Chief like he had killed the first Tianzuan. After all, the strength of the Deputy Hall Chief was far from what the first Tianzuan could compare with. Although it is not difficult to defeat him, I am not able to stop him if he chooses to flee with all his strength. Xi Yan also felt a little helpless. If an advanced 3-star Dou Qi expert insisted on fleeing, she would not be able to stop that expert, and this Deputy Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls was extremely cautious. He had simply fled before even fighting. Therefore, Xi Yan would not be able to retain him. Forget it. It doesn't matter if he escapes. The Hall of Souls will sooner or later guess that we are the ones responsible for this matter. The Alliance and the Hall of Souls are at odds with each other. Some time earlier, the Hall of Souls had launched an attack on the Alliance. Time and time around, we will have returned them the favor. Otherwise, outsiders might think that our alliance can only be suppressed by the Hall of Souls and act cowardly. Xiao Yan nodded. His finger gently rubbed his storage ring as he faintly laughed. Being able to capture the first Tianzuan and obtain the Sea Heartflame meant that he had gained a lot during this trip. Moreover, they had even destroyed a branch hall of the Hall of Souls. This kind of loss was something that even the Hall of Souls would not be able to easily accept. You should also finish off the remaining people. Do not allow any of them to escape. Xiao Yan glanced at the experts from the Hall of Souls who were fleeing in all directions as both the little fairy doctor and Cheng Lin gave chase. After which, he turned to the battleground between Yao Lao and Saint Guyu. The Saint Guyu had already fallen into a disadvantage at this moment. Even his aura had become a little weary. Although he tried to act tough with his words, he was only a high-level Ban Shang. It was impossible for him to fight with Yao Lao, who was an elite Dou Shang. It was only a matter of time before he was finished off. Pay attention to Guyu. Do not allow this old ghost to flee. Xi Yan nodded. Her delicate figure moved and rushed forward. She became a huge dragon that charged over to a herd of goat. Wind swept all around. Within a short minute, those experts from the Hall of Souls were completely killed by her. Xiao Yan was too lazy to split his attention to handle this one-sided slaughter. He lowered his head to look at the large hall below. After which, he clenched his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in a flash. He ruthlessly slashed at the large hall. 1,000-foot large flame pillar erupted and split the large hall apart, revealing countless black chains inside. A couple of spiritual light clusters hung on the ends of those chains. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily twitched upon seeing the tens of thousands of spiritual bodies. These bastards from the Hall of Souls were using these souls as nourishment. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. A frightening wind blew like a wild storm. Those chains were shattered apart and the souls within those light clusters opened their eyes at this moment. They looked around them in a frail and lost manner. After which, wildly joyous spiritual fluctuations were emitted. Although they were unaware of what exactly had happened, they could taste freedom. They had been locked in this place for an unknown number of years as prisoners. At times, even death itself had become their only hope. All of you should leave. Do not allow the Hall of Souls to capture you again. Xiao Yan softly sighed. He then spoke as he watched those souls. Some of them seemed to be so happy and excited that they were tearing up. Numerous souls lingered in the sky. Some knelt to Xiao Yan while others deeply bowed to him. Finally, they charged out of the barrier with a whistle and crazily headed to the outside world. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head as he watched those souls flee. He was just about to turn around when a thought suddenly passed through his heart. His eyes looked at the hall that had turned into ruins as he vaguely sensed a strange fluctuation from deep within it. He hesitated for a moment before he slowly landed. He gently waved his hand as a frightening wind sent a 1,000-foot large rock pillar flying. Xiao Yan swiftly dug deeper. The ruins parted to reveal a large pit in the blink of an eye. There was a 5-foot large light cluster suspended in the pit. The light cluster was transparent. Its exterior was attached to tons of black chains. The other end of these chains had been connected to those souls that had fled earlier. This light cluster was the thing that had formed from those spiritual bodies earlier. This is... Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at this light cluster. He could sense an extremely terrifying spiritual fluctuation within the light cluster. Moreover, this spiritual fluctuation was extremely pure. There was not one impurity mixed within it. This is the essence of a soul, Yao Lao's voice was transmitted from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned his head and saw Yao Lao descend from the sky. That old ghost Guyu had quickly been finished off after Ziyan intervened. Hence, Yao Lao was free to look around. Soul essence, Xiao Yan slowly muttered. At this moment, he naturally understood something. The soul was the basis of life. All living creatures possess a soul, and deep within the soul was a hint of soul essence. This was the foundation for the formation of a soul. It could be described as the most mysterious but purest energy in the world. Such a large amount of soul essence requires at least 1,000,000 souls. Yao Lao's expression was a little complicated as he said, the soul light cluster should be the collection of the man hall over the years. The deputy hall chief was in such a hurry to escape that he failed to even bring such an important thing with him. 1,000,000 souls. Xiao Yan softly exhaled. The methods of this hall of souls were indeed vicious. In order to obtain this soul essence, they had to consume 1,000,000 souls. Moreover, this was only the man hall. There were still quite a number of branch halls across the central plains. Those places would likely also possess such a mysterious thing. This hall of souls is really the scourge of the entire continent. They are indeed a scourge. Yao Lao was unable to hide the hatred on his face. This hall of souls used all sorts of methods to attain its despicable goals. Such a mysterious and cruel method was little different than obtaining the blood or flesh of a living person. Moreover, this method was perhaps even more vicious. I wonder just what the Hall of Souls is planning to do by gathering so much soul essence. Xiao Yan knit his brows. He felt that this soul essence definitely involved a grand scheme. Absorbing the soul essence will strengthen one's spiritual strength. If one possesses an extremely vast amount of soul essence, one might be able to step into the legendary D state if one is lucky, Yao Lao slowly explained. Does teacher mean that someone from the Hall of Souls, no, the Hun clan is planning to raise his spiritual strength to the D state? Is this the reason why they have been capturing souls? To remove the soul essence from them? Xiao Yan asked with a startled voice. This is likely the case, but I cannot be certain. They planned to get me to submit to them when I was captured by the Hall of Souls back then. It seems that they require my alchemist skills to help them do something, but I did not agree to help them. Hence, I do not know just what they needed me to do. Based on my guess, it should be related to this soul essence. Yao Lao fondled his chin and spoke with a frown. Xiao Yan knit his brow upon hearing this guess. These various signs indicated that the Hall of Souls seemed to be preparing something. The collection of souls to refine soul essence seemed to be one step of many. These people, just what are they planning to do? Xiao Yan had once met the demon Saint Huangquan. This peak expert had trained until his soul had reached the D state, but based on what his lingering soul fragment had said, even if one's soul reached the D state, one would not be able to reach the Dou D class. Perhaps, the thing that he mentioned to be missing in this world was the key to resolve this mystery. Could it be that the thing that demon Saint Huangquan claimed to be missing was soul essence? Xiao Yan shook his head while feeling at a loss. He sighed. He did not have a clue even after thinking about what he meant. All he could say was, what should we do with this thing? Xiao Yan was naturally talking about the soul essence in front of him. This thing was something that the man hall had formed after much difficulty. Its value was extremely great and unmeasurable. There was no telling just how many alchemists would go crazy if this thing were to brought to the outside world. This was created from slaughtering an unimaginable number of people. It should not exist in this world. Since it has already been formed, there is naturally no reason to abandon it. You should take it. Your spiritual level is currently at the advanced heavenly state. There is still a ways to go to the perfect heavenly state. This will definitely help you to snatch the purifying demonic lotus flame. Yao Lao hesitated for a moment before replying. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing this suggestion, but he did not put up an act. He turned his head and looked at the spiritual light cluster. With a wave of his hand, he shattered those chains. After which, his hand slowly touched the surface of the light cluster and softly said, I will help take revenge for all of you. The soft sentence suddenly caused the faint luster to send a signal. There seemed to be many different messages being emitted from the soul light cluster. Xiao Yan quietly accepted these messages. Far too much soul essence had been gathered within this light cluster, so there was no form of intelligence within it. Only some hatred, unwillingness, and other emotions that existed before the complete death of a soul remained. It was extremely difficult to completely refine these emotions. If one were to randomly absorb them, they would end up warping one's mind. However, that single sentence from Xiao Yan seemed to have quietly resolved these hidden negative emotions. This could be considered another form of intelligence that had formed by this soul essence. Even when they died, they would use their final strength to make things difficult for those who killed them. Although it appeared easy to resolve these emote, those from the Hall of Souls would never utter such words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1492, Absorbing the Soul Essence. Chapter 1492, Absorbing the Soul Essence. Those with affinity have the right to obtain any spiritual object in this world. It seems that both you and this soul essence fit each other. Yao Lao involuntarily smiled and remarked after watching Xiao Yan use one sentence to resolve the hidden negative emotions within the soul light cluster. These people from the Hall of Souls have committed all sorts of evil deeds, Xiao Yan softly sighed. He waved his sleeve as he put this soul light cluster within his storage ring. After which, he looked around him. At this moment, the remaining people within the man hall, with the exception of the deputy hall chief, who had escaped, had all been killed. Although many of the experts from the Hall of Souls were spiritual bodies that would vanish from the world upon death, there were still many of them who possessed a physical body. Hence, this area was covered with corpses. A rich bloody scent rose to the sky. A slight ripple appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes when he observed this scene. He quickly became indifferent. He had seldom engaged in such a massacre, but he would not feel the slightest mercy for these people who aided others in committing atrocities. All of these people had hands that were stained with lives. Even the Xiao clan had nearly been eliminated by these people from the Hall of Souls. Let's leave. Xiao Yan did not wish to stay in this corpse-covered territory for long. After grabbing the soul light cluster, he turned around and rushed out of the mountain range. Yao Lao and the rest behind carefully searched the area once more before they swiftly followed him. Around 10 minutes after Xiao Yan's group left, the space on a mountain a short distance away began to fluctuate. A black figure appeared from it and finally entered the ruins of the hall. His expression quickly became gloomy after seeing the dug-up ruins. Fury and regret filled his eyes. The souls that my man Hall has collected with much difficulty for 100 years were taken away by that brat. If word of this reaches the clan, even I will be severely punished. That black figure was naturally the deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls, who had fled earlier. At this moment, he was looking at the empty depths of the hall. His expression had turned a little pale. The man hall was considered an important branch hall within the Hall of Souls. The souls that it imprisoned were also relatively strong. Thus, the soul essence it had collected was extremely powerful. Now, that soul essence had been taken by Xiao Yan and those imprisoned souls had also been released by him. This loss was something that even the Hall of Souls could not endure. That brat has an expert from the ancient Void Dragon tribe guarding him. With my strength alone, I am no match for her. Other than the hall chief, no one within the Hall of Souls can kill that brat. This is the danger that comes from allowing a tiger to grow. The deputy hall chief of the Hall of Souls shook his head in frustration. Back then, Xiao Yan had been an extremely tiny ant in the eyes of the Hall of Souls, yet after a decade, the ant from back then had slowly grown to a point where the entire Hall of Souls could not deal with him. The speed at which he had grown really caused one to feel an endless regret from just thinking about it. If they had paid a little more attention back then, they would have been able to get rid of a great enemy early on. The purifying demonic lotus flame will descend on this world in 2 months. The hall chief will definitely get involved then. If the clan is able to obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame, we will be able to jump our plans forward. This can help make up for the losses of the destruction of the man hall. The eyes of the deputy hall chief rapidly flashed. A moment later, he finally clenched his teeth. The space around him fluctuated as his body slowly disappeared. We failed snatch the purifying lotus demon flame the last time around, delaying the Hun clan's plans. This time around, our Hun clan will definitely obtain it. Once we obtain that demon flame, the clan will no longer need to follow the so-called clan agreement. At that time, the clan's experts will intervene and Xiao Yan will only end up dying. Humph, Xiao Yan. Just you wait, my Hun clan will definitely have our revenge. You have destroyed our man hall, but the next time around, we will destroy your Sky Mansion alliance. The deputy chief of the Hall of Souls disappeared from the world, but his wicked, vicious voice slowly lingered and did not disappear for a long time. The news that a Hall of Souls hall had been destroyed might not have been announced, but it was obvious that one could not hide such shocking information. Hence, within a short 1 week after the incident, this matter seemed to have grown wings and rocketed around the Central Plains, stirring a ton of shock. The factions in the Central Plains were all clearly aware of the strength of the Hall of Souls. This overbearing existence had been standing at the top of the Central Plains. Even the Pill Tower had ended up at a disadvantage during many battles with them. Hence, many people did not dare to take revenge despite having suffered to the Hall of Souls. All they could do was suppress the hatred in their hearts. After hearing such news, it was natural that some people would feel a great joy. The new super faction known as the Sky Mansion Alliance also began to be regarded seriously. Back then, no one had thought much about this alliance. After all, the Hall of Souls was too strong, and the alliance had been attacked some time earlier. This had caused many to think that the alliance was beginning to sway in the face of a storm. However, the alliance had taken this action to inform everyone that the Sky Mansion was unafraid of the Hall of Souls. Something like destroying the Man Hall of the Three Tiangang Halls was something that the Pill Tower had never accomplished even during their war with the Hall of Souls. This time around, the alliance had succeeded in doing what they couldn't. The Sky Mansion Alliance had undoubtedly shown everyone that they possessed the strength to fight with the Hall of Souls. Due to the destruction of the Man Hall, the entire Central Plains and the alliance ended gaining an extremely excited atmosphere. While this occurred, Xiao Yan spent a couple of days resting, so he could refine and absorb the soul essence soon. His spiritual state was at the advanced heavenly state. He was a little stronger than even Yao Lao, but there was still one state after this advanced state. It was the perfect heavenly state. Only after reaching the perfect heavenly state would it be possible to progress to the legendary D state. A D state soul was seldom formed even during the ancient times. Those who could reach this level were mostly peak existences during that era. An example was someone like Demon Saint Huangquan. Although stepping into the D state did not mean that one would be able to become a genuine Dou D, there was one point that need not be doubted. After reaching the peak of the 9th star of the Dou Sheng class, one's spiritual strength would allow one's strength to soar beyond the limit and progress again. One might even be able to become the so-called half-D existence like Demon Saint Huangquan. Of course, the advancement of one's spiritual state was extremely difficult. Hardly anyone had reached the perfect heavenly state even across the entire continent. That mysterious ancestor of the small pill tower, who liked to have fun roaming the world, might be one person. The Gu clans and the Hun clans' heads might also have reached that state, but regardless of how one counted, the numbers would be miserably small. Xiao Yan sat on a large rock on a mountain in the star realm as a layer of clouds floated around it. There was a 5-foot-large light cluster floating in front of him. A gentle and pure luster continued to be emitted from it. Light landed on the surrounding grass and leaves, causing them to become a richer green. Xiao Yan's eyes studied this soul light cluster as he gently exhaled. He extended his hand and touched the light cluster. Following this contact, Xiao Yan was able to sense the vast and mighty strength that this soul essence cluster contained. That feeling caused the soul on his brow to feel extremely warm. Puff! Xiao Yan widened his mouth. A cluster of grayish-brown flames with a faint blue was spat out. The heavenly flame within his body had already refined the sea heart flame. Of course, the growth after refining this heavenly flame was insignificant, something that Xiao Yan had expected. His strength had merely advanced a little, but not enough to reach the intermediate 2nd star of the Dou Sheng class. The flame mantra had also improved a little, but it had merely advanced from a quasi-Tian class Qi method to a Tian class low-level Qi method. The increase was not obvious. Xiao Yan did not feel depressed because of this situation since his heart had been prepared for this. He was already an elite Dou Sheng, which was different from his strength back then. An ordinary heavenly flame would no longer be able to catch his eye. The flame appeared and floated below the soul light cluster before it turned into a raging flame that wrapped around the light cluster. Although the soul essence was relatively pure, this was something that had been obtained from the Hall of Souls. It was always good to be extra careful. The high temperature gradually seeped into the soul light cluster before it began to boil. There was whips of extremely faint black vapor that were emitted from it. This black vapor quickly vanished. Xiao Yan lifted his brow upon seeing these black vapors. He could sense extremely weak thoughts within them. These had been inserted by the experts from the Hall of Souls. If one absorbed these black tendrils into one's soul, they would end up resulting in a severe sequela. These people from the Hall of Souls are indeed extremely vicious. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The flame soared as it completely refined all of the black vapors hidden deep within the light cluster. After removing these black vapors, the soul light cluster became more crystal clear. At a glance, it looked as though it was an illusion. This refinement continued for half an hour before Xiao Yan slowly scattered the flame. He looked at the crystal-like soul cluster in front of him and finally sighed. His hands moved to form a seal as his spiritual strength surged out of his brow. It turned into a human figure that looked like Xiao Yan. This figure sat in front of the soul-like cluster before widening his mouth. A suction force surged from it. The soul-like cluster trembled after this suction force appeared. An unusually pure soul essence drifted from the soul cluster. It lingered around Xiao Yan's body before flowing into his mouth, nostrils, and pores as it continuously surged into him. The surface of Xiao Yan's soul began to form a mysterious crystal-like layer as he began to absorb more and more of the soul essence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1493, Perfect Heavenly State. Chapter 1493, Perfect Heavenly State. Crash, crash. The soul-like cluster slowly fluctuated. Wave after wave of clear voices spoke as an unusually pure soul essence poured into Xiao Yan's soul. The face of the body that Xiao Yan's soul had turned into gradually revealed an intoxicated expression after this energy poured in. His soul seemed to have been immersed in a warm light. That feeling was just like a baby in a womb. Layer after layer of faint mysterious crystals quietly began to appear on the surface of his soul. At a glance, his soul appeared just like an actual person, causing the soul to appear extremely mysterious. The interior of the soul light cluster contained an extremely frightening soul essence strength. These essence strength was formed after the Hall of Souls had extracted 1,000,000 souls. Before such a vast and mighty soul essence, even Xiao Yan ended up feeling as though he was extremely tiny. Crash! As more soul essence was absorbed by Xiao Yan, circular waves of invisible ripples began to form with him at the middle. This invisible ripple caused the area within 10,000 feet of the mountain to suddenly become completely quiet. All living creatures within the mountain forest sensed a pressure that originated from their souls. This pressure caused even the most ferocious magical beast within the mountain to lay on the ground in fear. They did not even dare let out a roar. Swoosh! Xiao Yan's training activity was quite intense. That fluctuation might appear invisible, but it possessed a pressure that one could not resist. Soon after the ripple spread, it was quickly detected by the many experts within the Falling Star Pavilion. Numerous figures hurried over, but they suddenly felt their heads become giddy when they were 10,000 feet away from the mountain Xiao Yan was training on. Some of them weren't able to keep their bodies stable and showed signs of falling from the sky. The many experts felt shock appear within their hearts. They hurriedly pulled back and only gradually felt better after leaving a 10,000-foot radius of the mountain. Their eyes were startled as they looked at the mountain with clouds lingering over it. This fellow's spiritual strength is really becoming terrifying. Yao Lao's group also appeared in the sky. Their eyes looked at the distant mountain with grave expressions. Even they could not resist that kind of spiritual pressure. Xiao Yan had far surpassed Yao Lao both in terms of Dou Qi and his soul. Perfect heavenly state. Other than the ancestor, it has been over 1,000 years since someone within the small pill tower has reached this state. You have really accepted a good disciple this time around. Xiao Yan's achievements are enough to shame the younger generations from the Yao clan and even some of their old demons. The eyes of the first elder from the small pill tower were a little envious as he stared at the mountain where Xiao Yan trained. He softly sighed. His spiritual state had remained at the advanced heavenly state for 100 years, yet he had not been able to touch the perfect heavenly state. It was possible to tell just how difficult it was to raise one's spiritual state. Yao Lao slightly smiled. There was a joy that could not be hidden within his eyes. Xiao Yan's ability to reach this stage had exceeded even his wildest expectations. If one were to discuss talent, there were many people that were more talented than Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan slowly persevered. He took one step at a time to a level that left those extremely talented individuals looking up. Achieving this level required some luck, perseverance, and many life and death experiences. Yao clan, once I have the time in the future, I will definitely make a trip there with Xiao Yan. I do not have any other thoughts regarding this clan, but I must ensure that my parents' names are carved onto the clan tablet. This was the promise that I gave them when they died back then. Yao Lao placed both his hands behind him and looked at the distant western sky. His eyes contained some sadness that was rarely seen. His entire life had been quite bumpy. Fortunately, the heavens had bestowed him with hope at his most desolate moment. In that far back mountain of the Xiao clan in Wutan City in the distant past, he had placed his final bet on that tender youth. I wonder how long Xiao Yan will train this time around. Counting the days, the purifying demonic lotus flame will appear soon. Based on the information that I have obtained, the Hall of Souls has quietly started to move. They are targeting the purifying demonic lotus flame. Feng Zunjia, who was behind Yao Lao, revealed some news. Relax, he will wake up in time. Now, we will just have to quietly wait for him to break through. Additionally, issue an order that no one is allowed to enter the area within 10,000 feet from where Xiao Yan is training. Yao Lao slightly smiled. He did not continue to remain. Instead, his body moved, and he slowly returned to the main hall. Understood. One day after another passed amid this quiet training, but the spiritual fluctuation that spread from the mountain did not disappear. Instead, it gradually grew stronger, and after a month, almost the entire star realm was affected by that ripple. Hence, other than a couple of people, the others could only give up flying with bitter faces. They could only endure the spiritual pressure that pressed onto their backs by choosing to run on the ground. Yao Lao's group was helpless to deal with the pressure. Even they could only barely resist that spiritual pressure, so naturally, they did not have much strength left to help others. Moreover, this kind of pressure was considered another form of training to the Falling Star Pavilion's disciples. Just simply walking about could be considered training. With the upper echelons of the Falling Star Pavilion adopting such a mentality, the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion ended up enduring the bitter spiritual pressure for an entire month. Although this spiritual pressure caused many to feel extremely terrible, they felt their spiritual strength vaguely grow after gradually getting used to the pressure. This caused many disciples to feel pleasantly surprised. They were not alchemists and naturally found very few opportunities to strengthen their spiritual strength. They were happy to be able to improve because of this special training. A strong spiritual strength would greatly aid one's training. After having tasted some benefits, no one continued to complain. Some of the talented disciples viewed the situation as a rare training experience. Not only did they try not to leave the star realm, they even began to try to slowly walk in the direction of the mountain where Xiao Yan was training. The disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion who seek the pressure would experience their spiritual strength began to soar. After all, the spiritual pressure from the perfect heavenly state was not something just anyone could endure. While Xiao Yan was training, some of that soul essence began to scatter across the star realm under his control. If the Falling Star Pavilion disciples were lucky to absorb and merge with a piece, it would be no different than if a divine pill fell from the heavens. After the first batch of disciples experienced the benefits, an increasing number of disciples began to follow in their footsteps. In an instant, the entire star realm once again became lively. Tens of thousands of Falling Star Pavilion disciples slowly walked one step at a time toward the mountain where Xiao Yan was training. It was as though they were walking within a quagmire. Every step they took exhausted them. Of course, this exhaustion increased the disciples' training speed while bringing about some fatigue. After this desire to train spread, even some of the elders from the Falling Star Pavilion could not resist joining this kind of special training. Even Yao Lao's group was dumbfounded by the state of the star realm. They felt neither able to laugh nor cry. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan's would cause such a big commotion. Fortunately, this kind of training was an extremely rare experience for the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion. After sensing the feeling of a perfect heavenly state soul, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary detours during their future journey. This strange atmosphere within the star realm continued for about 50 days. Only then did this atmosphere disappear as the spiritual pressure slowly diminished. The expressions of Yao Lao's group gradually became grave after this spiritual pressure, which had spread all over the star realm, diminished. They could sense a mighty world-like invisible ripple quietly gathering deep within the mountains. Xiao Yan is about to awaken. Yao Lao's group was aware that Xiao Yan's training was gradually approaching its end. Another 2 days passed while Yao Lao's group waited. Xiao Yan sat on the top of a mountain. There was a human figure that was covered by a strange crystal-like layer in front of him. The appearance of this figure was the same as Xiao Yan. That originally 5-foot large soul essence in front of this crystal human figure was only half the size of a head. Waves of extremely pure soul essence slowly drifted from it. Who? The crystal human figure sat as still as a statue. It was a long while later before his tightly shut mouth was suddenly opened. A suction force surged and the half-a-head large soul cluster rushed forward. It turned into a ray of light that entered the mouth of the crystal Xiao Yan. Bang! The body of the crystal Xiao Yan suddenly trembled after that soul light cluster entered his mouth. A dazzling light erupted from his body as an invisible world-like fluctuation swept in all directions like a storm. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky while wild lightning danced. I feel that this part is a little awkward, so I did not include it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1494, Chief of the Hall of Soul. Chapter 1494, Chief of the Hall of Soul. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed like silver snakes while thunder roared and echoed across the star realm. At the same time, an overwhelming invisible ripple quietly swept from the mountain like a storm. What a terrifying spiritual fluctuation. Yao Lao's group revealed grave expressions as they observed the unusual phenomenon in the sky that had been stirred by the vast and mighty spiritual strength. Yao Lao's eyes revealed an expression of shock. The spiritual strength of the perfect heavenly state was actually this powerful. Now, just Xiao Yan's spiritual strength alone will be able to fight against a 2-star Dou Qi. The first elder of the small pill tower fondled his beard and slowly stated. Some surprise appeared in Zi Yan's eyes by the side. The ancient void dragon's physical body was incomparably strong, but their spiritual strength was unbelievably weak. Even someone as strong as her still felt a little shaken by such a spiritual fluctuation. It is rumored that if one advances to the legendary D state, one's soul will be indestructible. Even if one's soul is forcefully shattered, the lingering soul seed will gradually gather together, allowing one to be reborn. This perfect heavenly state might be inferior to the D state, but its strength is definitely not something the advanced heavenly state can compare with. Yao Lao spoke in a grave voice. Once one's soul reaches the perfect heavenly state, it is no different than one's physical body. It is possible to separate one's soul when fighting so that it could join hands with one's physical body. The cooperation between those two would be unmatchable. One's strength would also soar many times over. The first elder from the small pill tower laughed. His laughter contained some envy. Before advancing to the perfect heavenly state, one's soul will still appear a little weak. Normally speaking, no one would summon it out. After all, the damage one would receive if one's soul was hurt was simply too great. However, upon stepping into the perfect heavenly state, one's soul will be able to exist in another form. Moreover, the strength that it possessed would not be inferior to the actual body. The strength of its defenses would leave one speechless. It would be extremely powerful when joining hands with the actual body in a fight. The perfect heavenly state might still be within the heavenly state, but it was completely different than the advanced state. From a certain point of view, one could be said to have gained an additional companion with unmatchable cooperation once one's spiritual strength reaches the perfect heavenly state. This fighting companion's strength was determined by one's own strength. In other words, it was somewhat similar to a Dou skill like the 3000 lightning illusory body, which could form an avatar, but the strength and other aspects of the avatar formed by the 3000 lightning illusory body could not compare with the body formed when one's soul reached the perfect heavenly state. The invisible spiritual strength quietly rippled from the dense clouds like waves of water. The entire star realm had been reflected into Xiao Yan's mind. At this moment, he was able to sense the slightest emotional fluctuation of everyone within the star realm. Xiao Yan was aware of the thoughts of many individuals through these emotional fluctuations alone. This was another form of control, an insight into the hearts of others. Such a technique was achieved by Xiao Yan with his perfect heavenly state soul. Is this the perfect heavenly state? A low mutter sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. He could clearly sense the difference between his current self and his previous self. If the spiritual strength in the past were to be described as a growing youth, his current soul could be considered an experienced person at the prime of his life with a sharp weapon in his hand. Swoosh swoosh. With a thought from Xiao Yan, invisible spiritual fluctuations spread like floodwater. In the blink of an eye, they had extended beyond the star realm before they spread apart with lightning-like speed. Within a short 1 minute, the many happenings within a 500-kilometer radius of the falling star pavilion was reflected into Xiao Yan's mind. Moreover, the speed of this spiritual fluctuation was continuing to grow instead of reducing. The invisible fluctuation swept over a countless number of experts, but other than some of those experts with sharp senses, who felt their skin turn slightly cold, the remaining individuals, including some who had reached the peak of the Dou Zun class, were unable to sense anything despite being monitored by another. Xiao Yan's spiritual fluctuation spread beyond 500 kilometers. He even met some strong souls along the way. He was even able to detect some souls from deep within the sparsely populated mountains observing him. Clearly, they had discovered his spiritual fluctuation. The central plains was indeed filled with many hidden experts. The spiritual fluctuation swiftly spread. Xiao Yan was about to withdraw it when he suddenly sensed a fervor being emitted from deep within his soul. His mind moved and the spiritual fluctuation headed in the direction that had stirred his soul with lightning-like speed. The speed at which the spiritual fluctuation spread far surpassed that of one's physical body. Within a short moment, Xiao Yan's soul had reached the source that had stirred the heated feeling. That place was filled with mountains and hills. There was an extremely distorted feeling in the air above it. White light was vaguely seeping out of the distorted space. An extremely powerful searing pain was suddenly emitted from deep within his soul when the spiritual fluctuation touched this cream-white light. This sudden searing pain caused Xiao Yan to become somewhat dull. There were 5 types of heavenly flame merged within his soul. An ordinary heavenly flame would not be able to cause him to feel even the slightest heat, much less a searing pain. Boom boom boom. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked, the mysterious light cluster in his mind, which had been obtained from the purifying demonic lotus flame ancient map, violently shook at this moment. This violent movement caused Xiao Yan to suddenly comprehend something. He felt incredibly shocked as he looked at the distorted space in the air. His heart muttered, "This place is the location where the purifying demonic lotus flame will descend." Only the purifying demonic lotus flame was able to cause the mysterious light cluster in the back of Xiao Yan's mind to react. Only the purifying demonic lotus flame was able to cause Xiao Yan, who had the protection of 5 types of heavenly flames, to feel a searing pain. Bang! The surrounding space suddenly churned while Xiao Yan was looking at the distorted space with great shock in his heart. An extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly surged out of the space. It violently collided with Xiao Yan's spiritual fluctuation. This sudden terrifying clash caught Xiao Yan off guard. A buzzing sound continued to reverberate within his mind. He even felt somewhat giddy. Who is it? Xiao Yan's reaction was quite quick. He recovered an instant after having suffered the attack and quickly shrank his soul. At the same time, a furious roar was emitted. Since the attacker was able to cause him to suffer some damage, it was obvious that the other party's spiritual strength was not any weaker than his. You are that young fellow from the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled upon hearing the faint voice being emitted from empty space. At the same time, Xiao Yan emitted a spiritual fluctuation. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? It seems that the soul essence collected by the man hall has already been swallowed by you. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to reach the perfect heavenly state. You are indeed worthy of being someone who has caused my hall of souls to fail many times. You really embody some of Xiao Xian's style. That mysterious person did not reply to Xiao Yan as his calm voice was slowly transmitted into Xiao Yan's heart. You are the chief of the hall of souls. An intense fluctuation was suddenly emitted from within Xiao Yan's soul. Who else within the Hall of Souls other than the Hall Chief, who had yet to show himself, was able to train his soul to such a level? Originally, I was planning to wait until the purifying demonic lotus flame appeared before settling some problems, but since you have dared to peep at the location where the demonic flame will be born, you should follow this chief back to the Hall of Souls. The soul essence of my Hall of Souls is not something that anyone can enjoy. After that indifferent voice sounded, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed everything around him seemed to have turned into a prison. Even his soul had become sluggish. Your spiritual strength is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, your actual body is too weak. The empty space fluctuated as a large black hand, which was a couple of 1,000 feet in size, formed in the sky. It reached for the space where Xiao Yan's soul was located. Han Mia Shang, isn't it a little overboard for you to attack someone from the younger generation given your status? A faint elderly voice suddenly sounded while the large black hand was attacking Xiao Yan. A similarly large hand was formed in the sky and the two suddenly clashed against each other. A terrifying spiritual storm expanded as the restriction of the surrounding space was shattered. Old ghost, you are indeed also monitoring the purifying demonic lotus flame. The Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls immediately cried out after his attack was blocked. I merely do not wish for it to land in the hands of your Hall of Souls, that elderly voice slowly replied. Leave this place. An elderly voice sounded within Xiao Yan's heart the moment the spatial prison was shattered. Xiao Yan sensed his soul seemed to have been violently pushed. A thunder-like sound appeared beside his ear. Within a short moment, he had withdrawn to his mind. His head revealed some cold sweat. A cow was slowly feeding on the grass in a field thousands of kilometers from the Falling Star Pavilion as Xiao Yan's soul returned to his body. There was a man in his teens on the back of the cow. He slowly lifted his head and looked into the distant northwestern sky. An old and experienced expression, which seemed to have seen through everything in the world, filled those clear eyes. The birth of the demonic flame will involuntarily lead to an earth-shaking fight. The youth herding the cow sighed with a tender voice. He swung his whip and the cow slowly headed into the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1495, Demonic Flame Descending in the World. Chapter 1495, Demonic Flame Descending in the World. On the top of a mountain, Xiao Yan opened his eyes with a cold sweat all over his body. His eyes were filled with a grave expression. He did not expect his roaming soul to lead him to meet that elusive Hall Chief of the Hall of Souls. If that mysterious expert did not help, it would have been a little difficult for Xiao Yan to escape. Although Xiao Yan was not inferior to that Chief of the Hall of Souls in terms of a spiritual collision, the Chief was right in saying that there was too much of a gap between Xiao Yan's and his actual strength. The Chief of the Hall of Souls is likely even greater than Ziyan. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled. He suppressed his rapidly beating heart. The matter from earlier was far too dangerous. That person was indeed worthy of being the Chief of the Hall of Souls. Just his soul alone could cause Xiao Yan to feel helpless. However, I wonder just who that mysterious expert is? I don't think I am acquainted with such a strong person. Why has he aided me? Xiao Yan knit his brow. He finally managed to gain an idea of just how many hidden experts there were within the Central Plains after this spiritual tour. He had nearly met with mishap even with his perfect heavenly state soul. Since that mysterious expert was willing to lend me a hand, he is likely a friend rather than an enemy. If I can discover his identity, he might be a great help. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. That mysterious expert from earlier was clearly unafraid of the chief of the Hall of Souls. He did not even end up in a disadvantage when they clashed. Xiao Yan was even able to detect some fear in the Hall Chief's cry. There were not many people within this continent who could frighten an expert like the Hall of Souls chief. Xiao Yan frowned and mused for a moment, but it was to no avail. He could only shake his head. He lifted his head and looked to the northwest. An extremely hot flame danced within those black eyes of his. He had managed to gain a lot from this spiritual tour. Not only did he meet the chief of the Hall of Souls, he had also discovered the location where the demonic flame would appear. That distorted space sealed the purifying demonic lotus flame inside. However, from the way the chief of the Hall of Souls and that mysterious experts had appeared in that area, it was obvious that these peak experts had already detected it. Hence, they had been standing guard. Meeting with the Hall of Souls chief this time around seemed as though Xiao Yan was delivering himself to be captured. From the looks of the damaged appearance of that space, it is obvious that the purifying demonic lotus flame is planning to break free. Perhaps, it will descend on this world in the next few days. Xiao Yan gently rubbed his hands together. This collision with the chief of the Hall of Souls had allowed Xiao Yan to understand his strength. The current Xiao Yan would not have a chance of victory if he met with him. Hence, Xiao Yan needed to obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame at all cost. With Xiao Yan's current strength, his strength would only soar quickly if he swallowed the purifying demonic lotus flame. At that moment, he would not even need to fear the chief of the Hall of Souls. Though, behind the chief of the Hall of Souls was the even more terrifying Hun clan. How could Xiao Yan clash with the Hun clan if he could not even deal with the people from the Hall of Souls? It should be known that this frightening faction had even killed his ancestor Xiao Xian. I must definitely obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan clenched his fist. His hand suddenly touched his forehead. That mysterious cluster of light in his head, which had been obtained from the ancient map, had once again become calm after his soul returned to his body. Even with Xiao Yan's perfect heavenly state spiritual strength, he was unable to enter that light cluster. This thing seems to have reacted to the purifying demonic lotus flame. It is likely something that the legendary purifying demon lotus saint left behind back then. I wonder what it is used for. Xiao Yan slightly frowned. He had spent a lot of effort to gather all of the map fragments only to obtain a secret that many had already known. If this light cluster had no other use, Xiao Yan would feel the impulse to drag the purifying demonic lotus saint out to curse at him. Who? Xiao Yan's fingers helplessly rubbed his head. He returned these thoughts to his heart and stood up. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual strength in his brow surged out. It agglomerated into a lifelike human figure. Xiao Yan looked at the spiritual figure in front of him, who shared the same appearance as him. Xiao Yan's face was also filled with life. It did not appear dull or sluggish. Both of them looked just like twins from a distance. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled toward Xiao Yan in front of him as he extended his hand. Please take good care of me. The Xiao Yan formed by Xiao Yan's soul also smiled. He extended his hand and took Xiao Yan's hand. This scene appeared extremely comical and a little strange. Ah, there are actually two Xiao Yans. A slight fluctuation appeared in the sky as a group of people appeared. They looked at the two figures grasping hands and were startled. Ziyan let out an exclamation. She hurried down with a curious face and grabbed the two of them for a closer inspection. A spiritual avatar that looks exactly like one's actual body. The perfect heavenly state does live up to its reputation. The first elder from the small pill tower slowly landed. He looked at Xiao Yan's avatar, which was filled with life, as he involuntarily praised. Moreover, its strength is not any weaker than the original body. Any cooperation between the two can also be described as perfect. The two complement each other and possess a relatively frightening strength. Yao Lao fondled his beard as he spoke with a smile. Xiao Yan grinned. He waved his hand and the spiritual avatar in front of him disappeared. It turned into spiritual strength that rushed into Xiao Yan's brow. Haha, you have finally completed your training. Based on the time, the purifying demonic lotus flame will appear in the world soon. We are still not certain where it will appear. However, when the time comes, it will definitely be an earth-shaking event. Feng Zunjia laughed. I am already aware of the location where the demonic flame will appear. Xiao Yan slightly grinned. He hesitated for a moment after seeing Feng Zunjia's stunned face. Finally he said, I discovered it when my soul was roaming around earlier. Additionally, I made contact with the chief of the Hall of Souls. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly upon hearing this information. Many pairs of eyes gathered on Xiao Yan. The chief of the Hall of Souls was an extremely powerful existence and the most mysterious person within the Hall of Souls. His strength could split the sky and cut through the earth. He was outrageously strong. What happened? Yao Lao asked with a grave expression. Xiao Yan spread his hands and roughly explained the incident earlier. It looks like the Hall of Souls is indeed targeting the purifying demonic lotus flame. They are already standing guard. Yao Lao slightly frowned. He mused for a moment before speaking. I am unable to guess the identity of that mysterious expert. However, he is likely a friend since he has helped you. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. You need not pay much attention to the matter regarding the chief of the Hall of Souls. The appearance of the purifying demonic lotus flame will be an earth-shaking great event. At that time, those ancient clans will definitely intervene. The Gu clan will not be an exception. There will naturally be other experts dealing with the chief of the Hall of Souls at that time. All we need to do is wait for an opportunity to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame. Yao Lao clenched his hand. A jade bottle appeared in it. A pill cloud lingered within the jade bottle and a dark red medicinal pill quietly floated on it. Waves of an unusually icy cold aura were slowly emitted from within the jade bottle, causing some flakes of ice to fall from the sky within 100 feet of this bottle. This is the 9-in yellow spring pill. During your 2 months of training, both First Elder and I joined hands to successfully refine it. Xiao Yan received the jade bottle and a chill rose from his feet to his heart. He exhaled a long breath. His breath had just left him when it turned into an icy pillar that fell with a cracking sound. It is indeed the 9-in yellow spring pill. I have troubled teacher and First Elder. Xiao Yan felt some joy as he immediately thanked those two. The 9-in yellow spring pill was a tier 9 treasure pill. It was likely that it was not easy to refine even with both the First Elder and Yao Lao working together. Yao Lao smiled and quickly said, now that everything is ready, all we need to do is to wait for the purifying demonic lotus flame to be born. Whether we will be able to obtain it will depend on fate. After all, this purifying demonic lotus flame has not been subdued by anyone even when it appeared in this world in the past. Xiao Yan quietly nodded. He was aware of how difficult it was to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame. Regardless of what the case was, he needed to do his best. Xiao Yan, who had successfully trained his soul to the perfect heavenly state, gradually became free during the subsequent days. Spies from the alliances had also been dispatched. They reached the location Xiao Yan's soul had found and began an investigation. Of course, the Sky Mansion Alliance was not the only one taking such actions. Those ancient sects and factions across the Central Plains, who usually did not reveal themselves, had all placed their focus on that area. The appearance of the purifying demonic lotus flame had stirred most of the open or secretive factions who had the ability to snatch it. That mountain forest, which was usually deserted, had become extremely lively. These hidden operations continued for another 4 days. Xiao Yan, who was seated on a towering tree in the Falling Star Pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his head and looked into the distant sky. 2 moons, one above and one below, had suddenly appeared. At the same time, 9 bright stars in the sky slowly shifted in front of numerous pairs of stunned eyes. Finally, they formed a straight line. 2 moons simultaneously appearing, 9 stars aligning, a world tide rising, the demonic flame descending. The purifying demonic lotus flame had finally descended the world at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1496, Commotion Everywhere. Chapter 1496, Commotion Everywhere. Bang! The moment the 9 bright stars in the sky were aligned, the entire world suddenly emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. A strange fog spread from the emptiness as a sound wave vaguely spread across the world. The world tide, it is indeed the same as what was stated on the ancient map. Xiao Yan slowly stood up on the top of the tree. He lifted his head, looked at the faint fog that covered the land, and muttered to himself. Swoosh! A couple rays of light swiftly rushed over from the star realm while Xiao Yan was muttering to himself. They appeared beside Xiao Yan in a couple of flashes. These rays of light were Yao Lao's group. The demonic flame is about to descend on the world. Yao Lao landed beside Xiao Yan and spoke in a grave voice. Xiao Yan nodded. Countless experts would be rushing to location of the purifying demonic lotus flame from tomorrow on. Even though many people knew that they did not possess the ability to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame, all of them would adopt a hopeful attitude. After all, anyone who could obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame and refine it would undoubtedly experience a great leap in strength. At that time, one would even be able to easily win against an expert who far surpassed one's strength. That temptation was just too much to resist. When shall we get moving? Yao Lao asked. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment upon hearing this question. His expression suddenly changed just before he could speak. He suddenly lifted his head as he looked at the night sky to the northwest. An intense light was emitted from the distant sky at that moment. This light contained an extremely terrifying temperature. It spread like a wave and reached an unbelievably large area. It was still possible for one to feel a heat rising within one's heart within the falling star pavilion. The purifying demonic lotus flame has appeared in this world. Yao Lao sensed this unusual phenomenon. He inhaled a gentle breath of cool air. He had not expected this demonic flame to break its seal with such anxiety. Bang bang! Xiao Yan's hand gently pressed on his forehead. The mysterious light cluster suspended in his head had once again formed an intense ripple at this moment. Who? Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath of air. A thought passed through his mind as he gradually suppressed the unusual movements of the light cluster. With his perfect heavenly state spiritual strength, he might not be able to enter the cluster of light, but it was not much of a problem for him to suppress it. We will leave now. Regardless of what the situation is like, we should head over to take a look before deciding what to do. Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice. His eyes flashed after suppressing that light cluster. The speed at which the demonic flame had appeared was much faster than he had anticipated. It was likely that various experts were beginning to hurry over. Xiao Yan's group needed to swiftly reach that place. Even if they did not intend to act immediately, it would be best to gain a clear view of the situation as soon as possible. Yao Lao was startled, but he did not say anything more. A long whistle was emitted from his mouth. That whistle spread over the well-lit star realm as many figures began to hurriedly fly over from various parts of it. Finally, they floated in the sky. The people right in front of this group was the first elder of the Small Pill Tower, Ancestor Hui Yun, and the flower sex Fairy Chang and Fairy Hua. This trip is extremely critical. I already invited them over 2 days ago, Yao Lao smiled as he informed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan titled his in acknowledgement. At this moment, each additional person was more strength, meaning an additional chance of success. Everyone, this trip is fraught with danger. If anyone meets with danger that you are no match for, please withdraw. The most important thing is to preserve one's strength. Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice. The experts present were considered the elite forces of the alliance. If their losses were too great, it would severely hurt the core of the alliance. Snatching the purifying demonic lotus flame might be important, but there was no need for unnecessary sacrifices in order to obtain it. Understood. The many human figures in the sky cried out in unison upon hearing Xiao Yan's orders. Xiao Yan's strength and reputation within the alliance was not inferior to Yao Lao's prestige. No one dared to go against his words. Let's go. Xiao Yan did not utter any unnecessary words upon hearing them agree. He waved his hand and his body turned into a ray of light that swiftly rushed out of the star realm. After which, they rushed toward the location where the demonic flame had appeared with lightning-like speed. A large group shot through the sky behind them. Large groups of people were flying from various sects and factions across the central plains while the falling star pavilion was maneuvering their people. After which, every group was accompanied by the buzzing sound of rushing wind as they flew through the sky a batch at a time. Their destination was the northwestern region of the central plains. Within a short night, the entire central plains had turned into a mess. Swoosh! The loud sound of wind being split suddenly blew across the sky as a large group of people flew over from the distant horizon. We are entering the area 500 kilometers from where the demonic flame has appeared. Xiao Yan lifted his head. His eyes observed the distant area in front. A glaring light was being emitted like a dazzling sun in that direction. Wave after wave of terrifying heat came pouncing over as they approached. Even though those present in this trip were all extremely strong individuals, many of them were still covered in perspiration. It is indeed worthy of being the purifying demonic lotus flame. Just the heat that is being emitted will make it difficult for 6-star and above elite Dozuns to resist. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the people behind him. His brow was involuntarily knit. A 6-star elite Dozun could be considered a top-tier expert across the continent. However, this strength was barely able to resist the remnant heat of the purifying demonic lotus flame. From this heat, one could tell just how terrifying the purifying demonic lotus flame was. Xiao Yan, we have met at least 10 groups along the way. Their aim is clearly the purifying demonic lotus flame. It seems like there will be an earth-shaking fight over it this time around. Ziyan's pretty eyes swept around her as she spoke. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. They had indeed met quite a number of groups with the same intentions along the way, but he did not pay much attention to them. Although those people were quite strong, they were still a little too weak to snatch the purifying demonic lotus flame. I wonder whether the Hun clan and the other ancient clans have already reached. Xiao Yan's eyes scanned the area far in front of him as this thought flashed through his heart. He once again waved his hand and cried out in a deep voice, "Increase our speed." The 500-kilometer distance could be covered by experts like Xiao Yan within a couple of minutes. Although there was a large group delaying him, the entire group gradually reached the mountainous region where the demonic flame had descended around 20 minutes later. The lush green mountain range had completely vanished. Only a cream-white desert remained. A terrifying heat radiated from the ground, causing the area within a 500-kilometer radius to reveal a distortion. What a terrifying flame this purifying demonic lotus flame is! It has actually incinerated such an enormous mountain range into a desert. Yao Lao involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air as he looked at the enormous desert that appeared in front of him. His face was filled with shock. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. A flame surged from his body and wrapped around everyone from the alliance. Only then was the searing pain on his skin reduced. After which, he lifted his head and looked at the distant sky. That area had already been split apart. A cream-white light broke from the space and poured down. The light emitted a terrifying temperature that even the soul was unable to endure. The space that sealed the purifying demonic lotus flame has already been broken. However, the demonic flame has not appeared. It is probably still in that realm. This cream-white light is merely its lingering heat, Xiao Yan softly explained after seeing the scene. Lingering heat. Even with Ziyan's strength, her face involuntarily changed upon hearing these words. A little lingering heat was able to incinerate the mountain range and turn it into a desert. Just how frightening would it be if they entered that realm? Swoosh swoosh. Soon after Xiao Yan's group appeared in this desert, waves of the sound of rushing wind were transmitted from every direction. Numerous figures came to a halt far from that broken space. Their eyes contained some horror as they stared at this cream-white desert. They were aware that this place had originally been a mountainous region that had been filled with life before this night. From the looks of it, it seems that we must enter that realm in order to obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame. Yao Lao stared at the space above for a long time before speaking. There is no need to hurry. This realm is fraught with all sorts of danger. We are not qualified to be the first to step forward. Xiao Yan shook his head. Even he could sense an immense danger. If this group of theirs were to hastily enter, hardly any of them would be able to escape alive. Yao Lao nodded. Being an alchemist, he was naturally able to detect just how frightening it would be within that broken space. Qi. The space near them suddenly fluctuated while Xiao Yan's group carefully waited. A dense black fog seeped out in all directions from this fluctuation. A frightening aura that caused one's expression to alter quietly spread. It immediately attracted all the eyes present. Many pairs of eyes glanced at the spot where the black fog had appeared. Finally, the black fog slowly scattered, and a couple of human figures appeared in front of everyone's sight. That is, the chief of the Hall of Souls. Yao Lao's group narrowed their eyes as they looked at the black-robed human figure leading the group. That figure possessed a frightening aura. The Dou Qi within their bodies began to quietly circulate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1497, 8 Wasteland Destruction Flame. Chapter 1497, 8 Wasteland Destruction Flame. 3 figures slowly surfaced from the black fog. One of them was wearing black robes. There was nothing special about his face. He appeared just like an ordinary person as a pair of rough hands rolled from his sleeves, but it was this ordinary figure that caused most people present to cease breathing. Their eyes were grave and afraid. Chief of the Hall of Souls. These 4 simple words held a prestige that no one in this Central Plains could compare with. Even though this mighty name had been accumulated through years of bloodshed, not a single faction other than the New Sky Mansion Alliance dared to openly display their hostility to them. Part of the reason for this might be due to the Hun clan, but the Hall of Souls also possessed a deterrence that belonged to them. In the distant past, the chief of the Hall of Souls had once exterminated dozens of sects overnight. Blood flowed like a river that night while corpses were scattered all over the land. 5 experts who had reached the 2nd star of the Dou Shan class had fallen miserably to his hands. That night established the ferocious reputation of the Hall of Souls. It also led to the Hall of Souls being the overlord of the Central Plains. Even the Pill Tower did not dare to easily clash with him. At this moment, this mighty person, whose fierce reputation was once infamous across the entire Central Plains, was quietly floating in the sky. His eyes were just like a meditating old monk since they did not reveal the slightest fluctuation. Regardless of whether the gazes from his surroundings were filled with fear or hatred, he never shifted his eyes. Chief of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan's eyes slightly narrowed. His gaze roamed the figure. The faint spiritual fluctuation that was emitted from within the chief's body was the same as the powerful soul Xiao Yan had met a couple of days ago. While Xiao Yan was observing the Chief of the Hall of Souls, the Chief of the Hall of Souls seemed to have detected something and slowly turned his head. Those ancient ripple-less well-like eyes landed on Xiao Yan. He observed Xiao Yan before speaking in an indifferent voice. The fallen Xiao clan has actually produced someone with such talent. This is a failure on the part of my Hall of Souls. Hall Chief, this brat is too cunning. Although we never viewed him seriously in the past, the experts we dispatched each time were all more than enough to kill him, but each time around, he always overcame the danger. Moreover, his strength also ended up soaring. A human figure behind the Chief of the Hall of Souls spoke in a respectful manner. He slowly lifted his head and revealed half of his face. It naturally belonged to the Deputy Chief of the Hall of Souls. In time to come, this fellow might end up becoming another Xiao Xian. The Chief of the Hall of Souls ignored the Deputy Chief's words and continued to speak in a calm voice. His voice remained calm, appearing a little strange and mysterious. The Deputy Hall Chief widened his mouth after hearing the Chief of the Hall of Souls give Xiao Yan such a high evaluation. He looked at the figure next to him who had yet to speak and dryly laughed. Regardless of how strong that brat is, he is not be stronger than Junior Clan Head. Even if Xiao Yan will be the next Xiao Xian, it should be known that Xiao Xian's fate was not a good one. Ha! An undefined laugh was emitted from the nostrils of the Hall of Souls' chief. He slowly shook his head and softly said, "That's hard to predict." He possesses 5 types of heavenly flames, namely the Green Lotus Core Flame, Falling Heart Flame, Sea Heart Flame, Bone Chilling Flame, and the 3000 Burning Flame. Heavenly flames are far too wild and violent. They will definitely try engulfing each other upon contact, but he is able to deal with them peacefully. This should be an effect of his Qi method. That human figure slowly lifted his head while the Chief of the Hall of Souls looked at him. Light landed on his face, revealing the face of a man that was in his 30s. The face appeared quite young, but there was no expression on it. Joy and sadness were absent. It gave one the feeling that all his features were stiff. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was this person's eyes. Both of his eyes were dark black. They were a kind of extremely pure black. There were no whiteness in his eyes. Only a cluster of ink-like blackness was present. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though 2 black beads had forcefully been inserted into his eyes. A chill would rise within one's heart upon being looked at by that pair of eyes. This person turned his head and observed Xiao Yan from a great distance. His voice was soft and cold. Based on what I am aware of, Yao Chen once obtained a mysterious Qi method that could merge heavenly flames from that ancient remains. Xiao Yan is practicing that Qi method. The reason he is able to swiftly advance to this level is because of that Qi method. Of course, one must also not underestimate his ability. Even if an ordinary person practices this Qi method, that person might not end up better than him, but after having merely observed Xiao Yan from afar, this person was not only able to see through the heavenly flames within Xiao Yan's body, he was also able to guess the origin of the Qi method that Xiao Yan practiced. His observation skills would cause one to break out in cold sweat. He is a very difficult opponent to deal with, however, I should be able to kill him. The black-robed man slowly stated. Haha, that's only natural. Although Junior Clan Head is merely an advanced 2-star Doshang, even I would not be able to defeat you. It is an easy matter for you to kill the initial 2-star Doshang Xiao Yan. Looks like the position of Clan Head of the Hun Clan will belong to Junior Clan Head in the future. The Deputy Chief of the Hall of Souls smiled as he tried to curry favor. The black-robed man curled his mouth upon hearing these words. However, he looked at the Deputy Chief of the Hall of Souls and said, "You should listen to what the Hall Chief is thinking before uttering these words. Junior Clan Head is thinking too much. The Clan Head has an overwhelming strength and has been in control of the Hun Clan for thousands of years without showing any sign of tiring. It is too early to talk about these matters." The Hall Chief faintly smiled before he shook his head and replied. The black-robed man gently lifted his eyelids, but did not continue discussing this somewhat taboo topic. His eyes shifted away from Xiao Yan as he looked at the shattered space. He asked, "When should we act?" Wait for the purifying demonic lotus flame to break the seal. This will make it lose quite a lot of energy. We will act once it is about to break the seal." The rough large hands of the Hall of Souls chief crossed each other as he spoke. The black-robed man slightly nodded. His pure black eyes once again glacéed at Xiao Yan in the distance before he shut his eyes. Is that the chief of the Hall of Souls? He is indeed frightening. Ancestor Ho Yun and the rest withdrew their gazes. Their faces were filled with a grave expression as Ancestor Ho Yun made a comment. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. Only after seeing the Chief of the Hall of Souls in person, he realized just how terrifyingly strong he was. Even Xiao Yan felt that he did not have any chance of victory against such an expert. This person is a great enemy. Be careful, the smile on Zi Yan's face by the side had disappeared. Her lovely body gently shifted half a step and coincidentally blocked half of Xiao Yan's body. She was the only one among those present who could block the chief of the Hall of Souls. Moreover, she understood that even if she fought him, she would be no match for him. The best result would be to retreat alone. Relax, they will not attack before obtaining the purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan shook his head and laughed. Haha, brother Xiao Yan, you have also come to join the fun. A loud and clear laugh was suddenly transmitted over from the distance while Xiao Yan was reassuring everyone. The rushing sound of wind immediately appeared as a couple of figures appeared beside him with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan's eyes followed the rushing sound of wind. A stunned expression flashed across his eyes. He hurriedly headed over before he cupped his hands together and warmly smiled. It is actually brother Ho Xian. It has been a long time since we last met. How are you? There were 3 human figures who had appeared from the rushing wind. The person leading them was a handsome man with white clothes. That familiar face was that of a member from the Yan clan whom Xiao Yan had become acquainted with in the Gu realm, Ho Xian. Beside him was the same red-clothed lady with a veil over her face. This time around, there was an additional purple-clothed old man with them. Brother Xiao Yan is indeed an extraordinary person. It has only been a short couple of years since we have last met, yet you have actually reached the Dousheng class. Wu Xin cupped his hands to Xiao Yan as he praised. He had likely discovered Xiao Yan's current strength. Haha, isn't brother Wu Xian also a high-level Ban Shang? Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His heart was somewhat shocked. The speed at which Ho Xian's strength was increasing was quite ferocious. Had Xiao Yan not consumed the Bodhisattva heart, it was likely that he would have been left far behind. Inside your body, Xiao Yan's eyes carefully observed Wu Xian in front of him while he felt surprised. He let out a sound as he looked at the smiling Wu Xian and asked, You have refined a heavenly flame, With the help of the elders, I have luckily subdued the 8 wasteland destruction flame from the clan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for my strength to soar by such an extent. Wu Xian smiled and did not hide anything. The 8 wasteland destruction flame ranked 8th on the heavenly flame ranking? Xiao Yan's hand trembled. He was aware that the Yan clan possessed 4 types of heavenly flames. 2 among them were ranked in the top 10, but he had not expected the other flame, besides the Red Lotus Yi flame, to actually be the 8 wasteland destruction flame. It is indeed worthy of being an ancient clan. It possesses such a collection. Xiao Yan was filled with envy within his heart. He had run all over the continent, but the highest-ranked heavenly flame he had obtained was merely ranked 9th, the 3000 burning flame. It was unexpected that this Ho Xian had obtained such a high-ranking heavenly flame after simply making a trip back. Brother Xiao Yan, this is my Yan clan's elder Hua Yao. He also possesses a heavenly flame, but it is only ranked 16th, the fire cloud water flame. Wu Xian pointed at the purple-clothed elder beside him and laughed. Another heavenly flame. Xiao Yan once again bitterly laughed upon hearing this. Putting it this way, the 3 people in front of him were carrying 3 types of heavenly flames from the Yan clan. If the 5 types of heavenly flames in him were included, would it not mean that a total of 8 types of heavenly flames were present? Haha, Xiao Yan Ge, there are more than 8 types. A clear chime-like voice suddenly rinto Xiao Yan's ear as though it was aware of Xiao Yan's thoughts. Xun Er? A joy immediately surged onto Xiao Yan's face the moment that bone-deep familiar voice was heard. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1498, Reunification with Xun Er. Chapter 1498, Reunification with Xun Er. Xiao Yan lifted his head, which was filled with joy. He saw an intense ripple appear within distant space before a couple of figures slowly surfaced. The person in front was wearing elegant green clothes and appeared as lovely as a flower. Her pretty face displayed a gentle smile. Her black hair was randomly restrained by a pale green ribbon. It fell down like a waterfall before spread across her delicate waist. A gentle breeze blew over, causing her hair to drift. Her demeanor appeared just like a fairy that had descended to the mortal realm. Who else could that extremely elegant demeanor belong to other than Xun Er, whom Xiao Yan had not met for a long time? 2 people were following behind Xun Er. One of them possessed a familiar face. It was Gu Chengyang, a genius within the Gu clan, whose talent and bloodline was barely inferior to Xun Er. The other person was extremely unfamiliar. He was a white-haired old man in blue robes. A warm smile was always maintained on his face. That smile gave one a friendly feeling, but only a person with strong eyesight could vaguely sense the sharpness hidden under that smile. The sudden appearance of Xun Er's group immediately attracted many pairs of eyes. Numerous pairs of eyes swept over the trio before soft private conversations sprang up around them. The people and factions who could appear in this place were not ordinary people. They naturally understood that even though these ancient clans could truly be described as unparalleled super factions, even though they seemed to keep a low profile. The members of the Gu clan have indeed come. The deputy chief of the Hall of Souls frowned and softly spoke after Xun Er's group appeared. The purifying demonic lotus flame is not an ordinary heavenly flame. Even our Hun clan desires it. It is only natural that the Gu clan has acted well. The eyes of the Hall of Souls chief swept once over those three. After which, they paused on the blue-robed elder. Surprise flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a faint voice. Gu Nanhai, it is unexpected that the Gu clan has dispatched him this time around. Although Gu Nanhai is powerful, it should not be difficult to stop him with Hall Chief's strength. The junior clan head in black clothes lifted his eyes and said, there is an agreement between our ancient clans. Those who are 5-star Dou Shangs and above cannot randomly intervene. The good thing is that the Hall Chief's strength is such that few people within this limit can beat you. Although those powerful individuals cannot intervene, they are definitely observing this place. The chief of the Hall of Souls laughed in a faint voice. He lifted his head and looked at empty space. It was as though there was someone lingering in that emptiness. Xiao Yan Gege, you have finally become a Dou Shang. The elegant girl stood in front of Xiao Yan. A warm smile also spread across his face as he looked at the girl's pretty smile. Gu Qingyang and the blue-robed elder by the side involuntarily shook their heads. They had never seen Xun Er this happy within the Gu clan. Something seemed to have hit the soft spot in Xiao Yan's heart as he looked at that ethereal-like girl in front of him. His thoughts, which had been suppressed, suddenly surged out from deep within his heart like floodwater. He immediately ignored the many pairs of eyes as he extended his hand to grab Xun Er's soft long arm. After which, he gently pulled and heavily hugged the beauty in front of him. The current Xiao Yan had truly grown. Regardless of whether it was in age or strength, Xiao Yan's current achievements made him completely worthy of her despite her being in possession of a divine bloodline that is seen only once in 1,000 years. Although Xun Er's strength was not weaker than his, such a young 2-star Dou Shang was someone even an ancient clan like the Gu clan could not underestimate. In other words, even if the current Xiao Yan were to head to the Gu clan to propose marriage, no one would dare to say that he was not qualified to do so. A gentle arc surfaced on Xun Er's beautiful face after she was hugged by Xiao Yan. She gently leaned her face on Xiao Yan's shoulder as she somewhat greedily absorbed the familiar scent that she had not experienced for a long time. It had been 3 full years since they had last separated. Due to her being in possession of the Gu clan's divine bloodline, she could not randomly leave the Gu clan before she had become a Dou Shang. She could only endure the bitter torture of missing Xiao Yan in her heart in order to protect the continuation of the bloodline. She had put all her effort into training in order to obtain the freedom that belonged to her after reaching that class. Xiao Yan Gege, I have really missed you. Xun Er slightly turned her head. She looked at the side of Xiao Yan's face and curled her lips. A faint bewitchment surfaced on her elegant and beautiful face. Her mutter was quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear, Xun Er will be free in the future. I will continue to accompany you. She had grown up in the Xiao clan since young because of the Gu clan. She had also parted with Xiao Yan a long time ago because of the Gu clan. Each meeting with Xiao Yan was short and hurried because of the Gu clan. After each short meeting was year after year of waiting, she had gradually endured the days. From this moment on, she was finally able to arrange her time as she pleased. There was no need for her to be tightly managed by the Gu clan. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing her words. He immediately smiled and nodded. I'll say, the both of you aren't treating us as non-existent, are you? Gu Qingyang by the side helplessly opened his mouth and spoke while Xiao Yan and Xun Er were softly talking with each other. Xun Er's face reddened after hearing Gu Qingyang's words. She quickly regained her composure and gently freed herself from Xiao Yan's embrace. After which, her pretty eyes landed on Yao Lao, who was behind Xiao Yan. She bowed to him as someone from the younger generation. This must be Elder Yao Chun, right? Haha, little girl, we are acquainted with each other, but we have never met face to face. Yao Lso laughed. Xun Er had discovered him hiding on Xiao Yan a long time ago. At that time, she was unable to determine what his intentions were. Hence, she had even secretly warned him, but this was indeed the first time they had formally met. Elder Yao Chun, please do not continue to keep what happened in the past in your heart. Xun Er was a little apologetic upon hearing Yao Lao's reply. She had suspected that Yao Lao harbored ill intent for Xiao Yan. Hence, her tone was a little impolite back then, but the subsequent events indicated that if Yao Lao had not secretly aided Xiao Yan, the route that Xiao Yan would have taken would have been much worse. Haha, it's a small matter. I'm Xiao Yan's teacher. It would really be inappropriate if I am not magnanimous to my disciple's wife. Yao Lao fondled his beard and loudly laughed. His heart felt some joy upon seeing a somewhat embarrassed expression surface on Xun Er's face. He naturally understood Xun Er's status within the Gu clan. Having someone of this status as his disciple's wife was something that would give him pride. Xiao Yan smiled. After which, he introduced Zi Yan by the side. Zi Yan and Xun Er were acquaintances, having met each other at Jianan Academy back then, but Xun Er had subsequently left and the two of them did not meet each other again due to various reasons. Now that they had met again, they felt as though they had changed. After all, one had been a young girl in Jianan Academy and the other had been a little girl who only knew how to play all day long. However, at this moment, the both of them possessed a peak strength on this continent. Xiao Yan Ge, this is Elder Gu Nanhai from my Gu clan. He is accompanying me to investigate the purifying demonic lotus flame this time around. Xun Er sweetly smiled and introduced the blue-robed old man behind her. Is the Gu clan also interested in the purifying demonic lotus flame? Xiao Yan's eyes looked at the blue-robed elder and felt shock within his heart. Although the feeling that this elder gave him was not as profound and unfathomable as the chief of the Hall of Souls, he was still much stronger than Zi Yan. These ancient clans really possessed a strong foundation. It is not that we are interested in the purifying demonic lotus flame. It is likely that hardly anyone in this world can subdue that thing. It is fine as long as that flame does not land in the hands of the Hun clan, the blue-robed old man laughed. He did not try to show superiority through age. His tone was as though he was speaking to an equal and was extremely calm. He did not make things difficult for Xiao Yan like some elders from the Gu clan. The purifying demonic lotus flame has appeared in the past, but no one has managed to subdue it. The spatial seal present had been placed by the purifying demonic lotus saint. It is extremely mysterious. Even the purifying demonic lotus flame is not able to destroy it within a short amount of time. As long as it slows its attack by even a little, the seal will absorb the surrounding natural energy and repair itself before continuing to seal the flame, Xun Er grinned and explained. The Hun clan, on the other hand, has always been targeting the purifying demonic lotus flame. They have always come prepared. I wonder just what they are planning to do this time around. They do not seem to be doing anything. Xiao Yan glanced at the trio from the Hall of Souls and commented. They are waiting for the purifying demonic lotus flame to exhaust its strength from breaking the seal. Xun Er's eyes glanced at the man with black eyes among the trio from the Hall of Souls. She bunched her eyebrows as she softly said, Xiao Yan Ge should be careful of that person. That person is called Hun Feng. Those from the Hun clan call him Madman. This Hun Feng has extremely shocking talent and possesses the divine bloodline of the Hun clan. He is many times stronger than that Hun Yu, whom you met back then. According to the information that we have gathered, he is likely going to be the next clan head of the Hun clan if no accidents occur. Hun Feng specializes in fighting the levels above him. Since he has begun training, he has seldom fought against those weaker than him. Moreover, he is ruthless and merciless in his attacks. Even when sparring in the clan, there are injuries and deaths when he fights. As more time passed, no one in the same generation dared to fight with him. Even some of the elders within the Hun clan are quite afraid of him. You should be exceptionally careful when fighting him this time around. Xiao Yan's brows twitched. His eyes drifted over that man called Hun Feng before slowly nodding his head. The next clan head of the Hun clan was extremely frightening. Just what were his chances of victory if he fought with this person? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1499, Yao Wangu. Chapter 1499, Yao Wangu. However, Xiao Yan Ge has also advanced to the second star of the Dou Shang class, and your actual fighting strength far surpasses this level. This is similar to that Hun Feng. It is impossible to predict just who will be defeated if you exchange blows, Xun Er sweetly smiled as she spoke. Xiao Yan grinned. His heart would not underestimate anyone. The members of the Hun clan were not friendly characters, yet this Hun Feng was able to become one of its top-notch experts and was even called the next clan head of the Hun clan. This was enough to indicate just how terrifying he was. Xiao Yan understood that this person would be a relatively troublesome enemy. Why is it that all of the ancient clans only dispatch a few people? Xiao Yan withdrew his focus and suddenly asked. He discovered that regardless of the Hun clan, the Gu clan, or the Yin clan, each of these clans only dispatch 3 people. Subduing the heavenly flame does not rely on a large number of people. It is best that these people of yours do not follow you in when you enter the realm. Otherwise, your losses will be unbearable. Gu Chongyang glanced at the group behind Xiao Yan. These were the elites within the Sky Mansion Alliance. They were large in numbers and possessed a strong aura, but he simply shook his head somewhat helplessly. Ugh! Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, and the others were startled upon hearing this information. That space is fraught with danger after being managed by the purifying demonic lotus flame for thousands of years. Even an elite Ban Shang will barely be able to preserve one's life after entering it. The blue-robed Gu Nanhai laughed as he added some more information. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Yan was quietly speechless. He quietly felt a little fortunate. They were indeed inexperienced and could not be compared with these ancient clans. If Xun Er's group hadn't informed Xiao Yan's group, it was likely that Xiao Yan's group would have suffered serious injuries and deaths. Our ancient clans have an agreement among ourselves. Those top experts, whose strength exceeds the 5th star of the Dou Shang class, cannot randomly intervene. Hence, the experts that have been dispatched will not exceed the 5th star of the Dou Shang class. Xun Er softly explained. No wonder, Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding. He had been feeling a little surprised as to why the Hun clan did not dispatch any experts to deal with him after he had destroyed an important branch hall of the Hall of Souls. This was the reason why. The only person in the current Hall of Souls who caused Xiao Yan to feel fear was the chief of the Hall of Souls himself. However, this person was busy subduing the purifying demonic lotus flame and did not have time to deal with him. Hence, the Hall of Souls could only endure the losses. The purifying demonic lotus flame is extremely powerful. It will be a great help to anyone who subdues it, but it will be difficult to subdue it if one simply relies on experts below the 5th star of the Dou Shang class. No wonder no one has managed to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame for thousands of years. Xiao Yan's eyes slightly flickered. This limiting condition did not really benefit these ancient clans, but it seemed that they were willing to create trouble for others. The purifying demonic lotus flame was far too powerful. Even if they could not obtain it, they would definitely not allow others to do so. Ha, Elder Huayao, it is unexpected that the Yan clan has actually dispatched you this time around. While this thought lingered in Xiao Yan's heart, Gu Nanhai's eyes suddenly shifted to Wu Xian's group, who were remaining quiet behind him. That purple-robed old man twitched his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this greeting. He immediately said, the clan head has instructed that it is best that the purifying demonic lotus flame remains without an owner. It will be best for everyone that way. Although this Elder Huayao's words seemed calm, Xiao Yan could still hear some irritation in them. Gu Nanhai bitterly smiled and shook his head after hearing these words. He said, Elder Huayao, don't tell me that you really think that the disappearance of the Ling clan was caused by my Gu clan? Elder Huayao was quiet. Hu Xian and the red-clothed lady beside him exchanged looks but did not interfere in this matter. It is impossible to investigate this matter. However, the Gu clan and the Hun clan are the biggest suspects. It is necessary to remain cautious. Our Yin clan does not wish to share the same fate as the Ling clan. Huayao was quiet for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth and replied. He waved his hands after uttering those words. Finally, he turned around and hurried away. Hu Xin could only helplessly spread his hands to Xiao Yan before following Huayao. Ugh! Gu Nanhai sighed after seeing Huayao leave. He continued to frown. It seems that the disappearance of the Ling clan has caused great discord to form between the ancient clans? Xiao Yan thought within his heart upon witnessing this exchange. If there was a party who was the murder between the Gu clan and the Hun clan, Xiao Yan would naturally think that the party would be from the Hun clan. The Ling clan had completely vanished without anyone realizing. No one could detect even the slightest clue. Even the many peak experts from the Gu clan were unable to discover anything beforehand. This had undoubtedly caused them to feel suspicious. After all, the only ones who could barely manage to quietly destroy the entire Ling clan were the Gu clan and the Hun clan. This matter was most likely done by the Hun clan. Their aim is to cause the few large ancient clans to be cautious against each other, making it impossible for any cooperation to occur. Xun Er's pretty eyes drifted in the direction of the Hall of Souls trio as she softly inferred. No one will believe us without evidence. Gu Nanhai shook his head while feeling a little helpless. He waved his hand and ceased getting entangled over this topic. His eyes swept around him before he said, the Lei clan, the Yao clan, and the Shi clan will definitely not miss the appearance of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Perhaps they will come here soon. Yao clan. Xiao Yan's eyes shifted upon hearing these words. He looked at Yao Lao and saw a complicated expression flash across Yao Lao's eyes. Now, we should quietly wait for the best opportunity to enter the realm. After that we can try and see if it is possible to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame. Gu Nanhai let out a long sigh. Both of his hands were placed behind him as he lifted his head. His eyes locked onto the distorted space in the distant sky. A terrifyingly high temperature continued to spread from that tear in space. Cream-white light was appearing more frequently. In the end, the desert below had vaguely become sticky. The sand began to gradually melt. The number of sounds of rushing wind appearing around the distortion increased as this desert gradually turned into magma. More and more experts had been attracted by the unusual phenomenon. Within half an hour, many figures had appeared, crowding the sky. However, most of these people were waiting a great distance from the broken space. Only those true experts like Xiao Yan dared to approach the area within 1,000 feet of the shattered space. The Lei clan and the Shi clan among the 8 ancient clans also arrived one after another while everyone was waiting. However, they did not approach after seeing Xun Er and the chief of the Hall of Souls. Instead, they hesitated for a moment before withdrawing some distance. From the looks of it, the disappearance of the Ling clan had caused them to feel fear and caution for the Gu clan and Hun clan. In the face of this kind of reaction, Xun Er could only shake her head. They did not have any evidence to prove that the Ling clan's disappearance was caused by the Hun clan. Hence, they felt helpless because of this suspicion that had appeared out of nowhere. Time passed. Around half an hour after the Lei clan and the Shi clan arrived, the rushing sound of wind once again echoed from the horizon. There was a medicinal fragrance that was vaguely emitted from the wind. The members of the Yao clan. Xiao Yan's eyes became focused as he smelled this unique scent. He sensed Yao Lao's skin suddenly become a lot more tense. Swoosh! 3 figures flashed and appeared from the distant fluctuation within Xiao Yan's eyes. In a flash, they appeared in front of everyone. 3 unknown individuals appeared. There was a man, a woman, and an elderly person. The man was wearing a beautiful robe. His face was handsome and even contained some traces of feminine aura. His lips were a little thin, revealing an icy cold harshness. The lady beside him had long blue hair with an exquisite face, but she appeared like frost, looking like an ice beauty. The last elder was wearing an alchemist robe. Both of his hands were inserted into his sleeves. An occasionally stern glint flashed across his narrow eyes. That young man is called Yao Tian. He is the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Yao clan. His spiritual strength has already reached the advanced heavenly state. He has once swallowed a medicinal pill that had nearly become a tier 9 treasure pill. His actual strength is an intermediate 1-star Dou Shang, and he can be considered the most outstanding person in the Yao clan. It is rumored that he has once successfully refined a tier 9 treasure pill. Xun Er softly spoke beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan slowly nodded. These ancient clans possessed an endless amount of resources. Even an idiot could be trained into an expert by them. Even less needed to be said of the people who possessed an extraordinary talent. Their achievements would be extremely terrifying. That lady is his younger sister, Yao Ling. Her strength might only be an initial Ban Shang, but her spiritual strength is extraordinary. She is called the person with the highest possibility of training her soul to the D state within the Yao clan. That old man is an extremely experienced elder within the Yao clan. He is called. Yao Lao's somewhat hoarse voice continued before Xun Er could finish speaking. Yao Wangui, he manages discipline and punishment within the Yao clan and possesses great authority. His words can decide the life and death of a member of the Yao clan. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He looked at Yao Lao, only to see that Yao Lao's body was trembling as he stared at the old man called Yao Wangui. Teacher? Xiao Yan softly called out. His hand also grabbed Yao Lao's arm. He could see that Yao Lao's emotions were in a bad state. I'm fine, Yao Lao softly sighed and shook his head. Is there a grudge between teacher and Yao Wangui? Xiao Yan softly asked. Yao Lao slightly tightened his fist. He was quiet for a moment before he explained in a somewhat hoarse voice. Back then, he had failed to distinguish what was right from what was wrong. Just one sentence from him and I was expelled from the clan. Xiao Yan quietly nodded. He gently patted Yao Lao's arm and a smile immediately surfaced on his face. Murderous intent filled that smile. It's fine. This disciple promise you that I will take this person's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1500, Not Knowing What Is Good for Oneself. Chapter 1500, Not Knowing What Is Good for Oneself. Xiao Yan Ge, this Yao Wangui is an initial 4-star elite Dou Shang. He is extremely strong and it will not be easy dealing with him. Xun Er by the side opened her mouth and softly spoke after hearing Xiao Yan's words. I know my limits. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. An initial 4-star Dou Shang was indeed a little troublesome for his current self to deal with, but if he was able to successfully obtain the purifying demonic lotus flame and refine it, it would be an extremely easy matter for him to kill Yao Wangui. Xun Er did not say anything more after hearing Xiao Yan put it this way. She was aware that Xiao Yan was usually calm and would not easily do anything where he did not have the confidence to succeed. Yao Wangui's group's appearance in the sky had naturally attracted many pairs of eyes. The Yao clan could be considered a unique ancient clan. Most of its clan members were alchemists, and all of them possessed outstanding pill refinement talent. Thus, the Yao clan created a pill refinement atmosphere. If the ancient clans appear more often in the Central Plains, the reputation of the Pill Tower would end up suffering because of the Yao clan. After all, if one were to make a true comparison, the inheritance of the Yao clan was more complete. Regardless of how one looked at it, the semi-public nature Pill Tower lagged far behind the Yao clan. However, the rules of the Yao clan were extremely severe. Only their own clan members could learn their alchemist skills. Any outsider who learned them would end up attracting their murderous intent. This rule had also limited the development of the Yao clan, but this was something that could not be helped. The ancient clans felt arrogant when it came to ordinary people. Yao Wangui's group, who had appeared in the sky, slowly swept their eyes around them. Their eyes paused on the Hall of Souls trio some distance away as they frowned. The Hun clan was the most mysterious clan among the 8 ancient clans. The remaining few clans were relatively afraid of them. If one were to compare, the Hun clan was the clan with the longest inheritance. Has the Gu clan also come? Yao Wangui's eyes shifted away from the chief of the Hall of Souls group and suddenly paused onto Xun Er's group. His eyes moved and finally collided with Yao Lao, who was staring at him. Yao Chen, it is unexpected that someone like you, who was abandoned, has managed to reach the Dou Qi class. This really surprises me. Yao Wangui's eyes clashed with Yao Lao's eyes. He was slightly startled before he faintly smiled and made a comment. It is all thanks to you that I have been able to preserve this old life of mine. Yao Lao's eyes were a little dark and solemn as he replied. Yao Wangui calmly smiled when he saw Yao Lao's dark and solemn eyes. Although a 1-star Dou Qi was powerful, it was still nothing in front of him. He is that abandoned person, Yao Chen? It seems that the clan once gave him an opportunity to return, but he stubbornly rejected it? That handsome man's long eyebrow was slightly lifted after hearing Yao Wangui's voice. His eyes swept over Yao Lao as a harsh arc was lifted onto his thin lips. Yao Lao rejecting the offer to return to the clan had spread throughout the clan back then. That handsome man had even coldly laughed and said that this person did not know what was good for him. It was natural that he would ridicule Yao Lao now that they had met. Haha, after roaming around outside and making a name for himself, it is natural that one would think that one is extremely capable, causing one to end up becoming arrogant. Yao Wangui slightly smiled. His voice was steady, but it was not dislikable. The somewhat unfriendly atmosphere that had suddenly appeared was detected by those experts around. Many pairs of eyes were turned over, but no one opened their mouths to say anything. The Yao clan was an ancient clan. An ordinary expert would not dare to offend them. Hence, many people merely adopted the attitude of watching a show. There would coincidentally be some liveliness before the best opportunity to enter the space. Yao Lao's body trembled slightly after hearing the soft laughter that was emitted from those two. His character was usually quite calm, but being expelled from the Yao clan back then had always been the deepest thorn in his heart. His many years of self-cultivation would completely disappear each time this thorn was pulled, especially if the one messing with his thorn was the main culprit who had caused him to leave the clan back then. His soul has only reached the advanced heavenly state after training for so many years. This talent is only ordinary. Since he gave up the opportunity to return to the clan back then, there is no longer a need for the clan to remember this person in the future. Yao Tian shrugged his shoulders after seeing Yao Lao's green face. He felt that the whole situation was meaningless. He uttered one last sentence before being too lazy to continue. Yao Wangui laughed and immediately nodded. Despite training for so many years, your soul still remains at the advanced heavenly state. This name of being the top person among the Yao clan is really nothing. Xiao Yan gently patted Yao Lao's shoulder before he turned his head to look at Yao Tian. A smile appeared on his face as he softly remarked. Yao Tian and Yao Wangui were startled after hearing this person suddenly intervening. They shifted their eyes to Xiao Yan. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to criticize me? Yao Tian stared at Xiao Yan. A cold arc rose on his face as he spoke. Xiao Yan, Yao Chen's disciple. Xiao Yan grinned, cupped his hands together, and replied. Oh? You are the pill-gathering champion of the Pill Tower, Xiao Yan? The arc on Yao Tian's face immediately became deeper upon hearing this. His eyes looked up and down Xiao Yan. He spoke in an indifferent voice. The so-called pill gathering is merely a group of useless people competing. Such a gathering can only be described as nothing in my Yao clan. In terms of position within the Yao clan, even Yao Chen does not have the qualification to speak to me in such a way. You should be lucky that Yao Chen is not a member of my Yao clan. Of course, since you cannot control your mouth, you should pay some price for the words you have uttered. That handsome face immediately turned icy cold after the final word was uttered from Yao Tian's mouth. He suddenly stepped forward as an unusually vast and mighty spiritual strength surged. It became a 100-foot large wave with a terrifying might as it violently swept toward Xiao Yan in a wild manner. Today, I shall help Yao Chen teach you, his disciple. Xiao Yan merely shook his head as he glanced at the giant spiritual wave that came sweeping over with a rumbling sound. The smile on his face was quietly withdrawn at this moment. After which, he lifted his hand in front of many pairs of eyes and gently clenched the empty space in front of him. Crack! Not even a hint of a Dou Qi fluctuation appeared as he did so. However, that majestic spiritual wave instantly collapsed in front of many pairs of stunned eyes after Xiao Yan clenched his hand. A one-star Dou Shang with an advanced heavenly state soul dares to represent my teacher in teaching me? You really do not know your limits. A dense smile rose on Xiao Yan's face after he easily shattered the large spiritual wave with its shocking momentum by using just a palm. He took a step forward and clenched his fist. After which, he threw a punch at Yao Tian, whose face had revealed shock, from a distance. Bang! Xiao Yan threw a punch forward, and a 1,000-foot large spiritual fist was suddenly formed in the sky. There was a mysterious crystal layer covering that fist. At a glance, it looked as though it was real. An extremely powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted in all directions with Xiao Yan in the middle the moment he threw his punch forward. Perfect heavenly state. Many shocking noises reverberated within the sky after this powerful spiritual pressure was felt. Numerous pairs of eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the skinny figure in the sky. They would never have imagined that Xiao Yan was able to reach the perfect heavenly state at such a young age. How can this be possible? Yao Tian's, Yao Wangui's, and Yao Ling's expressions drastically changed at this moment. The perfect heavenly state was a level that even Yao Wangui had not achieved. How was it possible for Xiao Yan to reach this level at his age? The spiritual fist was extremely fast. The moment it was formed, it was already around 10 feet from Yao Tian. The terrifying spiritual pressure violently smashed toward Yao Tian's head. If this fist struck, it would cause Yao Tian's soul to suffer a serious injury. Young fellow, how dare you? Yao Wangui's expression sank after seeing that it was impossible for Yao Tian to dodge Xiao Yan's attack. He grabbed Yao Tian and tossed him back. At the same time, Dou Qi suddenly surged from his body as his fist violently smashed against that spiritual punch. Bang! Yao Wangui took a step back after the two collided, but the spiritual fist in front of him had been forcefully received by him. A 4-star Dou Shang's strength was indeed extremely incredible. Elder Wangui, kill this brat. Yao Tian's expression alternated between green and white as he stood back. He had not expected to not be able to last one strike in Xiao Yan's hands. Moreover, this had occurred in public. Those strange gazes cast his way were like knives that ruthlessly cut his body. Both of his eyes turned bright red as he furiously cried out. Chie! However, Yao Tian's furious cry had just sounded when the space in front of him fluctuated. An invisible spiritual strength was swiftly gathered. Within the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of him in a ghost-like fashion. That appearance was surprisingly another Xiao Yan. Spiritual avatar? Yao Tian's eyes shrank after seeing this spiritual avatar appearing in a strange fashion. The Dou Qi within his body reflexively surged out. At this moment, even Yao Wangui was unable to come to his aid. However, the spiritual avatar in front of Yao Tian coldly smiled and raised his hand as the Dou Qi spluttered out of his body. A slap was thrown before a clear sound suddenly reverberated in front of many strange looks. Useless being. How dare you act arrogantly in front of my teacher? Treat this slap as a little lesson. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.